Hey guys, don't forget to share, it's help me lot, so like, subscribe and share for next parts. Chapter 1. Is it finally going to shut down? We've waited 12 years, and it's finally here. At this moment, Momiga, sitting on the throne, looked at his best friend Leffen, who was floating in midair and waiting for the server to shut down, and expressed his surprise. Did he speak? It seems so, the game is about to shut down. But Albedo's character design is truly disgusting. The Jade Record is truly a master of setting up characters. How could such a beautiful woman be a st? Oh right, since the server's going to shut down anyway, let's make some changes, like making it my favorite Leffen? Momiga smiled as she modified the data, unbeknownst to Fan. 5 seconds left, haha, I've spent all my money playing this game over the years, and I can finally achieve immortality. No, I have to hold on, there are still many things to do after achieving immortality. Momiga heard Fan's voice again, and remembered all the effort Fan had put into this game over the years. He basically dedicated his entire life to this game, and now that it's shut down, he'll have nothing left to prevent Fan from committing suicide. Momiga had to comfort Leffen, but then Momiga thought about how she herself had also given everything to this game. No, as a close friend, I should try to dissuade Fan. Fan, don't be too sad, let's have a drink together later. Fan, who was suspended in mid-air, smiled and said, okay. Momiga, don't you know it's already midnight? We've already time traveled. But don't panic, your big brother's got your back. Upon hearing Fan's words, Momiga subconsciously glanced at the system time again. Had the time she had been daydreaming about already passed midnight? The game hasn't shut down? Why didn't Fan say anything? Can I hear his inner thoughts? Momiga asked excitedly, Leffen, what's going on? It's already midnight, why are we still in the game? It seems Momiga isn't stupid after all, she noticed. I'll tell you, we've already transmigrated to another world? No, this world is still very dangerous, with all sorts of true Dragon Kings existing. I need to play it safe first, I can't be reckless. What's going on? The control panel is gone, and I can't exit the game. Momiga, can you help me? Hearing Fan's voice, Momiga was stunned for a moment. Damn, Fan, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. We've been best friends for 12 years. But now that I can hear your thoughts, I'm not going to tell you. Momiga forced himself to calm down, but because he was a skeleton, nothing could be seen from his appearance. Looking at the system, there was indeed no button to exit the game, and the guardians in front of him were actually looking at him with expressions. Momiga was stunned again, how could this be? At this moment, Albedo stared intently at the man suspended in mid-air. His race was the Blood Rulers. So it takes on a human form, and is at the pinnacle of beauty. It belongs to a special profession, and is also the weakest special profession in Yggdrasil. The so-called special professions are the strongest professions, powerful characters such as World Calamity, Ruler of Death, and Ruler of Blood. As for the World Championship, it's a dual career that can be inherited. This is why a World Champion's player attributes can be twice that of a top player, because they possess the attributes of two special classes. In a one-on-one fight, only the World Champion can defeat the World Champion. It's obvious that Fan is the World Champion, and of course he also paired up with the weakest special class, Blood Ruler. Because a lot of content in the game Yggdrasil is restricted. For example, color-related actions and bloody scenes are not allowed. Therefore, there is no blood in the game. The effect of the Blood Ruler class is that it can control all the blood in the world and live forever wherever there is blood. But here's the problem, there's no blood in the game, so this ability that sounds most overpowered actually becomes the weakest. Compared to the various overpowered abilities of the Death Ruler of Momiga, the Blood Ruler is simply a weakling in the game. But Fan still chose this profession. Why? Because he knew he would travel to the real world, where all life forms would have flesh and blood. Once he obtained this ability, he could become immortal. However, in order to ensure that he would not be tortured in the early stages of the game, Le Fan's goal in the early stages was to become the world champion. In order to become the world champion, he constantly trained his real body and spent money to strengthen his character. Finally, his hard work paid off and he won the world champion title. And they stole the most powerful world artifact, the world will. This is one of the 20 items. Normally, all 20 items would disappear after being used once. But the will of this world is different. It becomes stronger as the user uses it. Simply put, as long as it is in the equipment state, it can be used indefinitely. However, the game eventually has to be logged off, and once logged off, the items in this world will disappear. Le Fan also relied on this item to stay online for 2 days without logging off, which is how he won the world championship. Then the prop disappeared, and it took Le Fan another year to retrieve it. He didn't use the item from this world after that, but instead stored it in his backpack, waiting to equip it after he traveled through time. The game's control panel, shop, and skill panel have all disappeared. But the equipment bar, attribute bar, and other screens are still there. Fortunately, the equipment slot was still there, so Le Fan equipped the world's will directly. In an instant, his attack power dropped significantly. That makes sense when you think about it. The Heavenly Music Sword, one of the world's strongest weapons, has had its attack power increased by 2000 points. Although the will of this world can grow infinitely, its initial attack power is definitely the lowest, only 1. Moreover, it has no critical hit effect, hit rate, or attribute effects, it only has one effect that infinitely increases attack power. But this effect was already incredible enough, and Le Fan was extremely excited. Damn it, this world is too weak. The world's will can only increase attack power by 2 points a day. If this were the game world, it would be 60 points of attack power per hour. That would be 1440 attack power per day. Oh well, this is the real world after all. I'll just have to survive. Momiga looked at the incredibly handsome man floating in midair and exclaimed, "Damn, bro, you were prepared all along. No wonder they keep making me spend money on in-game purchases, buying weird stuff, and giving me the weakest skills to choose from. So you knew you were going to time travel, why didn't you tell me?" "No, even if you told me, I probably wouldn't believe it, since it's too fantastical. But because of Le Fan, I seem to have learned a lot of bugged skills. For example, the Blue Demon's Super Tier Magic is the most special Super Tier Magic, requiring the qualification of 5 Super Tier Magic spells to learn. Normally, a level 100 player can learn 30 Super Tier spells. But this Blue Demon's Super Tier Magic is different, it requires the resources of 5 Super Tier Magic spells. In other words, someone who learns this Super Tier spell will have 4 fewer Super Tier spells than a regular player. Furthermore, the infinite mana stacking of this super rank spell has a drawback, it will automatically reset to 0 when the game ends. However, this skill is extremely overpowered. As long as you don't log off, you can infinitely increase your mana through a large number of kills. Chapter 2. No, if what Le Fan said is true, then this is the real world. How could I bring myself to do it? Momiga fell silent again, he didn't know what to do. At this moment, Le Fan slowly descended, saying, "Momiga, from now on, we brothers will rely on each other. How can I get Momiga to use that skill?" "Never mind, there's plenty of time. We'll talk about it later." "That skill?" Momiga suddenly realized that 10 days ago, Le Fan had found him one of the 20 items, the yin-yang 2 elements, and used it on himself. This is a special item that can only be used by the Death Ruler or Life Ruler professions. Once used, the Death Ruler can be transformed into the Life Ruler. Moreover, it possesses all the skills and effects of the Ruler of Death, but the attributes do not stack, because the official setting is that only world champions can stack attributes. Even without stacking attributes, the combination of various skills and card antibodies allows Momaga to overcome all its weaknesses. However, Momaga had no intention of becoming the ruler of life. If the ruler of death is the most terrifying thing in the world, then the ruler of life is the most beautiful thing in the world. She would definitely be more beautiful than Leffen, the ruler of blood, but the thought of becoming a woman sent a chill down Momaga's spine. This is the real world. I never expected that you would betray me like this when I treated you like a brother. Humph, I'd rather die than use it. Let's see what you can do about it. Yes, from now on we brothers will be together. Momaga deliberately emphasized the word brother. What's wrong with Momaga? Is he considering whether to transform? As expected of my best friend, my good brother, he's so understanding. Go ahead and transform, I don't mind. Momaga became even angrier upon hearing this. Le Fan, we've been transported to this world, what are we going to do next? Since I'm here, I might as well make the best of it. You're the union leader, so you're in charge of the union. I'll just be a bystander. As Le Fan spoke, he raised his hand and took out a can of beer and a bag of peanuts, gesturing for Momaga to begin her performance. Momaga was furious when he saw Le Fan drinking nonchalantly beside him. But he was still the union leader, and with so many eyes watching him, he couldn't afford to lose his temper. Gentlemen, do you know who we are? Upon hearing Momaga's question, everyone was so frightened that they immediately knelt down. You two are the supreme and unparalleled Lord Momaga and Lord Leffen. Momaga sighed as she watched everyone's performance. It was indeed different from the game, their words and actions were so vivid. Momaga tentatively asked again, get up. Then you'll listen to what I say, right? The incomparably beautiful Albedo bowed her head and said, I swear to obey. Momaga noticed that Albedo kept glancing at Le Fan. Wait, if Le Fan and Albedo fell in love, wouldn't he forget about me? I only want to be his brother, not his wife. Yes, that's what we'll do. Sebastian. The white-haired middle-aged man looked at Momaga expectantly. Yes, Lord Momaga. Momaga quickly got into character and said, go check if there have been any changes in the area outside the Great Tomb of Nazarick. As expected of Momaga, even after transmigrating, he's still as steady as a rock. He's truly my good brother. As steady as a rock? Bro, is that how you see me? Momaga ignored Le Fan's orders to the battle maid squad to guard the 9th floor, and then had Albedo summon all the guardians except for the 4th and 8th floors to gather on the 6th floor. Albedo glanced at Le Fan every few seconds, which made Le Fan's scalp tingle as he looked at Momaga. Seeing that everyone had left, he hovered down. Brother Momaga, did you do something to Albedo? Seeing this, Momaga coldly replied, sorry, I didn't mean to either, but the Albedo is ABCH setting was just too much. I figured it was the last few minutes anyway, so I changed it to my favorite is Leffen. Momaga is really something, actually assigning Albedo to me? No, Albedo is quite cunning, I shouldn't have a wife like that, but it would be unfair to my guildmates if I just played around with her. Le Fan could only pat Momaga on the shoulder helplessly. Brother, we created them with our own hands and watched them come into being. I can't bring myself to do it. Momaga thought to himself, I don't believe you for a second. You bad brother. How could you do this to me? I knew you weren't up to any good and used those 20 items on me. Fortunately, Momaga is a skeleton and has no facial expression, so no one can tell. Let's go, brother, let's test our magic on the 6th floor. Le Fan smiled and nodded, saying, sure, magic is my favorite thing. Upon hearing this, Momaga retorted again, you're a world champion. A true warrior, yet obsessed with magic. Does every warrior harbor a magical dream? No, I'm a magician, but I also dream of being a warrior. Maybe that's just the romance of men. By the way, I absolutely must keep Le Fan by my side, he definitely knows more about this world. Plus, I can hear his innermost thoughts, which he doesn't even know. I can use his tricks against him to avoid being scammed. Momiga and Leffen have been best friends for over a decade, so naturally they wouldn't hurt each other. But once the brothers get to know each other well, they'll inevitably try to trick each other a little. Momiga certainly didn't miss out on tricking Le Fan. Now that they can hear Le Fan's inner thoughts, it's even less likely that they'll let Le Fan go. The two quickly arrived at the huge fighting arena on the 6th floor. Sensing their arrival, the guardian of the 6th floor quickly appeared. A blonde dark elf dressed in a white butler's uniform leaped down from a distance and said with a smile, "Welcome, Lord Momiga, Lord Leffen, welcome to the level we protect." Looking at the cross-dressing lowly in front of him, Le Fan thought to himself, a legally married 70-year-old lowly, I think she and Momiga would be a perfect match. Momiga was furious. Match you? Match you my a. So you're already trying to screw over your brothers? I don't know if this other world has laws, but if it does, I'll definitely be arrested and jailed. This is outrageous. But Momiga maintained a calm demeanor and said, "Aura? I'm sorry to have disturbed your rest." Upon hearing this, Aura quickly retorted, "How could that be? The arrival of Lord Momiga and Lord Leffen is the greatest happiness for us guardians. How could we possibly disturb them?" Then Aura looked back and said, "Mare. Get down here. Do you want the two supreme lords to wait for you?" Then a cute little boy dressed in women's clothing jumped down with a magic wand, looking so pitiful that you wanted to protect him. Unfortunately, he was a cross-dressing boy. Then, just like in the original story, Momiga introduced the guild weapons he possessed and then expressed his intention to test them. Chapter 3. Momiga summoned the root fire spirit? Too bad it's too weak. Why not summon an undead monster? It's clearly the ruler of death. I get it, is this showing off in front of kids? I'll get one too. Momiga was speechless when he heard Le Fan's words again. I was just testing the guild scepter. What do you mean by showing off in front of a child? Le Fan also raised his hand, shouting, "Root wind spirit." Then a wind sprite appeared in mid-air, 5 levels lower than Momiga's, level 80. After all, Le Fan doesn't have the support of guild weapons, and since his weapon is equipped with the world will, he can't equip other weapons. But I've already shown off my skills, after all, I am a warrior. A warrior summons a wind spirit with a wave of his hand. What more do you want? The world champion is a warrior, while the blood ruler is a versatile class. This is also the official proposed class for the blood ruler. However, many players are not buying it. The strongest aspect of this game is the special skill of the ultimate class. What's the use of a character with all classes but no ultimate skill? That's why Le Fan is the man who possesses all classes. Next, we will fuse Momiga's fire and wind spirits to create the level 95 epic boss, the Wind and Fire Giant. Momiga immediately retorted upon hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts. A fusion of wind and fire spirits? No, even a guardian would have a hard time dealing with such a fusion. This scoundrel is definitely trying to scam us. I can't let him take control, otherwise he might hurt the child because he doesn't know his own strength. Momiga immediately activated his magic, triple magic, elemental fusion. Seeing that Momiga had beaten him to it, Le Fan waved his hand reluctantly, "Fine, fine, you can play if you want." Momiga chuckled inwardly upon hearing this. "UBD, trying to trick me? I'll let you trick me." Watching the two root spirits combine, they instantly evolved from an 80th level epic monster into a 95th level boss monster. Both Mare and Aura were stunned. Was this the supreme being? They can create beings as powerful as themselves with the mere flick of their wrists. Just how strong are they really? Looking at the 15-meter tall wind and fire general, Le Fan exclaimed, Elemental fusion is indeed the most overpowered. But it consumes a lot of mana. Fortunately, I spent the whole day grinding monsters with Momiga without logging off, so I have enough mana and health. Upon hearing this, Momiga sighed again. No wonder Le Fan was acting so crazy today, insisting on dragging him to grind monsters. Furthermore, he had prepared over 70 teleportation scrolls in advance to gather enormous monsters. If he hadn't said he'd push the data to its absolute limit before the servers shut down, so he could at least do justice to his account, Momiga wouldn't do such crazy things with him. But it was precisely because of this crazy thing that Momiga's MP reached an incredible number. Momiga's MP was originally the highest in the game at 1980 points, but now it has reached 58,971 points. In order to reach this 58,971 MP, Momiga consumed a terrifying amount of in-game currency, since there are no mana potions in this world, so he can only use in-game currency to farm monsters. With a terrifying 58,971 MP, Momiga is truly doing whatever he wants. Keep in mind that a normal level 10 spell only consumes 100 MP. However, fusing with a Guardian level monster consumes a whopping 5000 MP. Before using mana potions, Momiga only had 1980 MP, which was not enough to complete the spell. This is one of the bizarre skills that Le Fan made Momiga learn. Anyway, they are all skills with extremely high ceilings and extremely low floors. Usse elemental fusion is a powerful 10th tier magic, but it's not that powerful because it consumes too much mana and the results aren't great. Is it true that consuming 5000 MP is only to create a level 95 boss? Even top tier players with 1000 MP can defeat such a boss, and the Guardians, when fully armed, can reach the level of top tier players. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible to fuse such a monster, but because the game was about to shut down, no one was farming monsters. There were plenty of wild monsters to farm, and after farming for more than 10 hours and throwing out all sorts of pay-to-win items without holding a grudge, such an achievement was naturally possible. However, Momiga cannot let his guard down. After all, Le Fan has farmed more than him. Le Fan looked at Momiga's boasting with some complaints, but was also satisfied when he looked at the scene in his mind. In fact, he hadn't just been online for 12 hours, he hadn't logged off for 20 hours, and his MP had reached a staggering 230,000. Furthermore, he is a world champion and possesses twice the attributes of a top-tier player because he has two professions. A top-tier player at level 100 without any equipment has the following single attributes: attack power up to 1000, defense power up to 500, and speed up to 500. The original work didn't provide much detail, only stating that a world champion can simultaneously fight multiple top-tier players. It's certain that these attributes surpass those of ordinary players, so I added this effect. Please be gentle with your criticism if you don't like it. Thank you. Because of the game's rules, each player can only maximize a single attribute. No matter how hard they try, other attributes are less effective. The world champion is a bug, he has two single attributes. For example, this guy, Tap Shimi, has a base attack power of 2000. He put all his attributes into attack power. Le Fan is different, he prefers to put all his attributes into speed, believing that speed is the only way to break through all martial arts. Chapter 4. Isn't Momiga trying to show off in front of these siblings? Hurry up and do it. What are you waiting for? Momiga heard Le Fan's inner thoughts again and thought to himself, this is really exciting. So Le Fan is going to merge with me and fight the Wind and Fire Giant General one-on-one. You want me to fight one-on-one? You're dreaming. Seeing the terrifying Wind and Fire General, Aura became interested. Lord Momiga, please let me challenge him. Momiga's skeletal face remained cold, yet full of concern as she said, you and your siblings are together, be careful. All right. Marie, don't let us down. I understand, sister. Then the fire giants went berserk. The huge flames, amplified by the whirlwind, became even more ferocious. The wind in the entire arena was instantly gathered by the fire giants, and then the flames burned the entire arena. Le Fan hovered beside Momaga. Good heavens, they're scrambling to fuse just to test them. Momaga looked at Le Fan and complained, everyone knows you're the best in the world, what's the point of testing you? That's true. I'm actually more curious about the fusion of a level 95 Death God and a level 95 Archangel. I need to find a way to get Momaga to use that skill. Momaga listened to Le Fan's inner thoughts and cursed inwardly. No, I have to find a way to make Le Fan change his mind. I don't want to be a woman. Even if I am nonsense now, at least I am a man. Sigh, being invincible is so lonely. Let's have a drink together later, the alcohol tastes better now. As he spoke, Le Fan picked up another bottle of beer and chugged it down. Momaga was taken aback for a moment when she saw this. Give me a bottle. Le Fan nodded, took out a bottle of wine, and handed it to Momaga. Meanwhile, a girl dressed as a boy and a boy dressed as a girl were fighting a life-or-death battle against a 15-meter-tall monster, and huge lava craters were blasted into the entire fighting arena. These two old dogs were actually drinking and watching the show. Luckily, this isn't the real world, or they would definitely be arrested. Oh, I forgot that the twins are over 70 years old. Never mind, though. It took the twins a full half-hour to finish the fight, and they even ended up with some injuries. Momaga gave them recovery medicine, water, and cared for them. They also have an exceptional fondness for Momaga. As for Le Fan, he acted as if he were invisible throughout the entire process. After all, he used to be a cultivation fanatic in the guild, and there was very little communication between them. According to the NPC's memories, all that is known is that Le Fan is the strongest being and deeply loves Lord Momaga, and that's it. In fact, the NPCs in the Great Tomb of Nazarick all retain the memories of the game over the years, so they also know what kind of people each supreme being is. They also know that Momaga and Lord Leffen are the best of friends and the only two supreme beings left in the Great Tomb, so the NPCs all like them. Even though Le Fan doesn't pay much attention to the NPCs, they don't mind. As for Momaga, he often orders the NPCs around and manages the entire Great Tomb. Basically, all the NPCs have feelings for Momaga. This is why the NPCs in the original work are so loyal to Momaga. If it were Le Fan, these NPCs would not betray him, but they would definitely not have the same attitude towards Momaga. Luckily, Le Fan didn't know what the NPCs were thinking, otherwise he would have crushed them in no time. At that moment, the space turned purple, and a silver-haired, red-eyed Lolita dressed in a deep red Lolita outfit slowly walked in, holding a fan, and finally said something like, "I didn't expect to be the first one to arrive." But the next second, the Loli who was set to be various colors suddenly rushed over and hugged Momaga tightly. "Ah, my beloved, my most respected master." Momaga was also completely bewildered. What was going on? Wasn't Shaltir the true ancestor of vampires? That should be the subordinate of the Blood Ruler. They should be looking for Le Fan, not themselves, the ruler of death. "I'm sorry, Momaga, I secretly changed Shaltir's settings." My beloved Momaga. Momaga was at a loss when she heard Le Fan's words. That damned Le Fan, he secretly changed the settings so as not to bother Shaltir? No, you can't do this to people. So that's how it is. No wonder he wasn't angry when I changed Albedo's information, it turns out he started it. No, I can't get angry, otherwise it will be bad if he finds out I can hear his thoughts. I have to pretend I don't know anything about this. Momaga looked at Shaltir, who was clinging to his skull, and said coldly, "Shaltir, that's enough." "Yes, my beloved Lord Momaga." Shaltir released Momaga with a happy expression, and then Aura started complaining, and the two of them started arguing again. Then the space blurred again, and a giant insectoid figure slowly walked towards them. When it saw Shaltir and Aura arguing endlessly, it shouted, "Too noisy. You can't play around like this in front of the Supreme One." Le Fan was still floating in midair, drinking beer, as if he had an endless supply of beer. As a die-hard player, he sold his house and car in those 5 days, took out every loan he could get, and bought all the equipment and resources of players who had quit the game. Since the server is about to shut down, everything is basically sold at rock-bottom prices. All kinds of world items and rare items can be found in Lefan's inventory. Even the backpack expansion stones cost tens of thousands of yuan in the past few days. Le Fan's inventory slots reached 50,000, which means that Le Fan alone controlled 70% of the game's high-end resources. Chapter 5. The insectoid Cocytus looked expectantly at Le Fan, who was floating next to Lord Momaga, wearing black armor and drinking beer. Because the person in front of him, Le Fan, is the strongest in the world. Even his creator, Takemikazuchi, worships him and even became his apprentice, learning many skills from him. He was considered his parents' mentor, so Cocytus had a special feeling for Le Fan. As martial artists, they all had an obsession with the word strongest. Now that the strongest opponent is right in front of him, how could Cocytus not be excited? Momaga noticed Cocytus's unusual behavior but ignored it, because the space blurred again, and a tall, thin man wearing glasses and a suit slowly walked over. "This is Demiurge, the guardian of the 7th floor." At this moment, Demiurge looked at Momaga and the legendary strongest Supreme Levan, and was so excited that he couldn't contain himself. Aside from Albedo, no one else has the chance to see Le Fan as an NPC. After all, Le Fan's activities were either within the 9 worlds or in front of Momaga, while Momaga was basically at the throne arranging a lot of things for Albedo. Sebastian could occasionally see Lefan, but only occasionally. After all, Sebastian was just a steward, and apart from the occasional time he was in charge of the internal affairs of the Great Tomb, he basically never had the chance to come to the throne. After all, they were all NPCs before, without emotions or flesh and blood, just a simple program. Naturally, one must safeguard one's position. Therefore, Demiurge was extremely excited when he met the legendary Supreme Being. Albedo then arrived, and with everyone present, they all knelt on one knee under Albedo's guidance. Momaga is about to show off, but can they withstand this level of despairing spiritual energy? Upon hearing this, Momaga wondered to himself, why use the despair aura? By the way, the guards in front of us are all living, breathing people, so they might betray us. So we need to let them know our strength? As expected of my best friend, he is so smart. Suddenly, Momaga's body erupted with despairing spiritual energy. Nearly 60,000 units of magic power erupted, along with a terrifying burst of despairing spiritual energy, instantly enveloping the entire 6th level of the Great Tomb. All the guardians present were overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of despair, unable to breathe. Meanwhile, the monsters on the periphery were immediately knocked unconscious. Magical skills all have levels, but the levels and ranks mentioned here are different. The same 10th tier magic can be used by some players to kill even epic monsters, while others can instantly kill epic bosses. Momaga, as a support skill, is his main skill, Despair Aura, which has 5 levels of usage. The order is Fear, Panic, Chaos, Madness, and Instant Death. You can switch freely between them, but this doesn't mean that the Despair Aura is only LV5. A spell has 5 states of use, that's the spell's inherent mechanism, not its level. Despair Aura is one of Momaga's most proficient spells, and naturally it is also one of the few spells that he has cultivated to the peak of LV10. Any magic, once it reaches its peak, becomes linked to magical power. For example, the strongest mage class, World Calamity, serves as a reference. The original work states that magical power equals a mage's combat strength, so some settings have been added based on the original text. Is that all right, dear readers? Their skill is to consume magic power to unleash terrifying magical attacks. Therefore, the LV10 Despair aura is also linked to magic power, although it only has a 2% magic power stacking effect. But who is Momaga? A magic power of nearly 58,000 stacked at 2% is absolutely terrifying. Momaga's battle was swift and decisive, just as arranged in the original story, but this time no one dared to voice any objections. Because they are under so much pressure that they can't even breathe, how can they bring it up? With the disappearance of Momaga and Leffen, the guards finally came to their senses. Mare sat down on the ground, greedily inhaling the air, looking like he was about to cry. It's so scary, I feel like I'm going to be torn to pieces. Ah! I can't take it anymore. Is this my beloved? It's so powerful. Is this the strength of the supreme beings? Shaltir also sat down on the ground, and everyone who saw the strange water on the ground took a few steps back. Because Albedo had been modified by Momaga, she wasn't interested in Momaga and instead said, yes, how strong must Leffen, who is hailed as the strongest and supreme, be? Demiurge adjusted his glasses with a trembling left hand and said excitedly, then, as the Supremes have instructed, we should proceed. Cocytus waved his hands and feet incessantly, ha ha ha, this is the power of the Supreme Beings. In their eyes, we are nothing but ants that can be crushed at will. No wonder the other Supreme Beings want to leave us. We must do our best to keep the last two Supreme Beings here. Aura, yes. We absolutely cannot let Supreme Momaga and Supreme Leffen leave, otherwise our existence will be meaningless. Mare, get up and get to work. As Aura spoke, she pulled Mare up. Malay said helplessly, ah. I understand, sister. Back on the 10th floor, Momaga said, brother, let's have a drink. Le Fan nodded, casually tossed out 5 or 6 beers, then a stack of peanuts. Come on, let's drink until we drop. Momaga was speechless upon seeing this, so much. People will die from drinking it. Is that a lot? With our current strength, it would be difficult to get drunk without that much. But I'm just a skeleton, can I get drunk? Hee, Momaga, you finally fell for it. Upon hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momaga immediately cursed inwardly, oh no. I've been tricked. Seeing this, Momaga quickly said before Le Fan could speak, ahem, this is another world. We're not here to relax. We have a lot of things to deal with. Let's drink less first. Upon hearing this, Le Fan thought to himself, no problem, this is the Momaga I know, as steady as a rock. Oh well, there's plenty of time in the future, you can't hide forever. Momaga heard Le Fan's inner voice again and roared in his heart, brother, I treated you like a brother, but you treated me like a wife. Please, have some decency. Momaga was overthinking it. Leffen didn't treat him like a wife. She just wanted him to regain his human emotions and enjoy the pleasures of life, not to be a cold, lifeless skeleton like he is now. Who would want to see their brother suffer like this? It's a pity that Ainz Ooal didn't listen to Le Fan, otherwise he would have become a humanoid race a month ago. Therefore, Le Fan had no choice but to resort to this desperate measure, at least to make Ainz Ooal act like a human being with emotions and desires. Instead of the current situation where we only have feelings for the Union members and are indifferent to everything else like lifeless objects. Chapter 6. That's strange. It's clearly a skeleton, so where did all the alcohol go? Hearing Le Fan's thoughts again, Momaga felt sad. Fortunately, now that the skeleton is not drunk, and has the skill to force sober up, no negative effects will occur. Come on, finish this one, and there are 3 more to come. Le Fan drank with great gusto, such a martial arts style shout would be impossible for a human to accomplish. But it's perfectly feasible to be the Blood Supreme now. It's almost over. With our current abilities, it's unlikely we'll get drunk. As he spoke, Momiga picked up the wine jug again and started drinking. Le Fan looked at Momiga and nodded inwardly. It's about time to end this. I should go back to my room and see if the 3 bugs I created have been broken. If not, that's good. These 3 bugs are really embarrassing. I shouldn't have created them. Sigh, I thought I could accept it, but seeing Albedo's eyes that looked like she wanted to devour me, I think I can't. Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momiga roared inwardly again, holy crap, you created 3 bugs in the room behind my back? And you didn't even tell me? And you still say I'm your best brother? Le Fan had no idea what Momiga was thinking. He simply raised the wine pot and calmly said, come on, finish this cup and get some rest. Each of these wine jugs must weigh at least 3 jin, 1.5 kilograms. Only these 2 can drink like this. If anyone else saw dozens of wine jugs on the ground, they would probably have a headache. Momiga knew he couldn't let Le Fan sneak away like that, so he said, I still have a lot of tests to do, can you come with me? Is Momiga going to become the ruler of life? Does she want me to accompany her? Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momiga immediately cowered. What the hell? What the hell? I treated you like a brother, and you want me to become a woman just because we disagree? You want to sleep with me just because we disagree? This guy is toxic. Forget it, I should be able to handle these small experiments. We're all tired today, let's go and rest. Seeing that Le Fan didn't reply, Momiga spoke first, otherwise Le Fan would have used his trump card, and Momiga would have been very embarrassed. Hearing Momiga's words, Le Fan nodded, okay, if anything comes up, just use messaging. Momiga calmly watched Le Fan leave and said, okay. At this time, Albedo and the others had a mission assigned by Momiga, so Albedo did not invade Leffen's room. After returning to his room, Le Fan stroked his chin and said, I only watched the 2nd season of the anime before I was transported to another world. I don't really know anything about what happened after that. But I am certain that the slain theocracy and the Platinum Dragon King are threats to my existence. Even Shaltir can be controlled, so it must be a level 20 item, right? Therefore, I can't release these 3 bugs right now, otherwise they'll be compromised and I'll be in big trouble. Le Fan raised his hand and opened the special space in his room. This was a special space he had created using world items. Inside, 3 sleeping figures floated motionless in mid-air. All 3 were extremely unusual, and were far more beautiful than Albedo. After all, this is an NPC created using world items, if it weren't beautiful, that would be a miracle. The 3 are the God King of the God race, the Human King of the human race, and the Demon King of the demon race. The names are simple and straightforward, and full of childish chiyunibiu, a Japanese term for someone with delusions of grandeur, and the 3 of them are all different types. For example, the God King is an unparalleled legal loli. The setting says that she is a beautiful blonde loli who has lived for 30,000 years and is the king of the gods and the creator of the world. Then there's the Demon King, who has also lived for 30,000 years. However, she is an extremely beautiful mature woman, with a height of 1.85 meters and a perfect figure. She is the most mature woman among mature women, a demon of destruction, and the ancestor of world destruction. The last being in girl form is the Human King, the eldest sister of the Demon King and the God King, the number 1 being in the world, and possesses the strongest power in the world. Yes, Le Fan is also a master of setting up characters. The God King, Demon King, and Human King are 3 sisters, and the God King and Demon King fight as soon as they meet. As for why they were fighting, it was because the Human King asked, should this world be created or destroyed? Then the 2 got heated, one said the aircraft model would create and reproduce, while the other said it would be destroyed. Then the king said, whoever wins will receive my favor. Then the God King and the Demon King became adversaries, disliking each other and constantly arguing whenever they met. However, they won't hurt each other, it's only the things around them that suffer. Constantly being destroyed and then created. Of course, there's a hidden setting among these settings, which is what Fan finds embarrassing. That is, the God King and the Demon King don't actually like the Human King. The reason they're so vying for the Human King's affection is that's because the Human King possesses the supreme love and care of the mortals. As long as you gain the love of the Human King, you can gain the love of Fan, the strongest and most invincible being who created you. The Human King also has a hidden setting, because the image of Fan appears in his mind, he can only care for 2 people. But he also hated infighting, so she wanted to use this method to choose a younger sister to share Fan's favor with her. Anyway, that's roughly how it's set up, which makes Fan feel incredibly embarrassed, so he would never undo those 3 bugs. Otherwise, Fan would really be too ashamed to show his face. Just as Momiga felt a stomachache and shame upon seeing his son Pandora, so too did Leffen. Although all 3 are absolutely stunning, this is still too embarrassing. In any case, Fan didn't build the 3-person team to use them or do anything strange. It was purely a spur-of-the-moment decision. After all, the guild members all had their own created NPCs. Isn't it embarrassing to be the only one in another world who doesn't have any NPCs of their own making? But now that they've created something even more shameful, Fan would rather have never created these 3 people. Chapter 7. Fan's power is limitless. He chose the most bizarre skills for all 30 of his super-tier magic slots. Simply put, Fan doesn't possess extraordinary magic. Because of his skills, 5 slots were given to the Blue Demon with its overpowered skill, 5 slots were given to the Blood God with its overpowered skill, 10 slots were given to the War Demon, and 10 slots were given to the Mage God. Super-tier Magic Blue Demon, after activating the skill, each kill grants a magic boost, which disappears upon death, and also when the game ends. Super-tier Magic Blood Demon, after activating the skill, you gain a stamina boost with each kill. This effect disappears upon death, and also disappears when you log off the game. Super-tier Magic War Demon, after activating the skill, each kill grants an increase to attack power, defense power, and speed. This effect disappears upon death, and also disappears when the game ends. Super Rank Magic God, after activating the skill, each kill grants an increase in magic power, magic defense, and various resistances. This effect disappears upon death, and also disappears when the game ends. Fan used all 4 bugged super-level magic spells. Momiga was also forced by Fan to learn the Blood Demon and Blue Demon skills. As for the War Demon and the God of Magic, he absolutely refused, since it required 20 positions for super-level magic. Since he had unlimited health and mana and the ability to protect himself, Fan didn't try to dissuade him. This is why everyone else considers Fan a madman who will do anything for the championship. Yes, Fan was able to win the championship entirely because of these 4 overpowered skills. He had been grinding at a high intensity for 2 days and 1 night, and with the addition of the World Will skill that was 20 points higher than normal, Fan was able to win this World Championship. And all of this is unreplicable, because there can only be 1 World Champion in every world. Everyone else missed this opportunity, and the only way to become the new World Champion is to defeat the old World Champion. But after obtaining the World Champion title, Fan suddenly took off and became the strongest World Champion, so no one else had the idea of causing him any trouble. As for using the exceptional 20 against Fan? Sorry, Fan is a madman, and he has the most world items. If you use them on Fan, then you can forget about playing this game anymore. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave any of your game accounts in the future. If you go out, people will snipe you, forcing you to stay in the city and die the moment you step outside. Whether in real life or in games, everyone is afraid of madmen, because madmen don't play by the rules and don't care about anything. Therefore, no one wants to be targeted by a madman, especially the most powerful madman. Seeing that the three stunningly beautiful beings showed no sign of breaking the seal, Le Fan was satisfied and closed the space. I'm actually a little uncomfortable in such a luxurious room. Le Fan thought for a moment, then lay down and looked at the magnificent ceiling. Gold and gems were really worthless. Meanwhile, on the other side, Momaga also felt it was too extravagant. However, he thought more deeply than Le Fan. Now that he had suddenly arrived in this strange world, he had to survive. Because of his stubbornness, he didn't learn any other overpowered super-level magic. Although Le Fan kept trying to dissuade himself, the Blood Demon and Blue Demon spells were already Momaga's limit. Momaga is a learned man, and he wants more and more magic. If Le Fan weren't his best friend, he would never have wasted 10 precious spots for him. But now all Momaga can say is that it's really good. It's a pity that she didn't get the battle magic god skill, otherwise it would be even better. Just how powerful will the enemies in this world be? Although Le Fan is the most invincible character in the game, even capable of single-handedly defeating the strongest world boss. But this is the real world. What if there is a god in this world? A god who has lived for countless years is definitely more powerful than Le Fan. Even though we acquired terrifyingly outrageous attributes yesterday. No, we have to hold on. There are still guardians who are the result of the guild members' hard work, and we can't let them sacrifice themselves. Momaga kept thinking about the problem, and the more he thought about it, the more his head ached. However, due to the ruler of death, even sleeping is now a luxury for Momaga. Even the drinking session with Le Fan just now was only possible with special pay-to-win equipment. After all, the Momaga race are rulers of death, and sleep and eating are not issues for them. He didn't sleep a wink all night, constantly thinking and organizing his thoughts. It has to be said that Ainz Ooal is a very hard-working person. Meanwhile, Le Fan had already fallen into a deep sleep. As a vampire and the ruler of blood, sleeping was one of his greatest pleasures. Le Fan slept soundly until dawn. He got up and checked the time. He had gone to bed at 5 o'clock, and it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. 12 hours? Although sleeping in is very comfortable, I still need to protect my best friend. Upon arriving at the guildmaster's study, they saw Momaga using far-sighted glasses to observe the surroundings under Sebastian's tutelage. He truly is my best friend, so aware of the potential danger. It's so reassuring to have him by my side. Hearing the sudden sound and seeing Le Fan slowly walking in from outside the door, Faisha proudly complained in his heart, "Of course, I've always been so reliable, so can you give up the idea of making me change jobs?" "Hey, good morning." Le Fan naturally sat down on the desk, took out an apple, and started munching on it, saying. Momaga was also speechless. "Early? The sun is about to set, and you still call it early?" Listening to Momaga's complaints, Sebastian dared not interrupt. After all, this was a conversation between two invincible supreme beings. Chapter 8. I am the ruler of blood, and I prefer the moon to the Sunday. Momaga also spoke bluntly to Le Fan, "Don't make excuses for your laziness. Besides, since you're fine, you'll be responsible for protecting me from now on. If anything happens to me, you'll definitely cry." Le Fan looked up at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle, then shook his head. "Who told me to drag you into this mess? You're so weak, yet you love to show off. It's so dangerous outside, you could get beaten to death in a minute if you went out. If I don't protect you, who else can I protect?" Upon hearing this, Momaga hurriedly stood up and protested, "Hey! That's going too far. You're claiming to be my son just because we disagreed? Didn't I say I wouldn't play that game anymore?" Seeing Momaga's exaggerated expression, Le Fan also raised his voice and said, "Haha, that was when you guys teamed up to protest before. Now it's just you alone. Do you think you can turn the world upside down? I've decided you're my son." "Momaga, not to be outdone, glared at Le Fan and retorted, "Get lost. I'm your father. A son has grown up, it's only right that he protects his father." Sebastian, listening nearby, felt his heart pounding. Was this how the Supreme Beings communicated? Legend has it that the Supreme Beings are born of nature and have no parents. It seems to be true, so do the Supremes all want to be each other's parents? Luckily, Le Fan and Ainz Ooal didn't know what Sebastian was thinking, otherwise they would probably be laughing their heads off. This kind of exchange is nothing more than a mischievous friendship aimed at taking advantage of the other person. It will naturally happen once the relationship becomes more familiar. Seeing that Momaga had regained some of her former personality, Le Fan was also happy. Perhaps not changing jobs to become the ruler of life is also an option. It seems I have no choice but to reluctantly become his father. What the heck? You're changing careers to become my dad? I treated you like a brother, but you're going too far. You actually want to be my father. Don't be angry, Momaga, keep it up. Make Leffen call you dad, then he can't win me over. Yes, that's right, I want to be his dad. Then the two of them reached a consensus. Their temporary goal was to become each other's fathers. Of course, Leffen did not forget to make Momaga the ruler of life. Unfortunately, Le Fan couldn't bring it up. After all, it was a good thing that his good brother had regained his human form, but turning his brother into a woman was a bit unpleasant. So Le Fan couldn't find an excuse to speak. He could only wait for Momaga to bring it up first, or find some way to get him to willingly fall into the trap. Unfortunately, Le Fan didn't know that Momaga was already very resistant to becoming the ruler of life, because he had his own imagination and thought that Le Fan wanted to win him over. It has to be said that birds of a feather flock together, and there's a reason why Demiurge became Dihua. Judging from Momaga's behavior, who wouldn't be disgusted? After exchanging a few insults, Momaga looked at the jet-black invincible armor and said, "Your armor is a bit too flashy. Could you change into some ordinary clothes?" Le Fan was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. The armor he was wearing, like Mishida's, was the strongest armor gifted by the world champion. As for the armor's appearance, attributes, and special effects, they are all freely customizable by the user. Of course, this armor offers many attributes. The total attribute score is 1000 points, and the highest single attribute score cannot exceed the individual's base attribute score. Armor doesn't increase attack power, so 1000 attribute points is already a lot. Then Le Fan's armor gained 500 points of speed, 500 points of magic resistance, and 0 points of armor. This was Le Fan's absolute confidence. He believed that apart from targeted magic skills, no martial arts technique could hit him, so his armor was 0. Furthermore, this armor also has attribute effects that can be increased, but the total attribute cannot exceed 150, and a single attribute cannot exceed 50. Then attack speed plus 50, speed plus 50, critical hit plus 50, and all other attributes are 0, no damage reduction, no resistance. This is less of a suit of armor and more of the strongest attack buff. Of course, Le Fan is also a player and naturally loves to show off, so he added 4 special effects to his armor. Shining effect, every second, the armor emits a dazzling light. Dazzling special effects, the armor emits a different glow every second. The strongest arrives, when you strike a specific pose, the words "the strongest arrives" will appear behind you. Riding the clouds and mist, when moving, colorful clouds and mist will appear under your feet. The soaring through the clouds effect is the strongest limited edition special effect, unique in the entire game. The dazzling colors effect is a world champion exclusive, with only 9 available worldwide. The shining effect is exclusive to V10 whales, players who spend money on in-game purchases. There are plenty of these effects in the game. That damned Momaga, is it really envious of my armor? You should have just told Dad. Dad isn't stingy, he can lend it to you. Momaga felt a stomachache upon hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts. Hey, not everyone is a serious show-off like you. Le Fan retrieved the armor, then changed into a jet-black mage's robe and held the world will as a magic wand. Indeed, I was born a mage. Momaga retorted, yes, you're a mage, and I'm a warrior. Role-playing? I didn't know you were this kind of person. But it seems quite interesting. Upon hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momaga complained again, what do you mean I'm that kind of person? Aren't all men like this? This is called a man's romance. Okay, from now on when we travel together, I'll be a mage and you'll be a warrior. You can't cross the line, or you'll have to call the other dad for a month. Le Fan chimed in enthusiastically. Momaga found this amusing and immediately said, okay, let's bet. Sebastian felt a chill run down his spine. Something was wrong. Had the professions of the Supremes been reversed? I remember Lady Momaga was a magic chanter, how did she become a warrior? And Lord Le Fan is a world champion, the world's strongest warrior, so why did he become a mage? As expected, the Supreme Lords are unfathomable, we cannot fathom them. Momaga thought for a moment and realized that he seemed to be at a disadvantage, so he quickly said, but I don't seem to know any martial arts, so I'm at a real disadvantage. Le Fan was taken aback, what is a warrior? You don't understand. Momaga replied calmly, but I don't have your invincible speed. Le Fan, exasperated, muttered, useless. Chapter 9. Those two simple, direct words sent a chill down Sebastian's spine. He was afraid that Lord Momaga and Lord Leffen would start fighting at any moment, and how he would fight them all together. I can't beat either of them. Even if it means death, I will stop these two supreme beings from harming each other. Sebastian instantly prepared to protect her with his life. But who knew that the next second Momaga didn't care at all, and instead used Le Fan's words to say, then give me a set of equipment to play with, you have plenty of them anyway. Le Fan thought for a moment and then threw out a set of platinum armor and a platinum katana, this is the fastest speed set besides my world champion set. The weapon and set effect can add 500 speed. You should be able to beat up some kids if you wear this. Momaga complained after hearing this, damn, my speed is only 200 now, and your set is almost 3 times my speed. Am I really a piece of trash? No way, am I really useless? Momaga couldn't help but question his life choices, after all, although he was ranked in the top 10 within the guild. However, Ainz Ooal was not a guild known for its combat prowess. Although the guild had 2 world champions and 1 world calamity, apart from the 3rd ranked player, there was no one who could be ranked in the world's top 100. Momaga couldn't even crack the top 1000 during the game's peak, it was only after everyone quit that he managed to squeeze into the top 50 in PvP. This made Momaga think he was very strong, but Le Fan casually threw him a set of equipment and showed him how weak he really was. But thinking about it, it makes sense. This light speed set is the equipment of the 13th strongest person in the world. It would be strange if it wasn't powerful. Keep in mind that even with the champion set and the speed boost from the heavenly music sword, Le Fan's speed only reaches 580. Moreover, the Le Fan set is the most overpowered set under the blessing of a world champion, bar none. The bug only reached 580, so the 500 speed of this light speed set is already the limit. Sebastian, who was prepared to protect them to the death, glanced at his speed attribute of 280 after hearing their conversation. This sudden display of arrogance almost made Sebastian burst into tears. But before the Supreme Being, he could only endure it. This disparity is frightening. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, they're artificial NPCs in a game. If they could beat the players, the game would basically be ruined. After all, would you play a game where a bunch of hardcore gamers spend all their time and energy playing day and night, only to be completely outclassed by NPCs created by other players? Of course, Lobster is an exception, since he was created using a combination of bugs and pay-to-win elements. It's an official loophole, but thankfully only guild members knew about Lobster. Why would someone from the same guild report another member? Fortunately, no one reported it, otherwise Lobster would have been deleted, and even Leffen's God King, Human King, and Demon King would have been deleted. After all, these 3 bugs were also made according to Lobster's manufacturing method, only using slightly more materials than Lobster. Fortunately, the guild members kept it a secret and it wasn't exposed, giving the Great Tomb a powerful trump card. Therefore, it's reasonable that in the original story, Shaltir, the strongest guardian, couldn't even defeat Momaga, a support character, in a one-on-one fight, despite having all her attributes being superior to Momaga's. Given Momaga's role as a support in Ainz Ooal, if the enemies of this world knew that he lost to a support, they would probably cry. However, Shaltir isn't that weak, she can still bully non-paying players ranked outside the top 1000. Whales, players who spend a lot of money on in-game purchases, are a miraculous group. Only whales can deal with them. Those who know. The core gameplay of any online game is player versus player, it's the fundamental aspect of the game. But Ainz Ooal is a bit strange, everyone there spends a lot of money, which means they're rich and can do whatever they want. They like to spend the most money on the least efficient things, spending so much money to train so many NPCs. That money could be enough to train hundreds of new players of Shaltir's level. But since they're naive and have too much money, the other guilds can't really say anything. Although many guilds also like to engage in large-scale battles, using numbers to defeat fewer opponents. But with Ainz Ooal's guild having placed a self-destructing angel on the 8th floor, a multiplayer battle was impossible there. As for a one-on-one fight? Unless the 7 world champions team up, or the world's calamities team up, no one can defeat Ainz Ooal. But here's the problem, if you conquer Ainz Ooal, a guild that's not even in the top 5, and there are no in-game rewards, what's the point of conquering it? Momaga used the perfect warrior magic and then changed into the light speed set. The platinum armor looked great, covering his entire body, and he also had a flashy red cape on his back. Except for the weapon and color, it is basically the same as Fei Fei in the original work. Momaga toyed with the katana in her hand, so light. Le Fan has worked hard for 12 years, and now he just wants to be a lazy bum. If Momaga can solve all the problems, he doesn't mind winning without lifting a finger. Alright, stop pretending. Are there any outsiders here? What's next? Following Le Fan's question, Momaga also retrieved this incredible armor. With this armor, Momaga felt that he could easily defeat ordinary level 100 players. Although he didn't know any martial arts skills, Le Fan often said that martial arts skills were useless. The charging time was too long. If he had time to charge up and unleash a martial arts skill, he could have already slashed hundreds of times. Yes, Le Fan's attack method is basic attack. Because he has stacked up critical hit and speed, even the fastest martial skill takes 0.75 seconds to release. During this time, Le Fan had already performed more than a dozen basic attacks, and his output was several times that of using martial arts skills. This is also the style pioneered by Le Fan, the attack speed, critical hit, and basic attack style. Any martial arts or magic is trash. Just dodge skills and then attack. This is why the top 50 players in the world all follow this strategy. Apart from the top 9 world champions who each have their own unique characteristics, players ranked 10th to 50th all use the attack speed, critical hit, and auto-attack build. Of course, this requires highly skilled players to achieve, because ordinary players cannot control this speed, it is a skill that requires hundreds or thousands of practice sessions to learn. Although it's a game, it's controlled according to human thought processes. How can an ordinary person control a monster that can run hundreds of meters per second or even slash hundreds of times? They were basically out of control. Even if Le Fan could only unleash 36 strikes per second, and his fastest movement speed was only 200 meters per second, he could barely control it. Although his physical speed is off the charts, capable of slashing hundreds of times per second and running a kilometer per second, he can't control it. So he needs to do some recovery training these days, and of course Momaga needs it too. After Momaga suggested going to the training ground for some serious training, Le Fan agreed. Chapter 10. Hearing that the two supreme beings were going to train, Sebastian was stunned. What did the two invincible supreme beings need to train for? But as a butler, he also stayed close to Momaga. In reality, a butler is like a shadow, always following Momaga around. Instead of just having Momaga say a sentence in the game and then he's in charge of managing the Great Tomb of Nazarik's internal affairs. Although Momaga wanted to get Sebastian away, once he was away, a group of lovely maids came to take care of him. He felt a chill run down his spine when he saw it. It was better that Sebastian was with him. Suddenly, he felt a little envious of Le Fan. No, I should arrange one for Le Fan too. Le Fan seems to be into long, straight black hair, so how about Na Bay? Hehe, good brothers share the good times. If I could fall in love with Nabe, that would be the best outcome, so he wouldn't be so preoccupied with me. The two quickly arrived at the training ground on the 6th floor. At this time, Aura and Mare were mobilizing the guards and were not in the fighting arena. Le Fan changed out of his mage robes and into a black martial arts outfit. Let's try out some boxing and speed. Momaga, Sebastian, step back a little, there might be a tiny bit of danger. Hearing Le Fan's words, Momaga consciously led Sebastian to the last seat in the arena's audience section. Sebastian looked at the distance of more than 400 meters from Le Fan and sighed. Could it be that the Supreme Lord's test of his punches and speed can affect an area of several hundred meters in radius? Sebastian didn't know, but Momaga knew just how outrageous this guy was. All of his super-tier magic skills were bugged. I spent all day yesterday watching it, who knows how terrifying his strength is. Perhaps this space isn't enough. As Le Fan watched Momaga and Sebastian leave, he suddenly swung his fist forward and used the inch punch. The air was instantly shattered, and a point of light was created in the direction of Le Fan's fist. Then a mushroom cloud slowly rose up, and a huge crater was blasted out in an area with a radius of 100 meters. A massive shockwave erupted instantly, and Sebastian was blown around so badly by the Category 13 hurricane that he couldn't open his eyes. Meanwhile, Momaga was thinking to himself, damn, I thought he was going to run up and attack, but he just threw a punch from the spot and used the power of the super-level magic Skyfall. Brother, please, have some decency. Damn it, why didn't I listen to my brother? If I had also learned the War Demon, could I have one punch and one super-level magic? Not bad. A punch at 10% of his strength is equivalent to a super-level spell. If he were to unleash his full power, one punch could probably take down a city. Upon hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momaga was so startled that she blurted out, not bad? You haven't even used your full strength yet. Behind Momaga, Sebastian was trembling with fear. This isn't even at full strength? Is this the absolute maximum power? Is it possible to do this with just a slight swing of the fist? The power of a single punch is comparable to that of a triple 10th level spell used by a magic caster. Le Fan's martial arts uniform was completely destroyed. Looking at the huge crater 100 meters wide in the ground, he nodded in satisfaction. 7th tier magic, earth repair. In an instant, the 100-meter-long crater was repaired to its original state, and he tested the speed again. Imagine stepping on one foot, the earth instantly collapsing, and Le Fan vanishing in an instant. The next second, the 6th layer of the barrier emitted a loud noise, as if something terrifying had struck the barrier. Momaga was stunned. How could someone several kilometers away from the barrier travel several kilometers in less than a second? Sebastian was speechless at this point, he no longer knew how to describe such power. 2 seconds later, a portal appeared in the space, and Le Fan, now dressed in a new set of martial arts attire, awkwardly walked back. I think I'll just be a mage after all. Momiga and Sebastian fell silent. Who could withstand a warrior like you? The two loud noises naturally attracted Aura and Mare. At this moment, the two looked at the two supreme beings with extreme happiness. Yora, ever the friendly type, approached Momiga and bowed, saying, Lord Momiga, Lord Leffen, why didn't you remind us when you arrived? We could have received you properly. Momiga, ever the friendly type, picked up Aura and stroked her hair, saying, no need for that, you all go about your business, we're just doing a little test. Looking at this overly familiar behavior, Le Fan thought to himself, holy crap! I never expected my best friend to be a Lilicon. So, he should be thanking me for arranging Shaltir for him. That's right, I didn't do anything wrong. It's not that I didn't want to bother Shaltir, it's because I was thinking of my best friend. Momiga was speechless upon hearing this. This brother was shameless enough. And Aura was just a child. What did he mean by saying I was a Lilicon? This BD. Mare also arrived. He looked at his sister in Momiga's arms with envy, but seeing Sebastian's shocked expression, he asked curiously, what's wrong with Sebastian? Sebastian snapped out of his daze, no. I just witnessed the power of the Supreme Being, and I felt incredibly shocked and happy. All right, you all go about your business and don't need to pay attention to what's going on here. Momiga put down Aura as he spoke. Aura blushed and pouted, saying, can we stay and see the power of the Supremes? Looking at Aura, Momiga finally nodded. There was no way around it, Momiga had become too dependent on Aura and Mare over the years, and thus had a special affection for them. Just like a father's feelings for his child, Momiga usually doesn't refuse their requests. It's a fact that Aura and Mare are very capable, and Leffen agrees. Momiga walked into the fighting arena and began to think about what kind of magic to use. Because it's a support role, Momiga's most proficient magic is Time Stop and Despair Aura. Then there are the various stealth spells of the undead, like secretly casting a heart grasp or something similar while the other side is fighting. But these spells all need a target to be tested. Momiga thought for a moment and then thought of the few spells that could be upgraded to LV10, Magic Arrow, although it was only a first-tier spell. 10th tier magic includes skills that can increase a magic rank, thus boosting its power to the 10th tier. But it's pointless, I'm going to use a first-tier magic arrow. I just want to show off like my brothers. Chapter 11. In the vast arena, Momiga simply raised his hand and said calmly, Magic Arrow. Then a magic circle appeared in front of Momiga's palm, and a magic arrow shot out instantly. The magic arrows are extremely fast, reaching speeds of 500 to 600 meters per second, even more powerful than magic arrows enhanced to the 10th level. Because magic arrows are single target attacks, single target skills will deal an additional 5% of total magic damage after being upgraded to LV10. Therefore, the magic arrow was extremely powerful, instantly flying to the wall hundreds of meters high and piercing through it, creating a 30-meter deep arrow hole. Momiga looked at this scene and thought it was too terrifying. I think this magic arrow could kill some top-tier players. Meanwhile, the three guards behind were trembling with fear. Aura took a deep breath and looked at her younger brother beside her, asking, that Mare, did Lord Momiga use a magic rank increase, or a double or triple magic? Mare shook his head fearfully, no, Lord Momiga, this is just a very ordinary first-tier magic arrow. Sebastian, standing to the side, looked at Lord Momiga in disbelief. Was this the Supreme Being? Is this our master, our creator? Oh my god, what a wonderful thing this is! This weakling probably only has magic arrow at level 10. Shameful. Momiga, who was initially overjoyed by the power of her magic, suddenly became furious upon hearing Le Fan's thoughts. Can't this BD say something nice? I'm your brother. Oh, no, he was thinking it in his mind, but he didn't say it out loud. No, I can't let him find out. Momiga was originally skeletal, so no one could tell from his excitement and loss of control just now. That's why he could shamelessly say, too weak. First tier magic is indeed just first tier magic. Hearing Momiga's voice, the three guardians were dumbfounded. This was weak? Holy crap, he truly lives up to his title of King of Cool, his coolness is impeccable. Ainz Ooal, with his own pride, sighed, humph, you little brat, I can hear your thoughts. You still want to look down on me? No way. Le Fan then jumped in front of Momiga, in that case, when we travel in the future, you will be a warrior and I will be the mage. The agreement remains the same, whoever breaks the rule will have to call the other daddy for a month. Momiga nodded in satisfaction, okay, it preserves our strength, confuses the enemy, and I can be your father for a month. I like it. This show-off is hopeless, but I still enjoy the feeling of being pretentious. Humph, you talk as if you're not a show-off. If I didn't know what you were really thinking, I almost would have been fooled by you. Is this how you treat your brother of 12 years? Then the two of them did a series of tests, and several hours passed. Aura and Mare watched for half an hour before leaving helplessly, as they still had work to do. Sebastian watched this horrific scene unfold, and his resolve hardened considerably. Even if someone says that Supreme Lord Le Fan destroyed the world with one punch or Supreme Lord Momiga destroyed the world with one spell, he probably can accept it. Le Fan, dressed in a black magic robe, waved his arms and legs and said, I think I've pretty much got the speed under control. Momiga, how about you? Momiga nodded, no problem. Le Fan glanced at the sky and patted Ainz Ooal, who was wearing the lightspeed suit, that's good. I'm hungry, let's go eat. Yes, after several hours of showing off, Le Fan finally accepted Momiga's identity as the Bone Overlord. After hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Ainz Ooal mentally gave Le Fan the nickname Le Invincible to show respect for the prestige Le Fan bestowed upon him. The two quickly arrived at the living area of the Great Tomb. It was early morning, and many people were having breakfast. Upon seeing the two supreme beings who suddenly appeared, everyone stopped what they were doing and knelt down on one knee to show their respect. Momiga was also having a headache watching this scene, and Le Fan was having a headache too. Forget it, let's go to a private room to eat. Momiga nodded, then gestured for everyone to stand up, and said to Sebastian, Sebastian, prepare a feast for 10 people in room 01. Sebastian bowed and said, yes, Lord Momiga. Only after the two disappeared into the space did everyone dare to stand up, they were all incredibly excited. Maid and Shiz from the Battle Maid squad had just finished get off work and saw the two adults whispering to each other. Hope Zi took a bite of beef and said, it's perfect, your excellencies. Maid, unusually showing emotion, said with a happy expression, yes, it's truly an honor that these two supreme beings have come to our subordinates' dining hall. The other maids also expressed their immense happiness, as they rarely saw the two of them on ordinary days. After all, eating wasn't an option in the game. Sitting in the private room, Le Fan said with anticipation, my first meal in this other world, I wonder how the food at the Great Tomb of Nazarick tastes. Momiga looked at Le Fan with some envy. Fortunately, Le Fan had made himself pay for the pseudo-human pay-to-win item in advance. As long as he wore this item, he could taste the flavor just like a human. However, Momiga himself has no appetite, and only when his good brother Le Fan, who is also a player, forcibly drags him to eat will he eat. Moreover, due to the nature of the skeleton race, no matter how delicious or interesting something is, they will regain their composure in the next second and lose interest in the delicious food and interesting things. Momaga also sighed that it was fortunate that Le Fan was by her side. After showing off, eating and drinking to your heart's content, and sleeping soundly, that's life. I've been longing for this kind of decadent life for years. Listening to Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momaga complained again, holy crap, 12 years of effort, and you just came into this world to be a lazy bum. 10 minutes later, Sebastian knocked on the door and, after receiving Momaga's permission, entered with 5 adorable maids pushing a food cart. As delicious dishes were served, Le Fan didn't stand on ceremony. The moment a large lobster was brought out, he grabbed it and started eating. You eat it shell and all, it's so crunchy and delicious, the sound alone is enough to make your mouth water. Chapter 12. Seeing this, Momaga also complained, are you a reincarnated starving ghost? How can you eat a lobster with its shell on? Le Fan, unfazed, replied, with our strength, we can gnaw on steel like sunflower seeds, so what's wrong with gnawing on a lobster shell? Momaga waved her hands in agreement and said, all right, how does it taste? Of course it's delicious. The lobster meat is tender and juicy, and the lobster shell is crisp and delicious. The 2 different textures explode in your mouth. So this is how you eat lobster. The maid serving the dishes listened to Lady Momaga's words and immediately fell into thought. Is that really how lobster is eaten? Were we eating lobsters incorrectly in the past? But can we bite through such a hard lobster shell? Momaga also picked up a lobster and started eating it. The crunchy, refreshing taste was indeed delicious. But seeing the maids around her who looked like they had just realized something, Momaga had to come to her senses. Based on what I remember, these were the lowest level NPCs, mainly used to decorate the large tomb and increase its popularity. They are all top-tier beauties, but they are just ordinary people. Although they are all undead human races, they are not much different from ordinary people, so how could they possibly eat lobsters? To prevent the top maids of the Great Tomb from becoming toothless or having iron teeth in the future, Momaga quickly said, ahem, this is Le Fan's special hobby, it should not be learned. Lobsters are better off eating meat, you know. The maids, suddenly realizing what was happening, felt as if Momaga was speaking to them. Excitedly, they immediately knelt on one knee and said, yes, thank you, Lady Momaga. Sebastian was also horrified when he saw Le Fan devouring a deep-sea prawn, shell and all. This is a deep-sea rock prawn, its shell is absolutely comparable to a rock. It is also one of the most high-end ingredients in the Great Tomb of Nazarick. However, the Great Tomb of Nazarick treats its inhabitants very well, and the maids can still eat it on holidays. Fortunately, Lord Momaga was exceptionally wise and solved the problems after the Great Tomb in no time. But Lord Le Fan seems to have a strange mind, he seems like a reckless brute who doesn't like to use his brain when doing things. This is understandable, as Le Fan's actions have been quite bizarre during the few hours of observation. To put it simply, Le Fan's behavior is entirely based on what makes him comfortable, without considering the opinions of those around him. Sebastian had no idea that this was Lefan's usual way of speaking and behaving, and that he had no intention of setting an example for his subordinates just because he had become the supreme ruler of the Great Tomb. Momaga, however, could not do that. He had to set an example for his subordinates, which is why he later suffered from severe stomach pain. Although he doesn't have a stomach, that doesn't stop him from feeling pain. Momaga was also munching on her food. Sebastian, you're hungry too, let's eat together. Upon hearing this, Sebastian bowed deeply and said, how could this be? How could I possibly be qualified to dine with 2 supreme beings? Le Fan retorted, just eat what I'm told to eat. What, are you looking down on my brother Momaga? Having said that, Sebastian had no choice but to seriously join in the eating. Furthermore, at Lord Lefan's request, food for 10 more people was added. The atmosphere at the dinner table was very strange. Le Fan ate and drank heartily, occasionally tossing a few wine jugs to Momaga and Sebastian. Momiga was also enjoying the delicious food and the refreshing taste of beer. That's happiness. Although you'll forget the taste after a few seconds due to your racial passive ability. But it doesn't matter anymore. At least I was happy a second ago, even though I've forgotten. Sebastian was also made drunk. He ate a single serving of food but was forced to drink 15 kilograms of alcohol. Although this is beer, it's a magical beer, with an alcohol content no different from Urquatu. As for where this wine came from? Le Fan's magic can create as many as you want. As for drinking Beiju, the taste isn't very pleasant. This has the taste of beer and the strength of Beiju, isn't that wonderful? Drinking is all about having a good time, who wants to savor it slowly and savor the aftertaste. This shows that Le Fan is a reckless fool, he doesn't understand or care about the refined, scholarly approach. Why bother taking the long way when there's a simple and direct way to get through it? That's why the game has the title of Madman. Seeing Sebastian collapse after drinking 5 jugs, Le Fan muttered, "Weakling." Momiga was speechless. Sebastian was already very strong. In the human world, drinking 15 gin of Urquatu, a type of Huxia liquor, would be considered the level of a wine immortal. After eating for another half hour, seeing Sebastian wake up, Le Fan stopped eating and said he was going back to sleep. Le Fan knew his own limitations, so his desire for food and drink was bottomless, and he could not be satisfied in a short time. Momiga looked at Sebastian, who had just gotten up. Although his face was still very pale, he had to admit that the dragon people had a great physique. "Sebastian, arrange for Maid to become Lefan's personal maid and take care of his food and drink." Upon hearing Momiga's sudden command, Sebastian, suppressing the feeling of lightness throughout his body, bowed and said, "Yes, Lord Momiga." Seeing this, Momiga patted Sebastian on the shoulder, "Don't push yourself. Go and rest after you've made your arrangements. This is magic beer, not everyone can drink it. Magic beer is a product of the special food chef profession in the game. Food chef, poison master, alchemist, and blacksmith are all considered secondary professions. Each character can only choose one secondary profession, and Le Fan chose food chef. Momiga chose the rare secondary profession of magician, which is why his magic power far surpasses that of others. But because of this, Momiga lacks many secondary profession skills, such as alchemy, weapon crafting, and medicine making. Every profession has its own use, even a food chef is no exception. If used well, it can definitely help you conquer world bosses. For example, this magic beer has an extremely high alcohol content. Even the world's boss would collapse and be unconscious after drinking a maximum of 100 tons. This magic beer is delicious and non-toxic. As long as you ambush the world boss beforehand and the players don't show up, the world boss will naturally get drunk. Furthermore, the food chef has many foods that can be used to win over NPCs. But Le Fan is quite busy, just so that he can have an endless supply of beer and cola in this other world. He didn't have time to learn other food skills, but Le Fan had the skill books, so he could learn them on the spot. But he's a lazy bum. If he were self-sufficient, what would he need these subordinates for? The main problem is that this world doesn't have magic beer or magic cola, otherwise he wouldn't bother learning those. After giving a series of instructions, Sebastian asked Maid to take care of Lefan and Yuri to take care of Momiga. I floated back to my room, feeling so light and light, it was truly wonderful. Sebastian guarantees this is the best tasting beer he's ever had, and it doesn't give him a headache. There's also a light, airy feeling, as if he dares to challenge even a god at this moment. This is the courage boost from the magic beer. You could say that if Sebastian had even a peanut, he wouldn't have dared to challenge a god like this. Chapter 13. Maid looked incredulous after receiving the message from Sebastian. How could I be so lucky as to become the exclusive maid of the Supreme Lord Le Fan? Xizi was equally excited. After all, she would be able to serve the Supreme Lord. For a maid in the Great Tomb, this was the highest honor. The two dared not delay and quickly arrived at the room of the two supreme beings. Momaga wasn't drunk at the moment, and looking at Xiza waiting in the side as she entered her room, her head started to ache. But it wouldn't be right to chase him away, so he could only awkwardly take out a book from his storage space and start reading. As for Maid, she was out of luck because Le Fan's room had special restrictions, and she couldn't get in at all. Moreover, Le Fan fell asleep as soon as he lay down. But Maid was a good girl, she stood gracefully at the door, waiting for Lord Leffen to wake up. Around noon, Albedo, looking exhausted, slowly walked over. Maid bowed and said, "Lady Albedo." Albedo has been busy revising the policies of the Great Tomb of Nazarick and hasn't slept for 2 days and 1 night. Now that the policy management was finally completed, her first thought was to go to her beloved Lord Le Fan and serve him. But seeing Maid guarding Lord Leffen's door, she asked somewhat unhappily, "What are you doing here?" Sensing Albedo's intense jealousy, Maid quickly explained, "Lady Albedo, I was ordered by Lady Momaga to become Lady Leffen's personal maid." In fact, Maid knew that she was not worthy of the supreme beings. Only Albedo, Shaltir, and Aura were worthy of the supreme beings in the entire Great Tomb. Albedo was very clever. She looked at the somewhat self-conscious Maid and nodded, "It's all right. How could I possibly have such a supreme and invincible being as Lord Leffen all to myself? I don't mind if Lord Leffen has other people." Maid was stunned by what she heard, her mind going completely blank. "Wait, something's not right. I've been approved by Lady Albedo? Wait a minute, I'm just a maid, what right do I have to be recognized? But I'm so happy. Is this what happiness is?" Looking at Nabi's happy face, Albedo nodded and smiled, saying, "So you won't stop me from going in, will you?" Maid was taken aback. Could it be that Lady Albedo thought she was ordered by Lady Leffen to guard the gate? Maid quickly added, Lady Albedo, I can't get in either. Lord Leffen has placed a barrier around the room." Albedo looked puzzled, but she loved Leffen so much that she wanted to try and see if she could break the barrier. Despite trying many methods, all attempts failed. Finally, Albedo was so exhausted that she fell asleep right in front of her door. Maid was also embarrassed. Fortunately, this was the domain of the Supreme Beings, and no one else in the Great Tomb could get close. Maid stood there, completely oblivious to the fact that Le Fan was fast asleep inside, utterly unaware that 2 stunning beauties were guarding outside. After reading for an hour, Momaga took Xiza back to the guild leader's office and checked whether the various game settings were still in place. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he found something to do when he had nothing to do. The main problem was that he realized he wasn't interested in these books at all. Because of the forced calm, the plot I was watching 1 second was exciting and thrilling, and then the next second I was doused with cold water. This period of quiet reflection meant that Momaga had to get some work done early in the morning, otherwise it would be too boring. Night fell in the blink of an eye, and Le Fan stretched, "Ah, that feels so good. After a good meal and a good night's sleep, this is the most comfortable day. I'll never get tired of this lazy life. Then, I should go see what my best friend is doing. My best friend who is always in a conscious state must be suffering a lot. It's okay, I'll come and keep you company when I wake up. As for when I'm sleeping, you can go back to being a corporate slave and managing the giant cemetery." Le Fan muttered to himself, then opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a stunningly beautiful woman in white with black hair fell out. Le Fan immediately picked her up and looked at the somewhat sleepy Maid beside him. "Albedo? Maid, what's going on?" Princess Le Fan held Albedo in her arms. Albedo woke up immediately, but being held by Le Fan was so blissful that she pretended to be asleep. Maid bowed and said, "Lord Leffen, Lord Momaga has made me your personal maid. As for Lady Albedo, I just finished my work and wanted to serve you, but there is a barrier on the door, so I can only rest by leaning against the door." Le Fan was also stunned for a moment upon hearing this, looking at the stunning beauty in his arms and Maid in front of him. He had his own thoughts, but the thought of eating them made Momiga look at him like a doting father-in-law. Who can withstand this? You can't eat anything, but that doesn't mean you can't smell it. I just happen to be missing a body pillow, and these two figures can serve as my body pillows. As for the issue of self-control, since he has become the ruler of blood, his control over his bloodlust is absolute. For this reason, as long as Le Fan doesn't want her, no woman or beauty is meaningful to her. Okay, from now on you'll be my personal body pillows. As Le Fan spoke, he carried Albedo and placed her on his berth. He had to admit, Albedo smelled wonderful. This scented pillow must be so comfortable to sleep in. After glancing at Albedo for a few seconds, Le Fan snapped out of his daze and looked at Maid, who was still standing at the door looking completely bewildered. You should rest too. You'll be staying here from now on. Leffen indicated that Maid could rest with Albedo. Maid patted her pretty face to show she wasn't sleepy and said seriously, Lord Leffen, I am your personal maid and need to serve you at all times. How can you go to rest like this? Seeing Maid's serious expression, Le Fan stopped trying to persuade her. Then he took out two special rings, which allowed him to enter his room. Without these two rings, one cannot enter their room. This is a barrier that Le Fan specially set up. Then he helped Albedo put it on and tossed it to Maid. Put this on. Without this ring, you can't enter my room. Also, Albedo, stop pretending to be asleep. Your blood circulation is faster, so I knew you were awake. Albedo awkwardly opened her golden eyes and looked at Le Fan. Ah, my dearest Le Fan, you actually put a ring on my finger yourself. Are we married? Le Fan was speechless upon hearing this. You're overthinking it. Get some rest, Maid. Let's go. Maid looked blissfully happy, her little hands carefully cradling the ring. Hearing Le Fan's words, she quickly snapped out of her daze and put the ring on the ring finger of her left hand, then followed Le Fan. As the door closed, Albedo was even more liberated, rolling around incessantly. Ah, this is Lord Leffen's scent. Just like in the original work, Albedo's love is extremely pathological. I wonder if Le Fan can withstand it. Chapter 14. Inside the guild leader's office, Momiga was waiting for Le Fan to get up so he could take Le Fan out to see the outside world. Because it's already the third day since they came into this world, and they're still lurking in the Great Tomb. This is indeed a bit inappropriate. He wants to see what the world looks like, but he is afraid to go out alone. So he could only wait. As for waking Le Fan? He wanted to, but Le Fan slept like a log and wouldn't reply no matter how he tried to use the communication function. Momiga even went to Le Fan's room, only to find the two of them waiting outside. I felt too embarrassed to go in, so I could only wait patiently. Meanwhile, Ziza was arranged to rest by Momiga, and Yuri took her place to serve Momiga. As for Sebastian, he still has other things to do. What is Momiga doing? Let Daddy take a look. Hearing Momiga's unspoken thoughts, Momiga felt a stomachache. This guy already treated her like a son? Momiga looked at Le Fan who had just entered and said directly, You're here? Come out with me. Where to? The world is so big, let's go see it. We can't just stay cowardly forever. Okay, but Maid and Yuri shouldn't come along. Protecting you is troublesome enough, let alone protecting two other people. The mature and beautiful Yuri, wearing glasses, quickly said, This is impossible. How can we let the Supreme Lord go out alone? What if something happens to him? Maid also said, Please, Your Excellencies, reconsider. As your subordinates, we should swear to protect you with our lives. You are very important to the Great Tomb, and Le Fan and I are invincible. No one in the world can harm us. Don't you even believe in the strength of the Supreme Being? Hearing Momiga's words, what could the two maids do but compromise? Then Momiga changed into a set of armor before going out to avoid being recognized. Looking at Momiga, who was created using advanced props and magic just like in the original story, Le Fan immediately changed into a magic robe. Now that we're out, I'm a mage, and Momiga is a warrior. Wait, in order to conquer the world, Momiga will need 2 identities. Won't that mean he'll have to use magic? But wait, doesn't Momiga have a son? Why not just have him transform into Momiga? No problem. As long as Momiga uses magic in the future, he will be my son. Momiga was speechless after hearing his 3 consecutive heartfelt words. What the heck? I want to conquer the world? I'm going to use 2 identities to create a plot twist? Am I that good at showing off? How come I didn't know? What Le Fan said might be true. Should I conquer the world? It's best to go along with Le Fan's idea, he might actually know the plot. Perhaps this kind of plot is most beneficial to the Great Tomb of Nazarick and to us. Le Fan was unaware that Momiga had also changed under his influence. The 2 were instantly transported to the first level of the Great Tomb, where suddenly at the entrance, 3 powerful NPCs appeared, filled with jealousy, greed, and rage. Then Demiurge stepped out from behind the 3 powerful NPCs and immediately knelt down, saying, Lord Momiga, Lord Leffen. The 3 NPCs also knelt down on one knee. Momiga, Demiurge? No need for formalities. Leffen and I need to go out for a bit, so please pretend you've never seen us before. As Demiurge looked at Momiga and Leffen, countless thoughts raced through his mind, such as his plan to observe the Guardian's work incognito. For example, exploring everything outside the Great Tomb brings up a whole host of ideas. One thought kept popping into his head, making Demiurge break out in a cold sweat. Could it be that Lord Momiga and Lord Leffen were also leaving? They too will leave us. No, I absolutely cannot let them leave. I must follow them, even if it means death. Demiurge immediately said, please allow me to travel with the 2 Supreme Lords. Here it comes, the iconic scene, Dai Hua begins. Having heard Le Fan's thoughts again, and seeing Demiurge's determined devotion, Momiga finally agreed. Then the 3 arrived at the entrance to the Great Tomb. Momiga looked at the moon in the sky and asked, shall we go up to the sky and take a look? Le Fan nodded and said, okay. The 3 then flew to an altitude of 20,000 meters before stopping. Momiga looked down at the beautiful world below and was filled with emotion. Le Fan was also enjoying the beautiful scenery and the big moon overhead. Momiga looked down and heard Le Fan's thoughts echoing in his mind, and said with a smile, what a beautiful world. Perhaps ruling the world wouldn't be so bad. Upon hearing this, Demiurge behind him was completely stunned. Rule the world? That's right, this beautiful world must become the property of Lord Momiga and Lord Leffen, only in this way can they stay in this world forever. Lord Momiga, Lord Leffen, what is the next course of action for the Great Tomb? As soon as Demiurge finished speaking, a tremendous tremor shook the ground below, and the earth could be seen collapsing towards the Great Tomb. Momiga looked down and said calmly, a giant wave? Is that Mare? Demiurge, what do you think is the best way to reward Mare? Demiurge has become Demiurge again, what will be the reward? Is Lord Momiga already experiencing the mindset of an emperor? A reward system, perhaps? However, as the guardian of the Great Tomb of Mare, being able to receive a meeting and greeting from Lord Momiga is already the highest honor, so he doesn't need any other reward. Demiurge said seriously, no reward is needed. The highest reward is simply that Lord Momiga speaks to him. Just then, a gurgling sound came from nearby. Momiga was speechless as she looked at Le Fan drinking on the side. What an alcoholic! Demiurge looked at Le Fan and broke out in a cold sweat. Was this a sign of dissatisfaction with me? Is it because I only flatter Lord Momiga? Demiurge bowed fearfully and said, Lord Leffen, what do you think should be done in the future? Don't ask me, I'm not interested in this stuff. You guys can show off if you want, but I don't like it. I'm a rough guy, I don't like this kind of thing. Le Fan continued to chug his wine, while Momajia thought to himself, damn, you, the king of pretense, still say you don't like to show off. How can there be such shameless people in this world? They're clearly showing off all the time, yet they claim to hate showing off the most. Momaga waved his hand and said, yes, yes, you're the most invincible. You can do whatever you want with me. Le Fan could feel Demiurge's blood running with fear, and his brain was racing. Who knew what was going on in Demiurge's mind? I need to give him a heads up, don't get involved. He can plan and play however he wants, I'm just watching. No, 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 I won't join. I like watching plays, you know. Upon hearing Leffen's words, Demiurge's fear turned into excitement. Does Lord Le Fan mean that he's watching us carry out his orders? He enjoys watching us execute our plans. Would he be happy if we could conquer this world beautifully? So Lord Le Fan also wants to rule the world. I see. No, I must plan this carefully. I must create a system that allows Lord Momaga to experience the feeling of being a conqueror and show off, while also letting Lord Le Fan witness an epic world-conquering process. Demiurge's brain cells must have died countless times at that moment, but he was more excited than ever before and kept thinking about various future plans. Chapter 15. After Leffen left with Nabe, Albedo did not linger in Leffen's room, but instead went to the Grand Steward's office to handle her work. Lady Albedo, Lady Momaga, and Lady Leffen just went out together. Albedo was stunned for a moment when she saw Nabe rushing over. No way! Are Lord Le Fan and Lord Momaga going to leave us like the other supreme beings? No way! Absolutely not! Albedo looked at the ring on her left ring finger, and now she was even more frightened. She feared this was a parting gift from Le Fan, because Albedo was the NPC who had seen Le Fan the most times. That's why she was even more afraid. Unfortunately, each level of the Great Tomb has a special barrier. Unless you possess the Ainz Ooal Gown ring, you cannot freely teleport to different realms. However, teleportation within each floor was still possible, so Albedo quickly opened a portal. I arrived at the passage from the 9th floor to the 8th floor, and then teleported again on the 8th floor. After 9 teleportations and leaps, they finally arrived outside the Great Tomb. At this moment, Shaltir also ran out because her character settings had been changed, and she was now deeply in love with Momaga. The first layer is the domain she guards, and she discovered Demiurge was not there when she checked it just now. After hearing what the 3 NPCs said, she was terrified. After covering the large tomb with the earth, Mare wiped the sweat from his brow. Suddenly seeing 3 people flying down from the sky, he ran over with a mixture of excitement and fear. Lord Momaga, Lord Leffen, has Mare done something wrong? Looking at the adorable Mare with a guilty expression, Momaga patted his head. How could that be? Mare is very capable. I was just thinking about what to reward you with. Mare smiled happily as he felt Momaga's touch, saying, no, no need. Just the fact that Lord Momaga and Lord Leffen came to see me is already the greatest reward for me. Momaga looked at the loyal Mare and expressed his approval, but then thought that he was on the 6th floor and would have to go through many teleportation trips to get to the outside of the Great Tomb, which was still inconvenient. No, that won't do. Consider this a reward for you. Momaga then took out the Ainz Ooal Gown ring, which allowed him to teleport freely within the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Marley stared at the ring in his hand, completely stunned. Happiness had come too suddenly. I will definitely work hard in the future to live up to this award. Seeing Mare's blissful expression, Demiurge was filled with envy and jealousy. But when I think about how the ring will help Lord Momaga conquer this world in the future, I'm sure it will also be rewarded in the same way. Suddenly the space blurred, and 2 women ran out. Le Fan was chugging his wine when suddenly a stunningly beautiful woman with black hair and golden eyes pounced on him. Momiga was also embarrassed, looking at the lowly pendant with purple Lolita dress, silver hair, and red eyes that had appeared on her. Lord Leffen, how could you take such a risk? Please take me with you wherever you go in the future. Ah, Lord Momiga, you didn't even come to see me after arriving at the first floor. Do you know how much I missed you? Demiurge smiled inwardly at the sight. Yes, isn't there a way to get the two Supreme Lords to stay? That means letting them reproduce. Albedo, Shaltier, well done. As Le Fan experienced the immense impact and fragrance emanating from Albedo, he exclaimed, a goddess throwing herself at a man like this, any normal man would go crazy. Of course, Le Fan didn't mind being hugged like this, but he couldn't drink in this state, so he picked up the wine jug and asked, Albedo, would you like some? Seeing the wine in Le Fan's hand, Albedo's face instantly turned red, and she kept saying, ah, is this the bride's lesson? Is this the legendary indirect prohibition? Le Fan was speechless. Just as he was about to put the wine jug away, Albedo snatched it and started chugging it down. Momiga was also embarrassed and couldn't shake off the accessory she was wearing no matter what she did. That's enough, Shaltier. Shaltier, upon hearing this, snapped out of her daze. Ah, I'm so sorry, my beloved Lady Mominga, I couldn't help myself. It's all right, I forgive your rudeness, Albedo. As the steward of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, not having a teleportation ring is indeed a problem. Here, take this. Momiga did not blame Shaltier because the culprit was Leffen, and if anyone should be blamed, it should be Leffen, not the innocent Shaltier. But looking at Albedo, who was covered in sweat, she probably ran all the way from the 9th floor. This doesn't seem very convenient. Albedo, as an NPC with unique world items within the guild, is the strongest fighter. The other guardians were given to us by Momiga later on, only Albedo started with a world item. Well, what can you do when her creator is the biggest whale, a player who spends a lot of money on the game? Albedo was also excited as she looked at the Ainz Ooal gown ring floating in front of her. With this, my work will be much more convenient and time-saving in the future. This way I'll have more time to spend with Lord Leffen. Albedo bowed deeply in gratitude, saying, thank you, Lady Momiga. I will do everything in my power to make the Great Tomb of Nazarick even stronger. Seeing that Albedo also had Ainz Ooal gown's ring, Demiurge was even more envious. Shaltier, standing to the side, was also incredibly envious, but there was nothing she could do to force such a thing. Since she had no merit, how could she possibly ask Lord Momiga for a gift? Le Fan looked at Momiga and said calmly, Momiga, would you like a drink? Suddenly, Momiga and Leffen heard Sebastian's voice in their minds as he went out on a reconnaissance mission. Momiga waved his hand, no, according to Sebastian's information, a cavalry force is approaching this area, and I need to observe their intentions. Le Fan didn't insist, saying, okay, I'm going back to sleep. If you need anything, have Albedo call me. Albedo looked happy upon hearing this, but after hearing Lady Momiga's message, she couldn't pretend nothing had happened. Because she is the Grand Tomb Master, a position second only to the Supreme Being. Back on the 9th floor, Le Fan saw that his little tag-along Nabe was back again. This guy is clearly sleepy but won't go to sleep. Fine, I'm going to sleep anyway. Nabe followed Le Fan cautiously, when suddenly Le Fan picked her up in a princess carry, leaving her completely bewildered. What is Lord Le Fan trying to do? Could it be that he wants to? Lost in thought, Nabe returned to her room and hugged her, saying, good night. Nabe was stunned, but looking at Le Fan, who was fast asleep the next second, she was surprised again. He was held tightly by Lord Le Fan and couldn't break free at all. Is this the body pillow that Lord Leffen was talking about? What a wonderful job this is! Looking at Le Fan's stunningly beautiful face, Na Bei happily thought about many things, and then fell asleep without realizing it. Chapter 16. As dawn broke, Sebastian returned from his exploration. Yuri also went to rest, while Momiga used her remote observation scope to watch the actions of the group of cavalry. Sebastian watched Momiga's actions from the rear, and his anger surged as he watched the cavalry destroy the village. As a philanthropist with a justice value of 300, Sebastian couldn't stand this scene at all. However, Sebastian was too loyal, and without orders, Momiga could not deal with the executioner's violence against the villagers in his own way. Looking at the destroyed village, Momiga sighed, "I'm really not human. I don't feel a single bit of pity at the sight of this massacre." The scene then follows the night's attack, this time targeting the village of Karn, not far from the great tomb of Nazarick. At this moment, Momiga looked at Sebastian beside him, who was clenching his fists tightly, veins bulging, and gritting his teeth to endure the pain. He couldn't help but think of Tycho Brahe, the creator of Sebastian. "I think I was the one who saved him when he saw injustice. Sebastian seems to be a champion of justice. He must be feeling terrible seeing this. Besides, Khan village is too close to the great tomb of Nazarick. It would be bad if it were invaded. Most importantly, after observing for so long, these cavalrymen are really too weak." Momiga wanted to test the strength of this world, and immediately came to his senses. "Have Albedo invite Leffen over." Sebastian bowed excitedly and said, "Yes." Upon receiving Sebastian's order, Albedo immediately teleported to Leffen's room. She opened the door and saw Le Fan and Na Bei sleeping peacefully, and her expression suddenly changed. "Damn it, why do I have to work? If I didn't have to work, I'd be the one in Lord Leffen's arms right now. What a blissful thing this is! How awful, how utterly awful! No, I must sleep in Lord Le Fan's arms." Albedo couldn't bear to wake the peacefully sleeping Leffen, but she still said helplessly, "Lord Leffen, Lord Momiga requests your presence." Le Fan opened his eyes upon hearing this. Was his blissful sleep time over again? He looked at Nabe, who was fast asleep in his arms, then let go of her and stood up. "Let's go." Albedo nodded, and then the two disappeared from the room. The next second, in Momiga's office, Le Fan stretched and said, "I mean, why did you call me for something so trivial? They're just a bunch of grunts, why not just take them out in a flash?" Hearing Le Fan's complaints, Momiga awkwardly replied, "Ahem, you forgot I'm a warrior, I don't know teleportation magic." Le Fan, unable to find an excuse, sighed and said, "Okay, but let's make it clear, I'm a mage and you're a warrior, so don't overstep your bounds." Momiga had already changed into the light speed suit given to him by Kasi, and was completely covered up, so he didn't look like an undead at all. Le Fan looked at himself, then raised his hand and his whole body was surrounded by scarlet blood, transforming into a blood demon magic caster. His entire body was surrounded by blood, which constantly surged around him, making it impossible for anyone to see Le Fan's appearance. If an ordinary person saw this scene, they would probably be scared half to death. Then Le Fan raised his hand and a portal appeared. Momiga and Le Fan entered the portal together. Albedo wanted to follow, but Le Fan simply said, "Don't disturb our game." This left Albedo feeling helpless, while Sebastian, standing nearby, clenched his fists even tighter upon hearing this. Yes, this is just a game for the Supremes, but Sebastian is really angry. Of course, he wasn't angry at the Supreme Sect, but at himself and the world. Just like in the original story, the two appeared on a path not far from the village of Khan, where Henri Emmerich was fleeing with her sister Nym Emmert. He was even slashed in the back by the pursuing soldiers. Suddenly, a portal appeared, and an invincible war god, clad in armor shimmering with silver light and wielding a heaven-defying artifact, slowly emerged. Then, a terrifying being completely surrounded by blood appeared beside the god of war. The blood was flowing out continuously, as if it were free. Strangely, these massive amounts of blood did not leave any bloodstains on the ground, nor did they come into contact with the soil. The constant surging of blood terrified the soldiers, leaving them speechless. Isn't Momiga going to show off? Do I have to make a move? Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momiga was speechless and could only raise his hand and wave it sharply. The terrifying lightspeed divine sword vanished like light, and the next second a terrifying sword aura surged out, instantly killing the two people in front of it. This is the special effect sword aura of the lightspeed divine sword. Each attack unleashes sword aura with 30% of its power. The sword energy continued to fly out without stopping until it reached a distance of 30 meters, splitting many trees in half along the way. At this moment, Li and her sister were so frightened that they didn't know what to do, and they looked so pitiful. Le Fan was covered in blood, and his appearance was terrifying. Looking at the scene before him, Momiga sighed inwardly, I have indeed changed. I don't even feel anything when I kill someone anymore. No, how can I be the only one killing? Le Fan, you have to fall into depravity with me too. Luckily, Le Fan didn't know what Momoja was thinking, otherwise he would definitely complain, damn, you're bringing your brother along, but you're ripping him off like this. They're too weak. I don't want to fight anymore. Let Le Fan summon a blood knight to wipe them out. Listening to Momiga's boastful words, Le Fan thought it was really ridiculous. Since he was a warrior, he couldn't use magic, so did he have to use it? That's enough. With a wave of his hand, Le Fan directed his blood onto the soldier who had been split in two not far away. The soldier then turned into blood and began to recombine. A few seconds later, a humanoid monster with bright red armor, fangs, and blood-red skin appeared, along with a blood-red horse. Blood Knights are knights, of course. This is not the Death Knight of Momiga, the comical knight who carries a large shield and runs on two legs. However, Blood Knights also have drawbacks, they can only maintain their power by killing enemies and absorbing life. It is not an individual that exists once summoned, like a Death Knight. However, the Blood Knight's speed and attack power completely outclass the Death Knight. After all, this is a level 70 monster. Le Fan casually pointed to the corpses of the soldiers on the ground, go to the village and kill all these soldiers. The Blood Knight roared and then charged towards the village on his horse. Meanwhile, Momiga took out a recovery potion and healed Li's injuries. And just like in the original story, he gave him 2 goblin summoning items. Chapter 17. When the two arrived at the village, very few soldiers had been killed. Is this world really that weak? Perhaps we can put them back and see how they behave afterwards. This area is indeed my territory. They invaded my territory, and I punished them. I did the right thing. Even if the other side does send a powerful expert, I have my reasons. Compared to the villages they destroyed, we only killed about 100 soldiers. Moreover, the Great Tomb's full strength is still available, so even if the enemy's powerful figures really come, we can concentrate our forces for a decisive battle. If we still lose like this, it means we may have been discovered long ago, or perhaps the other side is testing the Great Tomb's attitude. Regardless of the circumstances, this move must be made, and with Le Fan around, we might not necessarily lose. Momiga then said to Le Fan, make the Blood Knight stop. You were the one who said to kill all the soldiers, and you're the one who said to release them. Are you an idiot? Fine, since you're my son, I'll do as you say. Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momoja went crazy. What do you mean I'm an idiot? Blood Knight, stop and come back. At this moment, the villagers watched the soldiers being slaughtered, and they were all too frightened to speak. This Blood Knight is simply a monster. You can't see him fight at all you see is a surge of blood, and then soldiers are cleaved in two. Looking at the 5 remaining soldiers, Momiga said calmly, nice to meet you all. My name is Momiga. I will spare your lives. Please tell your master that if you dare to cause trouble in this area, I will wipe out your entire country. Now get lost." Listening to Momaga's boastful words, Fan thought to himself, "Holy crap, no wonder he's in Ooal gown, just listen to his boastful talk, it's so well structured." Momaga completely ignored Fan's thoughts. What he needed to do now was to gather information about this world. For example, what country or continent is this? What is its strength? What are its currency system, power system, magic system, and so on? There are far too many questions waiting for Momaga to understand. Then everything was the same as in the original story, except for the presence of Fan, which instilled fear in the villagers. And that blood knight, the terrifying aura emanating from his entire body made people dare not approach him even a fraction of an inch. After 5 hours of communication, Momaga had also grasped some basic information about this world. Furthermore, there are indeed gods in this world, and the legendary slain theocracy was established by the 6 great gods. However, in those 5 hours, the villagers' opinion of Fan changed. It turns out that the blood demon doesn't eat people, he drinks and eats just like humans. In addition, he saved the village, and the people of Minfin are simple and honest. When Fan asked for drinks and food, the villagers were willing to give them to him. Fortunately, he wasn't a freeloader, he sent the Blood Knight to hunt down 10 wild boars in the forest, which even brought back a considerable sum for the villagers. Suddenly, the sound of huge hooves came from afar, and Momaga stopped talking to the village chief. He walked into the village and saw Fan eating meat and drinking wine heartily in the village square. "I was thinking to myself, how come I have such a brother? All they know is eating, drinking, and having fun, they don't care about anything else. But why do I feel envious? I also want to be like Fan, someone who only cares about eating, drinking, and having fun, and doesn't care about anything else." Amidst Momaga's self-contradictory actions, a troop of cavalry was already waiting outside the village. From a distance, you can see that their uniforms are different from those of the troops who invaded Khan village a few hours earlier. Gurdolf was in a real bind because the horse beneath him was trembling. They acted as if there were some kind of super monster in the village, and dared not move forward an inch. He also saw a war god wearing armor that shimmered with platinum light in the distance, and a blood demon eating and drinking with the villagers. This is the blood demon, the legendary demon god, a super being that transcends the realm of heroes. Why would it appear here? Not far from the blood demon, there was a terrifying man wearing bright red armor and with a mouth full of fangs riding a terrifying blood-red warhorse that was over 2 meters tall. What kind of monster is this? Just standing 100 meters away and looking at such a monster, Gurdolf felt a chill run down his spine. Why do such monsters exist in the world? Why did such a terrifying scene appear on this day? A being that was like a god of war, a legendary demon race called Blood Demon, a monster whose mere aura was enough to make one feel death. But Gazef had to go in and find out what was going on, whether the other party had captured the villagers or rescued them. As the kingdom's warrior captain, he had to protect the people, and saw Gazir dismount and walk in. The remaining cavalrymen also dismounted and followed. These cavalrymen were all good brothers who had gone through thick and thin with Gazef, so naturally they would not back down. Seeing the kingdom's army dismount and walk in from afar, the villagers were relieved. Momaga also looked curiously at the cavalryman in the distance, dismounted and walked in. Was this a sign of respect? Momaga didn't understand, but regardless of the other party's attitude, as long as she communicated with them, she would basically know the situation. As Gurdjieff arrived, the village chief went to greet him and explained the situation to him along the way. They learned that these 3 were the ones who saved the village, and that the blood demon didn't eat people. That monster knight is a good person too, he catches wild boars for the village. He was relieved, then walked up to Momaga, who seemed to be in charge, bowed and said, "Thank you all for saving this village." Momaga looked at the warrior captain, whose face was resolute and whose body was muscular. "No need to be polite, it's just a matter of mutual benefit, let's go over there and talk. Gurdjieff took a deep breath upon hearing this, and then followed in Momaga's footsteps. The two exchanged some basic information along the way. Now it's clear why these soldiers invaded, they wanted to lure him out of the kingdom and then kill him. Soon the two arrived at a house in the village, where Gurdjieff learned that Momaga was protecting the village for a reward. They offered Momaga a reward to continue protecting the village, but Momaga refused outright, not playing by the rules. Gurdjieff paused for a moment upon hearing this, then bowed again, "Thank you so much." Momaga also accepted Gazeff's bow. But the next second, Gazeff's expression suddenly changed. "If possible, could you please continue to protect the village? Although I don't have anything to offer right now, this is my only request." After saying this, Gazeff was about to kneel down, but Momaga saw this and pulled Gazeff up. "He's just as fickle as me. He's a good person, and I can use him. It's a pity he died, and he was the kingdom's strongest warrior captain, perhaps he'll be useful in the future. Okay, I grant your request. You can take this item with you." Looking at the strange prop, Gurdjieff held it with both hands and said, "Since it was a gift from Lord Momaga, I will naturally protect it with my life." After putting away the props, Gazeff looked at Momaga and said, "Well then, Lord Momaga, take care." Momaga remained silent, watching the warrior captain who knew he would die but still chose to fight. Soldiers who fight so hard to protect their country and people deserve his respect. Chapter 18. The kingdom's cavalry went to fight to the death, and Momaga stared blankly at the spot where they left. "Oh ho, my arrival didn't change the plot at all. Is another iconic scene about to unfold? Just watching Ainz Ooal gown show off." Upon hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts again, Momaga fell into deep thought. What famous scene, and what plot? Could Le Fan be a time traveler? So, is my world a story? Momaga denied the idea in her heart. It was unlikely. Perhaps Lefan had the ability to foresee the future. Momaga, watching Le Fan eating roasted pork leg, complained, "Le Fan, stop eating. We're going to see the world later." Le Fan nodded in agreement, "All right, everyone, all good things must come to an end. This party is now over. Farewell." The villagers, all dumbfounded, cried out, "No, Lord Le Fan, let's go again. This time I won't lose." Le Fan calmly said this as he watched the drunken villager beside him boldly holding his hand. "No, you guys are too bad. If I weren't thirsty and wanted to drink, I could go without drinking a single drop of your rock-paper-scissors skills and just practice them properly. No, Lord Le Fan, please keep drinking." Listening to their conversation, Momaga was more suited to silence. In just 5 hours, they had become inseparable drinking buddies. "If we stayed here for a few days, wouldn't we all become brothers who would risk our lives together?" Looking at Momaga, Le Fan smiled and said, "What's wrong? Envious of my social skills? Don't be jealous, you are my best friend, the kind that can never be replaced in a lifetime." Le Fan patted Momaga on the shoulder again. Momaga was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Sure enough, this jerk still likes me. He really wants me to change jobs. Humph. You think you can trick me with just a few words? Dream on. Momaga looked at Le Fan with the air of an old father-in-law and said, "Do we need to say such mushy things? But how are things going with you, Maid, and Albedo?" Upon hearing this, Le Fan understood what Momaga meant and immediately said, "It's just 2 pillows, they're really nice to hug while sleeping. Why don't you get 2 too?" Without thinking, Momaga blurted out, "A body pillow? Are you a eunuch too? Holy crap, bro, you're a eunuch? That's terrifying." Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momaga quickly replied, "Ahem, it's not what you think. I mean, the forced calmness keeps me in a wise man state." Le Fan patted Momiga on the shoulder and said sympathetically again, "No need to explain, I know. So you're showing me sympathy now?" Hehe, has Momiga finally realized his problem? With a little more effort and a little more embellishment, changing jobs is not a dream. Upon hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts again, Momiga instantly regained his composure. "Brother, this is a bit scary. Just how much do you love me that you're trying so hard to get me to change jobs?" "No, I absolutely cannot compromise. I will not change jobs, even if it means death." Meanwhile, Gazef was already fighting the sunlight scripture, just like in the original story. Seeing that the time was up, Momiga activated the item and swapped positions with Leffen, Gajafu, and the others. Because it was a prop, it wasn't considered magic, so Le Fan couldn't say anything. Furthermore, super-level magic isn't really considered magic. It's called super-level magic because that's what magic chanters call it. In the words of a warrior, this is called a transcendent martial skill. It's basically a skill, a bugged skill that players can learn once their character reaches level 70. It's a player-specific skill, so Momiga can still use it. Everyone at the Sunshine Gala was stunned as they watched Gerdolf suddenly disappear. Looking at the sky filled with fiery archangels, Le Fan thought to himself, "That's it. Angels are ranked, namely, the Supreme Angel, Seraphim, Cherubim, Throne Angels, Dominion Angels, Virtues, Power Angels, Principality Angels, Archangels, and Angels. The Supreme Angel among them cannot be summoned, it is a limited-time world boss. There are only 10 of them in the whole world, and they won't respawn after they die. Every time it appears, it's a boss that all players in the game have to fight together, it's the boss of bosses. The Flame Archangel before them was a weak angel of the 2nd rank, not even the strongest archangel of the 2nd rank, it was simply the weakest of the weak. Apart from the weakest angel, the strongest angels in each rank bear the name of the rank above them. For example, the strongest angel that players can summon using super-tier magic is the Seraphim of the High Heaven. Once summoned, it has the stats of a level 100 player, but unfortunately, summoned by a super-tier magic spell only lasts for 1 hour. Despite this, it remains a favorite among top-tier warrior players. As for mage players, they won't learn this skill, because angel summoning is already included in the 10th tier magic. Only 1300 mana is needed to summon this supreme seraph, although there's a lot of malice in this statement from the developers, since a normal max-level magic caster only needs 1300 mana. But this thing can exist indefinitely as long as the player doesn't die or log off, just like the Death Knight. The summons in the game come in 3 modes. The first is a time-limited form of super-tier magic. The second type is the Death Knight Companion mode, and the third type is the Blood Knight Special mode. The most popular mode in the game is the Blood Knight, a special mode that allows you to fight continuously once summoned. Even if his master dies, he will still fight, as long as the conditions are right. For example, Blood Knights need killing and blood. Chapter 19. Looking at the 2 people who suddenly appeared, one of them was the Blood Demon, a legendary figure from the history of demon gods. Startled, Negan from the Sunshine Festival shouted, "Who are you?" Momiga looked at the other party and thought for a moment. If he could exchange information with the people of the Slan Theocracy, or even form an alliance, perhaps the road ahead would be easier. After all, he had heard from the village chief that the Slain Theocracy was the strongest nation in human history. "Greetings, everyone from the Slain Theocracy. My name is Momiga. The gentleman behind me is named Leffen. I would like to make a deal with you all. Would you mind taking up a little of my time?" Negan looked at the handsome Momiga in his platinum armor, and the blood demon beside him. He knew that his current fighting strength was at a great disadvantage, unless he used the highest ranking angel given by the church. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to exist at the level of a demon god like the god of war. Negan wasn't stupid. When he saw the blood demon, he naturally wouldn't act recklessly like in the original story. In fact, he even considered retreating. Although I would very much like to make a deal with you, I'm sorry, our slain theocracy is a country that prioritizes human rights. How about we each take a step back and pretend nothing happened? Did things change because of me? In the original story, Negan attacked the moment they met. Is the existence of the blood demon really that terrifying? Upon hearing Le Fan's thoughts again, Momaga also came to his senses. Even a level 70 blood demon was afraid? Could it be that the opponent is not as strong as I imagined? Momaga then spoke in a villainous tone, although I know it's impossible, I'm still a little annoyed to be rejected, but it's okay, I can interrogate you slowly. Ignorance is truly pathetic. You think you can defeat the slain theocracy just by having blood demon familiars at the level of demon gods? Your stupidity will come at a price. As he spoke, Negan quickly pulled a magic crystal from his pocket. All angels, attack! Buy me time. Summon the highest ranking angel. Upon hearing this, Sunshine Grand Ceremony's subordinates commanded a sky full of fire angels to charge forward. An angel summoned by a second-tier magic? It's trash with an hour limit, but its stats should be better than a soldier's. I just killed 167 soldiers and gained 16.7 stamina and mana, and 0.5 to all 6 stats. Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momoja was also taken aback. You're going to make a move. Le Fan said calmly, no, my attributes aren't lacking in that aspect. Go ahead and show off. Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone at the Sunshine Festival was furious. Except for the angel, everyone used magic. Momaga watched the overwhelming magic approach and walked forward calmly, saying, not only are the summoned angels, but even the skills are from Yggdrasils? It seems that the slain theocracy and Yggdrasils have a significant connection. Le Fan knew that Momaga's words were meant to extract information from the other party, but the other party was clearly terrified by Momaga, as more than 30 magical attacks came crashing down. Momaga was acting as if nothing had happened. As all the flame archangels charged forward, wielding lightsabers, Momaga calmly raised his hand and said, actually, I'm a boxer too. Possessing outrageous speed and strength surpassing that of a level 80 player, this is reality. Speed equals power, and a single punch can be no different from that of a top-tier level 100 fighter. The terrifying fist delivered 30 punches per second, and in an instant, all the approaching fire archangels were blasted apart. What happened in that instant was unacceptable to the members of the Sunshine Grand Ceremony team. Negan even roared, how is this possible? How can there be such a powerful warrior? The next second, Negan laughed wildly as he looked up at the sky and said, but it's no use, I've already completed the ritual. Come forth, highest ranking angel. Radiant Archangel. The magic crystal in Negan's destructive power. In an instant, it was as if the hidden sun appeared on the earth, and the grassland was instantly dyed a dazzling white, with a faint fragrance wafting into the nostrils. The next instant, a massive figure with 4 pairs of wings appeared on the grassland, its entire body covered in shimmering feathers. Although there is a hand holding a scepter symbolizing royal power within the gleaming body, the head and feet are not visible. Although its appearance is strange, anyone can sense that it is a sacred life form. From the moment it appeared, the surrounding air became quite clear. The embodiment of supreme kindness drew wild cheers from the audience. Negan's men were filled with fervor, and Negan roared, kill! Kill these 2 evil beings before you! Haha, a level 62 Archangel of Radiance, oh no, this is terrifying. Should I summon a seraphim from the high heavens to show them what's what? After hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momaga thought for a moment and said arrogantly, that's it? This is what you call the highest ranking angel? Le Fan, let them see what a true highest ranking angel looks like. Holy crap, no wonder he's the king of showing off. Since he can't use magic to show off, he's making me do it. Fine, fine, I'll show you what a supreme seraph truly is. Le Fan slowly raised his hand towards the sky and said, 10th tier magic, angel summoning. In an instant, Le Fan consumed 10,000 units of magic power, and the entire space was instantly enveloped in holy light. Even though it was dusk, a sudden burst of holy light shone directly on the entire area within a 10-mile radius. A sense of holiness, warmth, and comfort enveloped everyone within a 10-mile radius. Then, through spatial magic, a gigantic, holy, and incomparably beautiful angel, 30 meters in size, slowly emerged. The angel has 8 pairs of wings on its back and constantly radiates holy light. Unlike the Archangel of Radiance, the Seraphim of the high heaven has golden hair, an incomparably holy face, beautiful golden eyes, bare feet, wears a peerless white dress, and holds a 10-meter-long sword of judgment in both hands. This sacred aspect moved even the sunlit celebration attendees and angels present to kneel and offer sincere prayers. Chapter 20. Holy crap, 10,000 mana, and they give me a weak world boss, the merciful Seraphim. I thought I had summoned something incredible, but it turned out to be just a level 95 world boss. As expected, angel summoning is a terrible skill. This kind of weakling can only bully weak players like Momaga. Which player in the top 50 can't beat it in a one-on-one fight? Hearing Le Fan's 3 consecutive heartfelt words, Momaga felt greatly insulted. What did he mean by only being able to bully a weakling like me? No, I can't get angry. That BD is awful. I'm your best brother, and you keep calling me a piece of trash. What do you mean by that? I'm just an assistant, not a combatant. So what if I'm a little useless? No, it's not that it's useless, it's just that its combat power is a little weak, so what? You want a support to play as the main DPS? You must have something wrong with your head. Never mind, my brother has something wrong with his head, I won't bother with him. Momaga recovered after a flurry of internal curses. Upon seeing the incomparably beautiful and holy angel, everyone held their breath and knelt down in prayer. Even the radiant archangels who were on the offensive stopped their attack and descended to the ground to kneel in worship of the incomparably holy and merciful Seraphim of the high heaven. Le Fan looked at the enormous angel, who was over 30 meters tall, with interest. If it were shrunk to the size of a normal person, it would definitely be a super beauty. Le Fan looked at the Seraphim of the most merciful heaven with curiosity. Can you shrink to the size of a mortal? The most merciful Seraphim bowed and said, in accordance with the will of our Lord. As the words fell, the Seraphim of the most merciful heaven slowly shrank in size, eventually becoming the size of a normal person. Looking at the stunningly beautiful woman, Momaga asked curiously, what are the side effects of shrinking? The merciful Seraphim said softly, all attributes will be reduced by 50%. That's still higher than a level 100 player's stats, right? Apart from the world champion, no one's stats are higher than yours. That's right. According to official data, the Seraphim of the High Heaven of Mercy has 100,000 stamina, 5,000 mana, 5,000 physical and magical attack, 1,000 defense and magical resistance, and 500 speed and resistance. Even if it's weakened by half, it's still stronger than the Guardian. Hearing Momaga's words, Le Fan nodded, that's why I had you learn these bugged skills. Although they seem impossible to complete, the benefits are extremely high once completed. However, compared to this, fusion skills seem a bit weak. Momaga, with his vivid imagination, quickly added, not necessarily. Perhaps using a 10th tier spell like demon summoning to summon an equal being, and then using a fusion skill, could have a surprising effect. Le Fan glanced at the stunningly beautiful woman and then at Momaga. Forget it, such a delicate beauty, it would be a waste to fuse with her. I'll use her as a pillow to warm your bed from now on. A cushion. Seeing such a terrifying being, Negan was already somewhat insane. Now, hearing that such a terrifying being was merely someone's body pillow and bed warmer maid, he was utterly shocked. Negan's world observation sight has gone mad. In his madness, he has no idea where he got the courage from. Oh no, being mad, he naturally doesn't know the difference between strength and weakness. Negan stood up and roared, "No! Unforgivable! To let the supreme god of light be a pillow! Brothers, defend our faith in the god of light! Kill them!" However, while everyone else trembled and dared not move, Momiga finally came to her senses and looked at the Sunshine Festival, where all the seraphim of the most merciful heaven were kneeling in worship not far away. Momiga had originally intended to show off, but the sight of a merciful, supreme seraphim terrified them. Trying to show off to an idiot? I'm afraid I'm not an idiot. Then this farce should end. Come out, Mare, Aura, and take them all back to the Great Tomb. As Le Fan listened to Momiga's words, he saw a crack appear in the sky. Sure enough, a shielding spell had been used, and Mare and Aura were actually hiding nearby. Without using any skills, I couldn't even detect these two weaklings lurking. Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momiga thought to himself again, damn it, stop calling him a weakling all the time, he's a level 100 guardian. No, even the seraphim of the most merciful heaven are weaklings in his eyes, so it seems reasonable that a level 100 guardian is a weakling and a world champion is a weakling. Am I getting cocky? How could I possibly be a weakling? If the world champion is a weakling, then what am I? Yes, they are not weaklings. That's right, but Le Fan is just too invincible. Don't bother with someone as invincible as Le Fan. Discussing combat power with an invincible person, I guess I've got a screw loose. Upon returning to the Great Tomb, the guards gathered before the throne. Looking at the merciful and supreme seraphim standing behind Le Fan, they were all at a loss. According to Mare's intelligence, this is an angel that Lord Leffen summoned casually. And this angel is powerful enough to rival all of our guardians. If something you can summon at will surpasses all of us guardians, then what is the point of our existence as guardians? All the guardians were constantly thinking and imagining things. Sometimes their master was too invincible, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Looking at his subordinates kneeling below, Momiga knew he had to speak up. You were all created in the same way, so there's no need to feel inferior. Seraphim of the high heaven of mercy, from now on you will be called Mercy, and you will become the guardian of the 9th floor, responsible for protecting its safety. Under Le Fan's command, Ren Ci obeyed Momiga's words and immediately joined the guards' ranks, kneeling on one knee and saying, "It is Lord Momiga." Upon hearing Momiga's explanation, all the guardians came to their senses. Yes, we were all created by the supreme beings. Even the most powerful seraphim, summoned by 10th tier magic, have no face or feet. How could this angel, with flesh and blood, a face and feet, be summoned casually? Mare must have remembered it wrong. Le Fan is the strongest among all the supreme beings, so it is undeniable that the guardians he created are stronger than us. Why should we feel inferior? Shouldn't we be happy? These are the guardians created by Lord Le Fan. In the future, Lord Le Fan will also create guardians. Having witnessed the fighting capabilities of various countries, Momiga became bolder and assigned a variety of missions. For example, Sebastian and Solius went to the capital to explore information about the country, while Shaltir went to find the magicians and warriors of this world to check out its skills. Demiurge went to find the materials needed for the magic scroll, while Albedo continued to manage the affairs of the Great Tomb of Nazarick, and so on. Chapter 21. After the meeting ended, Momiga pulled Le Fan along, saying, "Come on, let's have a drink." No one visits the temple without a reason, Momiga must have something to ask of me. Some readers have commented that they couldn't see which part was the inner voice. From now on, these represent the inner voice. Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momiga smiled and said, "Zizi, Nabe, don't follow us. My brother and I will drink. You two go have some fun." Hearing Momiga's words, the two dared not follow, but they would not go to play either, and simply stayed in room 01. Looking at the large amount of food that had been prepared in advance, Fan tossed a few bottles of magic beer to Momaga and said, "Just say what you want." Momaga took the magic beer and gulped it down, saying, "Fan, keep a low profile from now on. You're making things difficult for me. I only asked you to summon the seraphim of the high heavens, not the world boss. That's it. I thought you had something important to ask of me, but I'll say I did it on purpose. The official statement says that 1,300 magic power can summon a level 90 seraphim, so what about 10,000 magic power? Or 100,000 magic power? After testing, my guess was accurate. As long as there is enough magic power, the power of the summoned angels is limitless. I wonder what the supreme heaven would be like if summoned with 1 million mana? Unfortunately, I only have 260,000 magic power. Sigh, I'm really too weak. I need to work harder." Hearing Fan's series of thoughts, Momaga felt a chill run down her spine. When did 260,000 magic power become considered too weak? I only have 58,000. Should I just die? And bro, can you please not be so cunning? I'm your brother, don't mess with me, I'm scared. After downing 3 gin of magic beer, Fan said casually, "I didn't know you could summon a world boss." After all, the official statement says that the strongest angel a player can summon is the seraphim of the high heavens. Momaga said, "I don't believe you for a second. Not a single word of yours is true." But Momaga could only say helplessly, "I know, but don't do anything outrageous again. You saw how ashamed and embarrassed the guardians looked today. They are the result of our partner's hard work. It's not good to hurt them like this." That seems to make sense. Being invincible is truly lonely. Even using 1/26 of my strength is enough to terrify others. If I were to use my full power, wouldn't you all just instantly ascend to heaven? Fan chugs down another pot of wine. "I know, I'm just a lazy bum, but are you really determined to go to the human world to become an adventurer?" I'm speechless. Is this really my brother? He's two-faced, but what he said does make some sense. No, I can't let him fool me. Momaga said in a philosophical tone, "It's not me, it's us. And only in this way can we experience the feeling of being alive. What's the point of spending your whole life holed up in this big tomb?" Fan chuckled again and said, "That's true, but if I were to become an adventurer and take on quests, listening to some idiot employers, I'm sorry, I think I might kill all those idiot employers." "You don't mind, do you?" Listening to Fan's words, Momaga knew that Fan was a simple, straightforward, and reckless man. In the game world, some NPC quests are quite difficult, and he refuses to accept any of them, even assassinating quite a few NPCs. Because Yggdrasil's is an open-world game, NPCs will accompany players on quests. Many NPC quests are specific quests, meaning that once a player accepts one, other players must wait for them to complete it before they can accept another. NPCs will accompany players on quests, so Fan, that jerk. If any NPC provokes him, he will target that NPC and then kill him. In Yggdrasil's, NPCs generally do not revive after death, but thankfully Yggdrasil's automatically generates NPCs. So there's no need to worry about the NPCs being slaughtered, which is one of the reasons why Fan is called a madman. After all, what player would go out of their way to wait for an NPC? When it comes to holding grudges, Fan is even more vengeful than the honey badger. Momaga was naturally concerned about Leffen. They were just a group of mortals, killing them was no big deal. If he really is an idiot, I would kill him without you even having to lift a finger. Hearing Momaga's words, Fan got even more excited. "All right, stop raising fish. You've been chugging a pot of wine several times and still haven't finished it. Are you trying to take advantage of me?" At Fan's request, Momaga was punished with 2 pots of wine. After drinking 2 pots of medicine, Momaga ate a peanut and paused for a couple of seconds before saying, "Then when we go to the human world, we need to disguise ourselves. You can't appear as the blood demon. Appear in your true form. Anyway, you are human, so I'll appear in the form created by a high-level tool." What is Momaga thinking? My true form is so handsome, what if I charm countless girls on the street? And then there's Nabyar, Albedo, and now he wants to give me random girls too. Does he want me to build a harem? This guy's got something, but unfortunately my body's too strong, no one can handle it. It's no fun if I don't go all out. If only I had a woman as powerful as Momaga. Momaga was terrified upon hearing Le Fan's thoughts. Damn it, I knew it. Why did you keep wanting me to change jobs, bro? So it was because he was too invincible that he couldn't unleash his full power? But thinking about it, it makes sense, those kinds of things are only fun if you go all out. No, this is too dangerous. Even if I change jobs, I might not be able to withstand my brother's damage output. No, why would I change jobs? I'd rather die than change jobs. Who wants to give you their full damage output? This guy is so loyal to his brother. Chapter 22. After a satisfying meal, Le Fan took the Nabe pillow back to bed. Momaga has also started a new job. It has to be said that people who don't need to sleep have an incredible workload. After a night of interrogation, Albedo also submitted the results of the interrogation to Momaga in writing. Albedo couldn't wait to return to her room and become Lefan's body pillow, but as the Grand Steward of the Great Tomb, she couldn't be so rash. "Lord Momaga, is there anything else?" Seeing Albedo looking at him expectantly, Momaga shook his head. "You've worked hard, Albedo. Go and rest." "Yes, Lord Momaga." After Albedo bowed and finished speaking, she instantly vanished via teleportation. A scented and warm cushion? Oh well, I can't sleep with that in my body, why should I think about it? Momaga sighed and continued looking at the documents. The slain theocracy originally had 6 sacred texts, and the one Negan belonged to was called the Sunrise Ceremony. The intelligence revealed that the Dark Scripture is the strongest scripture in the slain theocracy, containing beings that transcend human levels. There are also the Council of Nations, which pose a threat to the slain theocracy, and the various true dragon kings lurking throughout the world. Momaga had heard this information from Le Fan's inner voice, the true dragon king. The true dragon king is someone even Le Fan has to be wary of, he should be at the level of a limited time world boss. This is no longer something an individual can defeat. To defeat such a being, one would need to gather thousands of level 100 players to launch a combined attack. Therefore, the primary task is to find the players in this world. Momaga believes that those who have traveled to this world are the players who stayed in the game until the final shutdown. Therefore, the number of players must be more than just myself and Le Fan, and they must all be level 100 players. Because the game closed registration a month ago, and new players would never even bother entering this 12-year-old game. Given Le Fan's current attributes, it's estimated that only 100 special players would be needed to defeat the limited-time boss. What is a limited-time boss? That's the boss that possesses world items. There are a total of 100 of them in the entire game. They are the 10 supreme heavens, the 9 dragon kings, the 9 elements, and the 72 pillar demon gods. If Yggdrasils hadn't pursued every possibility, there would probably have been 200 limited-time bosses. However, considering that the world items dropped by the limited-time boss can only be obtained by the strong, the other 100 limited-time items were placed in random corners of the 9 worlds. The top 100 limited-time bosses are the strongest bosses in the game, because each world item is equivalent to a world. A boss that owns the entire world can only be defeated by players from all over the world coming together. Although that's the literal meaning, it can be conquered with just a few thousand top players and a detailed division of labor. It has to be said that Momaga is a creature that fights wits with thin air, with such an incredible imagination. Because of the wild imagination, Everything is not much different from the original work. The only difference is that Momaga did not change his name to Ainz Ooal gown. 5 hours had passed since I finished reviewing the documents in my hand. Shaltir came to say goodbye along the way, and even acted as Momaga's accessory for a few minutes. Momaga also hugged Shaltir without any hesitation, enjoying the comfort of the pillow. It's a pity he can't sleep, otherwise he really would be a monster. Setting down the intelligence report, Momaga said calmly, the intelligence is still too little. It seems that exploring the city is a must. Hope Zi, who had just finished her shift about an hour ago, looked at Momaga with a curious expression and asked, Lord Momaga, are you going out? Momaga looked at Zizi and nodded, yes, it's time to go. Momaga rubbed his head and used the communicator, Le Fan, get up, it's time to go. Upon hearing the communication in his mind, Le Fan reluctantly let go of the 2 pillows he was holding. Sure enough, sleeping with a pillow is so comfortable. Nabe had already gotten up, but since Lord Leffen hadn't gotten up, she couldn't get up either. Le Fan stood up and saw that Albedo had also stood up. He said calmly, time to go on an adventure. The 3 then went to Momaga's office. Albedo then resumed her demeanor as the Grand Steward and made meticulous arrangements. However, Momaga refused both offers, but Albedo insisted that the 2 of them be accompanied by their maids, a point on which she absolutely refused to back down. Seeing Albedo's loyalty, Momaga had no choice but to agree in the end. Then Momaga took Ziza with him, and Leffen took Nabii with him. Le Fan didn't find it troublesome to keep the cushion by his side. However, going to the human world like this wouldn't work. The 4 of them needed to change their clothes. Momaga used an advanced item to create a black warrior. After thinking for a moment, Le Fan took out his world item, the Black Dragon Robe. Although it's called the Black Dragon Robe, it doesn't offer any attribute bonuses. This robe is arguably the worst robe in the game. But it can also be said to be the most overpowered robe, because this robe comes with the same effect, immunity to all magical damage. That's right, it's immune to all magical damage. Moreover, since world items themselves have the ability to be immune to world items, wearing this robe makes one the nemesis of all mages. However, this means sacrificing resistance and physical defense. This is one of the reasons why players with a level 20 or higher power level don't attack Le Fan. Because of the game's mechanics, players who possess world items are immune to other players using them. Players who possess world items will display the buff world, signifying that they possess the ultimate protection of an entire world. Watching Le Fan put on a show, donning the black dragon robe, wielding the will of another world, wearing white dragon boots, the Baal ring, and a necklace of light around his neck. Do you carry 5 world items with you? It's just a short trip outside, is it really that dangerous? How afraid of death are you? You call yourself invincible? Bah! No, does this mean that this world actually has powerful beings at the level of a limited time boss? No, it's even beyond that level, otherwise, how could Le Fan, that reckless brute, be so cowardly? Damn it, was my decision right or wrong this time? Well, since Le Fan is willing to follow, it means there is danger, but it's not fatal. And we can't stay cooped up in this huge tomb forever, we'll eventually have to leave, but we must be fully prepared. Chapter 23. Momaga put aside all her wild ideas and looked at Le Fan, who was as cowardly as a dog. Although he disdained Le Fan's actions, he still honestly said, "Brother, get one for me too." Le Fan glanced at Momaga and casually tossed out a necklace. As soon as the necklace appeared, the light in the whole world seemed to dim a little. The dark necklace is for you. World item Dark Necklace. When worn, 30% of your magic power is converted into magic resistance. Looking at the dark necklace in her hand, Momaga decisively put it on. In the game, even the highest level of World Calamity magic power is only 2000. But the items in this world are already terrifying. A necklace that adds 600 magic resistance surpasses the magic resistance attribute of all armor. This is the allure of world-class items. Momaga never expected that this item would fall into Le Fan's hands. Momaga remembered that this item was in the hands of the world's #1 calamity half a year ago. As for the 5 world items on Le Fan's body, the world wool, and the black dragon robe, they already knew. White dragon boots, immune to all abnormal effects. Baal's ring, the ring of the First Lord of the Dark Lords, increasing magic damage by 30%. When you wear it, you will be the king of magic. Necklace of Light, converts 5% of your own stamina into physical defense. It has to be said that Le Fan is incredibly wealthy. Then he looked at poor Maid and Zizi. Momogashi is your person, so you can give her the equipment you want. Maid is mine, so naturally I'll give her the equipment. As he spoke, Le Fan tossed a set of level 60 divine gear to Maid. Black shorts, black stockings, black sneakers, paired with a black trench coat. The cool black silk ranger set is a nickname. Its magic resistance and armor resistance are average compared to level 60 sets, but its speed attribute is comparable to that of ordinary level 100 sets. Seeing this, Momaga also gave Zizi a set of archer armor, but he gave her a level 100 set. Although it's not a divine set, but just a premium set, its stats still far surpass Maid's. Holy crap! This show-off is trying to impress me? But Zizi is only level 46, how come she's carrying a level 100 set? Hey? You're already wearing it? What's going on? Is it because this is the real world, so you can bring it along freely? Interesting. Should I give Maid a level 100 set? There seems to be a white stocking set in the level 100 set, but no, let's leave that for Albedo. Maid looks better in black stockings, and besides, she's just a decorative piece, we're not expecting her to fight. Hey? I can actually wear a level 100 set? That's really beyond my expectations. No, bro, who wants to compete with you? Do you think I lack even basic self-awareness? You casually have artifacts and items from the world of magic, how dare I compare to you? I'm just testing the game mechanics and reality, don't overthink it. However, there were still test results. Maid was able to change her outfit directly with a single click through the system. But Zizi can't, because it's a level 100 set, does she need to put it on piece by piece? Albedo watched Maid wearing her gorgeous new clothes and kept biting her fingers with envy. Albedo, you're just my body pillow, and besides, I can't see the white stockings anyway. You're not my personal maid, you have so much work to do every day. Even if I gave it to you, I wouldn't see it, so I won't give it to you. Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momaga wondered to himself if he was exploiting Albedo too much. She's a woman, after all. Making her work for days without sleep, and unable to spend time with the people she loves. I think I went too far. I'll try to give Albedo more days off in the future. After the 4 of them finished changing, Le Fan casually raised the world will as if it were a staff, and a spatial portal appeared. Momaga looked at Albedo and said calmly, then, I'll leave the great tomb of Nazarick to you, Albedo. Albedo regained her composure, bowed, and said, yes, Lady Momaga, Lady Leffen, I will manage the great tomb of Nazarick well. The 4 entered the portal, which then closed. Albedo looked at Leffen, who hadn't spoken to her, but she wasn't angry. Instead, she said with even more happiness, ah, Lord Leffen is still so aloof. That magic robe he's wearing is so handsome. How can someone be so handsome? This is my Lord Leffen. This is probably what a simp is like. Arriving at the vast grasslands outside Khan village, Momaga was clad in jet black armor. He wore a jet black necklace around his neck, carried 2 great swords on his back, and his red cloak made him look incredibly cool. Beside Momaga was a cute pink-haired girl wearing a green Special Forces uniform. A rifle gleaming with light hung in front of the girl, and she wore a bulletproof helmet and black sunglasses. It makes an incredibly cute girl look a little bit cool, and this kind of contrasting cuteness is simply the favorite of all weird uncles. Beside the two stood a figure dressed in a jet black robe and white dragon-patterned boots. Holding a wooden stick that emitted a blue light, and wearing a ring that shimmered with iridescent light on her finger. He wore a necklace that constantly emitted a holy light around his neck, and had a perfect face with black hair and black eyes. He was an incredibly handsome man with an invincible appearance. Beside the handsome man was a stunningly beautiful woman who was wearing black shorts, black sneakers, and a pair of incredibly beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings. She also wore a cool trench coat and had her hair tied in a single ponytail. She was beautiful, sexy, and cool all at once. The four of them were walking on the grassland when suddenly Le Fan raised his hand and a bottle of magic beer appeared, which he then chugged down. It made the originally perfect art style somewhat harmonious. Momiga looked at Le Fan, who was walking while drinking, and said, "I'm telling you, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" Le Fan also complained, "Why didn't you just fly to the city? Why did you have to walk? You're doing this on purpose. It's such a long distance. At this speed, it will take at least 3 hours. What's wrong with having a few drinks?" Momiga felt awkward listening to Le Fan's complaints, but there was nothing she could do. Who knew if exploration magic even existed in this world? If we had a level 10 exploration spell that could reveal traces from 2 hours ago, wouldn't that reveal the location of the Great Tomb to the enemy? Momiga could only awkwardly say, "Ahem, I meant we want some too." "Alright, you two are too weak to drink magic beer, drink magic cola instead." As Le Fan spoke, he raised his hand and 2 bottles of cola appeared, then floated in front of Hope Zi and Na Bei, while a large bottle of magic beer also appeared in front of Mo. "Brothers, let's have a drink. I'll go first." Le Fan's tun 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 sound rang out again. Zizi and Nabi looked bewildered, but seeing Lord Momiga also chugging their drinks, they realized they were in a daze. They also looked at the can of cola in their hands, opened it, and started chugging it down. After downing it in one gulp, the two goddesses' expressions suddenly changed. "Because this cola is so delicious, it's definitely the best drink they've ever had." Just kidding, Le Fan's magical beer and magical cola crafting level has reached the highest level. Because it's a secondary profession, it's not linked to attributes. As long as you don't drink too much, it's beneficial and harmless to your health. For example, the courage boost from magic beer can instantly accelerate adrenaline, bringing the body to its peak and unleashing its strongest fighting power. Magic cola also has an energizing effect, which can keep you in the most alert state and give you better control over your body. Unfortunately, these two items had no effect on Leffen and Momiga because their physical strength and magic power were too high. Even if Momiga wanted to get drunk, he would need more than a ton of magical beer. This is why you need to prepare so much magic beer when fighting world bosses. Fortunately, magical beer is very cheap, 1 magic point equals 3 pounds. As for magic cola, it's more expensive. 1 magic cola costs 2 bottles, which is about 1.5 pounds. Chapter 24. The city of Yelentil in the Kingdom of Restage is protected by 3 layers of walls. Just like its appearance, it is named a fortress city, and each town within the city walls has its own unique characteristics. The outermost city wall served as the kingdom's garrison base, equipped with comprehensive military facilities. The innermost area is the Central Administrative District. This area also houses warehouses for storing military provisions and is a key protected area. The area in between the two zones is the residential area for citizens. Along the way, with Momiga's explanations, I also gained an impression of the huge city 10 kilometers away. It has to be said that this was the first time Le Fan had ever seen such a massive city surrounded by walls. Momiga looked at Le Fan beside her and asked calmly, "So what name should we give when we go to the city? We can't just call ourselves Momiga, can we?" Le Fan, intrigued, replied, "Sure, I'll give you a name, let's call you Aotian." Upon hearing this, Momaga immediately thought of the word Bone Overlord that had appeared countless times in Le Fan's mind. Then, subconsciously, he said, "Then you can be called invincible." Invincible? That's interesting. One is arrogant and the other is invincible, so that's why the adventurer team they formed is called the Supreme Adventurer Team. The Invincible Supreme Adventure Team. Hearing Zizi and Nabi say the two names in unison, the two of them were also stunned for a moment. Then Le Fan said casually, "How about we call it the Earthlings Adventure Team?" Are they Earthlings? They're definitely more recognizable than my World Tree Adventure Team. Could it be that Le Fan has already boldly guessed that players from other games will also travel here? Damn it, am I too stupid? I'm only at the level of playing the game Etrian Odyssey. With so many games in the world, who knows if other people might travel through time? Le Fan really knows a lot. But why is there no voice from his heart? I want to hear more of his inner thoughts. Momaga nodded and said, "Okay, let's call it the Earthlings Adventure Team. Then, Zizi and Nabe, you two can use these names." "Yes, Lord Momaga." Because we were very close to Yelantir, there were quite a few people coming and going on the main road. They observed various reactions to Le Fan and his group, the timid whispered amongst themselves, while the bold approached to make their acquaintance. However, Le Fan was too lazy to care, and Momoja drove the other party away the whole time in order to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. With Momaga's jet black armor and tall, imposing physique, ordinary people dared not approach him. As for the adventurers, one was so terrified when Momaga threw him 5 meters away with one hand, and that was the end of it. As for asking Le Fan to take action, Momaga wouldn't dare, having overheard Le Fan's thoughts along the way. He is now a mage who can only use magic attacks, and he is thinking about what kind of magic to use to minimize accidental damage. But here's the problem, Le Fan doesn't learn those sneaky, underhanded magic techniques. His magic, like himself, is all about grand, sweeping movements. In his words, a true magician naturally uses magic to bombard and create dazzling scenes. This made Momaga very panicked, so she didn't give Le Fan a chance to use magic. Otherwise, any 5th-tier explosive fire would surely kill everyone within a radius of tens of meters once it explodes. Momaga was bitter inside, but he couldn't say it. The world he was predicting was stronger than the original limited world boss. Because Le Fan used the term Earthling, and after so many years of development, virtual games have evolved to a very high level. Especially games from Daxia, they're just plain crazy. What about one-hit kill and mortals slaying gods, cultivation games, the destruction of the world in the primordial era, the three-body problem and cosmic wars? Each one is more outrageous than the last. If those players were to transmigrate here, the world tree's strength would be absolutely insufficient to withstand them. So Momaga had a terrible headache, and now he wanted to keep a low profile as much as possible. I just hope no one will be foolish enough to anger Le Fan, otherwise they might really die without even knowing how they died. Soon the 4 of them arrived at the entrance of the first city wall, where guards were checking the citizens' movements. Oh ho, a classic scene from novels, the protagonist gets harassed when he enters the city. How interesting. I never thought I'd become the main character one day. What if the other person tries to possess Nabe, my body pillow, or bully me, this weak man? Keep it low-key, I'm about to unleash my only level 10, tier 10 magic, burst collapse. I want to see if an explosion of art can destroy a city. Momaga felt her heart bleed when she heard Le Fan's inner thoughts. What the hell? Are you even human? Where is your compassion? Just because someone was harassed by a guard, you want hundreds of thousands of people in the city to be buried with them? Oh right, I remember now, Le Fan's justice value is -1000. That's infuriating. This guy is a real demon king, and I only have -500. Who would have thought that it would be so comical to see one great demon king trying to stop another from wreaking havoc? Momaga quickly snapped out of her daze and said to Maid beside her, "We'll secretly use the charm ability on humans later and then go straight in." Maid was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, but quickly bowed and said, "It is Lord Moaotian." Momaga shook his head and said, "Just call me Aotian." Holy crap, Ainz Ooal really is a cunning coward. I knew how he managed to get into the city with a beauty like Maid in the original story. You know, the kingdom is the most corrupt country in the world. Here, nobles and black organizations are king. Any pretty girl will be captured and forced into prostitution. That's fine, though. We can do it here and then once we're inside. There's not a single good person among the nobles and guards in this city. What the heck? You knew that this country is the most corrupt kingdom in the world? How much information do you still have that I don't know? But since it's such a corrupt country, destroying it doesn't seem like a bad idea, does it? No, such a high-profile annihilation of a country would give the true Dragon King and the slain theocracy an opportunity to attack me. Momaga knew that the real world was often like this, even though others were hoping for your death. But when one's name is not right and one's words are not proper, one can only secretly curse in one's heart. Once someone commits a heinous act, all those hiding in the shadows will come forward. Momaga panicked and could only take out two masks that looked like Batman's and say, "Leffen, Nabe, you both need to wear these masks after we enter the city." A pay-to-win item, the Bat Mask? It can reduce your presence, making you undetectable to creatures below level 80? That's something. Forget it, judging from Momaga's cowardly behavior, I'd better keep a low profile. Cowardly as a dog? Damn it, you go out equipped with 5 world items and you have the nerve to call me that? No, I'm not angry, I'm not angry. Momaga kept smiling and raising her hand. Nabe dared not disobey and simply took it and put it on. Seeing this, Le Fan took the mask and put it on. "Okay, as long as it doesn't interfere with my eating." Hope Zi, standing to the side, didn't need to wear sunglasses, as she was already wearing a full military uniform, including a bulletproof helmet and sunglasses. She is 145 centimeters tall. She looks like a cool little girl and poses no threat whatsoever. It can only be said that Momaga is not a Lilicon and does not understand this kind of contrasting cuteness. It is often this kind of contrasting cuteness that is the favorite of strange uncles. As for Le Fan, I couldn't be bothered to care. Hope Zi isn't my body pillow, so why should I protect her? If Momaga can't even protect her own body pillow, then she shouldn't embarrass herself in public. She should just stay in the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Chapter 25. After the two put on stealth masks, no one around them could detect their presence. Soon the 4 arrived at the city gate. At this moment, the guards stared intently at them. These were powerful warriors clad in black armor and carrying 2 swords on their backs. There was also a woman with pink hair who wore cool sunglasses so her full face couldn't be seen. But judging from her cute cherry lips, adorable little face, and rosy skin, she is an absolutely gorgeous little girl. But after seeing Momaga's massive body and armor, the guards hesitated for a moment, and finally mustered their courage to ask Ziza to take off her sunglasses. Suddenly, the city guard froze, then said, "Please come in." Nabe used the confusion ability on the side, and Momaga nodded in satisfaction. As Le Fan guessed, if it weren't for being able to hear Le Fan's thoughts, this city would probably be gone. Sigh, when did a great demon like me start thinking about saving people? But it's all good, at least it proves I'm a good person. The 4 of them traveled smoothly without any obstacles, although the incredibly cool and cute girl, Zizi, was very attractive. But with the powerful warrior Momaga by their side, no one dared to cause trouble unless they could see Nabe, this stunningly beautiful being. The street was bustling with activity, with many people setting up stalls and displaying all kinds of vegetables and other goods. Le Fan naturally stopped in his tracks, looking at Momaga with anticipation. Those lamb skewers are pretty good, want a couple. Momaga was impressed by Le Fan's hedonistic spirit, but the next second he said, go register at the Adventurers Guild first. It won't be good if we can't register after get off work. Le Fan nodded and said, that's fine, anyway, this street won't run away. Momaga thought to himself, I won't run away, but if I hadn't been quick-witted enough to stop the city gates from closing in, this city would be gone. After passing through several bustling streets and crossing several large squares, we finally arrived at a 5-story building. This building is the Adventurers Guild. At this moment, many adventurers are coming and going, so it can be seen that this area is quite lively. However, this did indeed attract a large number of adventurers to come and exchange ideas. After all, they are adventurers, not ordinary people, so for a warrior like Momaga, their first reaction wasn't fear, but rather an even greater anticipation of making friends. It would be even better if there were already people who could carry out missions together, or even become teammates. What is this? It's super cool. Hey bro, where did you buy that armor? Wow! This little sister is so cool. Can she be friends with her older sister? Momaga directly refused everyone's request, saying calmly, sorry, we need to go to the leveled adventurer area. We'll talk about it later. A muscular man looked at Xiza with a smile and said, newbie? Why not join our team? Although Xiza has a justice score of 100, she doesn't have much affection for humans who are not her kind. What's more, this group of people actually made their Supreme Lord apologize. She angrily raised her level 100 rifle and said, "Moy is Aotian apologizing to these guys?" Momaga noticed Xiza's reaction and was also taken aback for a moment, but he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Just 5 days ago, he was still working at the company, an ordinary person bowing and scraping to customers and superiors. Is Momaga, this piece of trash, still playing the role of a useless person in reality? He's already above 99.999% of life in this world. Still playing the loser? What a pathetic guy. Even with invincible strength, he's determined to be a weakling? And he actually apologized to these guys. Ugh, how embarrassing. I really want to say I don't know him. Hearing Le Fan's words, Momaga's head ached. No. What do you mean I'm playing the role of a loser? Isn't this basic social etiquette? I call this being polite and respectful to others, so how come it makes me look like trash in your eyes? However, this is indeed not in line with my status, and I should apologize less in the future. Otherwise, I'll be looked down upon by that guy Le Fan again. Momaga stroked Xiza's forehead and said, Xiza, calm down, listen to me, okay? After Momaga patted her forehead, Xiza calmed down and said with a flushed face, yes, Aotian. Aotian. Seeing the two people who looked like father and daughter, yet also like lovers, the muscular adventurer was a little angry. Maid was furious at the sight. Why should the Supreme Being apologize to these reptiles? These crawlers have received an apology from the Supreme Being and should immediately atone with their deaths. Momaga, that weakling, still endured it. I have to say, he really played it safe. But it's precisely because Momaga is so cunning that there are all sorts of ways to outsmart and outmaneuver thin air. Momaga felt a stomachache upon hearing Le Fan's heartfelt words. They quickly entered the Adventurers Guild, where a blonde, mature receptionist's eyes lit up as she saw Momaga and Xiza enter. Although it's unclear what equipment Xiza is wearing, that glittering weapon is definitely not an ordinary weapon. And Momaga's jet black armor, he looks like a tycoon. Are they here to issue a mission? Is it a mithril level mission or a steel level mission? Momaga was exhausted because Xiza and Maid had no affection for humans, and Leffen was a reckless man. He was the only one who could handle the negotiations with humans. Hello, we are adventurers here. What procedures do we need to complete? 5 copper coins per person, Name, occupation. By the way, there's an extra fee for forming an adventure team, it costs 50 copper coins per team. After the receptionist's explanation, Momaga and the others also learned the truth. Name, Aotian, professional warrior. Name, Hope Zi, professional shooter. Name, Invincible, class, mage. Name, Nabe, occupation, ranger. The registration process went smoothly until suddenly two masked figures appeared next to Momaga. The sound was coming from them? My god, I didn't even notice them. What's their strength? Wait, a mage and a ranger? Aren't they assassins? The receptionist quickly recovered and said, okay, but I need to see your faces and what your adventure team's name is. Momaga took off his helmet first, revealing a middle-aged man's face, Earthling Adventure Team. The receptionist glanced at Aotian's face, which was also about the adventure team's level being upgraded, and said kindly, okay, the level is upgraded. It seems that you've been through a lot, Mr. Aotian. You must have worked hard. Then Ziza took off her glasses, revealing a stunningly beautiful pink-haired girl wearing an eye patch, which immediately surprised the receptionist, who exclaimed involuntarily, Miss Ziza is so cute. Meanwhile, many onlookers were stunned. She was indeed an absolutely beautiful loli. They were certain that she was the most beautiful loli they had ever seen. Upon hearing this, Hope Zi put on her sunglasses again, reverting to her cool demeanor. At this moment, everyone was watching the two masked figures who seemed to have no presence at all. Nabe slowly removed her mask as well. They were approximately between 15 and 20 years old, with long, narrow eyes that shone with a dazzling, obsidian-like light. Her thick, glossy black hair was tied in a ponytail, and her delicate, snow-white skin shimmered like pearls under the light. What attracts the most attention is her elegant demeanor, and the fact that anyone would take a second look at her. With her black hair and black eyes, she possesses an exotic beauty in this land of blondes. Paired with that cool, all-black outfit, she looks absolutely stunning. Given this situation, many unscrupulous adventurers are already itching to make their move. Nabe quickly put on her mask and acted as if nothing had happened. Before the receptionist could react, Le Fan took off his mask. In an instant, everyone's heartbeat seemed to stop, because Le Fan was the ruler of blood. His good looks could conquer all living beings with blood. Just one glance at Le Fan would make the blood of every living being surge involuntarily. As if seeing the creator, Le Fan's bare face is eternally remembered. Unless one's resistance reaches 200, no one can escape it. 200 resistance is an attribute that only level 100 players have. How could these mortals possibly possess it? As Le Fan put on the mask, everyone instantly forgot about the Le Fan who had just been standing before them. But their blood has already remembered Le Fan's natural face, and that is the only unshakable beauty in their hearts. It's a beauty that everyone can perceive and understand, a beauty that makes them realize they're not on the same level as each other. Most normal people would choose to back down, but of course, there are always a few oddballs among humans. This is why the people who had been on the road earlier didn't dare to approach Le Fan, but instead approached Nabe. Chapter 26. After putting on the stealth mask, the adventurers present were completely bewildered. They were all wondering, where did the stunning beauty Nabe go? And where did that godlike being go? Because their level was below 80, they couldn't notice Le Fan and Nabe even if they were right in front of them. They just thought they were two ordinary passers-by. This is the power of the stealth mask. Although it cannot make a person completely invisible, it can make people below level 80 underestimate them. Of course, it's not that you have to be level 80 or higher to see the two people. As long as your resistance exceeds 100, you can also sense their presence. Momaga shook his head and took 4 bronze medals and an adventurer's team certificate from the receptionist. They then walked out of the Adventurers Guild with Shizu, but a leopard can't change its spots. The few adventurers who were just itching to make a move, although they lost Maid as their target, still have shiz. In another version serialized by the author, Maid was surrounded by adventurers and used a charm spell as soon as she arrived in the city. Fortunately, Maid's level was too high, otherwise she would have become their sow directly. That's why Le Fan said this country is the most corrupt country, where anyone who is beautiful but lacks power or influence basically becomes someone else's pet. These few adventurers who followed him greatly displeased Le Fan. Can this Momaga really tolerate the filthy thoughts of this group of trash-polluting Zizi? Aren't you going to make a move? Are you just waiting for them to surround and snatch you away? Pretending to be useless is one thing, but could you actually be useless? Could it be that Momaga is a masochist? Does she enjoy watching her own people get abused? A series of Le Fan's inner thoughts made Momaga break out in a cold sweat, even though he wasn't sweating. But Momaga really didn't want to do anything reckless, because this world was too dangerous, and he had to master the art of survival. Unfortunately, Momaga couldn't resist Le Fan's series of heartfelt words. She had initially thought he was just thinking about it, but I was just following a pretty girl, and I didn't do anything wrong, so I'll just turn a blind eye. But because of Le Fan, he had to take action, otherwise Le Fan would be in big trouble if he couldn't help but make a move. Momaga said calmly to Maid behind him. Maid used the third-tier magic death corrosion to take care of those tag-alongs. Maid was already impatient. How dare those bedbugs follow her out? Yes, Lord Aotian. Oh ho, they actually went all out? That's not bad. Now that the little tag-along is gone, it's time for some lamb skewers. Momaga's head ached from listening to Le Fan's thoughts, but it also left her with a lot of trouble. He knew all along that bringing Le Fan along as an adventurer wouldn't be so smooth, but he was afraid of dying. Le Fan is the strongest and can protect me, and I can also hear Le Fan's thoughts. You can know many dangerous options in advance, allowing you to skip certain lines. So whatever you do, Momaga must bring Leffen along. Although it's a bit troublesome now, it's barely acceptable. After Maid easily dealt with the 5 tagalongs behind her, Momaga also took Leffen to buy a lot of food. In the blink of an eye, Le Fan had bought enough food for 10 people, including beef patties, lamb skewers, roast chicken, salad, and pizza, before he was satisfied. Maid and Zizi, 2 girls, carried more than 20 kilograms of food and followed 2 tall men, Lao Go. Even many passers-by couldn't stand it anymore and whispered that Momaga was inhuman. A 2-meter-tall giant bought a bunch of food, but a little girl carried it all while he was empty-handed. Helpless, Momaga could only take the food from Ziza's hands and carry it herself. Leffen said they would go back to the hotel to drink and eat. Furthermore, after inquiring along the way, they also learned about the 5 adventurer inns in the city. The most famous of these is an inn for experienced adventurers, which only accepts seasoned adventurers and refuses to accept novice ones. But Momaga just likes going to these kinds of places, because it's a simpler and more direct way to show off his strength. The group of 4 soon arrived at the enormous 3-story hotel. The first floor of the hotel housed a bar. At this moment, dozens of adventurers were drinking and chatting about their adventures and the places they frequented the previous night. Because they arrived 3 days earlier than in the original story, the red-haired female adventurer was not there. But the bald adventurer team was still there, the moment Momaga, clad in his magnificent armor, and the incredibly cool little girl Zizi entered. All the adventurers stopped what they were doing and stared at the 4-person group, a burly man in top-tier armor, a super cute little girl, and 2 ordinary passers-by, a man and a woman. The 2 passers-by behind were completely ignored, but looking at the height difference between Momaga and Zizi, a muscular man said, "Hey, rich dad, are you taking your daughter to experience the life of an adventurer? Little sister, being an adventurer is very dangerous, you know. Uncle, would you like to hire our adventure team?" Momaga ignored her, but Ziza was furious and raised her gun. "No, what have I done to deserve being Lord Aotian's daughter? If you guys dare to disrespect Lord Aotian, I will kill you all. Seeing the super cool loli holding a gun and saying super fierce things in a super cute voice, the adventurers present burst into laughter. Seeing this, Momiga quickly scooped Zizi up in a princess carry and said, "Oh, Zizi, don't say such hurtful things. And you bunch of good-for-nothings, if you're not happy, come at me." Stop with the sarcastic remarks. Le Fan took the food from Momiga's hand, pulled Nabe to an empty seat, and took out a pitcher of magic beer, chugging it down. "Fight, fight." Nabe was also embarrassed, unsure whether to help Lord Momiga eliminate these bugs or serve Lord Leffen his meal. After thinking for 2 seconds, he followed Le Fan to an empty seat, opened the food packaging, and handed it to Le Fan. Momiga heard the familiar gurgling sound and Le Fan's words that seemed to exacerbate the situation, leaving him speechless. But that's the only way. If we don't swat these flies, it'll be bad if we offend Le Fan and the whole city gets razed to the ground. Hope Z's face was flushed, and she looked at Momoja somewhat at a loss. Lord Aotian. Momiga put Ziza down and said calmly, "All right, go over there and eat your food. Watch my performance." At this moment, Nabe was also drinking magic cola. Although this was very disrespectful to Lord Momiga, it was Lord Leffen's order. Hope Zi cautiously walked over, and only dared to sit down after Le Fan gestured for her to sit down and eat and drink cola. At this moment, Momiga, in an extremely arrogant manner, acted as if everyone present was trash and asked, "Do you want a one-on-one fight or a group brawl? Bronze medal? A newbie dares to be so arrogant? I'm a gold medal adventurer, let me teach you what it means to be a human being." A muscular man, about 1.85 meters tall, twisted his neck, stood up, and walked towards Momiga. "No, no, no, you're overthinking it. What I mean by a one-on-one fight is either me taking on all of you, or me ganging up on you indiscriminately. I don't have time to fight you one by one, so come at me all at once." Chapter 27. Momiga's words undoubtedly ignited the anger of all the adventurers in the inn, especially since they had all been drinking. They're already prone to getting carried away, and then they get mocked. Who can handle that? The crowd rushed forward, and a few unscrupulous adventurers even played the monkey stealing peaches trick, a move known as 1,000 years of killing. Seeing the sneak attack, Nabe stood up and roared in fury, "Damn it! Damn it! These vermin dared to use such dirty tricks to attack Lord Momiga. I can't stand it, I'll kill them." Hope Zi had lost all interest in her cola and, raising her rifle, said unhappily, "They must die, these vermin." Le Fan looked at the two maids with some dissatisfaction and said, all right, stop disturbing Aotian's enjoyment. Just drink your cola and eat your barbecue obediently. Stop talking about thinking about us. Do you even know what kind of happiness we want? Or do you want to be above us?" Upon hearing this, the two were so frightened that they immediately knelt down, almost crying, and said, "No. No." Seeing this, Le Fan reached out and helped the two up, smiling as he said, "All right, what kind of behavior is this? From now on, don't interfere with what we do. Just watch and support us. Every successful woman silently supports her man, you know." The two nodded, their faces pale, because what Le Fan had just said was so frightening that they were stunned for a long time. After all, how terrifying is it for a servant, who is at the very center of the household, to be perceived by his master as someone who wants to control him? Momiga was quite satisfied with Le Fan's training. The two maids had caused all sorts of trouble along the way, almost escalating the situation into something serious. To be honest, if it weren't for the insistence of the people from the Great Tomb of Nazarick, Momiga would never have brought these two burdens along. Now that Le Fan has warned them, they shouldn't act recklessly anymore. Seeing the 6 people who were sneaking up on him, Momiga quickly adopted a boxer's stance and easily took down the kids with a left hook and a right hook. With each punch, an adventurer was blasted several meters away, and Momaga even added some over-the-top voice effects, like aura aura aura. After the 6 adventurers were instantly blasted away, all the adventurers were sweating profusely, and many even ran away. Seeing this, Momaga did not pursue, because the deterrent effect had been achieved. I guess the adventurers in this city won't bother me anymore. What I need to do now is to raise my adventurer level. This made the kingdom and the nobles afraid to attack him. Momaga then clenched his fist. As expected, I'm not suited for boxing. Well, that makes sense, considering I'm a dual-wielding warrior. The sudden display of arrogance left the adventurers who hadn't had time to leave utterly humiliated. You call this not knowing how to box? One punch sent someone flying several meters away. There was even a platinum-level adventurer in the crowd. One punch and he was foaming at the mouth and unconscious. This is a monster. Good heavens, why did we provoke this monster? The shop owner then apologized and offered Momaga 3 days of free accommodation. After all, no one dares to offend such a powerful figure, unless that powerful figure is a kind person. But no matter how you look at it, this powerful figure is not a kind person, and this is a world where strength reigns supreme. The boss is a smart man. Watching the battle end so quickly, Le Fan chugged down another bottle, boring, want a drink. After finishing everything, Momaga came over, looked at Le Fan, and shook her head. No, you should go and rest first. Le Fan nodded upon hearing this. Maid, let's go. Maid, who hadn't turned around yet, hummed in agreement and followed, while Ziza was more obedient than ever before. Le Fan's words made her realize that she could no longer overstep any boundaries. The master is the master, how can I control the master's will and live my life? All you need to do is obey your master's wishes and not interfere with his life anymore. Seeing Ziza trembling, Momaga sighed and sat down, pulling her into his arms. There's no need for that. Ziza, you're only thinking of me. I'm not angry. On the contrary, I quite like the way you seem to be worried about me. Hope Zi was stunned for a moment when she felt Momaga's gentleness. Lord Aotian. Momaga patted Ziza's bulletproof helmet and said, I already told you to call me Aotian. The adventurers in the inn, seeing the ambiguous relationship between Momaga and Ziza, also gave up any thoughts about Ziza. Actually, this was intentional on Momaga's part, because Ziza was practically a fairy descended from heaven in the human realm, and such a beauty could also serve as a form of publicity. However, it will also have negative effects if Ziza is single. Then there will be a constant stream of people pursuing Ziza, which is troublesome for Momaga. Therefore, the best approach is to have Ziza appear in the human world as Aotian's partner. This dissuaded everyone from pursuing Ziza, and given his demonstrated strength, no one dared to cause him any trouble. If such a person truly exists, they are either a strong individual or a fool. Wouldn't it be better for a strong individual to come looking for trouble? First, Momaga wanted to understand the power system of this world. Defeating a stronger opponent can also bring greater fame, which will help in completing subsequent plans. Le Fan arrived at the luxury suite that had been booked, chose a room, and prepared to sleep with Maid in his arms. Maid was still distraught, she didn't know how to face Le Fan. Because I had indeed unintentionally disturbed the pleasure of the supreme beings. Looking at the trembling pillow in her arms, Le Fan thought for a moment and decided to try to comfort her. Let's also see if she's been converted. After all, this is the world of Ainz Ooal. How can someone become a member of the Great Tomb without being converted? Don't overthink it, just do what needs to be done. Just think things through before you act in the future. Don't presumptuously assume you're doing this for our own good and trying to stop us. Do you even realize how much meaning and implications are behind our actions? We need to use our brains more, and see the meaning behind everything. We won't do anything meaningless, unless it's just to show off. Maid suddenly realized what Le Fan meant. That's right, why would invincible supreme beings become adventurers? Why should I associate with such lowly creatures? How many strategies are behind this? How much meaning is involved? Do you even know it yourself? Why do you ruin the plans of the two supreme beings without even thinking about it yourself? Even if we take a step back and assume that the two supreme beings had no plans or schemes, and were simply seeking pleasure. As a servant, I cannot interrupt my master's joy. However, Maid felt a warmth in her heart because Lord Leffen was comforting her. The cold and ruthless Lord Fan actually comforted me. Ah, what a supreme honor this is! Even if she dies in the next second, Maid will have no regrets. Chapter 28. After a night of word of mouth, adventurers in the vicinity of Urantir were generally aware of the Earthling adventure team's strength. That powerful fighter who called himself a swordsman instantly killed 6 people in a single attack, surrounded by platinum adventurers and several gold and silver adventurers. Some people present even said that this dark-skinned fighter had already possessed hero-level strength, and even the kingdom's warrior captain might not be his match. With such rumors circulating, adventurers who bully the weak and fear the strong will no longer bother Momaga. There are powerful adventurers in Yelantir, such as the Orichalcum level adventure team, and even a legendary Mithril adventurer. As for steel level adventurers, Urantir currently has none. Adventurers who have reached the level of bronze or higher have no interest in bullying these newly joined adventurers. Bullying newcomers brings them no benefit and they are likely to lose. Momaga, with the dozing Fan behind him, entered the Adventurers Guild's quest hall amidst whispers and awe-inspiring gazes from the crowd. Momaga looked at the tasks posted with garbled text and felt somewhat lost. Because he doesn't understand the writing system of this world. Although the spoken language is universal, the written language is completely different. After a moment of agonizing over it, I randomly chose one with a lot of words, not caring whether I understood it or not. More words meant more trouble, so the level couldn't be low. The moment Momaga took on the mission, all the adventurers in the hall were shocked. He can only dare? He's clearly just a newbie, so why does he dare to accept a mission of the steel level? This is too strong. Could they really have the strength of the steel level? No, they probably don't know how terrifying the steel rank adventurers are. They're probably just proud of defeating the platinum rank adventurers yesterday. Yes, above platinum level adventurers are Orichalcum and Mithril, and only after that comes abrasive steel. This is an abrasive steel level mission, how could they possibly complete it? The receptionist was completely bewildered, even though she had heard about the Earthlings' incredible strength that morning. But they're just a bronze level team, how dare they take on a steel level mission that's been hanging over for 3 years without anyone completing it? As a responsible receptionist, she had to stop their dangerous behavior. I'm sorry, Lord Aotian, you are only a bronze level team and are not authorized to take on this mission. Upon hearing the receptionist's words, Momaga cleverly replied, I believe I am fully capable of handling this task. The receptionist tried her best to explain, no, that's not in accordance with the rules. Besides, you're newcomers, and you should start by learning about the adventurer profession through newcomer missions. While dozing off, Fan slammed his hand on the table and said to the incessantly chattering receptionist, all right, it's settled then. It's just slaying a trashy tree spirit, not slaying a dragon or killing a demon, why all the fuss? Momaga was stunned when she heard Fan's words. Wait a minute, how could Fan know the language of this world? Hasn't he been spending all his time eating, drinking, and having fun? Could it be that he's been secretly studying hard behind my back? Just a trash tree spirit? These words broke the hearts of all the adventurers present, and many of them said, Miss Receptionist, if they want to die, let them go. Anyway, this mission has been hanging for 3 years and no one has been able to complete it. Yes, they're so confident in themselves, you don't need to protect them like this. Seeing the adventurers making a fuss, the receptionist quickly advised, no, everyone, Please don't make a fuss. This is against the rules because this is a mission for a steel-level adventurer. Only missions for steel-level adventurers can be handled. Momiga asked curiously, why? Because our strength is mismatched, going on this mission would be suicide. Our adventurer organization is neither a suicide squad nor a charity organization. In missions conducted under equal or lesser conditions, compensation is provided for any injuries or fatalities resulting from the execution of the mission. Your attempt to exceed your level is suicidal, so there will be no compensation. Mr. Aotian, please think carefully. We strictly prohibit the practice of sending people to commit suicide in order to obtain compensation. If you insist on taking this quest, the Adventurers Guild will not provide compensation for any injuries or fatalities. Furthermore, if you fail the Boundary Challenge mission, you will also need to compensate for labor costs. Furthermore, after multiple mission failures, you will be stripped of your adventurer status. Please think carefully before proceeding. The receptionist, hearing Momiga's words, knew that Momiga was determined to take on the task and was also explaining the rules. Momiga smiled and said, "Okay." The receptionist sighed and said, "Then please pay 10% of the labor cost, which is 10 gold coins. If the task is completed, the full amount will be refunded." A 10% deposit? This is way too much of a challenge to a higher level. Momiga looked into his pocket and found he only had 11 of these world-class gold coins. Finally, he could only awkwardly take out 10 gold coins and place them on the counter. "Is this okay? If we complete the mission, can we advance to become a steel-level adventurer?" The receptionist put away the 10 gold coins and said tactfully, "I'm sorry, you can't skip too many levels at once. You need to complete at least 3 Adamantite level missions to skip to Adamantite level adventurer. If you complete them this time, you can skip to Platinum level adventurer." Momiga stroked his chin and pointed to the blueprint. "Platinum grade? That's pretty good. Can you tell us the details of this mission?" For the sake of 10 gold coins, the receptionist explained the details and address of the task in detail. "Momiga, that illiterate guy, is such a disgrace. Luckily, I was clever enough to use my special skill, Dream Invasion, last night to steal the language of this world. However, this world is really weak. A level 30 tree spirit has been stuck for 3 years and no one has been able to complete it. No, if I hadn't known the plot, I would have almost been fooled by this world. Perhaps this is a ploy to mislead us players. All the high-level combatants are hiding, detached from worldly affairs. And these weak forces act as kings, allowing players to become arrogant, declare themselves emperors, and then be wiped out in one fell swoop. These cowards are truly cowardly. If I hadn't transmigrated early and didn't know the rest of the story, or how many terrifying big shots would appear later, I would have jumped out and slaughtered them all. Forget it, why bother jumping out? Immortality is a rare privilege. Why not eat, drink, be merry, and enjoy life instead of fighting to the death with others?" Hearing Le Fan's series of thoughts, Momiga looked surprised. "What the heck? Did you time travel too early? Don't know the plot? Le Fan is actually a time traveler? And is my world really just a story? There's more to the story that we don't know about? That means Le Fan isn't omniscient or omnipotent after all. Damn it, the plan has changed, we need to be even more cautious now." Knowing that Le Fan also didn't know the subsequent plot, Momiga originally thought that when it was time to act recklessly, she should act recklessly. It seems that won't work now. This world is so dangerous, I still have to stay put. Faced with an overwhelming opponent, the seemingly invincible brothers once again chose the path of survival. Chapter 29. The territory of the Kalan nobles, located 100 miles west of the fortress city of Yelentil, was originally a vast livestock farm. Since a powerful tree spirit took over this area 3 years ago, it has become a vast green ocean. Over the years, many adventurers have ventured into this area, but it is filled with powerful illusions, and most people who enter it disappear. Some even suggested burning the place down, but it was no use, because the place is covered by dew all year round, and all the plants are moist. There's no way to burn this area completely, or even if the area is burned to ashes, the tree spirit will simply move to another area of the kingdom. People will continue to suffer, such as the kingdom 4 years ago when it spent a huge amount of national resources to purchase a large amount of oil and forcibly burn it. Then the tree spirit moved to this place, and the enormous amount of oil there was enough to equal the annual fiscal revenue of a local city. Moreover, the forest created by the tree spirits is basically harmless in this area as long as you don't enter it. Naturally, the kingdom stopped caring. Of course, what no one knew was that it was actually the kingdom's steel-class adventurer group that Blue Rose refused to accept this mission. It's not that they can't get rid of the tree spirit, but that it's unnecessary. Because the tree spirit didn't harm the kingdom, but instead added another labyrinth to it. As long as you don't harbor ill intentions or greed, you'll be fine once you enter this forest. Of course, people are greedy, and most people who enter this forest do so to get rich quickly, so out of 10 people who go in, only 3 can come out. Even so, it still gave ordinary people a chance to get rich quickly, and many poor people had another way to go when they had nowhere else to turn. Outside the vast forest, Momaga pondered whether to have Ziza kill the tree spirit with a single shot for a quick victory, or to go in and fight the tree spirit hand to hand. This forest is quite nice, what would happen if I unleashed an explosion spell? Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momaga knew she needed to make a decisive decision. Momaga said with a smile, "Let's go in." Ziza, Nabe, don't make a move. I want to test how many punches my iron fist can take to kill this tree spirit. What made my best friend, who knows 780 kinds of magic, so addicted to boxing? Was his previous learning of magic merely a disguise for his seemingly honest exterior, revealing him to be a wild person in reality? But that makes sense. I'm also a man obsessed with swords, yet I secretly learned 1,500 spells behind Momaga's back. And it's not wrong for Momaga, as a mage, to secretly learn boxing behind my back. The sheer volume of information left Momaga momentarily stunned. He wondered if he was hallucinating. What the hell? He had learned over 1,500 spells? Is this guy made entirely of liver? Momaga didn't realize that he had gradually gotten used to Le Fan's thoughts. If he had heard Le Fan say he knew over 1,500 spells before, he'd probably burst into tears, overwhelmed with shame and self-loathing. Now it's all good. Being provoked by Leffen too much, at most it just causes a stomachache. The 4-person team entered the forest, where all the fog was completely invisible to them. Since all 4 of them have resistance levels exceeding 100, this fog is simply useless. In the game world, people with high resistance can even be immune to time magic. For example, Momaga's time-stopping magic can be resisted as long as the resistance reaches 400 or more. A resistance of 500 or higher is said to grant immunity to the abnormal effects of super-tier magic. It is said that reaching 600 resistances can resist the effects of certain world items, and once the resistance reaches 1000, it can be 100% guaranteed to be immune to the effect of breaking the 20-fold barrier. The maximum resistance attribute stacked with equipment is only 550. Adding the 150 attribute from class level, the game's limit is 700. But such an account is basically useless, since all the points are allocated to resistance, leaving it with no combat power whatsoever. The style created by Le Fan combines speed with critical hits and basic attacks, resulting in incredible combat power. Therefore, there are basically no players with stacked resistances. Even though the forest was completely shrouded in mist, it appeared as a straight road to the 4 of them. Deep in the forest, a tree spirit, half human and half tree, sensed an unprecedented malice. This feeling of certain death was something he had never experienced before, and this sense of having no way out filled him with despair. He didn't understand why he had this feeling, it was as if he would die no matter where he went. This drove the tree spirit mad. The surrounding trees kept shifting, and small tree people appeared one after another. These tree people were the tree spirit's subordinates. Each one is around level 7 or 8, and their numbers have increased dramatically, numbering in the thousands. This is the result of the tree spirit's efforts over the past 3 years. Knowing he was doomed, the tree spirit went into a frenzy and wanted to launch a full-scale attack. Momaga sensed that over 1,000 familiar people, led by a tree spirit, were charging towards him from 500 meters away. Oh ho! So many weaklings! Momaga's stamina and magic power are about to take off again. Le Fan said to the two people beside him, Hope Zi, Na Bei, don't interfere. This is a man's game. Momaga smiled at Le Fan beside him, in that case, I'll just beat them all to death with my fists. Hearing what Le Fan and Momaga said, the two maids who were planning to use their skills to eliminate the treants also stopped what they were doing. Momaga suddenly charged out, and the distance of several hundred meters was not far for him. Momaga then raised his hand and threw a punch, smashing through the body of a tree man, and continued to bombard it. The terrifying tree men instantly surrounded Momaga, and the sound of punches shattering tree trunks echoed continuously through the forest. The impact of the force, combined with the tree man's screams and the tree spirit's roars, was like a symphony of the forest. Le Fan picked up a beer and chugged it down. Nabe was now pondering why Lord Leffen and Lord Momaga would do such a thing. Hope Zi, on the other hand, asked directly because Momoja had said yesterday that if there was anything she didn't understand, she should just ask and not be afraid. Wearing cool sunglasses and looking completely clueless, Hope Zi asked, Lord Le Fan, why is Lord Momaga fighting with these trash? Because he has a boxing dream. Hearing Le Fan's words, Hope Zi looked curiously at Momaga, whose punches were getting faster and faster in the distance. Boxing dream? Is it to become a fighter? No, it's about experiencing the visceral feeling of every punch landing, the unparalleled sensation of taking on 1,000 enemies single-handedly. Peerless. This is a man's romance that you wouldn't understand. Did Momaga hold you last night? Does Lord Le Fan also sleep like this, holding Nabe? Is it comfortable to sleep like this? Of course, you need to hold something to feel safe and fall asleep when you're sleeping. Nabe, hearing Ziza's bold question, also said, Lord Leffen, may I return to the Great Tomb tonight? Le Fan looked at Nabe curiously and asked, what's wrong? Nabe blushed and said, I want to take a bath. Bath? Because Le Fan is the supreme being of blood, he doesn't sweat at all, and his whole body has powerful magic, so no dust can get close to him. So, like Momaga, I don't need to shower at all and it's fine, but it seems like Nabe and Ziza can't. I was wondering why Nabe's smell was a bit strong yesterday. Albedo is definitely the best, her sweat is like perfume, it only gets stronger with time. Nabe doesn't smell bad either. Although I don't mind, she's still a girl, and it's only right that she's clean. Le Fan didn't restrain Nabe either, don't you know teleportation magic? Go back whenever you want. Nabe quickly bowed and said, thank you, Lord Le Fan. Hope Zi also bowed. Chapter 30. 10 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Momaga swung his whole body, breaking free from the tree spirit's green blood. He looked at the attribute record with excitement, and saw that it had added 50 points of magic power. Momaga walked towards Le Fan and said with a smile, awesome, over 50 points of magic power. It's a pity the monster was too weak. It's all right. Little by little, it adds up. After all, this isn't the World Tree world, so there aren't any monsters at level 70 or 80. As Le Fan spoke, he raised his hand and casually waved it over the corpses of the tree men scattered on the ground. Double spell, tree web. This is a support magic spell, it's a giant tree net with extremely high flexibility and a wide range of uses. Le Fan wrapped all the tree man corpses and tree spirits up, then pulled out the rope and threw it to Momaga. Pull it back, so we have proof. Momaga stared at the thousands of corpses, then paused. Isn't this a bit too conspicuous? Isn't it better to be high profile? You can directly advance to the steel-level adventurer. Do you still want to struggle at the bottom? Momo looked at Le Fan and then said calmly, but this tree man is conservatively estimated to weigh 600 tons. With the trees blocking the way, it's roughly 700 or 800 tons. Are you sure I can move it? Don't worry, I'll just add a few enhancement spells for you. Triple magic, super power enhancement. Triple magic, super physique enhancement. Triple magic, a comprehensive enhancement. Triple magic, Colossus power. Triple magic, Dragon power. Triple magic, Titan's power. After casting 10 spells in quick succession, Momaga felt the power explode throughout his body. He glanced at his own power level and realized it was off the charts. Momaga said somewhat awkwardly, "Hey, why is your super power enhancement only LV10? Le Fan smiled and said, "Ahem, is there a problem with a warrior strengthening his own power?" Momaga, feeling his invincible power, said calmly, "Self-sufficiency and abundance seem to make sense, but this superpower enhancement is a bit terrifying. I feel like I could destroy a city with one punch." "Alright, stop showing off and stop dragging your feet. Just walk with one hand on your side. It's only 600 tons. As Le Fan spoke, he easily tossed the 600-ton tree man net to Momaga with one hand. It doesn't seem like a huge 600-ton object, but rather a small ball that you can toss around however you want. At this moment, Zizi and Nabii were so frightened that they couldn't speak. Even the reverence in my heart is like a surging river. Momaga easily hauled the 600-ton tree net and suddenly had a bold idea, how about we play a catching game? Le Fan immediately understood, then ran several dozen meters away and gestured for Momaga to throw it over, saying, "Bring it on." Momaga tossed the 600-ton net of trees with one hand, sending it soaring into the air. Le Fan easily caught it, and then Momaga ran several dozen meters ahead. Le Fan tossed it to him again, and the two of them had so much fun that they ran further and further away. Coming to their senses, Zizi and Maid caught up, saying, "Lord Leffen, Lord Momaga, wait for us. These two brothers are both out of their minds. They ignore two stunning beauties and just keep having fun on their own. But there's nothing we can do about it, since both of them are supreme professions, one is the ruler of death, and the other is the ruler of blood. They're no longer troubled by love, but even so, they still enjoy each other's company. Who would complain about having too many pillows?" Although Momaga couldn't sleep, she felt very good holding Zizi last night. Although Zizi is an automaton, she still has a scent, a voice, and a touch. Having experienced the evils of capitalist life, Momaga could never go back. Even if he doesn't sleep, he'll still ask for a pillow to hug next to him. Not for any other reason than for my own physical and mental well-being. Although they are not human, their souls are human, and they naturally have a special feeling for beautiful women. Of course, Le Fan and Momaga are different. Le Fan is not a eunuch, but he hasn't met anyone who makes his heart flutter yet. If he had any, he would definitely have eaten it without hesitation. Therefore, Maid and Albedo need to work hard to make Leffen fall for them. This is a long-term lesson. Every time the two players caught the ball, the ground would vibrate, making a thumping sound. They ran and skipped all the way, and soon arrived at an area 10 kilometers away from Yelantir. Only then did the two stop, and Momaga pulled them back like a laborer. As for carrying it back? That's too scary, it's better to keep a low profile. With the area only about 1 kilometer from the city, the flow of people began to increase. Seeing Momaga dragging a huge net of trees, with green blood all over the ground, everyone was too scared to speak. The guards at the city gate were terrified when they saw this, but how could such a huge ball be dragged into the city? It was quickly dragged to the city gate, and the huge sphere was placed outside the gate. The Adventurers Guild Master and the receptionist personally greeted us. Such a spectacular scene reached the ears of many adventurers from afar. In addition, Momaga's jet black armor was so dazzling that many adventurers in the mission hall that morning recognized him. They then excitedly headed to the mission hall, saying that the Earthling Adventure team had completed the legendary mission and returned with a large number of tree spirit corpses. This forced the leader of the Adventurers Guild in the Yelentil branch to come out. At this moment, a large number of adventurers had gathered at the city gate. Everyone looked at Momaga with disbelief, as he had actually dragged himself back all the way. The mission was accepted at 10 AM, and it's only 4 PM now. Considering the journey, the time spent killing monsters, and the time to drag this 600-ton sphere back. Everyone was too scared to speak, but everything depended on the Adventurers Guild Master confirming whether it really was a tree spirit. Maid cleaned up the green blood stains on the ground. At this moment, Momaga opened the tree net and grabbed the tree spirit's corpse. This is the tree spirit. As for these behind it, they are his subordinates. Kill them all. Everyone was shocked again by Momaga's show of bravado. What kind of adventure team was this that could kill a tree spirit with thousands of guards? Furthermore, this mission is no longer a steel-level mission, because with the assistance of 1,000 nutrients and the forest mist, it is already a hero-level mission. Have we finished? But upgrading to Platinum Adventurer seems a bit low. Sorry, we underestimated the mission level. This is a legendary hero-level mission. Because of our guild's disqualification, we hereby approve you as a Steel-class adventurer team. Lord Aotian, your strength is worthy of our trust. These 600 tons of goods have traveled over 100 miles to return. I imagine all the adventurers here have opinions about this outcome, right? The club president wanted to retain the team, so he offered them the best possible compensation. And with his strength, he warned the surrounding adventuring teams who were dissatisfied, saying that if they wanted to skip levels, they could do so after completing such a hero-level mission. Chapter 31. My God, Lord Aotian, how did you train such strength? Dragging a 600-ton corpse for a full 100 miles, even a powerful dragon might not be able to do that. Perhaps Lord Aotian has already possessed hero-level strength, but what level are Lord Aotian's 3 teammates? With Lady Xiza being so adorable, is there any need for a fight? I'm so envious. Look at Lord Aotian and Lord Xiza's other 2 random teammates, I feel like I'm better than them. SHH, keep your voice down. Lord Aotian and Lady Xiza are listening. They might be their family members. I really don't understand why these 2 ordinary people could join such a powerful team, and even more so, they got incredibly lucky and became steel-level adventurers. Yes, that's unfair. I strongly suggest they both be investigated. Damn it, these weaklings, want to prove something? Perfect, you're all here, I'll use you as proof. Slapping someone in the face is something I enjoy doing most. Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momaga quickly said, my teammates all possess power comparable to mine. If you want to test them, you can. Anyone who objects, come at me all at once. Please note that they are all mages focused on destruction, so you might die. Anyone who wants to die, step forward. Everyone was stunned by Momaga's threatening words. But no one was foolish enough to stand up. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that those 2 guys were just bystanders. But they have a good captain, isn't that obvious? If we dare to go out, Lord Aotian will kill us. But there are always a few idiots in the world. 5 adventurers with villainous faces stepped forward, we refuse to accept this. Looking at this adventurer team, the guild leader felt a chill run down his spine. The Clargra Adventurer Party is one of the 3 strongest adventure parties in the city of Yelentil, a mithril-class party. Seeing that a real idiot had stepped forward, Momaga didn't give Le Fan a chance and quickly said to Maid, you need to finish this quickly. Seeing Momaga's wary look, Le Fan thought, forget it, a few weaklings aren't fun. However, these few weaklings don't give Momaga any face, nor do they give me any face, so I'd better kill them, don't leave any alive, I hate insects. Nabe's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she replied earnestly, yes. As an unremarkable female team member stepped forward, Jerfalji, the captain of the Klargra adventurers squad, walked out and said, oh? You're having a woman face us, but where's the other man? Momaga sighed and shook his head at the guild leader, I've already said that there will be casualties when mages make a move. They might all be wiped out. Don't blame us then, after all, those two are destructive magicians, and their attacks are sure to kill. Gafarji said with a disdainful look, don't worry, Lord Aotian, there's no need to scare us like that. As Mithril-class adventurers, we've seen far too many storms. We've weathered so many storms to become Mithril-class adventurers. We have nothing to say about Lord Aotian and Lord Zyza becoming adamantite-level adventurers. But these two ordinary passers-by, if I may be so bold, I simply cannot accept them. Momaga nodded, everyone, step back. Are you ready? Seeing that he couldn't persuade them to leave, the guild leader glanced at his close friend, the mayor of Yelentil City. The mayor then addressed the guards and those around him, saying, everyone, retreat 50 meters to avoid being accidentally injured. Also, regardless of the outcome of this duel, neither side is guilty. As everyone retreated 50 meters, a 50-meter wide clearing was created. Nabe was still dressed in her cool and aloof outfit, while the Klargra adventurer team opposite her was fully armed and ready to go. Nabe slowly floated in mid-air, then suddenly clapped her hands together, instantly filling the space with a series of sizzling sounds. The hissing sound coming from the space, along with the numbing sensation in the air, made everyone present take a deep breath. The 5 people closest to Nabe also sensed the terrifying danger and knew they couldn't let Nabe complete the magic, so they all launched an attack. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Nabe opened her arms, and a terrifying bolt of lightning, visible to the naked eye, surged in her hands. Nabe calmly announced, double. Ultimate enhancement, Chain Thunder Dragon. In an instant, lightning surged forth, instantly bombarding the 5 people. The powerful voltage reduced them to ashes in a flash, leaving only some relatively sturdy weapons and armor. In an instant, silence fell. Everyone felt like they were dreaming. That was a Mithril-class adventure team, one of the strongest teams in the city of Yelentil. Just like that? Blasted to dust in an instant? Momaga felt a chill run down his spine watching Nabe kill someone right in front of him. Couldn't she have been more discreet? If she was going to kill, she should have done it in secret. This is human society. To kill someone in front of the guards, are you out of your mind? But Momaga could only awkwardly walk out, I told you that Nabe and Invincible are destruction mages, their magic can instantly annihilate everything. And don't be fooled by their ordinary appearance, it's because they use powerful magic to conceal their destructive aura in order to protect you. Anyone else want to take on the challenge? But let me warn you, their magic is too powerful, you might die. Hearing Momaga's words and looking at the 2 ordinary people again, everyone was extremely frightened. But a few seconds later, everyone forgot about that existence. However, when they saw the broken weapons and armor on the ground, they broke out in a cold sweat again. My God, why are there such terrifying beings? Why do they hide their presence? With such a low-key presence, what if I accidentally offend someone next time? Will I be killed? This is practically a horror game called Death Comes. Just imagine an arrogant adventurer encountering 2 seemingly ordinary destruction mages. Wouldn't they die instantly? Yes, it's terrifying. Why do such beings exist? Why are they hiding themselves? Damn it, I don't want to die. Voices kept pouring out. At this moment, the mayor stepped forward and said, Ahem, Everything is over. So, I don't think anyone will object to the Earthling Adventurer team becoming the Steel Adventurer team. After Momaga and the others left, the crowd dispersed. But that night, 2 portraits circulated throughout the city, 2 unremarkable portraits with notes in bright red. Every adventurer paid a high price for the portraits of these 2 people, and reminded themselves that if they saw an ordinary person, they should look at these 2 portraits and compare them. If the comparison is correct, immediately kneel down and apologize. Do not argue, or you will die. Chapter 32. There were 5 men in the room, including 2 muscular men who were fully armed. A muscular man without any armor, a thin man in a robe who seemed somewhat neurotic, and finally an obese man. The obese man was the first to stand up and say, "We were in a bit of a rush yesterday and didn't get to know each other well, so let me introduce myself first. I am Mayor Panisor Jurjadai Rishan Maya." The muscular man in plain clothes said, "I am Burton Inzak, the guild master of the Adventurers Guild in this town." The man in the long robe said with some fear, "I am Theorixel, the president of the Mage Guild." The armed man humbly replied, "I am Parrot, the captain of the Serious Adventure Team, one of the 3 major Mithril Adventure teams in the city. I am Monak, the captain of the Rainbow Adventure Team, the same Mithril Adventure Team. As for the remaining Mithril Adventure Team, they were wiped out yesterday." After everyone introduced themselves, Momaga smiled and said, "So, may I ask what brings you all here?" "Here's the thing, we'd like to request that Lord Aotian's teammates, Mr. Invincible and Ms. Nabe, cancel that low presence spell. Last night, the entire city was gripped by panic. There's a possibility that more people will impersonate Mr. Invincible and Ms. Nabe to scam free meals and drinks. Now you possess absolute power, you are steel-level adventurers. Having status equal to that of nobles, no one will have any ill intentions towards you." The fat pig chief fearfully revealed his thoughts, saying that if it weren't for the fact that yesterday, the city's various nobles and guards had come to complain, saying that they could no longer endure such a life of fear. They originally made their extra income by exploiting ordinary people, and now they are afraid of ordinary people. The same applies to the Adventurers Guild Master and the Magic Guild Master. After all, this is a dog-eat-dog world, and the strong naturally have this privilege. Ordinary people are usually the objects of manipulation by the strong. Now, 2 hero-level strong men who pretend to be weak are disguised as ordinary people. They lost their fun, what could they do? Naturally, they would consult with the association president to see if the problem could be resolved. If not, they would consider moving to another location. After all, this place is no longer a place to stay. That's the situation. As for the arrival of the 2 Mithril-level squad captains, they were just there to act as guards. These guys are interesting, but they seem to have misunderstood. Our stealth masks aren't just ordinary, they're designed to make us disappear. The reason you find it unremarkable is because yesterday's behavior was so outrageous that it couldn't be concealed. Therefore, the stealth mask is automatically replaced with the lowest presence effect, which is to say, it is commonplace and unremarkable. However, Momaga was too lazy to explain to them. He was looking at Le Fan behind him. Not wearing a mask? Fine, this mask is pretty uncomfortable anyway. Besides, I'm actually looking forward to some idiots surrounding my lovely Nabe, so I can show off and slap them in the face. Listening to Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momaga expressed that she did not want Le Fan to take off his mask. Because this guy is definitely going to cause trouble, but he can't restrict everything so much, so he could only look at Le Fan and ask, "Brother, what are your thoughts? I've wanted to stop bringing it for a while now. Sometimes being too good-looking is a sin. However, I can clarify that when others surround us or try to bully us, we'll retaliate, you know. As for magic, we'll only destroy magic. You figure it out." As Le Fan spoke, he took off his mask, and Nabe, who was standing next to him, also took off her mask. When Le Fan, with his stunningly handsome appearance, appeared, everyone fell silent, and they saw Nab's appearance again. This was simply an absolutely beautiful fairy descending to earth, and this fairy was even wearing black stockings. Her pair of stunningly beautiful legs instantly made the hearts of the 5 people present race. They finally understood why the two had hidden their appearances. Both of them possessed stunningly beautiful faces that could bring ruin to a country. The 5 of them dared not look at Le Fan for long, and after glancing at Nabe a few times, they unconsciously withdrew their greedy eyes. If they didn't know Nabe's strength, with those beautiful legs and stunning looks, they would have fought tooth and nail to take her away. After all, this is the most corrupt kingdom in the world, and such things are just the norm for this kingdom. Even within the capital, there are all sorts of robberies and trafficking of women and children. Outside the capital, the law must be even more rampant. Nabe snorted in dissatisfaction at the looks she received from everyone. At this moment, the Magic Guild Master secretly activated the skill Magic Observation. In an instant, I saw Nabe's immense magical power, and the magical power of his beside her was also close to that of the 13 heroes necromancer Rigud Belsgolan. As the president of the Magic Guild, he had the privilege of meeting Rigrudo Belsgolan, the necromancer of the 13 heroes, and witnessing her magic, a magic that transcended the realm of heroes. Currently, the magic power of a marksman like his is only slightly less than that of Rigdel Belsgolan, while Nabe's magic power surpasses that of Rigdel Belsgolan. This left the Magic Guild Master speechless for a moment. However, what's strange is that Lord Aotian and Lord Woody don't seem to have any magic power. Isn't Lord Invincible a magician? Could it be that he has hidden his magical power? Exploring my and Momaga's magic? We brought premium items, you think you can tell. But if we unleash our magic, will it engulf the entire country? That's an interesting idea, but never mind, it's not fun. If we unleash the magic, all the big shots lurking in the world will know we're here. Then we'll be ganged up on by a bunch of them, and we won't be able to stay a nobody anymore. Even if we can't win, we can run away, but there's no need to live like this. Being a nobody like this isn't so bad. Hearing Le Fan's words, Momaga gave up the idea of releasing magic power, because 58,000 magic power was simply too heaven-defying. In the original story, less than 2,000 units of magic power soared into the sky. 58,000 units of magic power wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it could engulf an entire city, would it? The Magic Guild Master was deep in thought, but considering that Lady His and Lady Nabe were each other's partners, their strength was definitely not weak. Nabe sensed the Magic Guild Master using her exploration magic skill on her, and stomped her foot in dissatisfaction again. Startled, the Magic Guild Master quickly withdrew his skill. I apologize for using magic exploration on Lady Nabe without permission. Please forgive my rudeness. As best friends of several decades, the Adventurer Guild Master knew the Magic Guild Master's power and exclaimed in surprise, "Sir!" Chapter 33. The Magic Guild Master said humbly, "Yes, Lady Nabe's magic power has surpassed that of the necromancer Rigdel Belsgolan of the 13 heroes. This is a being who has truly reached the realm of gods. Even the strongest human mage, Fluda, couldn't surpass the magical power of the 13 heroes, Rigrudo. Lady Nabe can be considered the greatest human mage." Hearing the words of the Magic Guild Master, everyone present was stunned again. What? How is that possible? Nabe looks to be only 16 or 17 years old at most. How could she have such terrifying strength? Is she actually several hundred years old? Momaga felt awkward upon hearing the Magic Guild Master's words, but then she remembered Le Fan's thoughts from yesterday. The big shots in this world like to use these weaklings as a facade to mislead their players. Therefore, Momaga doesn't take the Magic Guild Master's words seriously. The truly powerful opponents are always lurking in the shadows of the world, while those who exist in the open are nothing but weaklings. Momaga knew that it would be very troublesome if this news wasn't passed on. He then said, "Gentlemen, the restrictions on invincibility and Nabe can be lifted, but please do not spread this message. Momaga is still sending gifts as always, but that doesn't conflict with my laid-back lifestyle. Listening to Le Fan's words, Mojia also had a headache. Salted fish, should I buy dozens of tons of salted fish for you to eat your fill? At the request of his friends, the Magic Guild Master and the Adventure Guild Master, the Fat Pig Mayor hurriedly replied, yes, we will do as Lord Momaga says. May we ask if you would like to join us for a carriage ride around the city? Upon hearing this, Le Fan quickly replied, that's fine, but the payment will be based on the standards for a fine steel-level adventurer quest. Hearing Le Fan's words, Momaga was speechless, but she didn't refute him. After all, she was poor right now. Although I earned 100 gold coins yesterday, I spent 1 gold coin on food last night. He inwardly complained that Le Fan was inhuman, having eaten hundreds of kilograms of food in one night. At this rate, he wouldn't survive without earning more money. No one dared to refute Le Fan's words, because they knew that Nabe and Momaga's power was genuine. A terrifyingly strong warrior capable of dragging a 600-ton object, a god whose magic has reached the realm of the gods. Although many people say that Momaga dragged the 600-ton weight yesterday because the magician used a lightning spell. But no matter how much weight reduction is achieved, it still weighs tens of tons. And since it doesn't have wheel hubs, dragging it across the land left a huge dent in the ground. No one can deny Momaga's terrifying power, so it's time to admit defeat. Moreover, since they are the ones asking for something from the other party, they naturally need to pay a reward. Based on the minimum price of 100 gold coins for a high-grade steel quest, Momaga made another 100 gold coins for free. Soon, a luxurious carriage, a guard regiment, 2 powerful mithril-level adventure teams, and the Magic Guild Master, Adventure Guild Master, and Mayor all joined in. In just one day, the entire city of Yelentil became the talk of the town. Even the members of the Earthling Adventure Team received special titles. The Dark War God, Lord Aotian. Cool Shooter, Lady Zizi. Magical Princess, Lady Nabe. Unparalleled in the world, Your Excellency is invincible. Because of Le Fan's stunning good looks, everyone in the city had a very high level of goodwill towards the Earthling Adventure Team. Momaga thought to herself, holy crap, does being good-looking mean you can do whatever you want? But Le Fan quickly proved him wrong. Yes, being good-looking allows you to do whatever you want. Almost everything they sell is a buy one get one free deal, which is incredibly reasonable. Fortunately, Le Fan wasn't short of money and wasn't greedy for such a small gain. Judging by the time, it's already the 3rd day since I arrived in this city. Should I contact the drug-using guy from the original story? He's just a useless guy who invented a purple junk drug. Is there any point in contacting him? Forget it, why bother with it? Red potions are trash to me, let alone purple ones. But if I don't make contact, it seems Sebastian's wife will also disappear, but what does that have to do with me? Moreover, Sebastian and that human were destined to be unhappy. Sebastian's powerful physique prevented him from experiencing even 1% of pleasure. Besides, the owners are all single, and you, as the guardian, are publicly displaying your affections. That's inappropriate. Momaga looked at Le Fan, who was eating meat and drinking wine with gusto, and heard his thoughts. He was speechless. Is it from the original story? What's the name of the medicine man? I'd like to get to know him. And what is the purple potion? That red-haired woman has been playing with the blue potion in her hand ever since she started eating. Could this be the potion of this world? At this moment, Momaga was also looking at the red-haired girl. Britta was startled when she noticed Momaga's gaze, but she quickly recovered. Since the other party is a powerful adventurer, they could easily buy 100 bottles of this potion from a single quest, so there's no need for them to steal it from me. As for him being interested in me, Britta was self-aware enough to know that the stunningly beautiful girl and the incredibly cool Loli were both breathtakingly beautiful, so why would they be interested in her? If this weren't an inn only for seasoned adventurers, it would probably be packed with just these 4 people eating here. But that guy is so handsome, and he can eat so much. It would be so nice to have dinner with him. Oh? Could it be fate? Momiga actually noticed that woman? In the original story, Momiga broke her potion, then gave her a replacement, which led to the plot where the medicine man came looking for her. Momiga was stunned for a moment when he heard Le Fan's thoughts, but Momiga naturally did not intend to change the plot, because that would prevent him from having foresight. Sometimes following the chessboard isn't necessarily a bad thing, at least you know the consequences of your next move and how to respond. However, Momiga was overthinking it, because the news that a steel adventure team had been formed in the kingdom spread throughout the entire kingdom in an instant. Even intelligence personnel in neighboring countries received the information, because this steel adventurer team was different from the previous ones. According to reports, all 4 possess hero-level strength. There are even rumors that the stunningly beautiful magical princess is a deity, and even controls magic at the 7th stage. And that dark war god possesses the terrifying power of a dragon, perhaps even capable of slaying one. With these few pieces of news spreading, it's virtually impossible for Momiga to live a peaceful life. Not to mention, the city's mayor secretly passed on information about Maid reaching the realm of gods to the king. For no other reason than to get promoted and gain higher rank. This series of messages will take effect in a few days. Momiga is unaware that everything has changed and it is unlikely that things will return to the original track. Chapter 34. Despite being persuaded by Le Fan to drink, Momiga ultimately didn't have a chance to get close to the red-haired woman. We ate and drank our fill, but tonight we ate relatively little, and it only cost 5 silver coins. Le Fan carried Na Bei in his arms and carried her back to their room, leaving everyone present envious of this seemingly perfect couple. Hope Zi looked at Mo with anticipation, but Mo ultimately gave up on the lead about the medicine man. Because his health is so high, let alone red potions, even 10th tier magic wouldn't restore much. Unless it's a level 10 healing spell that you've trained yourself, although Momiga is a support, her main role is to steal damage and control, not to heal. Previously, the guild had professional healers, but their highest level of healing magic was only LV5, and LV10 was still a long way off. Not to mention that after you transmigrated to this world, the system changed, making it 100 times harder to advance any magic than in the game. In the game, it takes about a month to train a spell to level 10. However, Momiga, who now possesses immense magical power, can be used continuously, but even so, it would conservatively take a year to reach LV10. It's not really necessary, since the equipment already has a built-in health regeneration effect, and it's a percentage-based regeneration. There's also the lifesteal effect of weapons, either of these is more powerful than healing magic. That night, inside the royal castle of Riestig, King Lamasa III was looking at documents that had been urgently transmitted using a magical teleportation array. This is a special teleportation channel controlled by the mayor of each city within the kingdom. Unless there is an extremely important world event, this channel will not be used. Once used, it indicates a major event, which may even affect the future direction of the entire country. At this moment, the king was also anxious about his trusted confidant, the warrior Captain Gurdev, who had just returned to the capital. The king slowly opened the document. Your Majesty, in the city of Yelentil, a steel-class adventure team was formed yesterday. They are called the Earthlings Adventure Team, and all members of the team are of hero-level strength. Among them, the magical Princess Maid has surpassed Fruta and reached the legendary realm of the gods. This is classified information, known only to a few people present. Furthermore, we have promised the Earthling Adventure Team not to leak information, but the others may not be so honest in keeping it a secret. I believe His Majesty has the right to know about such a powerful force immediately. Another point is that they are not from this country, 3 of them have black hair and black eyes, while one has pink hair and green eyes. Your most loyal subordinate, Panasonic Regal Jedi Rishan Mayat, hereby presents this portrait and intelligence. After reading the letter and the portraits of the 4 people, the king was stunned. What beautiful people they were! However, with the warrior captain beside him, he snapped out of his thoughts and asked, "You said you also encountered magic casters capable of annihilating the Sun Festival on the grasslands of Karn village. Do you think they were in cahoots?" Looking at the 4 figures in the portrait, the warrior captain shook his head, "No, but we can ask them about their sudden appearance. Perhaps they've come to eliminate that blood demon." The blood demon is a terrifying being that has reached the realm of demon gods. Humans cannot defeat it with their strength, only those who have reached the level of the 13 heroes. I was initially worried about the possibility of blood demons appearing within the kingdom's borders. Although you, Gazef, said that the blood demon was a good person, I still had some concerns. However, it seems this problem can be solved now, but how do we get this Earthling adventure team to defeat that blood demon? The king tentatively asked Gazef a question, even though Gazef was his confidant, because he was always too upright. Why should we attack? That blood demon isn't a bad person. But we're not human after all. You should understand our situation. We were originally a nation that the slain theocracy was fully supporting in building the first kingdom. However, due to my father's incompetence, the country has become corrupt, and with the rise of the Blood Emperor, the slain theocracy has lost faith in us. They even mobilized the Sunshine Ceremony to try and eliminate you, and now we're tolerating this blood demon. Then the slain nation will unite with various human nations to attack us. In matters of principle, we will have no other choice." The king sighed and spoke of the kingdom's predicament. "Why not let Princess Nara govern the country? I have seen Princess Nara's policies in various aspects, and they are no less than those of the Blood Emperor. She can become a talent who leads the kingdom to glory." The king shook his head firmly and said, "Anyone can control the country, but she cannot, because she has no heart." Gurdov sighed. He couldn't remember how many times he had suggested to the king that Princess Nora should take power, but the king always said the same thing. Honestly, if a mediocre prince like the eldest prince were to become king, the kingdom would probably be completely destroyed by the nobles within 3 years. As for the second prince, his performance was too mediocre to be seen, only Princess Nara was the only hope. As for the king, he was a kind man, but unfit to be king. In fact, he also contributed to the kingdom's corruption. But Gurdov couldn't reveal this, and besides, he was the same kind of person as the king. He has no right to criticize the king. He talks a lot about benevolence and righteousness, but his behavior is the ultimate evil, even worse than that of a villain. Did he not know about the corruption of the royal nobles? He knew this, and he had been urging the king to take action, but he knew the king wouldn't. Why didn't he rebel? At the very least, he could have acted first and reported later. He clearly knew the king's character. Even if he acts first and reports later, nothing will happen. But he just didn't dare. He didn't dare to do this or that, leaving the kingdom's 9 million people living in misery every day. The only people who admired and respected him were those around him and the suffering people in other parts of the kingdom. They neither admired nor respected him. On the contrary, they hated him and the king. The king gestured across the table and said, "Tomorrow, issue a hero-level mission. Send the Blue Rose Squad to investigate the Blood Demon incident, and also have the Blue Rose team work with the Earthlings on this mission." Gurdry desperately wanted to refuse, but he could only agree, yes. At the same time, the Blue Rose Squad also learned that the kingdom had created a second Steel Adventurer Squad, and also learned about the 4 members' information and portraits. 4 hero-level powerhouses? This surpasses even the Azure Rose, because the Azure Rose only has 2 hero-level powerhouses. Of course, they knew that Ooal was a god-level powerhouse, but this information could not be revealed. After reviewing the intelligence illustration, Ooal looked out the window and said worriedly, I feel the winds of the world beginning to move. As one of the successors of the 13 heroes, Logis naturally knew about the world changes that occurred every few hundred years. She frowned. Is it happening again? Ibarua murmured to herself, yes, 200 years have passed without us even realizing it. Ibarua said calmly, we need to make contact with them and gather intelligence. A muscular, strong woman named Giglin said, oh? I didn't realize little Ibarua cared so much about the newcomer. A cute blonde ninja asked, shall we set off now? Another ninja who looked exactly like her said, Tina, don't be in such a hurry, we can set off tomorrow. Logis knew about the tragic history of the 13 heroes, so she said worriedly, let's set off tomorrow. There's no rush. I just hope nothing bad happens this time. Chapter 35. This night was far from peaceful. All factions within the kingdom are searching for this steel-class adventure team. Some wanted to befriend them, some wanted to exploit them, and some were simply reckless and wanted to seize them. For example, the 8 Fingers, the underground kings of the kingdom, the moment they saw the portraits of Maid and Shiz. They set themselves a goal, to get their hands on both women. Large numbers of people from all directions of the kingdom are heading towards Yelantir, all because of the allure of the world's heroic-level powerhouse. Many nobles were already dissatisfied with the status quo. In their view, everything in the country should belong to them. However, they lacked the strength to deal with the warrior captain, which is why they did not send troops to protect them after learning of the Sunshine Festival's invasion. Their goal was to kill the warrior captain. Once the warrior captain was dead, they could issue a special mission to get Blue Rose to leave the kingdom, and then the country would be theirs. As for Blue Rose and the others killing them after they return? That's unlikely. After all, they were just adventurers. As mentioned in the original work, the first time Momaga summoned the Black Goat, he slaughtered 170,000 people. The Second War of Annihilation resulted in the massacre of 400,000 soldiers gathered in the kingdom, plus another 100,000 soldiers who fell to the major cities. The kingdom has a standing army of at least 700,000, no less, so how could there be a situation where there are no troops to support Karn village? The failure to kill the warrior captain has left them somewhat frustrated. But a new force has emerged, and they want to see what this new force is thinking as soon as possible. The main issue is that all parties involved have negotiated with the Blue Rose, but the Blue Rose has refused. If the Blue Rose doesn't participate, the major nobles have a conservative estimate of 60% chance of killing the warrior captain, but the hope is still too low. Furthermore, since Blue Rose's teammates are all Princess Nora's good friends, they will definitely help the king's side. Now a new hope has emerged, and if this new hope agrees, the kingdom will be overthrown in no time. As for ways to get rid of the Wild Rose, there are countless options if you are willing to spend the money. This is the most corrupt kingdom, so don't be alarmed by anything strange or bizarre that happens here. As for why Nora dared to move 8 Fingers later? That's because Nara had already sent people to explore Momaga and knew that Momaga was a partner of justice. However, a few days after the movement of the 8 Fingers, the Guardians of the Great Tomb arrived in the capital because of Sebastian's matter. Demiurge approached Nora, which led to the subsequent destruction of the kingdom. Unfortunately, Le Fan was unaware of all this, since he had only watched the second season. If he knew what happened next, he would definitely exclaim in shock, "Good heavens, that coward Momaga actually dared to wipe out 170,000 people." Around noon the next day, another famous painting appeared in front of the Adventurers Guild, depicting a group of 3 peerless figures accompanied by a warrior in jet black armor. The 4 stood in front of the mission board. Momaga looked at Le Fan curiously, "Choose the one with the most money." Le Fan shook his head, "I also want to choose, but I don't have a choice. There is only one mission for a steel-level adventurer, the Goba Beast. It is probably worse than the Tree Spirit, but the reward of 200 gold coins is not bad." Momaga was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, then sighed and said, then let's go with this one. The adventurers standing nearby listened to the big boss's conversation without daring to utter a sound. They could only concentrate on admiring Nabe's stunningly beautiful legs and gorgeous face, as well as Zeise's incredibly cool yet adorably cute appearance with sunglasses on. Nabe was very unhappy that the bedbugs around her were staring at her like that. If she could, she would kill them. Unfortunately, she cannot kill indiscriminately unless these vermin attack her, which is on Lord Momaga's orders. Just as he was about to leave after accepting the mission, a super-luxurious gilded carriage suddenly appeared outside the door. Several powerful bodyguards, each 2 meters tall and muscular, and a few beautiful maids followed a fat, crazy man dressed in expensive clothes into the room. Looking at the obese man, Momaga frowned. A nobleman? The nobleman was stunned at first sight, because he was unconsciously captivated by Nabe's stunningly beautiful legs. He rushed over overnight, expecting a great start, but he lost his composure the moment he saw Nabe. But he remembered Nabe. I must have such a beauty. When I become king, she will be my queen. The fat pig nobleman, having thought this through, suddenly became bold. Gentlemen, I am Duke Cross Tranner Kabayoluluka, one of the 6 dukes of the kingdom. I would like to invite you to a meal and make friends. Listening to his long, rambling speech, Le Fan complained, could your name be any longer? Listening to Le Fan's complaints, Lox the fat pig looked at Le Fan's stunning good looks and smiled without getting angry, saying, no, 5 names are a privilege of royalty. I can only use 4 names. Momaga shook his head, we need to carry out a mission, we don't have time. Seeing the rude Momaga, Loxdon was immediately angry. I am the absolute ruler of this region. Even if the king came, he would have to give me face. How dare you, a mere adventurer, not give me any respect? Momaga was also deliberately changing his mindset, because every time Momaga said sorry or something like that, Le Fan would launch into a tirade. Even Zeise and Nabi would get very angry. Over the past few days, he has gradually gotten used to it. In the past, when he refused others, he would say things like sorry as a common phrase. I won't talk about it anymore. But such words were really hurtful, especially to this fat pig, who was extremely angry at the moment. He was one of the 6 great noble families, but he couldn't get angry, because it concerned whether he could rule the country in the future. Locus smiled and said, how about I double the price for the mission? How about I give you a new mission and have dinner with me? Is this for real? My god, isn't the other party Lox, one of the 6 noble families of the kingdom? Is this how the strong are treated? I'm so envious. With the encouragement of those around him, Rox felt proud again, and he straightened his back and even gave Nabe a wink. Nabe frowned, she really wanted to kill this disgusting bug. Le Fan patted Momaga and said, let's go. Why bother with this poor idiot? Does he really think we're short of money? We just want to rid the people of evil and maintain order. Momaga was caught off guard by Le Fan's sudden show of bravado. How could it sound so sarcastic coming from someone with a justice value of -1000? However, when Le Fan is showing off, Momaga won't expose him, just as when Momaga is showing off, Le Fan won't expose him either. They are brothers, and although they often trick each other, that's only when there are no outsiders around. Your brother is showing off, and you slap him in the face. This isn't brotherhood anymore, this is a lifelong enemy. Chapter 36. Watching Le Fan stride out, Cross quickly said, eliminating a scourge for the people? Then you should talk to me even more. This concerns the future lives of 9 million people. Everyone was shocked by Cruce's bold and direct words. Although it's good that he, as a duke, proposed this idea for the sake of the country and its people, everyone knows the true state of the kingdom. As long as this incompetent ruler remains in power, the kingdom will never be at peace. Unless the duke wants to replace the king and become the new king. Many clever adventurers sighed, but this might not be a bad thing. Like the empire next door, where nobles suffer, but the people enjoy happiness. Although they are adventurers, they are still just ordinary people, and reforms will only benefit them. I'm afraid that if this Cross takes the throne, he will be even worse than the current incompetent ruler, plunging the kingdom into even greater misery. Momiga was shocked by Cross's words. Indeed, the kingdom was utterly corrupt. One of the 6 noble families, Cross, openly and brazenly discussed that sensitive topic in the street. Oh? Someone's even faster than us. But I didn't expect Duke Cross to be so bold. At that moment, a flying carpet slowly descended from the sky, and 5 female adventurers stepped down. All 5 were blonde, and one of them was wearing a mask. But they all wore badges that were only given to adventurers of the steel rank. With all members being women, everyone instantly learned of the formidable reputation of this adventure team, the Blue Rose Adventure Team. Captain Legis Elbian Druindera is a descendant of the 13 heroes and one of the kingdom's 6 great noble families. However, this nobleman had no interest in vying for the king's game. Upon seeing Legis arrive, Lox frowned, then put on a smiling face and said, "Isn't this my niece Legis? Why didn't you tell your uncle you were coming to your territory?" "Sorry, I don't remember having an uncle who dreams of being a king. By the way, Lord Aotian, captain of the Earthling Adventure Team, the king has just issued a hero-level mission to subdue the Blood Demon, and needs 2 steel-level adventure teams. Are you interested in joining?" Lejua glanced at the fat pig, shook her head, and then spoke to Le Fan and the others. However, Lejua paused a few times while speaking, because they saw the incredible good looks of the Earthling Adventure Team. Especially Le Fan, he's practically every woman's Prince Charming. My God, why is there such a handsome man? Ibarua felt the surge of blood, and her bloodshot eyes kept turning. As a vampire, she encountered the ruler of blood and instinctively felt a sense of submission, almost causing her to kneel down. Ibarua didn't know, but she could feel her blood rushing in her heart, which had stopped beating for many years, pounding violently. Could it be love at first sight? No, impossible. I've lived for over 250 years and never encountered anything like this before. Momiga looked at Lahaus curiously and asked, "To defeat the Blood Demon?" Legis snapped out of her daze at Le Fan's stunning good looks and said, "Yes, a ferocious Blood Demon has emerged outside Karn village. The king is worried that the Blood Demon will harm innocent people, so he has sent our 2 teams of steel adventurers with hero-level strength to participate in the extermination." "No way, the Blood Demon? That's a powerful demon god from the legendary era of demon gods. Why would it appear near the kingdom? Damn it, that's a demon god level being. How could humans possibly defeat it? No, I have to escape the kingdom." Different voices spread among the adventurers. Cross was stunned when he heard the news about the Blood Demon. Could the kingdom's top combat power alone deal with an enemy of the whole world like the Blood Demon? No, you need to calm down. The Blood Demon is beyond human capabilities. This is something that can be handled by the slain theocracy. Only the slain theocracy can deal with a being of this demon god level. Hearing Cross's words, Legis looked displeased. "I am a descendant of the 13 heroes. The last time the demon god erupted, it was the 13 heroes who dealt with it, not the slain theocracy. Are you looking down on me?" But as a noble woman, she was aware of etiquette, so she did not voice her true feelings. "Holy crap, am I attacking myself? Am I out of my mind? I never imagined the warrior captain was this kind of person, two-faced and hypocritical. We saved Karn village, and this is their revenge. As expected, this is the most corrupt country, repaying kindness with enmity and turning one's back on others are commonplace." Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momiga, who originally had a certain goodwill towards Gijafu, frowned. "Is this the kind of person from this country? Is this kingdom necessary to exist? Perhaps having Momiga summon a blood demon, and then having him team up with my blood knights to slaughter this kingdom and farm stats, wouldn't be bad. The catalyst, however, is the Blue Rose adventure team provoking the blood demon. And the entire Blue Rose clan is full of beauties, recruiting them would be quite nice. By the way, our Earthling team could step in on the front lines. I'll deal with the blood demon, and Momaga can deal with the blood knight. Let's see if we can get an extra reward. Listening to Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momaga complained again, "Damn, bro, you said you were a good person just a few minutes ago, and now you're acting like a monster and want to slaughter this kingdom." However, Momaga was also tempted. After all, this kingdom was too hateful. He had saved them, but they repaid kindness with enmity. With the added effect of -500 justice points, Momaga is no good guy. "You're too weak, I'm not interested." After Momaga finished speaking, he led the way and left. Le Fan was satisfied with the members of the Azure Rose squad who were stomping their feet in anger. That was a great display of arrogance. By portraying the kingdom's strongest adventurer team as weaklings, they subtly elevated our own status. Being called weak naturally emboldened Gigrand. "Wait, what do you mean, Lord Aotian?" Legis also stepped forward. "As the kingdom's oldest and strongest adventurer team, we also have our dignity. The reason you are a Steel class adventure team is because you are only a Steel class adventure team. The reason we are a Steel level adventure team is because there are only Steel level adventure teams. The gap between us is a tiny bit." Momaga spoke calmly and then suddenly threw a punch at the sky with all his might. Instantly, the punch exploded in the air, and a huge shockwave exploded in a series of explosions in the air. Watching Momaga run away after showing off, Le Fan added insult to injury, "That punch, 30 years of internal energy, can you withstand it?" Chapter 37. As the four people gradually left, everyone fell silent. Was this something that could be done by human power? This level of power is equivalent to that of a dragon. Could it really be as they say, that the reason they are a Steel level adventure team is because there are only Steel level adventure teams and no Hero level or Demon level adventure teams? Is the Blue Rose team only at the Steel level adventurer squad level? After looking at the sky for a few seconds, Gaglin came to his senses and said to the strongest person in the kingdom, "Ibarua, can you withstand that punch?" Ibarua nodded, "I can use a double magic shield to block it, but the problem is that I don't know the opponent's speed. If the opponent is also fast, I might be killed within 3 rounds. When I encounter such an opponent, I can only run away." Hearing Evilu's words, the members of Blue Rose fell silent. Legis took a deep breath, "Let's go. Since they're unwilling to take on this mission, we'll do it ourselves." Evilu used her magic to observe the departing 4 people. She sensed that Maid possessed the same level of magic as her and was immediately stunned. "No, we can't continue this mission. We need to go back to Regrudo. Our strength is insufficient to complete this mission." Legis exclaimed in surprise, "Even you can't defeat the blood demon?" Ibarua looked at the 4 people who had disappeared and felt a little disappointed. It was the first time her heart had raced. She had thought she had met her beloved, but the first conversation had turned out like this. She came to her senses and said, "It's not a question of whether we can win or not, but that things are too strange. The strength of the entire Earthling adventure team surpasses that of heroes. It's unreasonable for such a powerful adventure team to suddenly appear. Coupled with the blood demon's descent, none of this can be a coincidence." Legis was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this and said, "Could it be that it's really been confirmed?" Ibarua nodded. At this point, she believed that Le Fan and the others were players, and righteous players just like the 13 heroes. The blood demon's side consists of evil players, and the only ones who can deal with players are other players, or the slain theocracy and the true Dragon King. Although she was also a member of the 13 heroes, she realized through her experience that the gap between her and the players was not just a tiny bit. Ibilua's current worry is that there shouldn't be a player named Leffen among the villainous players. This is what 13 Heroes teammates told him, that Le Fan has the ability to solo world bosses and is the strongest player in the game. If he were to descend upon this world, nothing in the world could stop him, not even if the entire world were to unite and attack him. Due to special circumstances, the warrior captain did not reveal the names of Le Fan and Momaga. They say he's a good person, yet he causes trouble for them. They say he's a bad person, yet they help him out. Should we make the most of these 4 plush pillows? Oh well, let nature take its course. Even if we catch her, we'll probably just throw her aside. After all, Maid is better than them, and Albedo is there too. Listening to Le Fan's thoughts, Momaga also had his own thoughts. This was not a question of whether or not Le Fan should be caught. Rather, it was a question of whether or not to implement the plan that Le Fan had previously conceived. If it was to be implemented, then the people who captured Kang Qiangwei would need to cooperate in the charade. After all, everyone in the city knows that the Blue Rose came to cleanse the blood demon. If we don't catch them, what if they're scared by the punch we just delivered and don't dare to fight the blood demon? After thinking for a moment, Momaga touched her earpiece. Aura, can you hear me? At that moment, Aura, who was active in the forest surrounding the Great Tomb, heard Momaga's voice and quickly replied, "Ah, it's Lord Momaga, I can hear you." Momaga knew what Le Fan was thinking, and said, "Come to Yelantir, and please capture me for the Azure Rose adventure team. Remember, capture me alive." Good. After saying that, Aura happily raised her hand and used a summoning spell to summon her favorite little golden dragon. In an instant, a gigantic golden dragon, 20 meters long and 8 meters tall, appeared. Aura jumped onto the dragon's back and pointed with her little hand, "Little Gold, let's go." Upon hearing its master's words, the little golden dragon roared and then flew towards Yelantir. Extremely fast speed. In a grove outside the city of Yelantir, Momaga stopped in his tracks. "I've already sent Aura over. She'll be bringing the entire Blue Rose here soon. Le Fan, do you want her? If not, lock her up in the Great Tomb and torture her." Holy crap, what's going on with Momaga? So bold? Is it really because of my existence? I don't dislike Momaga's audacity. Alright, who can have too many vases? Even if this vase is of lower quality, it's still one of the best vases in the world, so it's still very meaningful to me. Hearing Le Fan's inhuman words, Momaga shook his head. "Okay, Aura should be here in about 10 minutes. It's been about 10 minutes since we left the city at high speed. That Abruan knows teleportation magic, so she's probably already in the capital." Oh well, since Momaga wants to capture her, I'll reluctantly agree. Since we're going to arrest someone, I'll do it myself. I'm afraid Aura isn't quick enough and might hurt my vase. Momaga heard Le Fan's inner thoughts and words, and thought, "Pa, hypocritical. He's clearly doing this for me. My brother really loves me too much." But he could only nod helplessly and say, "Okay, thank you for your trouble." 10th tier magic, super stealth. Le Fan nodded, then used magic and disappeared into space. A portal appeared in the space in the next instant, and then disappeared. Maid and Zizi, who were standing to the side, were both surprised. Where was Lord Leffen? How did it disappear? Momaga exclaimed, 10th tier magic, super stealth? I didn't expect him to have even learned the strongest magic for the assassin class. Upon hearing Momaga's words, Maid and Zizi's faces lit up with excitement. My goodness, is this the strongest Lord Leffen? He's clearly a warrior, but he's stronger than a mage, and now he even knows the most powerful spells for thieves. Instead of leaving immediately, the members of the Blue Rose chose to have lunch in Yelantir. I traveled here early this morning and I'm hungry. With Evil Eye's teleportation magic, returning to the capital would only take a moment. Suddenly a portal appeared in the sky above Yelantir, and Le Fan was completely invisible at this time. This is the strongest stealth spell, which can maintain stealth for 5 minutes. Unless one's resistance exceeds 300, it is impossible to detect Le Fan's movements. 10th tier magic, life exploration. In an instant, Le Fan's face was filled with dense numbers. This life exploration could easily digitize all life. Looking down at the living area of Yelantir from 500 meters above, Leffen saw a large number of LV3, LV5, and LV7 levels. These are still the ranks between ordinary people, adventurers, and guards. After exploring for a minute, we finally found them. LV60, LV35, LV30, LV30, LV31. Is it Evilu, Legis, Tia, Tina, or Gaglin? Chapter 38. After identifying the target, Le Fan waved his hand. 10th tier magic, forced summon. In an instant, the 5 people vanished from the restaurant. Luckily, they were in a private room, otherwise this scene would have terrified the adventurers around them. Ibrue reacted immediately. How is this possible? Who is it? 10th tier magic, super sleep. The 5 people instantly lost consciousness, and Le Fan used his magic to levitate them. The next instant, they were back in the forest. Less than 2 minutes later, Momaga showed no surprise as he watched Le Fan return with 5 people. Nabe and Ziza were stunned once again when they saw the portal appear and then 5 figures floating in mid-air. Unfortunately, their resistance was less than 300, so they couldn't see Le Fan's movements. Le Fan slowly cancelled his super stealth ability. Hasn't Aura arrived yet? Momaga said awkwardly, not so fast. Okay, I'll try out the feel of the cushion. As Le Fan spoke, he held the unconscious usse in his arms. Seeing this, Nabe pouted and stomped her feet, as if she was angry. By the way, Momaga seems to be a Lilicon. Should we give him Evilu, this 252-year-old legal loli? Hearing Le Fan's words, Momaga's heart was bleeding. What does legal loli even mean? No, what do you mean I'm a Lilicon? Who said I like Lilicon? Le Fan hugged usse for a while, then let go and said, she's alright. Momaga, do you want her? Momaga quickly replied, no, I don't need it. Okay, Nabe, don't be angry, come into my arms. Le Fan said with a smile, glancing at Nabe who was standing to the side, looking furious. 5 minutes later, a huge golden dragon roared in, and at that moment, Aura jumped down. Looking at Lord Le Fan, who was floating in mid-air, holding Nabe, with 5 humans behind him, was this the one I was supposed to transport back? Momaga still used polite language with his subordinates as usual. Thank you for your hard work, Aura. Please take these 5 people back. They belong to Leffen. Be careful to protect them. Not at all, it would be my greatest honor to serve Lord Momaga and Lord Leffen, but does Lord Leffen like humans? After bowing and speaking, Aura also curiously looked at the 5 people floating in the air. Le Fan shook his head and said, don't worry about it. I just happened to like the toys I had. I don't like the ones you captured. Aura nodded and said, I see. Is it alright to leave them with Albedo? Le Fan nodded and opened a portal, indicating that Aura could go back. As Aura left, Momaga looked at Leffen, can you summon the blood demon? Since the other kingdom is going to fight the blood demon, let's play along. Holy crap, Momaga is so clever, trying to use a scheme to harm the kingdom? And we're supposed to be going to the Gobi Desert to kill that giant beast next door, 2 days round trip without any questions? And you've been letting Blood Demon grind stats for those 2 days? No wonder he's my best friend, so considerate of me. However, I'm not a bad person. Le Fan patted Momaga and said, go back to the Great Tomb of Nazarick and summon a blood demon. I also have a blood knight in Karn village. Let them march towards the capital and slaughter their way there. Oh, and you should also plan out the dialogue. Momaga smiled and said, all right, let's begin. As the portal opened, the four returned to the great tomb. Aura was also shocked to see the Supreme Being following behind, wondering if she had done something wrong. Back in the great tomb of Nazarick, Momaga was freed, reverting to his mage form, and then raised his hand, blood demon summoning. In an instant, a level 70 blood demon appeared, and Le Fan used magic, minion summoning, Blood Knight. The Blood Knight, who was sleeping in Karn village, suddenly disappeared, leaving all the villagers of Karn village stunned. After all, they had gotten used to the Blood Knight's protection these past few days, and this Blood Knight was a very good person. Although he doesn't like to talk much, he goes to the forest every day to hunt 10 wild boars, then throws them into the village and falls into a deep sleep. This allowed the village of Karn, which had been greatly damaged by the invasion, to begin its full-scale reconstruction efforts with a large supply of food. However, the simple-minded villagers were not angry when they saw the Blood Knight disappear. Instead, he bowed in the direction where the Blood Knight had disappeared, thanking the Blood Knight for his help and protection over the past few days. Karn village, this simple and honest village, truly deserves Momaga's protection. It's rare to find such a simple and kind village in this corrupt kingdom. The return of the Blood Knight, coupled with the blood demon summoned by Momaga. The two formed a warrior magic duo. So, how should we shout the slogan? The Blood Knight's wisdom should be able to understand. Blood Knight, let me tell you, later you and Blood Demon will follow this route and fight your way through. You too can kill any creatures you encounter along the way. And you must shout loudly, I silently protect my village, and I will help you clear out monsters and invaders. Although I am not human, I have a human heart, compassion, and the ability to protect and cherish humanity. But this kingdom, this world, cannot accept me. My last protectors, my last safeguards, are the lovely residents of Nalan village, the kind and simple people. Yet the kingdom sends 5 women to kill us. The villagers, trying to protect us, were mistaken for outsiders and killed. Death. I want you all to die. Since you won't let me become a Buddha, then I'll become a demon. I will slaughter the entire kingdom and wash the capital in blood to avenge my family. This ungrateful kingdom deserves to perish. Listening to Le Fan's endless stories, Momaga got excited too. Now that there were stories, there had to be some Chuyunibiu, middle school syndrome, remarks. For example, the Blood Knight or Blood Demon who sheds blood as tears, etc. Meanwhile, Zizi and Nabii, standing to the side, unconsciously shed tears. Ah, what a touching story! They also expressed their deep admiration for the talents of the Supreme Lords. They could have relied on their abilities to make a living, but they chose to rely on their talents and win people over with virtue. Thank goodness Sebastian isn't here. If he were, he would definitely yell, "You call this winning people over with virtue? This kind of mass killing makes me want to vomit blood." Chapter 39. The Blood Demon and Blood Knight set off from the village that had been destroyed by the Imperial Knights a few days earlier. And all the way, he roared things like, "If the world can't accept me, then I'll destroy the world." Utterly melodramatic and childish pronouncements. Moreover, there are more than a dozen lines of dialogue that are completely different from each other, they are as cringeworthy as can be. 2 monsters, one riding a warhorse and the other hovering in the air, were heading towards the capital. All life that stands in their way will be destroyed, because the objective is to begin annihilation once they reach the capital. This was a decision made by the two after careful consideration, although their initial plan was to fight their way through. All lives on the road will die, but there is far too much killing going on, and the capital is still so far away. How many will we have to kill along the way? Although both of them are extremely evil beings with a sin value of over -500. But they're both very cautious. For example, right now, the two of them are in the throne room, with tons of magical beer on top of them. As for sending people to follow the Blood Knight and the Blood Demon? No need, because both of them have magic that allows them to summon monsters from a monster's perspective. Using this magic, one can see the perspective of the Blood Knight and the Blood Demon from a distance. Maid and Ziza were told to rest, and the two of them kept drinking non-stop. Wow, that's incredible! We arrived in the capital in just 3 hours. Hey? Soldiers have emerged? Fully armed. Upon hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momaga quickly switched to the Blood Demon's perspective. After a 3-hour attack, they annihilated more than 10,000 troops. The Blood Knight and the Blood Demon finally arrived at the gates of the royal capital. At this moment, an army of 100,000 had gathered in front of the capital, and the warrior captains were wearing the kingdom's secret treasures. Looking at the Blood Demon in the sky, warrior captain Gazef took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry, Lord Lefenchi, it's all my fault. Can I pay with my life?" Then the Blood Demon sang out the lines, saying that the Blue Rose had wiped out his people, and that he no longer had any intentions towards humanity. What it wanted to do now was to retaliate in kind. "If you kill one of my children, I will slaughter 10,000 of yours." His words were as arrogant as could be, but the warrior sighed, "But the people are innocent. Didn't you protect Khan village? The people in the capital are the same as the people of Khan village." The Blood Knight also spoke up, saying, "It's different. The people of Khan village are human. You are ungrateful, you resort to sneak attacks, and you kill our people. You are worse than animals." The Blood Knight's words stunned all the soldiers present. They had never understood why these two demon gods would suddenly descend. "Now I understand, it was the warrior captain who stirred things up. No, it was the king who stirred things up, issuing a heroic level mission to hunt down the Blood Demon early in the morning. The strongest adventure team, Blue Rose, has not returned. They may have been killed by the Blood Demon." It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and the sun was slowly setting. The Blood Demon and the Blood Knight began to move slowly. Everyone held their breath. These two monsters were simply beyond human capability to defeat. Although at this moment all the soldiers are cursing the king and the warrior captain, the king behind them is their home. They must be protected. Meanwhile, inside the capital, the king had already ordered the eldest prince, the second prince, and the golden princess to lead the people in fleeing the capital. He himself intended to live and die with the capital, which shows that the king was a real problem. Perhaps he did it on purpose? Because all the nobles had been sent to the front lines for him. How can we break the deadlock for the children and give the kingdom a better future? Unfortunately, he was overthinking things, because outside the capital, the Blood Demon and Blood Knights unleashed their full power, and the 100,000 soldiers simply couldn't withstand them. Even the captain of the warriors was cut in half with a single blow and was dead beyond any hope of survival. The massacre continued unabated when suddenly a suit of platinum armor appeared in the sky. The armor then muttered to itself, "Is this all the strength that makes Le Fan, whom all players fear, possess? If that's all the strength you have, then you might as well die." After saying that, the platinum-armored warrior charged down with a sudden burst of energy. The next second, Le Fan and Momaga recovered. At that moment, their eyes met. Momaga sighed and took a sip of beer, saying, "As expected, this world is full of hidden talents. This platinum armor user is at least a level 100 player. Yet, he's just an average level 100 player. He probably can't even beat Shaltir. If he were a top-tier player, he could kill him in a minute. But we can't rule out the possibility that he's hiding his strength." Hearing Le Fan's words, Momaga took a deep breath, "Just like you and me? Remote control. Oh ho! Momaga is so clever," he immediately recognized it as a puppet armor controlled by the Platinum Dragon King. The plot has changed too much now, but that's good, it allows the forces lurking in this world to surface one by one. But it's not enough yet. We need more intelligence. How can we force out more of these lurking schemers? Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momaga was also stunned for a moment. Did they want to drag out the powerful figures lurking in the world and make the combat power system public? This requires someone with sufficient strength to sell it. Oh right, isn't there someone with mercy here? Let her sell it, after all, she has the strength of a world boss, so selling it shouldn't be a problem. But how should we sell it? I was so stupid. I should wait for Demiurge to come back and ask for their opinion. On the plains in front of the capital, blood flowed like a river, and tens of thousands of soldiers sacrificed their lives here. At this moment, an old woman with white hair wearing a purple robe slowly walked to a corpse that had been split in two, squatted down, and pieced the body back together. 5th tier magic, resurrection. In an instant, the corpse, split in two, slowly rejoined. Soldier Captain Gazef gasped in horror, huff, huff, huff. One of the 13 heroes, the necromancer Regrudo Belsgolanglay, looked at the warrior captain and asked, "All right, that's all over. The Blood Demon and the Blood Knight have been defeated. What about Legis and the others?" The warrior captain stammered, "They went on a mission, and then they were killed by the Blood Demon." That shouldn't be the case. Ibarua wouldn't be so reckless. Could it be that Legis forced the group to go? Looking at the platinum armor in the sky, Rigurido said, "It might be, partner. Can you take me there?" The platinum-armored man looked at Rigrudo and asked calmly, "Is that little girl here too?" The platinum-armored warrior flew down and scooped up Rigurido. Rigurido hurriedly said, "Yes, hurry, hopefully we can find their bodies. A monster of this strength is indeed far too powerful for humans. Hold on tight." The platinum armor didn't care about the human's miserable state. After all, as the true Dragon King, it had never cared about human lives. It only hates the players, those are the villains who used world items to slaughter 90% of its own people. Although I now possess antibodies against time magic and world items, I am no longer afraid of players using world items. But it was still angry, and it would attack whenever a player appeared. I originally thought that this time, player Le Fan was really as invincible as other players said. It turned out to be just a level 70 blood demon, which could be killed instantly with a wave of the hand. Could it be that the Le Fan that players have been talking about is just a scam to deceive us? But why deceive us? In the temples of the 6 great gods and the ruins of the 8 Desire Kings, there are statues and records of Lefen's deeds. Perhaps this blood demon player is a fake Le Fan, but even if he is, so what? Previously, when players first invaded, it was only because our true Dragon King lacked the antibodies. Now we have the World Tree's antibodies. You players are nothing but trash. Le Fan and Momiga were unaware that, because they had added all sorts of melodramatic and childish settings and dialogues to the Blood Demon and Blood Knight. The Platinum Dragon King mistakenly believed that the Blood Knight and Blood Demon were players. If I knew, I'd definitely say that the Platinum Dragon King isn't very smart after all. Chapter 40. The resurrected warrior captain had all his levels reset, and he had to start training all over again. Fortunately, the level recovery speed is very fast. At most, a warrior captain can recover to their original level in 3 years. But things weren't so good in the kingdom, because the disaster was caused by the king. The Blood Demon and Blood Knight's soaring resentment and desperate howls could be heard by every soldier. Even the people in the capital heard the roars of the Blood Demon and the Blood Knight, and everyone's anger was directed at the king. If it weren't for the appearance of that platinum armor, the entire capital might have been slaughtered by now. Meanwhile, Sebastian, looking furious, arrived at the scene of the war in the capital. He heard that Lord Blood Demon Le Fan had been killed, and he rushed over immediately, but when he saw the Blood Demon's corpse in the distance, he was stunned, because this was a genuine Blood Demon, not the invincible Lord Le Fan. Sebastian shook his head, he shouldn't be so insecure. Lord Le Fan is the most invincible being, no one in the world can defeat him. He was heartbroken as he once again witnessed the immense casualties caused by the war, despite his justice rating of 300. But Sebastian can't do anything, because he is the most loyal being in the Great Tomb of Nazarick. The fact that a great philanthropist could stay in an organization full of villains and still help them commit crimes demonstrates the extent of Sebastian's loyalty. Working at the Great Tomb must have been the most merciless torture for him, with every bad deed he committed. Seeing the soldiers all looking dejected as they cleaned up their comrades' bodies, the sergeant fell silent. He knew that after this war, there would definitely be a rebellion in the kingdom, and the best way to stop the rebellion was to have someone take the blame. Soldier Captain Gazef had already decided to take the blame, otherwise, he might have already committed suicide. This time, it was his fault that led to the deaths of tens of thousands of soldiers, even though it was the king's order. He dragged his weary body toward the capital step by step. Along the way, all the soldiers looked at him with a different kind of respect than before, and even showed a hint of resentment that they did not try to hide. He looked into those eyes, straightened his back, and bravely accepted those eyes filled with resentment and hatred. His heart was bleeding, but he knew this was the punishment for his wrongdoing, and he had to accept it. Sebastian watched as the warrior captain, whose movements were restricted, walked step by step towards the capital. With each step, his feet were unsteady, but he kept walking. Looking again at the soldier's eyes, Sebastian sighed and walked over. "Do you need help?" Looking at Sebastian in his butler's uniform, and the large number of soldiers' families searching for their loved ones on the battlefield, he stammered with all his might, "Thank you. If possible, could you find me a horse? I want to go to the palace." Sebastian asked calmly, "Why go to the palace?" The sergeant, his face resolute and his voice hoarse, stammered, "Someone should take responsibility for this, and I am the culprit." Sebastian looked at the pitiful warrior captain, who had just been resurrected, who could barely speak, and who could barely walk steadily. Sebastian couldn't bring himself to dislike a man like that. Sebastian looked in the direction of the palace and said loudly, "This is not your fault. This is the king's order. Everyone here knows that even if you don't go to find the blue rose, there are thousands of soldiers who will, because the king has given the order. This matter is not your fault, and you don't need to bear the guilt that you shouldn't have to bear." Hearing Sebastian's words, all the resentful soldiers were stunned. Yes, the warrior captain did nothing wrong, he simply carried out the task assigned by the king. Why should we blame him? The soldier captain looked distressed. He tried his best to take the blame upon himself, but Sebastian easily deflected the blame with a single sentence. How can this be allowed? If the soldiers and the people resent the king, and the kingdom is already incredibly corrupt, the kingdom will then descend into civil war, something the warrior captain cannot accept. Having observed the country from the Great Tomb to the capital, Sebastian had long since witnessed its corruption. Every citizen was living in misery, and he hated the country and its king. If Momiga hadn't told him to keep a low profile, he might have assassinated the country's king and nobles. Under Sebastian's words, some soldiers gradually began to voice their dissatisfaction with the king. In the past, no soldier would have dared to express dissatisfaction with the king, because it was a crime. But now, one by one, the soldiers' families gradually arrived at the scene, and they began to cry and scream. The king has lost his last straw, the people no longer have the kingdom in their hearts. Momiga and Leffen were unaware of the chaos within the capital. Because after seeing the platinum armor instantly kill his blood demon, Momiga had already summoned all the guardians back. Of course, Sebastian is an exception. Inside the throne room, Momiga recounted the intelligence. All the guardians present took a deep breath, never expecting that such an enemy was lurking in this world. Demiurge's original idea was to establish the kingdom of Ainz and then have Momiga become king himself. But this idea is too risky now. Oh ho, the platinum armor has arrived before the great tomb of Nazarick? But dares not enter. Interesting. Let's give mercy a try. As everyone began to consider their next strategy, Le Fan suddenly pointed to the perfect person with silver hair and golden eyes. Someone's coming. Why don't you go out and play with them for a bit? Understanding Le Fan's meaning, Renzi bowed and said, "Yes, Lord Le Fan." Then a golden portal appeared, and the next second, Mercy vanished. Le Fan snapped his fingers and took out the divine-level auxiliary Daoji Guanxi mirror. Let's take a look at the strength of this world. Chapter 41. At this moment, the platinum armor and Rigrid, who had been rushing around searching but had not found the bodies of Ibarua and the others, finally arrived outside the great tomb. Ligurido exclaimed in surprise, "Wasn't this a plane a year ago? How did this building suddenly appear, and what's with all this soil and forest?" Hearing Ligurido's words, the platinum-armored man excitedly exclaimed, "They've arrived, players. Then I'll step aside first. I can't be of much help in your fight." The platinum-armored man nodded, and Rigdra used teleportation magic to disappear from the spot. Looking at the massive building, the platinum-armored man could sense the deadly threat emanating from within. As the true Dragon King, he is the darling of this world, possessing an innate and powerful premonition of danger. That's why the platinum armor didn't rashly enter the great tomb. Suddenly, golden light flashed above the building, and a being with silver hair, golden eyes, and 8 pairs of wings, like a god, slowly appeared. Her golden eyes were filled with boundless kindness, and her perfect body and exquisite face were enough to make the world submit. Seeing the merciful figure appear, radiating endless holy light, like a god, the platinum armor unconsciously used its magical exploration. It would have been better if he hadn't explored it. Once he did, he was stunned. The endless magic that enveloped the entire area was the most terrifying magic he had ever seen. Even the strongest elemental Dragon King's magic power is inferior to this monster's. Originally, Mercy possessed 5,000 magic power in her full body form. Now in human form, her attributes have been reduced by 50%, but she still has a terrifying 2,500 magic power. It's worth noting that in the original story, Momiga's magic power soared to 1,900, so it's not unreasonable for this area to be covered by 2,500 magic power. Knowing that his current body might not be able to defeat the enemy before him, the Platinum Dragon King decided to gather intelligence. "Who are you, and why are you in this area?" Renzi looked calmly at the platinum armor. After several hours of meeting, Renzi understood Lord Leffen's meaning. "So she will proceed according to the established plan. I am the Guild Master of Ainz Ooal, merciful High Heaven, who are you?" Upon hearing this, Platinum Dragon King quickly recalled, Ainz Ooal Guild. The guild that invincible player Le Fan belongs to? Could the blood demon I killed really be Le Fan? Or perhaps the person in front of me is actually Le Fan, and everything is just a disguise? Because of Le Fan, all the players remembered him, so the information about the Ainz Ooal Guild was also remembered by everyone. Not every player who travels through time is a villain, they are all quite intelligent. For example, in the game 13 Heroes, there's a character who teams up with the Platinum Dragon King to defeat the demon god. He was ambushed and killed by the Platinum Dragon King, and his equipment was also stolen. As hinted in the original work, the Platinum Dragon King wanted to steal Legis's uncle's crimson armor, but later, recalling the past, he abandoned the idea. Therefore, it can be confirmed that the players of 13 Heroes were ambushed by the Platinum Dragon King. As the strongest, most arrogant, and most invincible Le Fan, there isn't a single player in World Tree who doesn't know him. Therefore, Le Fan's fame had already left a legend in this world during the era of the 6 great gods and the era of the 8 Desire Kings. Knowing he was outmatched, the platinum-armored warrior asked, "So, are those Blood Demon and Blood Knight from your Ainz Ooal Guild?" Renzi asked calmly, "Le Fan and Momiga." The platinum-armored warrior, wanting to gauge Renzi's attitude, said, "They were massacred in the kingdom and have been wiped out by me. I have come here to find the Blue Rose Adventure team." The next second, a golden light burst forth. This was the 10th tier magic, Holy Impact. A terrifying burst of holy light swept past, but the platinum armor remained completely unaffected. He now understood what the other party was thinking. It seemed that his killing of Le Fan and Momiga was real, while the players were lying to him. Are they trying to lull us into a false sense of security? It seems the players are quite knowledgeable. Luckily, Le Fan and Momoja didn't know. If they did, they would definitely exclaim in surprise, the Platinum Dragon King has such a wild imagination. Or is this being who claims to be the most benevolent and supreme being actually Le Fan? None of that matters anymore. Since war has begun, let's fight. Let's use this body to explore the strength of our opponent. The powerful holy impact did not cause much damage to the platinum armor. Looking at the unscathed platinum armor, Renzi calmly remarked, immune to elemental magic? Well, I'm a warrior too. With a wave of his hand, a divine sword appeared, the Judgment Sword, one of the strongest holy swords. The platinum armor suddenly launched an attack, its weapons, like independent living beings, bombarding Mercy from all directions. With a casual wave of his sword, Renzi effortlessly cleaved all the attacking weapons in two. The merciful Judgment Sword possesses the strongest characteristic, it ignores resistances. It's a weapon that deals true damage. Only weapons of equal sturdiness can withstand this weapon, magical enhancements and the like are simply no match for it. Kindness dislikes talking, but according to the setup in the meeting, she is a talkative character. It's useless. Before the true God, no resistance can protect you from anything. Hearing the merciful reminder, the platinum-armored man came to his senses. He had just decided to retreat because the opponent's strength was too great. He could destroy all his weapons in an instant, but this time, he learned that the other party was a chatterbox, and perhaps he could get more useful information out of him. Therefore, he planned to sacrifice this armor in exchange for more useful information. Because this merciful and supreme heaven is currently too powerful, even if his true form were to arrive, he would not be able to defeat it. To defeat him, we need to gather other true Dragon Kings, but that's not enough, we need even more information. Is that so? Invincible in close combat? But can you withstand magic? As the platinum-armored warrior spoke, he immediately unleashed the primal magic, Spatial Cut. Renzi didn't react for a second, and a huge wound was instantly cut into his body. But she recovered instantly 2 seconds later, looking at the Platinum Dragon King with a surprised expression, Spatial magic? Interesting fellow. Watching the severed body of Mercy recover in just 2 seconds, the platinum armor silently wondered, does it possess super powerful regeneration magic? In other words, to kill this merciful one, it would be necessary to gather at least 3 true Dragon Kings and simultaneously unleash primordial magic. The Platinum Dragon King is a primordial magic Dragon King specializing in space magic. In the original story, he used a primordial magic spell to seal off space. Unless you possess primordial magic or world items, you cannot leave by any means. Of course, this is without encountering the reckless Le Fan. If they had, he would have known what it meant to overcome all obstacles with sheer force. Chapter 42. Well then, my turn begins. It's rare to encounter someone who can hurt me. Ha ha ha, I'm finally no longer invincible. How interesting. With a wild laugh, he raised his hand and cast a spell of light magic, the 10th tier Holy Judgment. A gigantic iron hammer, hundreds of meters long, appeared in the air. The hammer was silvery white and its entire body was surrounded by endless golden holy light. With a wave of his small hand, Renzi sent the massive 100-meter-long iron hammer crashing down. The platinum armor, seeing the enormous holy iron hammer, immediately activated its origin magic space protection. The massive iron hammer slammed into the mysterious space in an instant, and countless spider webs appeared in the space before it shattered. However, the power of the giant iron hammer was also reduced by 70%, and the platinum armor was blasted to the ground by the huge hammer. A huge crater appeared in the ground, and the platinum armor flew up again, revealing a slight dent in the armor on his back. If it weren't for the use of spatial protection, the platinum armor would probably have been smashed into a pile of scrap metal. The platinum armor knew that the magic power attached to it was running low, and the next attack might be fatal. Given that the merciful one before him was talkative, he decided to use words to extract more information. Merciful Supreme Heaven, you are very powerful. There is no being more powerful than you in this world. Speak your mind. If it does not conflict with ours, we may not be enemies. Mercifully said calmly, my idea? I want to rule the world, establish the kingdom of Ainz, and let all the people of the world live happily under my holy judgment. Of course, those who oppose me must die. The platinum-armored warrior asked again, what if the whole world rebels against you? Mercy suddenly laughed maniacally and said, ha 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 ha, then I will become the end of the world. I, merciful Supreme Heaven, will end this world and rebuild a brand new world called Ainz. An invincible madman? The words echoed in Platinum Armor's mind. It seemed that the Le fan he had killed was not a fake, but rather that the players had misremembered and mistaken the name of the merciful Supreme Heaven for Le fan. According to the players, Le fan is an invincible person, but also a madman who does whatever he wants. Moreover, Le fan is a powerful warrior who can also use magic. That blood demon was clearly not a warrior, while the merciful High Heaven before them possessed the strongest melee combat abilities and terrifying magical powers. With his incredible recovery ability, perhaps he is the Le fan that players are talking about. For the first time, the Platinum Dragon King felt fear, a realization that shattered his belief that he was invincible. Platinum Dragon King felt utterly ashamed that the players were nothing but a despicable group who resorted to petty theft and sneak attacks. Even after obtaining the World Tree antibody, I was still surpassed by the players. But when he thought about how this was the strongest and most invincible player in front of him. Once we defeat him, all the players who come to this world afterward will be weaklings. The Platinum Dragon King knew he had gathered enough information. As for escaping? After witnessing the magical prowess of the merciful High Heaven, the Platinum Dragon King refused, for who knows if the other party had any means of exploration. If the monster were to track him down to its lair, Platinum Dragon King wouldn't be confident of defeating it in a one-on-one fight. So he decided to give away this platinum armor. Since you wish to destroy the world and become its enemy, I will stop you even at the cost of my own life. The platinum-armored warrior said he was prepared to sacrifice himself. At this moment, Renzi once again went mad and said, ha ha ha, you? Although you have some strength, you are still too weak for me. If you can withstand this sword strike, I will give you the chance to become my subordinate. Hearing the merciful man's crazy words, the platinum-armored man was furious. Why was this guy so good at showing off? I'm so angry. If I could beat her, I would definitely make her pay. As the world's greatest, I, the Platinum Dragon King, hate nothing more than being shown off in front of me. In an instant, she mercifully raised her sword above her head and used her unique skill, Judgment Sword, Ultimate Judgment. As the words fell, the Judgment Sword transformed into a 1,000-meter-long sword of endless holy light, which then mercifully and fiercely slashed down. The 1,000-meter-long holy sword descended like a merciless cutting machine, instantly splitting the platinum armor in two. The battle is over. Looking at the mirror image on the screen, Le Fan unconsciously remarked, so weak? It can't even withstand a low-level world boss's ultimate skill weakened by 50%? My god, even a top-tier player could withstand a full-force ultimate skill from the merciful and supreme angel in its prime. Upon hearing this, all the guardians present fell silent. They asked themselves honestly, could they really withstand such an attack? They're just NPCs, so it's normal that they can't handle it. NPCs don't have super-level magic or the special classes of players, so they're much weaker than players. Even Shaltir, the strongest in one-on-one combat, is just a slightly stronger weakling among players. As for easily defeating Momaga, that's because Shaltir was created specifically to counter Momaga. I have to say something here, is this a joke? Would someone go to great lengths to research their friend's weaknesses and meticulously design an NPC whose every attribute and effect completely counters their friend, just for the sake of a joke? What was the purpose of designing this NPC? Was it to humiliate his friend? To embarrass him, to make him laugh at by other players in the guild, that a player can't even beat an NPC? Pararansino's intentions are truly disgusting. Momaga actually considers him a friend. Of course, a world boss is still a world boss, even a weak one, and it's not something the top players can challenge. If Le Fan hadn't changed the rules of the game, even a world champion wouldn't have been able to defeat the world boss in a one-on-one fight. But Le Fan changed the rules, which is the speed critical strike normal attack build. The world tree's setting has a flaw, which is that the speed of all world bosses cannot exceed 500, and this includes limited world bosses. Top-tier players, once their speed exceeds 600, can switch to a speed critical hit auto attack build, which is the only build capable of soloing world bosses. The official team has not fixed this vulnerability, since it's not really a vulnerability, as the game world tree is connected to the human nervous system. All the actions depend on your own thinking and reaction, so only a few people can solo a world boss. Most players still prefer to team up to fight bosses. Chapter 43. In the deepest part of the underground world of the reviewing nation, Riguri arrived using a portal. She looked at the panting Platinum Dragon King with surprise. What's wrong? The Platinum Dragon King hurriedly opened his eyes, then took a deep breath and said, "So the legend is true." Liguria looked at the Platinum Dragon King with surprise. The legend is true? Did you meet the invincible player Le Fan? Yes, the platinum armor has been reduced to a pile of scrap metal. I cannot defeat that godlike being. Rigrudo, please help me retrieve the world tree's artifacts. This was the first time Liguria had heard of the Platinum Dragon King admitting his inferiority. Even the strongest godlike being in the slain theocracy, Zesshi, or the player invasion from 200 years ago. The fact that the Platinum Dragon King's true form has never appeared proves that it has never taken the matter seriously. The fact that he said such a thing now is enough to prove the power of invincible Le Fan. I understand. What about over there? We've given it to her. We absolutely cannot appear before that guy without sufficient strength. I'm sorry, little girl, I can't save you and your country. As the Platinum Dragon King spoke, he also expressed his apology by observing the changes in Liguria's expression. Liguria, upon hearing this, also came to his senses. It's all right. For the sake of the world, we must endure. Do we need to find righteous players? Okay, thank you for everything. My true form cannot appear. Let's see what the monster does next. The Platinum Dragon Queen knew that Liguria was human, so in her eyes, the player was also human and there was no difference. Therefore, the Platinum Dragon King would not reveal that he had gathered the true Dragon Kings. Although they are friends, they are not the same species, so they think about completely different things. However, true Dragon Kings are extremely difficult to find. These true Dragon Kings are either asleep or traveling the world. Renzi returned to the throne room, looked at the silent crowd, and knelt calmly before Le Fan. Lord Le Fan, is Lord Momaga satisfied? Momaga nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Then the plan is set. Demiurge and Albedo, you two will give your full support to Mercy so that she can establish the Ainz Ooal dynasty and become its queen. Everyone bowed in unison and said, yes. Momaga asked curiously, so what's the plan next? It's not enough for the kingdom to invade the great tomb of Nazarick alone, we need to drag the neighboring empire into it as well. I'll be issuing ruin exploration missions in the empire's territory soon, but that will allow these filthy creatures to defile the great tomb. Momaga said frankly, it's fine, let's proceed with this plan. Yes, then the next step is to invite the Emperor of the Empire, the Blood Emperor, to come, form an alliance with them with absolute strength, and then, with the support of the Empire, officially declare that this territory belongs to Ainz Ooal dynasty. Le Fan suddenly said, haha, interesting. From now on, you can claim that mercy is the absolute rule of the Great Tomb. Momaga and I can just hide behind the scenes. After all, mortals are not worthy of knowing about our existence. Everyone was stunned for a moment when they saw Le Fan suddenly speak, but Demiurge and Albedo quickly came to their senses. Wow, impressive! No wonder you're Lord Le Fan. Momaga was also stunned for a moment. Holy crap, he copied homework? So quickly they're going to emulate the true dragon kings of this world? Lurking underground, letting weaker beings claim to be kings and emperors in the world? When everyone thought that the greatest power of the Great Tomb was mercy and the others, and began to plot to destroy the Great Tomb, the two of us jumped out and showed them what it means to have mountains beyond mountains. What followed was several more hours of detailed discussion about the plan. Le Fan left early, while the others, holding Maid and watching the Azure Rose, chugged down their magic beer. As for the members of the Blue Rose, they all held their magic cola and carefully ate their delicious food. They were completely bewildered when Le Fan suddenly kidnapped them and told them to be his body pillows and decorative objects. But they couldn't resist Le Fan's good looks, and the food and drinks here were excellent, so they didn't really want to leave. As for Gagran, he was sent to be Cocytus's maid. After all, muscles make a good pair. Le Fan released Maid, wanting to experience the feel of the new body pillow, and said with a smile, Tina, come into my arms. Maid pouted, walked to the side, picked up a magic cola, and chugged it down in one gulp. Tia and Tina looked completely bewildered. As ninjas and assassins, they knew absolutely nothing about romance. No, Le Fan had no intention of dating them either, he was just using them as body pillows. Suddenly Tina stood up and said, don't even think about it. You can only choose one, me or Tia. Seeing Tina, who was about to refuse, suddenly change her mind, Le Fan was also charmed, haha, okay, come here, I don't mind your weight. Upon hearing this, Tina quickly exclaimed, ah, how did you know what I was thinking? Tia pointed to the plate next to her, you've eaten more than 3 pounds of food. If you don't get fat, who will? What interesting twins. Come here now. Then, Tina blushed and became Le Fan's body pillow, feels good. At this moment, La just stomped her feet in anger, you guys are awful. When are you going to let us leave? We've already agreed to become your people, but we also have our own jobs. Suddenly, Ibarua said, can I stay? La just said sternly, You wretched creature, evil you, have you forgotten that we are adamantite class adventurers? Ibarua said again, then you can go. I will stay with Lord Leffen forever. Le Fan looked at the four of them and said with a smile, haha, but I can't let you continue being adventurers, it's very dangerous outside. Legis, still wanting to fight for some freedom, quickly said, but... Before she could finish speaking, she flew into Leffen's arms, and Ibarua did the same. Is it really too much to hug 4 cushions at once? You want to work? Sure, I'll arrange for you to become maids. From now on, you'll be my personal maids. But maid training is very tough. Ibarua was the first to say, I do. The twins said in unison, Tia and Tina are willing too. Hearing her teammates agree, Legis could only nod, okay, it's better than having nothing to do, and I can also meet with Gagran. Leffen instructed Maid to lead the 4 to study, while he returned to the throne room. As expected, that idiot Momaga is still discussing countermeasures with the Guardians. What's the point? They haven't disbanded yet, even after several hours. Ignoring Momaga's wishes, Le Fan picked up Albedo and said, alright, I'm taking my body pillow back to sleep. You guys don't mind, right? Hearing Le Fan's words, how could anyone dare to have any objections? Seeing the happy expressions on Momiga and Albedo's faces, Momiga finally gave in. After all, Albedo is a woman, and such high-intensity continuous work is inhumane. Chapter 44. After the plans were finalized, Momiga left. All the guardians were surrounding Mercy. Mercy, can you discern the thoughts of the two supreme lords? Renzi shook his head and said, I don't know, but I think the supreme ones have unique ideas behind every move they make. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. When the time comes, we will naturally know. Demiurge also said, that's right. They are supreme beings. They not only possess invincible power but also heaven-defying wisdom. All we can do is try our best to complete the tasks assigned by the supreme beings, nothing more. Aura smiled and said, as long as we work hard enough, we will definitely be able to stay by Lord Momiga and Lord Leffen's side forever. Albedo blushed and said, for Lord Leffen's pleasure, I am willing to do anything. Then, let's proceed with our detailed plan to conquer the world. First, without relying on the power of the two supreme beings, we need to understand the power system of this world. How many powerhouses of the platinum armor level exist in this world? Furthermore, violent conquest is unsustainable, perhaps we can try several different methods of conquest. Cocytus said, to rule the world by our own power without the help of the two supreme beings? What an interesting idea! But why didn't you say so when Lord Momiga was here? Demiurge shook his head, no, Lord Momiga expressed this sentiment throughout the meeting just now, so I don't need to say it aloud. Shaltir, I'll leave it to you. Continue searching for the strongest beings in this world. I know, I will eliminate the strong in this world to speed up the plan, but could we set off tomorrow? I'd like to go with Lord Momiga tonight. Demiurge did not reject Shaltir's proposal, of course, given the invincibility of the two lords, it is only a matter of time before they leave us, but at the very least, we can leave offspring for the great tomb before they depart, who will be the objects of our future dedication. Suddenly, the previously silent but benevolent person spoke up, offspring? I will try my best too. Momiga and Leffen had no idea what the guardians were thinking. If they did, they would have exclaimed in shock, holy crap! These guys are actually so sensible? The next morning, urged on by Momiga, the group resumed their adventure. Meanwhile, opposition within the capital city grew even stronger. Several of the 6 noble families led their armies toward the capital. The king was very sensible. The next morning he announced his abdication and passed the throne to his eldest son. Then the people seemed to accept it, and it has to be said that the unenlightened masses are easy to fool. Because tens of thousands of soldiers died in battle yesterday, it is impossible to have a large-scale coronation ceremony. The eldest prince also issued direct policies, such as granting all soldiers' families a 1-year tax exemption in order to mourn the soldiers who sacrificed their lives yesterday, effective immediately. After this news came out, most of the troublemakers stopped causing trouble. The nobles all wore solemn expressions, because most of the tax revenue actually ended up in their hands. Now that they're saying they won't collect taxes anymore, are they willing to accept that? They certainly didn't want to, but no one wanted to be the first to stick their neck out. They were all waiting for the 6 noble families to arrive in the capital with their troops before making any plans. It's clear that apart from the 3 noble families, Legis's family, Marquis Ren, and the eldest prince's father-in-law, the other 3 noble families won't support the king's actions. The king indirectly caused the deaths of many nobles in this incident, and this matter can also be exploited. Although the nobles from all sides may not be able to come forward immediately because the heir has died and a new heir needs to be chosen. But all they have to do is express their support for the actions of the 3 noble families. At the very least, they can come out and say that their heirs have been tricked by the king, and that tax exemption is out of the question. It was because they valued this point that the 3 noble families dared to continue their advance. Now the choice is between Legis's family and the Marquis of Reden's family. Because of the king, Lahaz has disappeared, and her fate is unknown. Legis's family might turn against each other, and then Marquis Ren and the eldest prince's father-in-law alone would be completely insufficient to support the kingdom against four forces. At this moment, the eldest prince in the capital felt his scalp tingle, because he had just received news from his scouts that the three major noble families had no intention of retreating. At this moment, the old king came over and said, "Don't worry, everything will be all right. Watch carefully and study hard. Your father won't be able to teach you anymore. Also, listen to Gurdjieff's advice. Isn't Gurdri already a cripple? It will be restored in 3 years. Remember, the nobles are the root of corruption in our kingdom. We cannot be too lenient with them. Let your younger brother and sister come over tonight so that our family can have a proper dinner." The king spoke with a benevolent expression. Seeing his father's unusual behavior, the eldest prince was also stunned. He couldn't think of any way the king could resolve this problem. But he could only trust his father, because he was now out of options. Momaga really thinks he's an adventurer? Is this childish game even fun? This piece of trash could be blown away with a breath. However, the turmoil within the kingdom has brought about many changes. What strategies will Demiurge and his forces employ? I'm really looking forward to it. Although these subordinates aren't very capable, their acting skills and performance abilities are all top-notch. Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momaga was speechless. However, when he returned to the city of Yelentil, he found that it had undergone tremendous changes. Lox took away a large number of troops, and with the comical woman and the necromancer both there, and no Momaga to stop them. So last night they erupted. Under the control of the medicine man, all the skeleton soldiers seemed to be under unified command and launched an attack on Yelentir. The first fortress had already been breached, and many adventurers and mages came out to fight off the skeleton soldiers. But it was no use, all the skeletons were killed by meaning. The clown also selects strong adventurers to toy with, and she has her eye on 2 mithril-level adventure teams from Yelentir. Then one by one, they died tragically under the manipulation of the funny woman. Yelentir was on the verge of falling, but at that moment, Momaga and his 3 companions dragged an 8-meter-tall gobi monster toward them. It seems to imply that it's time to show off. Chapter 45. In Yelentil, the first fortress has completely fallen. At the gates of the second fortress, large numbers of adventurers and guards are constantly battling monsters. At the city gate, the Adventurers Guild leader, Burden, slashed down several small skeletons and shouted to the city chief on the city wall, "This won't do. There are too many skeleton soldiers. If this continues, the entire city will fall. Panasonic, you lead the people in the city and leave. Leave this to us." Meanwhile, Tio, the Magic Guild master standing next to Panathori, said, "You can go now. Leave this to us. Although there are many skeleton soldiers, they won't be able to surround the entire city. We can still use the other gate." Chief Pig looked at his 2 close friends and remained silent for a while. "All right, don't hold out for the time being. Catch up in 3 hours. Adventurers Guild Master Burden smiled and said, "We know, we're still waiting for you to treat us to wine and flowers." "Haha, there's definitely a chance. All wounded guards and adventurers, follow me and help me evacuate the crowd and escape the city." Although the governor was very fat, he was one of the few good nobles in the kingdom. Unfortunately, a blonde woman dressed in a golden swimsuit and armor suddenly pounced and ran straight up the 30-meter-high city wall. "Oh? Did I say you could leave?" Seeing the comical girl suddenly pounce on him, the Magic Guild Master quickly waved his hand and cast Third-Order Magic Storm. The powerful wind instantly blew the funny girl 10 meters away. The comical woman smiled and said, trying to leave. Suddenly, a gigantic gobi desert beast fell from the sky, blocking the pursuit of the comical girl. The 4 people then slowly descended from the sky. Momaga, clad in jet black armor and wielding 2 great swords, declared, "It's all over now. Everyone, step back. You can leave it to us." Momaga's voice echoed across an area of several kilometers, surprising all the adventurers and guards who were struggling in the battle. Who was this person? How dare you act so arrogantly? But when they looked up and saw the 4 people standing on the giant beast next to them, they immediately came to their senses. Some of the adventurers couldn't help but cry out, "Finally, finally we're back!" Momaga made a subtle move. "Zizi, take care of all the skeleton soldiers. Maid, take care of that necromancer and the 2 bone dragons. Leave this woman to me." "Holy crap, Momaga, what do you mean by looking down on me? How can that be? Zizi and Maid can watch the show while I play with this woman. Aotian, you go and deal with all the skeleton soldiers, bone dragons, and necromancers below." Le Fan suddenly raised his hand and used magic to forcibly pull back Hope Zi and Na Bei, who had lunged forward. What could Momaga do when faced with the willful Le Fan? "Understood, everyone stand back." With that, Momaga jumped down, instantly increasing his speed to a terrifying 50 meters per second, combined with his terrifying strength and the sharpness of his twin blades. Just like a lawnmower entering a patch of grass, wherever Momaga went, all the skeleton soldiers were blasted to pieces. The speed was incredibly fast, and all the adventurers cheered upon seeing this. Ah! What a powerful warrior! What terrifying power! It would be so much fun to kill him. "Hey, you're such a handsome mage. How about I don't kill you and make you my man?" The comical woman licked 2 daggers and said something surprising. Maid and Ziza were instantly enraged. This woman was truly ignorant and arrogant. How dare she become Lord Leffen's woman? Seeing the 2 enraged women who were about to rush out at any moment, the comical woman's smile became even more comical and sickly. "How beautiful these 2 women are! I'm going to slowly turn their faces into little cats, slice by slice, and then cut off their flesh piece by piece with a dagger." Looking at the ridiculously funny sister, Le Fan shook his head, raised his hand, and used magic to pull sister to his front. "I've wanted to experience the hug and kill move for a long time, but I've never been able to find a woman like you." The comical girl felt her whole body being squeezed by a magical force. She immediately wanted to resist, but her whole body was in a state of disarray. Le Fan grabbed at the front of the comical sister, played with her comical face, and looked at her 2 daggers. "Perfect, here are 2 daggers." Upon hearing this, the comical girl froze for a moment. The next second, the immense pain made her cry out, "No!" This scene terrified everyone around, leaving them speechless. It was too ruthless. This guy actually executed Sister Funny like that. Looking at the comical sister who was bleeding profusely, Le Fan smiled and said, "Don't worry, she's not dead yet. Come here and let your big brother give her a hug." The comical sister was in great pain, but was held tightly by Le Fan, as Le Fan's strength continued to increase. The comical woman was slowly bleeding from all 7 orifices, enduring immense pain every single second. Seeing the comical sister's pained expression, Le Fan suddenly exerted force, and the comical sister instantly coughed up blood and died. "Holding a girl in your arms and killing her, I guess I'm a bit cold-blooded after all." Looking at himself, Le Fan realized that he hadn't felt the slightest bit of emotion. Perhaps it wasn't just Momaga who had a problem, wasn't there a problem with him too? After setting down the body of the comical sister, Le Fan looked down at Momaga, whose skull had been mostly cleared. Upon seeing this, the necromancer actually tried to escape on 2 bone dragons. Others might not know how powerful Sister Funny is, but he does. Sister Funny is the 9th seat of the dark scripture. Moreover, she is a powerful figure in the realm of heroes, and even the warrior captain of this country is no match for Sister Funny. Such a powerful being was actually toyed with and killed by the opponent with a wave of his hand. This was an enemy from a completely different dimension. He had no choice but to run away. Unfortunately, he underestimated Momaga's strength. Just as he was about to fly away, Momaga threw his twin swords. The attack struck both bone dragons instantly, shattering them with the immense force, and the necromancer was also killed. Although the necromancer was dead, the skeleton soldiers were already attacking. Momiga looked at a naked boy on the first city wall, wearing a necklace on his head. Was it under his control? Is this the drug man Le Fan was talking about? Forget it, let's kill all the skeleton soldiers first, otherwise Le Fan will laugh at me again. Honestly, as a swordsman, to lose my weapon in battle, I'm utterly unworthy. But I had anticipated all of this. I'm a powerful boxer. As he spoke, Momiga struck a boxing pose, followed by a series of aura aura sounds, and one skeleton soldier after another was instantly blasted away. The powerful punches and the sheer number of punches created a massive gust of wind pressure. All the adventurers and guards present were dumbfounded. Was this Lord Aotiangia's strength? My god, is this the power of humankind? This is already the power of a god, isn't it? Could it really be as Lord Aotian said, that they all possess the strength of a demon god? The punches bombarded for 5 minutes, and all the thousands of skeleton soldiers were wiped out. A deafening cheer erupted immediately. Lord Aotian, you are invincible. Lord Aotian, you are invincible. Chapter 46. Momiga felt embarrassed listening to everyone's praise, the truly invincible one was right over there. Momiga leaped over to Le Fan's side. At this moment, the Adventurer Guild Master, the Magic Guild Master, and the Mayor were all present. After the three thanked him profusely, he offered to treat them to a meal, but not now, as he had other matters to attend to. The four ignored it, handed in their mission, and strolled around the streets a few times. People cheered and shouted when they saw them. It seems they already knew what happened on the first floor. After seeing several adventurers constantly jumping around and promoting their own deeds, Momiga awkwardly replied, "Is this what the Adventure Guild Master means?" Le Fan looked at Momiga and smiled, saying, "I guess you want us to stay, and you really are a hero." Momijia, recalling the comical sister who had just watched Jukong bleed to death, said awkwardly, "Wasn't your attack a bit too ruthless?" Le Fan shook his head and said, "I don't hate her, but people are really disgusting. So many single men actually went to study Sister Funny's corpse." Momiga retorted again, "Ahem, your focus is a bit strange." Nabe suddenly blushed and said, Is Invincible curious too?" Seeing Nabe's words, Le Fan was also taken aback and said, "I'm not curious. You don't need to have any strange ideas. If I'm curious, I'll naturally look. That Invincible one, if Xiza makes a mistake, will you treat me like that? I'm so scared." Momiga looked at Xiza and said calmly, "Don't worry, it won't happen. Now that the incident with the comical girl is over, it's time for Shaltair's incident to happen. The world-class items of the Dark Scripture are incredibly powerful and a hard counter to NPCs." Hearing the sudden voice from his heart, Momiga was stunned. No, the Shaltair incident? A beauty that could topple kingdoms? Momiga remembered that this was the most powerful world item of the enchanting type. Once used, it allows complete control over opponents except those with world items, world professions, and world bosses. Shaltair doesn't have any world items on her. No way, Shaltair is my body pillow, how can I let the enemy control her? If they do something to Shaltair, wouldn't I be cuckolded? Momiga panicked for the first time. Let me think about it. Shaltair is Momiga's wife now. It doesn't seem very humane to see my brother's wife get infected. Yes, it's inhumane. Hurry up and do something, UBD, what are you thinking? The Platinum Dragon King has already been beaten up, so beating up the slain theocracy shouldn't be a problem, right? Let Mercy handle it. Wait, wasn't the plan to make Mercy the king of Ainz Ooal gown? Should we summon another seraphim from the high heavens? Yes, summon another one. Maybe with some persuasion, they can become a member of the slain theocracy, and then we can investigate the slain theocracy's clandestine forces. How interesting! Momiga was stunned when he heard Le Fan's series of thoughts. Holy crap, bro, you're good at this. But the other side is a powerful organization with world items. However, since they are summoned creatures, their sacrifice is not a big deal. While Momiga was pondering, Le Fan smiled and said, Momiga, I need to leave and summon a supreme celestial to let her roam freely for a while. Momiga, knowing Le Fan's thoughts, nodded and smiled, saying, let's go together. Le Fan was stunned for a moment when he saw Momiga. Wait, why is Momiga constantly bothering me? He doesn't give me any free time at all? Is he gay? Maybe it really is true. Albedo and the others are so cute in the original work, and he touched them all. If I hadn't specifically asked for a body pillow, he'd probably still be all alone. No, I have to find a way to save my brother. Hearing Le Fan's series of inner thoughts, Mojna was furious. BD, you're the gay one, your whole family are gay. No, it seems that Le Fan really is gay, otherwise why would he be so considerate of me and even let me experience the feeling of being a woman? Does he want me to experience it all, then change my job and serve him? Holy crap! This guy's got some nerve. Then the two brothers added another layer of defense in their hearts, one was afraid that Momiga was gay, and the other was afraid that Leffen was gay. Alright, let's go together then. After Le Fan finished speaking, a portal appeared in the space as he raised his hand. He then carried Maid into the portal, seemingly reminding Momiga to carry Zizi as well. Seeing this, Momiga took a deep breath. Sure enough, he was gay. Otherwise, why hadn't he touched Nabel and Bede, who were so beautiful? Momiga picked up Zizi and walked into the portal. The passers-by were surprised to see the portal suddenly open, but when they saw that it was Momiga and the others, their surprise turned into admiration. 10,000 meters above a forest. Le Fan used magic to create a floating space and put Maid down. Then he flew to an area several hundred meters away. Maid, watching this scene with curiosity, asked, Lord Momiga, what is Lord Leffen doing? Hope Zi asked curiously, yes, why the sudden summoning? Seeing the two women's questions, Momiga coughed twice and said, you need to use your brains to think about it. The two women listened to Momiga's words and stopped asking questions. Instead, they looked at Le Fan in the distance with curiosity, constantly thinking and guessing. Since we're exploring the slain theocracy and dealing with such top-tier beings, an angel with 10,000 magic power seems insufficient. Let's just use one with 100,000 magic power to calm our nerves. 10th tier magic, angel summoning. As Le Fan raised his hand, a massive magic circle, 10,000 meters in diameter, slowly opened in the sky. This enormous magic circle, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, can be seen throughout the entire area. Endless 9-colored holy light burst forth from the magic circle, instantly enveloping the entire area within a radius of 10,000 miles in sacred light. A gigantic figure, 300 meters tall, slowly emerged from the magic circle. 9 pairs of rainbow wings, imbued with sanctity, fluttered continuously, and a graceful figure was enveloped in armor radiating 9-colored light. With hands of unparalleled holiness, they held a sacred scepter. 9 different elements surround the scepter, and the interaction between these elements seems to create the entire world. As the 9-colored holy light enveloped the world, it seemed to become brighter than ever before. It's as if the entire world is enveloped by an inexhaustible supply of energy. As the person inside the armor opened their eyes, which resembled the Rin Egan and consisted of 9 colored circles. Like a god awakening from slumber, she has awakened. The elemental supreme angel, the last of the 10 angels, the supreme being who controls the 9 elements. Chapter 47. The Elemental Supreme Heaven. I didn't expect it to summon the weakest of the 10 limited world bosses among the 10 angels. 100,000 magic power is indeed too little. The creation supreme heaven probably needs 300,000. Hearing Le Fan's words, the supreme heaven of elements did not get angry but bowed. Greetings, my lord. Her calm words were like those of a deity, and everyone within a radius of 10,000 miles could hear them. Le Fan looked at the elemental supreme being, who was 300 meters tall, and said, "Better than me? I don't like that. Turn into my size." As the nine-colored holy light continued to fade, the elemental supreme heaven shrunk to the size of an ordinary person, but the endless nine-colored light on its body still could not disappear. This is a special effect unique to the limited time boss and cannot be turned off. Yes, my lord. Meanwhile, Momaga, on the other side, looked at the elemental high heaven in utter shock. Holy crap, the official team is really up to something. But thinking about it, it makes sense. Who the hell has 100,000 magic power? It's worth noting that even the most powerful being in the world Calamity class only has 2,000 magic power. Even risking your life to summon it, you still can't get it. The official team really has something going on. Just how many more Easter eggs are hidden in the world tree? I also owe it all to my good brother, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to acquire so many hidden skills. This is simply ruthless, but can anyone in this world defeat such a limited time boss? And is she absolutely loyal? Can her own brothers defeat a limited time boss? It should be noted that even the last of the 10 archangels surpasses the ordinary 72 demon gods, the 9 dragon kings, and the 9 elements. Momaga recalled the official setting, a limited world boss, the last of the 10 angels, the supreme elemental being, and the holder of the exceptional 20 elemental scepters. Breakthrough elemental scepter. Once the elemental scepter is used, the player will instantly master all elemental magic. What an incredible scepter this is! It's a pity Momaga has never been able to find it, otherwise he would have created a full elemental magic for himself. While the items that grant you a 20% chance of winning are very appealing, this limited time boss is not easy to defeat. Her attributes seem to be 5 million HP, 50,000 MP, 500 speed, 5,000 magic resistance, 1,000 physical resistance, 1,000 resistance, 3,000 magic attack, and 1,000 physical attack. At the time, more than 30,000 players participated in the battle against this limited time boss, and it took a full hour to end the fight. Because this monster is immune to all magic and all status effects, the only way to attack her is with physical attacks. At first, players thought this limited time boss was a physical resistance type, given her 9-colored armor. Later, after the players defeated this boss and the official data was released, it was discovered that with a magic resistance of 5,000, those 8,000 mages were just scratching the surface. Now that such a terrifying boss has appeared, which has been attacked by 30,000 players, Momaga doesn't believe anyone can defeat her. But if someone can defeat such a monster, then this world is probably more dangerous than I think. I should run away with Le Fan as soon as possible. As for Maid and Zizi, they had already knelt down. The endless pressure and holy light were enough to make all the NPCs kneel down. This is also to prevent players from bringing self-destructing NPCs to cause trouble. After all, NPCs are not useless. For example, the self-destructing NPCs are H-bombs. If they really want to cause trouble, a few thousand self-destructing NPCs can still resolve the battle. A 1.75 meter tall figure appeared before him. Le Fan nodded with amusement. Go down. There should be people from the Slin theocracy in that forest. I need you to enter the Slin theocracy. It would be even better if you could control it. Also, from now on, use my name when you're outside. Your name is Le Fan. Le Fan suddenly remembered what Ooal had said yesterday, when he told the members of Blue Rose his real name. Then Ooal asked in surprise, Invincible player Leffen. Then, I learned from Ooal that the players who had traveled through time before all considered themselves the strongest legends. Since that's the case, I'll continue to deceive this world, make the elemental supreme heaven become Le Fan, then descend to the slain theocracy, join the slain theocracy, and gather intelligence. You can also make her a target of hatred, thus drawing hatred towards yourself. After all, this is a limited time boss, one that even the current Momaga can't defeat, so there shouldn't be too much danger. If so, then I need to play even more cautiously, since Le Fan only has a 73% win rate against the elemental supreme heaven right now, and I might not be able to kill her instantly. The same elemental supreme being, whose body had shrunk and all attributes had been weakened by 50%, bowed and said, "As my lord commands." Le Fan thought for a moment and said, "Go ahead. By the way, don't attack that true ancestor when you encounter her. She is our partner. Yes, we will not fail our lord's expectations and will certainly complete the mission." The supreme being of the elements bowed and then disappeared. As the elemental supreme heaven disappeared, Le Fan approached Momaga and the others. Momaga said calmly, "Ahem, isn't this a bit too much?" Le Fan shook his head and said, "After all, it is the Slan theocracy, the strongest power in this world, and it also possesses world artifacts. It's better to be careful." Maid and Zizi, who were standing to the side, also stood up, still looking at the vanished elemental supreme heaven with expressions of fear. Was such an existence merely created by Lord Le Fan with a wave of his hand? And Lord Momaga's words didn't seem very surprising. Could it be that he could also summon a god of this level with a wave of his hand? Yes, Maid and Ziza have already regarded the elemental supreme heaven as a god. Of course, everyone who sees her will regard her as a god, because the dazzling nine-colored light emanating from her body is the result of the elements of the entire world revolving around her, something only a god can do. Everyone within a radius of 10,000 miles slowly rose from their knees, and the boundless divine power filled them with awe. And that voice, "Greetings, my lord," could it be the will of this world paying homage to the descending god? The entire population was extremely enthusiastic. At this moment, the Dark Codex team, who were searching for vampires in the Great Forest, were also stunned. Because that godlike being appeared before them. "Greetings, God of the elements." They all knelt down without realizing it, although they didn't know each other's names, they were certain that the other person was a god. Moreover, judging from the fact that she can sense all the elements in the world revolving around her without using magic to explore, she must be the god of elements. Chapter 48. The supreme elemental being looked at the kneeling crowd with no reaction, they were nothing but ants. But she remembered her master's words, from now on, she would be the master, but everything about her master was unknown to her. What did her master mean by having her join the slain theocracy? She didn't know. But she knew that taking control of the slain theocracy was her future mission. "My name is Le Fan. Do you know me?" As the words of the supreme elemental heaven faded, the dark holy scripture knelt in excitement and reverence, saying, "Invincible God Le Fan, you have finally descended upon this world. Heavens, the prophecy of the 6 great gods has indeed come true." Seeing the excitement of the divine being in the dark scripture, all the members of the dark scripture were also excited. Although the Dark Codex is a team, it is also a group of people. For example, the first seat of the Dark Codex, the God-Man, is named Dark Codex. His words represented the entire Dark Scripture squad, and above him was the strongest godlike being, the eternal lowly, Ju Ming. The supreme elemental being, unaware of the identities of the 6 great gods, asked curiously, "The 6 great gods? You seem to know that I will descend." The godlike figure in the dark scripture dared not raise his head, but he still excitedly said, "Excuse me, invincible God, the 6 great gods are our ancestors, and like you, they are players of the world tree." The supreme elemental heaven nodded in agreement, "I see. Let's go back to the Slan theocracy. From now on, I will control the Slan theocracy." At this moment, the godlike dark holy scripture transformed into the ultimate sycophant, saying, Yes, invincible God, only you can lead us humans to a higher level. We will give our lives for your sake. Looking at these ants, the elemental supreme heaven felt nothing, but from now on they would be his subordinates, and it wouldn't be right for them to always look down at him. So the supreme elemental heaven said calmly, I allow you to raise your heads and face me directly. Upon hearing the words of the supreme heaven of the elements, all the members of the dark scripture excitedly raised their heads. Yes, invincible God. Looking at the elemental supreme heaven's armor radiating 9-colored light, and its endless magical power, it seemed to control the elements of the entire world every moment. It was as if this invincible being could control the weather of the entire world at will. The godlike dark holy scripture reminded him of the book he memorized in his childhood, and the image of the invincible god Fan. He was surrounded by endless dazzling light. Don't let his magic fool you, he was actually the strongest warrior. Never provoke such a being, because he is invincible, capable of anything, and no one can stop him from doing anything. Every word carries the meaning of invincibility, which shows the admiration of the 6 great ancestors for the invincible God. In fact, the godlike dark holy scripture did not know that the reason why the 6 great gods turned into sycophants was because they were afraid that if Fan transmigrated in the future, their descendants would do something reckless and offend such beings. Fan is a madman. In the game world, if you dare to offend him, he'll kill you until your level drops to 0. But what about in the real world? If you offend him, you might face the execution of your entire family. Therefore, in order to ensure that future generations and the people of the slain theocracy do not cause trouble, the myth of the invincible God is the highest will in the slain theocracy. No one should offend the person with the 9-colored light. After all, the players all know that Fan, that madman, is not going to keep a low profile. Every day, it comes with the only dazzling, shimmering special effects in the entire game, blinding players with its blinding light. Such a person would definitely become even more wicked if they came into this world. But they never expected that after Fan came to this world, he would actually join Momaga's ranks and fight against the air. The elemental supreme heaven possesses a 9-colored radiance, which perfectly substitutes for Fan's identity. It has to be said that Fan's success was truly an unexpected stroke of luck. He certainly didn't expect that his impromptu idea would actually fool the whole world. Moreover, this world will undergo tremendous changes under the rule of the supreme heaven of elements. Seeing that these ants were moving too slowly, the elemental supreme heaven raised his hand to control the wind element and took them into the air. The dark scriptures were extremely excited by the actions of the elemental supreme being, and then, under the control of the elemental supreme being, they gave directions. The elemental supreme heaven is a limited time world boss, so it doesn't know what low-key means. Furthermore, she doesn't know how to use teleportation magic. That's right, she can only use elemental magic. This is why players can defeat her. This is not to say that elemental magic is weak, but rather that elemental magic does not have the same kind of unpredictable, targeted attacks as spatial magic. However, spatial magic also lacks the terrifying destructive power and exaggerated effects of elemental magic. For example, right now, the elemental supreme heaven, controlling the wind element, arrived above the slain theocracy at an endless speed of 1 km per second. Fortunately, the elemental high heaven can control the wind, otherwise, the powerful wind resistance would probably have disintegrated the Dark Codex. Sensing an unprecedented speed, the members of the Dark Scripture became even more fanatical, fawning over each other like lapdogs. However, the 6 gods left behind an NPC. Instead of taking the Elemental Supreme to see that NPC, they would bring that NPC to pay respects to the Elemental Supreme. At this moment, the 9-colored light enveloped the entire cathedral, and all the church members came out and knelt down in response to this invincible being. Even the current pope and the 6 high priests knelt down. At this moment, an adorable little girl in black and white slowly walked out carrying a giant scythe of death. The moment she saw what was before her, Her face turned bright red. She then quickly knelt down and cried out, "Ah, invincible god, Lord Le Fan, I have been waiting for you for hundreds of years. Although I know how lowly I am already the strongest woman in this world. I wonder if you could grant me your noble bloodline so that I can bear your child." Looking at the Yandere-like Zetsu Shitsume, the supreme elemental heaven paused for a moment, then shook his head, "Ants are not worthy of my bloodline. I am the invincible god Leffen. At this moment, the Slan theocracy is under my jurisdiction. Is there any objection?" When Zetsu heard the other party call him an ant, he was not angry at all, but excited and his eyes were sparkling. This is the strongest man. In an instant, the massive cathedral city was filled with hundreds of thousands of kneeling people shouting, "Welcome to the arrival of the invincible god. We swear to be loyal to the invincible god to the death. The invincible god will live forever and will surely lead our human race to a higher civilization." Everyone seemed to have memorized this line. It was all an instruction from the 6 gods, and a phrase that everyone had to learn to enter the city. This shows how arrogant the 6 top players are, but there's nothing that can be done about it, since Leffen is too overbearing in the game. The 6 gods are just players ranked within the top 1000, they have no choice but to back down. Moreover, their descendants become Le Fan's devoted followers, leading him to endless glory. That's pretty appealing too. Although Le Fan is arrogant, he is also very protective of his own. As long as you become his subordinate, everything will be fine. It has to be said that it is truly terrifying that these 6 great gods, as ancestors, would allow their descendants to fawn over them and even take pride in it. God knows what they went through to end up like this. Of course, the players from the 6 great divine dogs, 8 Desire Kings, 13 Heroes and the Demon God era weren't much better off. They're all dogs, one after another. If Le Fan knew that he could do whatever he wanted without any hindrance just by mentioning his name, I wonder what he would think. Chapter 49. At the summit of the world's highest mountain range, the Turangar Mountains. At this moment, a huge true dragon was enveloped in dazzling light. Its massive 50-meter-long body seemed to be constantly protesting, as if a terrifying being had appeared in the world. The enormous dragon head looked eastward with fear. The power of the elements has been completely mastered. I am the oldest and strongest true dragon king, the elemental true dragon. After letting out a soft roar, the elemental dragon came to its senses, for it could not defeat such an existence, and now the elements of the entire planet had escaped its control. It made him feel more uncomfortable than ever before. As an elemental dragon, the elements were the only source of his pleasure. Now that all elements have escaped its control and it cannot take them back, it is in great distress. Since we can't beat them, let's just leave. After thinking for several seconds, the elemental dragon king made his final decision. It looked up at the starry sky, and beyond the distant planets, there was a planet that looked very similar to this one. If Le Fan and Momaga were here, they would definitely exclaim in surprise, "Holy crap, this world also has planets like Mars." For the true Dragon King, time and lifespan are not of much concern. If you can't win in a fight, then choose to leave. This is a world where the strong prey on the weak. The next second it flapped its huge wings, instantly soaring through the sky and flying towards Mars. Reaching Mach 6 in air is already incredibly impressive. However, it can only fly by flapping its wings because of the air environment. In space, there is no air for it to flap its wings. But it doesn't matter, he still has magic. As long as he keeps using wind magic to dash, theoretically, his speed in space can be continuously increased. Of course, because it is made of matter, it cannot be accelerated to the speed of light. But 1/10 the speed of light is still possible, and that's enough. And it wasn't just this one true Dragon King who fled overnight. In the deepest part of the world's ocean, the gravity dragon also sensed the incredibly powerful energy and chose to flee. Overnight, the 4 strongest true dragons capable of leaving this planet and living freely in outer space departed. These 4 true dragons are the elemental true dragon that dominates the top of the land, the gravity true dragon that dominates the bottom of the land, the stellar true dragon that dwells in the core of the planet, and the space true dragon that floats in the world's atmosphere. These 4 beings are the strongest in this world, and the Platinum Dragon King and the others also sensed the power of the elemental supreme heaven. But instead of leaving, it chose to fall into a deep sleep. Although they are both true dragon kings are not on the same level. The truly powerful dragon kings are named after their own attributes and are directly called true dragons. For example, the name Elemental True Dragon refers to the 4 great true dragons, who are the oldest and most ancient beings in this world, existing for countless years. They could easily defeat the Platinum Dragon King with one hand, but despite their terrifying strength, they chose to run away. It's easy to imagine how ridiculously powerful the elemental supreme heaven is. Of course, if it were the merciful seraphim of the high heaven, the 4 true dragons would probably still be able to put up a fight. The 4 beings appeared above earth as shooting stars. The supreme elemental heaven calmly gazed at the night sky, an external enemy. Meanwhile, Le Fan and Mo, who were drinking and eating barbecue in the open air, were also looking at the sky. Le Fan immediately used the skill 10th tier magic, Hyperspace Eye. At this moment, the elemental dragon has accelerated 68 times in space, reaching a speed of Mach 172. Seeing the elemental dragon flying at such a terrifying speed, Le Fan took a deep breath. Damn monsters! Why are there monsters of this level in this world? Where did they come from? Does this mean there's a lot of life in outer space? Or have players from other games already traveled through time and are exploring space? Could it be because the appearance of the elemental supremes was sensed outside Earth, and they came to intimidate us, preventing us from engaging in large-scale slaughter? If it's meant to intimidate, why didn't they come to Earth? Did they meet with the supreme elemental beings? Le Fan was unaware that the dragons hadn't caused much of a commotion when they left the planet. They only unleashed their acceleration magic with all their might after leaving the planet, fearing that the elemental supreme beings would pursue them. It was also because of the full force burst of acceleration magic that a very beautiful spot of light was produced. These 4 spots of light were no less than 4 small suns in the night sky. This coincidence resulted in 4 shooting stars appearing, leading Le Fan to believe they came from outer space and served as a warning to himself on Earth. This world is indeed too dangerous. Luckily, I survived. Thank you, Momaga, love you. Momaga listened to Le Fan's heartfelt words, and this time he was powerless to retort to Le Fan's declaration of love. He stared intently at the 4 streaks of light in space that were gradually disappearing into the distance. As expected, Huxia gamers also traveled through time, so they must have established a new home in outer space. By the way, are those 4 streaks of light heading towards Mars? Do they live on Mars? If players from Daxia were to travel here, hopefully they would be players from the 3-body problem game world or the interstellar travel game world. Please do not be a player from a cultivation game world or a prehistoric game world where you level up by fighting monsters. In any case, the world is definitely more dangerous than it appears on the surface. Not only are there undercurrents within the planet, but there are also godlike beings on its outer surface. With the 4 fleeing dragons putting on a show of wits, Le Fan and Momaga are once again locked in a battle of wits with thin air. If they knew that the 4 strongest true dragons had run away because of them, I wonder what they would think? Chapter 50. The fact that the dragon ran away wasn't the only thing that happened tonight. At this moment, all forces around the world were gripped by panic, because the gods truly existed. Originally, the legends of the 6 great gods were just legends circulating in this world, but now the supreme heaven of elements has descended like a god. Tell everyone directly that the era of the gods is about to begin again. God truly exists, and at this moment, everyone is searching for the whereabouts of this god. A comprehensive intelligence network is in operation. The kingdom, which was originally preparing for a great battle, also stopped fighting at this time, because the arrival of that terrifying being had already explained everything. Who becomes king is no longer important, what matters is who can get the new god's help first and become second only to the king. After all, the major nations of human power were established under the arrangement of the gods. For example, the kingdom was established with the help of the slain theocracy. If I find a new god, establishing a country won't be a problem in no time. But what no one knew was that the god they longed for had already taken control of the slain theocracy. Next, she will manage the slain theocracy and, upon receiving orders from her master, formulate the next course of action. Outside the thieves' hideout, Shaltir, whose body had been trembling for half an hour, finally regained her composure. A monster, a real monster, why would there be such a monster? No, this message must be sent back to the great tomb of Nazarick. We must gather the power of the great tomb of Nazarick to protect Lord Momaga. Shaltir quickly used a portal to leave. It's no wonder Shaltir was so flustered, because the high heavens of the elements were summoned right above her head. She felt that boundless power, and was so frightened that it took her a full half-hour to recover. Back inside the great tomb in the blink of an eye, all the guardians were summoned, and Shaltir delivered the message. Demiurge kept biting his fingers, trying to figure out how to deal with such a monster, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a solution. He could only angrily pound the table. Damn it, how can such a being exist? How are we supposed to defeat such a being? An invincible being that can control all the elements in the world. Albedo also shouted, quickly, bring Lord Momaga and Lord Leffen back. It's too dangerous outside. Seeing everyone's fear, Rinci was not afraid. As a fellow summoned creature, she easily sensed the presence of that master. Such an adult is just one of the lives summoned by the master. With the master around, there is nothing to be afraid of in any situation. You don't need to be so arrogant. Based on the information from Shaltir, I roughly know who they are. The crowd snapped out of their daze upon hearing Mercy's words, and Demiurge couldn't help but ask, what is that being? What are its abilities? Is it friendly or hostile towards us? She is the true Supreme Being, the Elemental Supreme Being, one of the 10 Guardians of the World Tree, the suppressor of the 72 demon gods, one of the strongest beings, the Elemental Supreme Being, the only true God who can completely control the elements of the world, and also an absolute being created by the Master, just like me. Shaltir took 2 steps back in fright. No, Mercy, what did you say? You said that being capable of destroying the world was created by Lord Leffen. Right. When everyone was on edge, they suddenly heard this unexpected twist of fate. Luckily, they were all strong, or they would have been terrified. Albedo, arms crossed and a blissful expression on her face, exclaimed, My God, Lord Leffen's power is far greater than we imagined. Perhaps this world was just one of countless worlds that supreme beings created randomly among countless worlds countless years ago. After all, the supreme being possesses power surpassing even that of gods. Shaltir was initially displeased, but after hearing Albedo change her mind, she stopped pursuing the matter. Although Lord Fan is the strongest supreme being, it doesn't mean that the other supreme beings are inferior. Demiurge, the strongest member of the Daihua faction, suddenly said, if that's the case, then this world is actually a test for us. Perhaps the other supreme beings didn't leave either, they simply established other worlds and took their subordinates to these worlds to undergo trials. Hearing Demiurge's words, everyone present was surprised, but they all firmly believed that it was the right conclusion. Albedo pondered for 2 seconds, following Demiurge's dangerous thoughts, and boldly said, then everything is clear, why neither Lord Leffen nor Lord Momaga, who possess invincible power, participated in the world conquest. Instead, we went to travel as adventurers, even though they were watching our every move. They gave us a predefined plan from the beginning, to conquer the world without relying on them. Rinci, upon hearing this, spoke again, then there must be a deeper meaning here, because Lord Leffen and Lord Momaga, who possess invincible power, do not want us to use our power to conquer this world. Otherwise, the Supreme Being of the elements would join us and conquer the world directly. Perhaps the Supreme Being of the elements is a referee, preventing us from breaking the rules and requiring us to conquer the world through non-violent means? Hearing the merciful words, everyone present nodded silently again. Of course, Aura, Shaltir, and the others also wanted to chime in. But this conversation was too mentally taxing. They would spend a lot of time just listening and analyzing, and couldn't get a word in edgewise. That's why they didn't chime in. It's not that I look down on them, but rather that they're not smart enough. Oh, no, it's not a matter of intelligence, it's a matter of imagination, a matter of being out of touch with reality. Daihua's demiurges gave a fervent speech. My God, I never thought of this. Rule without violence. So, the most abundant life form in this world is humankind, and it seems that humans are constantly at war with other races. If this is indeed the case, then what we need to do is treat everyone equally. To end the war between humanity and other races, and establish a truly peaceful, paradise-like divine kingdom? Everyone present took a deep breath upon hearing this, a divine kingdom. Demiurge regained his composure and said, then this task is actually more difficult than we thought. Our original plan was to establish a demon race. Then he wreaked havoc everywhere, finally having Mercy step in to wipe out all the demons, becoming a righteous hero and establishing a just kingdom. But the current goal is for all races to coexist peacefully, so the demons don't necessarily have to play the villains. Otherwise, if the demons always play the villains, all life will gradually develop a negative view of them, making true unity very difficult. Albedo smiled and said, then let the humans play the villain, since they have the most power. What we need to do now is first unite all non-human races, and then secretly control humans to make them play the villains. When the time comes, Mercy will step in and conquer the world. Aura asked curiously, but can such weak humans possibly overpower all races? Not to mention others, the dragon race alone can crush humans. Demiurge pushed up his glasses. It's all right, let's take it one step at a time. We still have plenty of time. Let's execute the first step, the first experiment, Candy and Whip. Although we are told to use non-violent conquest, we must first have experience in conquest. The first goal is to demonstrate our strength and suppress the enemy. The second objective is to reform the other party, letting them know our strength and our benevolence. The third objective is to make the other side completely devoted to us under this combination of favor and power, and to encourage them to spread our message, making other races yearn to join us. Albedo looked at Aura and the other guards in charge of reconnaissance and asked, are there any small races that are easy to experiment on? Aura quickly replied, if that's the case, there's a lizardman race near the Great Forest. Their group isn't large, only a few thousand people. Demiurge smiled and said, all right, then let's start with them. We are both the villains and the heroes. By the way, the Empire's plan must also be carried out. We need a recognized status, a country that can be put on the table. Only then can we promote the ideals of the Divine Kingdom and treat all races equally. Chapter 51. Momaga and Leffen were unaware of the Daihua behavior of the Great Tomb Guardians. If they knew, they would probably be furious. What the hell? Your masters are all so cowardly, and you are all so daring. They actually claim they created this world? That's incredibly audacious. Fortunately, the Guardians keep these things to themselves and don't tell Le Fan or Momaga. This is also true in the original work. Momaga was unaware of the specifics of many of his plans. He only learned the ins and outs of the plan when it was being implemented. That's why I have such a stomachache. After all, the Guardians have such wild imaginations that they can turn into monsters at the drop of a hat. Sometimes, having such a group of subordinates can be quite painful for Momaga. But who wouldn't like such a group of subordinates? Aside from Daihua, their loyalty and dedication are top-notch. Upon seeing the image of 4 shooting stars, Le Fan truly panicked, so he had to prepare himself. Momaga, this world is too dangerous. I think I need to stockpile more power. Momaga nodded in agreement upon hearing Le Fan's words, that's what I think too. Seeing that his best friend had agreed, Le Fan quickly said, then shall we open the 11th level of the Great Tomb? Momaga looked completely bewildered and asked, wait? What 11th floor? Le Fan waved his hand and explained, it's about establishing an underground reserve kingdom. The entrance is on the 10th floor. We'll set up a barrier and then store troops inside. Momaga was surprised when he heard Le Fan's bold idea. If they could build up a large number of summons, it would seem that they would have a guarantee in case of future conflicts with other powerful beings. Momaga excitedly replied, okay, let's begin. Le Fan nodded and offered an idea, however, we need to be prepared, which means we need to conserve more than half of our magic power, otherwise we will be put on the defensive if something unexpected happens. Okay, let's begin. Soon, the two of them, one carrying Maid and the other carrying Ainz, returned to the 9th level of the Great Tomb. They then released the two and told them to rest. Maid and Ainz had also heard what Lord Leffen and Lord Momaga said. Knowing that they were not leaving the Great Tomb, but rather creating the 11th level of the Great Tomb, they were naturally at ease. Under the effect of Ainz's Ooal gown, the two reached the 10th floor. Pandora waited again, and seeing her most beloved creator, Momaga, arrive, Pandora was overjoyed. A barrage of German phrases combined with a military-style greeting made Momaga's stomach ache. It's a pity that Pandora is registered with my previous game data. If I had leveled up and been enhanced, I could have had her help summon me as well. Listening to Le Fan's thoughts, Momaga sighed. Although Pandora was bugged, it could only transform into people who had been registered, and only those with the attributes at the time of registration. Although he can transform 41 times, he only uses 80% of the power of his skills and magic. Even summoning spells are the same. Seeing that Pandora had a stomachache, Momaga dismissed him. Triple Magic Earth Modification. As Le Fan slapped the ground, a space of 1,000 cubic meters was instantly emptied from the ground below. As Le Fan jumped down, Momaga also jumped down. Knowing that Momaga had relatively little magic power, Le Fan considerately said, then let's begin. You'll be in charge of expanding the area, and I'll be in charge of creating the barrier. Looking at the vast space, Momaga asked curiously, how big exactly? A small target can be roughly the size of a 1,000,000-strong army. Hearing Le Fan's words, Momaga felt a chill run down her spine. Holy crap, bro, how come I didn't know you were such a sneaky guy? But I like it, a 1,000,000-strong army is a small goal. The two began their work. The triple magic earth transformation only consumed 80 points of magic power. For Momaga, who possesses 58,000 magic power, it's not a problem at all. Pandora, who was guarding the entrance to the 10th floor, curiously looked behind the king from time to time, and was surprised by the bursts of golden light. These are his creator and Lord Le Fan. It's strange that two supreme beings are digging a tunnel here. After watching Momaga continuously use magic, Le Fan also began his own work. Powerful magical barriers continuously protected different areas of space, and then the magical barriers merged together. Each magic barrier can withstand 3 10th tier spells, but the magic power consumed by this strongest magic barrier is also extremely high. A small magical barrier requires 200 mana, but it is undeniably the most popular skill in team battles. Because its defense is extremely strong, and it can withstand damage from 10th tier magic other than spatial magic. As for spatial magic, only a spatial barrier of super level magic can withstand it. But it's obvious that Le Fan can't learn it, and Momaga probably isn't interested either. Although he is a support, it doesn't mean he has to learn this kind of super level magic. The two continued building, and the immense magic provided them with tremendous support. In the blink of an eye, 5 hours had passed. The two listened and looked at the vast space, which was 50 meters high and 2 kilometers long and wide, and were quite satisfied. Looking at the vast space, Fan said excitedly, "Then let's use the demon god's blessing." Momaga said with a pained expression, "Ahem, isn't this too extravagant? Every one of these is one less we have." Seeing Momaga's distress, Fan boldly said, "It's not extravagant, and we also need to test whether this thing really works the same as in the game, right?" Chapter 52. The Demon God's Blessing is an extremely powerful pay-to-win item, and also a pay-to-win item that gives every mage a headache. Demon God's Blessing consumes an item. After use, restores 100% of your magic power within the next instant. Cooldown, 24 hours. This is because it's not an instant recovery, but rather a 100% recovery of mana over the next hour, plus a cooldown period. In other words, it can only be used once a day. But that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that players can only buy one per month, and it cannot be traded. This golden item is a total rip-off, don't be fooled by Momaga and Leffen's appearance. Their stock is also running low, these premium items are becoming increasingly rare. As for the game's mana regeneration mechanism, that's really bizarre, it's calculated based on the player's level. Once a player reaches level 100, they can only recover 200% of their mana each day. Based on Momaga's magic power of 58,890, it wouldn't even be able to recover 2 points of magic power per second. Fan only recovers 7 points of magic power per second. This is considered a hardcore anti-addiction system. This is a weakness of World Tree players. Of course, there are items that can speed up mana regeneration, such as the premium rings that both players wear. Ring of the Demon God increases mana regeneration speed by 10%. The two of them also brought 10 rings without hesitation, they could only bring 10, but even so, the mana regeneration speed was still too slow. However, the mana regeneration effect of this ring can stack with the blessing of the Demon God. Based on this calculation, they have 200% of their magic power available within that hour. Momaga stroked his chin and said, "A test? But expanding the space further won't require that much magic power, and wasting magic power is still shameful. Let's just summon it directly." Fan thought for a moment, "Okay, then you use the 10th tier magic demon summoning, and I'll use the 10th tier magic elemental summoning, with each summoning using 1000 mana." After listening to Fan's words, Momaga thought about it for a moment. 10th tier magic elemental summoning was the fastest summoning magic. The 10th tier magic, demon summoning, like angel summoning, takes a few seconds, but those few seconds consume 1000 mana, which is unbearable even with 200% mana. Momaga nodded, "All right. I'll start summoning from the left, and you can start summoning from the right." The two of them went to the far left and far right of the space respectively, and then a dazzling card appeared in their hands. In an instant, the dazzling card disappeared. The two of them emitted a dazzling light, and then a vast amount of magic began to surge from their bodies. Seeing this, Fan raised his hand and began to use the 10th tier magic elemental summoning. This magic was rather tricky because the element summoned each time was random. However, its summoning speed is the fastest, allowing it to summon any of the 9 elements at will. Fan set a standard of 1000 magic power and summoned a fire giant as the first one. This was slightly stronger than the fusion monster, the wind and fire giant, which was used to show off to Aura and Mare. Because in the elemental realm, the purer the elemental attribute, the stronger the summoned beast. If the attributes are mixed, it will not be as powerful. The wind and fire giants are hybrids, so they definitely can't beat purebreds. With the appearance of the fire giant, followed by the ice giant and the storm giant, one giant after another emerged, making the entire space very subtle. Elements such as fire, ice, hurricane, light, darkness, and lightning will affect the surroundings, while water giants, forest giants, and earth giants will not affect the surroundings much. With each summoning, various giants lined up in turn. Momaga had just summoned his third demon, but each one was a powerful demon lord. As time passed, an hour went by in the blink of an eye, and Momaga summoned 80 demon lords. Le Fan summoned 400 elemental giants. Keep in mind that all of these are level 95 summoned beasts. Before obtaining the guardian of the artifact, one-on-one combat against these monsters is definitely not an option. To put it simply, it directly possesses 480 monsters of the level of Shao tier. If these monsters were released, the whole world would probably be destroyed, right? This is terrifying. But the two parties involved felt that this was not enough, they needed to summon even more summoned beasts. Using magic like this is very inefficient. Should I spend 10,000 magic points to summon once? No, what am I thinking? If I use such a huge amount of magic to summon, those terrifying guys will definitely detect it. The best way is to summon these weaklings. They probably won't even bother with them. When they invade, I can have these weaklings collectively self-destruct, which will still be enough to damage them. Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momaga was almost scared to tears. No wonder Le Fan chose to summon the elemental giant, this was simply outrageous. Because the elemental giants do indeed have a powerful skill, self-destruction. Back then, there was an elemental guild that used this strategy, and they were practically invincible in guild wars. Unfortunately, this setup has a drawback: if the summoner dies, the elemental giant will also disappear. Later, the speed-based basic attack critical strike build emerged, which led to the disbandment of this guild. This was because everyone in the guild wars had super powerful speed, making it impossible to compete. However, the explosive power of this elemental giant is slightly weaker than that of the archangel. But when Momaga looked at the 400 elemental giants, he immediately took a deep breath. Why can't I summon the elemental giants too? Wait a minute, Death Lord, it seems to cause a backlash against the target after death. I never expected this guy to be so clever. However, that concludes today's work. The two set up a teleportation point here. In the future, when you need to summon someone, you will use teleportation magic to return. Of course, Momaga can use teleportation magic even in warrior form in the future. This was something Le Fan had no choice but to concede, because the threat from this world was too great. Fortunately, the people outside don't know that these two heartless people did such a terrifying thing in order to outwit and outmaneuver thin air. If they knew, they would probably be scared to death on the spot. After all, what does an army of this size, numbering in the millions, even mean? An army equivalent to 1,000,000 Shao tiers, who could withstand it? No one can withstand it, not to mention that these things are either for fighting or for sending people to their deaths. This is absolutely outrageous. Chapter 53. In the 10th level area, as Leffen and Momaga left, Pandora looked at the repaired ground and was too frightened to walk. He could only use magic to levitate in mid-air. And I promise I will never go here again. It wasn't for any other reason than that he had just glanced down at the scene below and was so frightened that he burst into tears. Who can hold back these 480 level 95 monsters? Moreover, Pandora also overheard Lord Leffen and Lord Momaga's conversation, specifically their suggestion to summon 1,000,000 to calm their nerves. Ah, are these the invincible Lord Momaga and Lord Leffen? Even their small goals are so grand. Then Pandora slowly flew onto the sofa and transformed into Le Fan's appearance, which was the world champion armor combined with the heavenly music sword. It is also the strongest form in the world. The main reason Pandora was so timid was because the following scene was simply too terrifying. Momaga had no idea that this action had terrified his own son, leaving him sleepless and trembling with fear. Momaga didn't go back to his room because he didn't need to sleep. He then arrived at the throne room. Albedo had been taken back by Leffen, so it was Demiurge who appeared. Lord Momaga, this is our next plan. What do you think? Watching Demiurge carefully submit a document, Momaga opened it out of curiosity. Luckily, it wasn't written in this world's script. Looking at the contents, candy and whip. And now we have a target, the lizardman tribe in the Great Forest? Momaga nodded and said, very good. Hearing Momaga's approval, Demiurge became even more convinced that his inner thoughts about Demiurge were correct. But he felt it wasn't enough, perhaps Lord Momaga had some other hints. He bowed and said earnestly, yes, all of this is thanks to your guidance, Lord Momaga. We will definitely fulfill your and Lord Leffen's expectations. Momaga felt a bit of a stomachache upon hearing this. What about my and Leffen's expectations? What can we expect from a lazy bum who only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun? And what are my thoughts? Yes, my idea is to find Le Fan true love so that he will stop loving me and stop thinking about making me change jobs. Damn, I almost forgot the important goal. Although this world is dangerous, what world isn't dangerous? That's a matter for the universe, none of our business. All we can do is try our best to be on guard. Life goes on, and we absolutely cannot let Le Fan have any more outrageous ideas. This guy, is he trying to win my heart with a sense of crisis? Ugh, that's a shameless tactic. Humph, I almost fell for it. By the way, what about those girls from Blue Rose? Is there any true love in it? For example, there's Evil You, who's a legally 252-year-old loli. But my brother shouldn't be a lolicon, right? Demiurge was taken aback when he saw Momaga remain silent for a long time. Did I do something wrong? Terrified, Demiurge immediately knelt down. Lord Momaga, have I done something wrong? Momaga snapped out of her daze upon hearing this. Ahem, no, you did very well, get up. Seeing Demiurge get up, Momaga suddenly thought of Demiurge's great wisdom. Perhaps he knew how to help Leffen find true love? Demiurge, let me ask you this, if a man clearly likes girls but remains single because of his best friend, what methods can help him regain his feelings for girls and find true love? Demiurge looked at Momaga and then fell into deep thought. Was Lord Momaga giving me a hint? Man? Girl? But he has to abandon the girl because of his best friend? What methods can be used to make this man continue to like girls? And are you looking for true love? At this point, there are 4 clues. The first clue, men and women. Does this refer to the various races? They like each other because each race has unique skills and products, which were previously traded. The second clue is the appearance of a close friend. Could it be related to a racial issue? Because of racial issues, the various races are unable to complete the trades they used to do. Without trade, is the only way for the races to obtain the items they lack to be through war? The third issue is to find a way to eliminate the racial issues between the various races and allow them to resume trade. The fourth question, is true love the kingdom of God? Lord Momaga's intention is for me to discover the special talents of each race and to publicize them. Is it possible to tell other races that each race's special skills can help everyone, allowing each race to restore peace and thus establish a peaceful divine kingdom? Is this the Supreme Being? He possesses unparalleled power, yet prefers to use wisdom to solve problems. Is this the highest level of peaceful conquest? But how can I do that? I don't understand, but I'm sure I have to get started. First, we need a kingdom, and then we need to subdue different races and make them mutually beneficial and helpful. This will be the governing principle of God's kingdom in the future. Momaga sighed as he watched Demiurge, who had been thinking for several seconds. That's right, he thought. How could Demiurge, a cruel demon, possibly know anything about matters between men and women? Demiurge said earnestly, Lord Momaga, I don't think close friends are the key. The key is for men and women to know each other's good qualities. Only when they know and love each other can they find true love. Hearing Demiurge's answer, Momaga took a deep breath. Yeah, Why am I thinking so much? Why not just introduce more girls to Le Fan? If he doesn't feel anything for this one, there'll be another one. I refuse to believe you're not interested in so many girls. Momiga didn't have anything to reward Demiurge, and since Demiurge was a strategist, drinking alcohol would damage his brain, so he should just give him magic cola instead. Haha, not bad, not bad. Here, take this. It's called magic cola, a drink made by Le Fan. Hearing Lord Momiga's words, Demiurge accepted the 3 bottles of magic cola and looked at Momiga with excitement. Lord Momiga, I will definitely work even harder. Momiga was also completely bewildered. What did he mean by work harder? Well, it's good that my subordinate is working hard, but I still want to comfort him. Thank you for your hard work. Go back and rest. It's important to balance work and rest. Yes, Lord Momiga. Demiurge carefully put away the magic cola, bowed, and left. Seeing Demiurge's admiring look, Momiga suddenly had a terrible thought. Would Demiurge take the magic cola home to collect? Momiga immediately said, Demiurge, this cola is a beverage. Although it won't expire, don't hide it and be reluctant to drink it. Beverages are meant to be drunk. Hearing Momiga's words, Demiurge stopped in his tracks, then said excitedly, Yes, I will not let down Lord Momiga and Lord Leffen. Momiga said, Ahem, then remember to drink it. Demiurge then left. Demiurge returned to his room, where he looked at the 3 bottles of magic cola in his hand. He took a deep breath, excitedly opened a bottle of magic cola, and then carefully held it in both hands, gently and slowly taking a small sip. The aroma of cola exploded on his taste buds, and in an instant, the special effect of magic cola appeared. It could refresh the mind and keep people calm. In an instant, Demiurge seemed to feel his mental abilities improve. Many questions that I couldn't understand before suddenly became clear in that instant. At this moment, he stared intently at the cola in his hand. Is this the help that Lord Momiga gave me? Ah, how kind and great Lord Momiga and Lord Leffen are. It has to be said that he is the opening character of Dai Hua. Dai Hua's imagination is amazing. The delicious taste made Demiurge take another bite, and the calm and refreshing feeling it brought to his mind was something he would never forget. He would cherish the remaining 2 bottles of magic cola like priceless treasures, and he would never open and taste them unless it was a special occasion. If Demiurge knew that his 2 maids, Hizina and Beta, had magical cola to drink every day, I wonder what he would think. Chapter 54. The seemingly peaceful night passed by the large tomb. But the world has undergone a tremendous change, because the slain theocracy announced last night that an invincible god has descended. The slain kingdom is a nation that prioritizes human rights. Now that an invincible god has descended, the surrounding demi-human kingdoms are terrified. If the slain theocracy were to wage war, could they survive? Fortunately, this invincible god didn't make any major moves. As a religious nation, doctrine is of utmost importance. This morning, all citizens sincerely prayed and offered sacrifices to their faith. At the very top of the church, hundreds of meters high, the high heaven of elements watched millions of people kneeling in worship. Does this how these ants view their master? That's right, the master is like a god. However, I am still quite curious about the 4 bright spots in space last night. Hey? These ants are so physically weak? I sensed that many patients suffering from illness were also kneeling in worship. There are still many patients in the slain theocracy, such as combat personnel from the 6 major holy departments. In battle, there will always be casualties. Moreover, the slain theocracy boasts the highest level of medical care among humankind, attracting wealthy individuals from all over the world when they fall ill. After all, light magic is the best healing magic. All people in the world with the attribute of light will be recruited by the slain theocracy. Basically, 90% of people with the light attribute are in the slain theocracy. Very well, though you are but ants, since you are so sincere and loyal to my lord, I will bestow upon you divine grace." The supreme heaven of elements murmured a phrase, and then, with a wave of his hand, the entire slain theocracy was enveloped in endless light. With a gentle wave of his arm, the supreme elemental heaven unleashed a 10th tier light magic spell that enveloped the entire slain theocracy, creating a healing domain. All those who knelt on the ground became the recipients of healing. The healing field disappeared 5 seconds later. "I have felt your sincerity, and this is your reward." The divine voice of the elemental supreme heaven resounded throughout the entire slain theocracy. All those kneeling on the ground felt the warm light for those 5 seconds, and they discovered that their physical injuries and illnesses had been healed. Many people were excited and wanted to cheer, but no one dared to stand up, they remained kneeling in worship. After all, this is the slain theocracy, and everyone who enters this country must accept its rules. This is also why many powerful individuals do not join the slain theocracy. Otherwise, why would so many powerful humans not join the slain theocracy, which is known to protect and safeguard humanity? The main problem is this doctrine, it's disgusting. Although the invincible God might descend at any time, that doctrine is practically unnecessary. But what if it happens? Who can endure kneeling and praying for half an hour every day? However, they had no idea that praying would bring such treatment, that praying could remove their injuries. It was an incredibly good deal. Unfortunately, they all missed out. The supreme elemental heaven looked down at the kneeling figures of death and asked, "How long will you kneel?" Zetsume's cute lowly face turned into a sickly expression as she said, "Invincible God, our prayers and chants to you will take half an hour. From now on, I will not perform useless prayers, as they will only disturb my peace." The supreme elemental god vanished as soon as his words fell. Upon hearing this, Zetsume let out a maniacal laugh, displaying a Yendera-like quality. "Ah, what a powerful, what a magnificent being! I must conceive a child of a god." After half an hour of chanting in the church, everyone stood up and cheered, having witnessed such a miracle and being protected by such a divine being. No one would be unhappy. After all, the fact that such a powerful god is protecting them means that the slain theocracy has become the strongest existence. However, when Zesshi conveyed the order from the elemental supreme heaven to the high priest and the 6 high priests, they were also taken aback. Does God not like his people to worship and pray? However, since it is the command of the invincible God, they will absolutely obey. In the countries surrounding the slain theocracy, those who witnessed the slain theocracy's miracles were thrown into panic. The Elf Kingdom was the most panicked. As an ancient being, the Elf King knew the terror of the invincible God. If it were just the 6 great gods who spoke of the invincible God, that would be one thing, but the 8 desire kings, the demon gods, and the 13 heroes, all these heaven-defying beings chanted the invincible God's invincibility. This absolutely cannot be fake, and when the invincible God descended last night, the terrifying magic circle that could be seen for tens of thousands of miles around. Even the entire world submitted, its voices proclaiming, "Greetings, my lord. Welcome to the invincible God General." Every single one of them terrified the Elf King. Elves naturally possess an absolute perception of the elements, and it is precisely because of this that the Elf King knew the terror of the invincible God. That surpasses even the oldest and strongest elemental dragons. Even last night, the elemental power of the elemental temple in the Elf Kingdom disappeared. That is the place where the elemental dragons are worshipped, and it is also the only god worshipped by the elves. The seriousness of this situation is self-evident. Now the Elf King can only pray that the invincible God does not share the same belief in human rights as the slain theocracy. If so, then all races in the world except humans will be exterminated, because he possesses that power. They returned to the most luxurious room in the slain theocracy, a room entirely made of the finest gemstones. The elemental supreme heaven is now awaiting news from its master, having replaced him and taken control of the slain theocracy. However, the slain theocracy's policy was very flawed, to exterminate all races other than humans and to be the absolute protectors of humanity. Isn't that strange? After all, I'm not human, but an angel. There's also Zesshi, who's a half-elf and half-human, and other half-humans. Moreover, neither the owner nor his friend are human. Chapter 55. Around noon, Leffen released Albedo and stood up, seemingly sensing a special call. Le Fan knew that the Elemental Supreme Heaven had something to discuss with him. He used his soul connection to locate her coordinates and then activated a portal spell. Then a dazzling figure slowly walked over. The Elemental Supreme Heaven was also taken aback when it looked at Le Fan and Albedo beside him. Why does the Master stay with this weakling? The Elemental Supreme God could not understand, but that did not stop her from kneeling on one knee and saying, "Greetings, my lord." Sensing the fear emanating from Albedo beside him, Le Fan immediately pulled her into his arms, saying, "It's all right, don't be afraid." The Elemental Supreme Heaven did not look up, but listening to her master's words, she was even more confused. Did her master like weak girls? After calming Albedo down, Le Fan looked indifferently at the girl kneeling before him and said, "You don't need to kneel anymore. Is there anything I can do for you?" The Supreme Elemental Heaven rose and looked at Albedo, who was still trembling, still puzzled. But she dared not ask the question directly, and could only raise the current issue. "My lord, I have discovered that the policies of the slain theocracy are not very friendly. It is a country that prioritizes human rights. If these policies are implemented, all non-human races on this planet will be wiped out." After thinking it over, Le Fan felt that she couldn't let the Elemental Supreme Heaven do whatever she wanted, but she also couldn't wrong her too much. "Don't worry about that. You'll be in charge of the slain theocracy. From now on, that region will be a divine realm, an absolutely peaceful area. Anyone of any race can enter, and there's no need to expand territory, simply establish an absolute domain. And you are the only true God, everyone else can do as you please, just don't cause large-scale destruction." Listening to its master's words, the Elemental Supreme Heaven roughly understood the strategy. The owner's meaning is that that area is under my jurisdiction, and I will manage it peacefully. If someone disrespects you, you can kill them at will, but don't cause large-scale destruction. Looking at Albedo being held by its master, the Elemental Supreme Heaven finally mustered its courage and asked, "Master, do you need any tribute?" Le Fan asked curiously, "What kind of tribute?" The Elemental Supremes dared not point at Albedo, but simply stared at her and said, "That's right, just like that." Looking at the appearance of the Elemental Supreme Heaven, Le Fan smiled, "Haha, if there is anything that can catch your eye, I wouldn't mind." The Supreme Elemental Heaven replied earnestly, "Yes, I will strive to cultivate a tribute worthy of my master." Le Fan suddenly remembered that the Elemental Supreme Heaven could summon 9 elemental spirits as attendants, and each of these 9 spirits was more beautiful than the last. But Le Fan doesn't like these kinds of body pillows. If he liked them, he wouldn't lack body pillows at all. He wants things to happen naturally, not something that can be manufactured. "I prefer natural things, I'll skip the summoned creatures that are created using summoning magic." The Supreme Elemental Heaven nodded upon hearing this, "Naturally? I understand." Le Fan looked at the Elemental Supreme being in full armor and said, "All right, if there's nothing else, go back. Don't be too restrained, just enjoy the feeling of being alive." "Yes, Master." After speaking, the Elemental Supreme Heaven bowed and walked to the other side of the portal. Le Fan closed the portal and looked at the person in his arms. The Elemental Supreme Heaven is one of the 10 Supreme Heavens, and it naturally has an absolute suppression over you. Albedo was drenched in sweat, and the terrifying bloodline suppression from the Elemental Supreme Heaven up close almost suffocated her. If Albedo hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed that such a terrifying being existed, whose mere aura could overwhelm her completely. But if there is a next time, Albedo wants to see the elemental high heavens again. Only in this way could she feel Le Fan's care. Le Fan paused, looking at the vanished elemental supreme heaven. This guy is going to find me a body pillow, I hope there's one that can evoke some feelings. Then he looked at the weak and pitiful Albedo. Actually, she was quite nice, but unfortunately, he didn't want Momaga to treat him like an old father-in-law. What a pity, otherwise I would have devoured her in a heartbeat. Albedo had no idea what Leffen was thinking. If she had, she probably would have killed Momaga with her sword. It was because of Momaga that her beloved Lord Leffen had been so reluctant to accept her. Seeing that his magic power was full, Le Fan released Albedo and said, "Rest well." As Le Fan disappeared, Albedo collapsed again, catching a whiff of his scent. It took her a few minutes to come to her senses, time to get back to work. Within the 11th level area, Momaga had been working for several hours, and the entire space had been expanded to a vast area with a length and width of 3 kilometers. Holy crap, Momaga is working this hard? No wonder he's a corporate slave. It's so comfortable here, sleeping with Albedo in my arms. It's a shame I can't eat Albedo now. Hopefully, the elemental high heavens can find me a cute little one I can eat. Momaga listened to Le Fan's inner thoughts and also complained, "Bro, you're toxic. The first thing you said when we met was that I'm a corporate slave. But this bro actually went to find a cutie? Could it be that he couldn't hold back any longer? This is a good thing, Elemental Supreme Heaven, give us some support." "Good morning, Momaga." "Morning? Morning my foot. It's already noon. Hurry up, we still have to go back to Yell until after we finish this." Listening to Momaga's energetic, 2CAO, a form of humorous commentary, Le Fan smiled and began working. Chapter 56. The elemental supreme heavens of the slain theocracy brought the adorable, Yandere Loli's Shishi to his side. She then walked around Zesshi Zetsume with amusement, "Can you handle this type?" Upon hearing the words of the supreme elemental god, Zesshi instantly understood. Her adorable face once again revealed a sickly expression as she excitedly said, "I can do it, Lord God. I can do it. Not only you, but even giants and dragons, I can do it. Please don't worry about me." Hearing Ju Ming's words, the supreme elemental heaven was stunned for a moment. Although this weakling was stronger than those ants, that was all. And its personality is so eccentric, but it's still innocent and sensible. I wonder if its owner will like it. This is a completely natural growth. Once I have managed the divine kingdom well, I will take her to the master and let him see what she is like. The elemental supreme heaven itself has no gender, the reason it appears in this form is because it is based on the host's needs. Even the seraphim of the most merciful heaven are genderless. The reason they appear as peerless beauties is entirely because Le Fan longs to meet a beautiful woman. In fact, the elemental supreme beings are the most beautiful women, but unfortunately, all 10 supreme beings are covered in armor and their appearances are not visible. Therefore, others cannot tell her gender or appearance. Of course, this is the real world, and the armor can be removed. However, without Le Fan's order, the elemental supreme heaven will not remove its armor. This is why, despite the elemental supreme's graceful figure, Zetsume still considers him a man. To all outsiders, she appears genderless, only the summoner knows she is female. As for why Le Fan didn't attack the elemental supreme heaven, it's because he wasn't interested in what he had summoned. Well, every intelligent life that is summoned needs to be based on its own soul. Therefore, both kindness and elements possess Le Fan's soul, and no matter how beautiful they are, Le Fan sees them as he sees himself. As for the elemental giants, they are naturally not fully intelligent life forms, but rather more like robots, which can be summoned as many as desired. Unlike benevolence and elements, if Le Fan were to use the same soul summoning method again, it would definitely not be one of those two. Although they are both elemental supreme beings or benevolent beings, their appearances and personalities are completely different. I could feel Zetz's heart pounding faster, and he was breathing hot air, looking like a Yandere fanatic. The Supreme Elemental Heaven gently patted her cute little head. Let's get down to business. The main reason I summoned you this time is to change policy. I don't like the supremacy of human rights, and I'm not even human. I don't like conquering the world, I want to build my divine kingdom within the existing territory. All war, oppression, and crime are forbidden within my territory. Within my territory, I treat all beings equally, whether human, demon, or dragon. Within my territory, all life must have me as their absolute faith. The simple and direct declaration stunned Zetsuki. God, what if a fugitive, a murderer, or someone else escapes into God's kingdom? The Supreme Elemental Heaven calmly replied, I will establish an elemental barrier. Except for a specific entrance, no one can enter the divine kingdom from any area. You only need to guard the entrance to the divine kingdom. Anyone of any race can enter, but if people flood in without thinking, the territory of the divine kingdom is so small that it cannot accommodate too many people. Therefore, screening is necessary, and the screening work will be carried out by you. Yes, but aren't the gods afraid that the high priests, being human, will refuse entry to other races? That's your business. Understood, I will have the priests carry it out immediately. After watching Ju Ming leave, the Elemental Supreme Heaven also left the room. In the blink of an eye, the Elemental Supreme Heaven arrived at an altitude of 10,000 meters, and then raised the Elemental Scepter high. Elemental Barrier. Subsequently, elements from all over the world surged toward the slain theocracy, and the entire slain theocracy was instantly surrounded by countless elemental forces. Everyone at the border was blocked outside. Seeing the sudden miracle, they all knelt down and prayed, hoping to be allowed to get in. Looking at the vast territory, the Elemental Supreme Heaven set up 6 enormous entrances. Each entrance is a 100-meter square, guarded by one of the 6 sacred texts. This sudden scene astonished all the people of the slain theocracy. The miracle happened this morning, and now another one is happening at noon? Is another one coming tonight? But what is this miracle? Although it looks spectacular, it doesn't have much effect. Of course, ordinary people can't sense it, but mages and powerful warriors can. Within the territory of the slain theocracy, the air contains powerful energy. The Supreme Elemental God extracted 5% of the world's elements and infused them into the slain kingdom. This serves 2 purposes: firstly, to maintain the energy required to create the barrier. Secondly, this vast energy atmosphere will allow the people of the slain church to live longer and be healthier, thus enabling the birth of more lovely girls. The actions of the Elemental Supreme Heaven are truly audacious, and this place will become a true sacred ground for cultivation in the future, where those who come to cultivate will achieve twice the results with half the effort. At this moment, many mages and powerful warriors knelt before the cathedral, shouting, "Thank you, my God, for your blessings." The ordinary people in the surrounding area were completely bewildered. After some inquiries, they learned that the air contained enormous energy. From now on, living in the slain theocracy will lead to longer lifespans, better physical health, and more effective cultivation. The word spread quickly, and people all over the country knelt down to express their gratitude. After conveying God's instructions to the priests, Zeshi Zetsume sensed the energy emanating from the air. Perhaps I can become stronger. Ju Ming had no idea that it wouldn't be long before she was taken by the Elemental Supreme Heaven to see Le Fan. I wonder what Le Fan thinks of this cute, sickly, and sensible 100-year-old loli? Chapter 57. The Grand Instructor and the 6 High Priests heard the order of Zeshi, and the Ministry of Magic also sent a message that 6 large gates had appeared in the barrier. The High Priest and the 6 Great Gods unconditionally support the will of the Invincible God, although they still believe in the supremacy of human rights. But they also knew that the Invincible God was a god, not a human, and would not look down on the human race. But now that they've been granted human privileges, any alien races that want to enter the territory of the slain theocracy can simply be driven away or killed. The world still belongs to humanity. What they need to do now is to send troops out immediately to stop the alien race from entering. The slain theocracy was originally a divine kingdom, and its history is incomparable to that of ordinary kingdoms. With just one command, the entire population will obey unconditionally, because God resides above everyone. No one dares to disobey God's commands. After the magic department dispatched various forces to guard the 6 divine gates, the high priest and the 6th priest discussed other decisions. Although 560 could allow humans to enter, there were simply too many humans. With the current powerful efficacy of the divine realm, no one can refuse its miraculous effects. What needs to be done is to select a leader for the human race. The first point is that they must have absolute faith in the invincible God. Moreover, all entries cannot be treated equally. There are 6 main entry points, 1 for assessment, 1 for trade, 2 for exports, and 2 for imports. This would perfectly solve the problem, but the first thing we need to do is establish a large-scale assessment and certification system. This is not difficult, but it is not simple either, because the population of the slain church is too large, with more than 4 million people. It would take a long time to issue all the special certifications required for manufacturing. Then there's the specialized trading post, a gate through which goods pass but people don't, allowing people without proof of God's kingdom to do business. Then the slain theocracy was renamed the Invincible Divine Kingdom. A series of actions kept all the priests extremely busy. The high heaven of elements paid no heed to the priest's busy work. She was currently exploring the people within the divine realm. I just hope I can find another weakling like Zetsuki, but it's too difficult. They were all ants, so the elemental supreme heaven had to lower its standards. Even ants would work, right? But can ants really? Even a weakling probably couldn't handle it. Oh well, why should I care? The world has never had anyone worthy of a master, and the master is also pitiful. Even the invincible have their difficulties. I don't know if I can handle it. Fortunately, Le Fan was unaware of the elemental supreme heaven's thoughts. If he had known, he would have exclaimed, "Holy crap, don't come any closer. I'm not interested." After experiencing the enhancement effect firsthand with Momaga, Le Fan learned a method, using powerful enhancement magic. For example, 10th tier magic, super physical enhancement, Titan's body, Dragon's body, a series of magic enhancements that increase physique and defense. With such enhancements, even an ant could probably withstand it. This is why Momaga no longer talks about finding a powerful goddess, but instead asks for a girl that Le Fan likes. Momaga and Leffen have been discussing this method for several days, but Leffen still hasn't touched anyone around him, which is why he's afraid. You said it was because of your physical condition before, but now that the problem is solved, you're still not doing anything. And you still say you don't love me? If Le Fan knew what Momaga was thinking, he would definitely spit it all out in his face. Le Fan isn't an animal, any human being would want to use that kind of thing. For Le Fan, feelings are the most important thing, unless he encounters the kind of love at first sight that makes his heart race. Outside the divine realm, this sudden barrier directly blocked the flow of millions of people, because the morning's divine power was spread by the Magic Association and the Adventurers Guild using special props. The global human elite were all aware of this, and at that moment, everyone yearned for the divine kingdom and rushed to it. But this suddenly appearing barrier shut everyone out. Of course, there were also lucky ones, those who arrived outside the 6 divine gates and entered beforehand. Unfortunately, the slain theocracy forces appeared later, preventing further influxes. Everyone was upset after learning that the slain theocracy had changed its name to the Invincible Divine Kingdom and that entering the Invincible Divine Kingdom required an examination. But forcing your way in is impossible, because there are gods inside. An invincible god, who would dare to risk their life to force their way in. Many of the people who came to this area were sick, and all their pleas, gifts, and even running around were to no avail. Because the divine kingdom at this moment is no longer the divine kingdom of the past. The divine kingdom now has the existence of gods, and all the clergy have become extremely serious. The scene returns to the kingdom of Restige, where the three noble families learn that the legendary invincible god has descended and has already taken over the slain theocracy. They were so angry they wanted to die. God had come to the kingdom, and they could have taken advantage of the situation, but instead they lost both their wife and their army. If they had insisted on forcing the abdication, perhaps the king of the kingdom would have been chosen from among the three of them. But because of greed, he turned around and went to find the gods, abandoning his attempt to force the emperor to abdicate. 099701325112311141. They thought they could find the gods, but the slain theocracy beat them to it. The three noble families were furious. The people from the slain theocracy were acting like children, not staying in their own country but lurking everywhere in our country. Of course, the three noble families didn't dare to voice their anger, since they were the ones who permitted the slain theocracy to infiltrate the kingdom. Now that the gods have descended but not been found, and having lost their initial momentum, the three noble families see no hope of success and can only lead their troops back to their own territories. Meanwhile, in the capital, the old king transformed himself into a believer in an invincible god, engaging in various forms of worship and prayer. As for concerns about the slain theocracy invading the kingdom, the human nations were not worried. After all, the slain theocracy was the guardian deity of humanity and would not attack humanity. Moreover, the establishment of these countries was aided by the slain church. If there's anything to worry about, it's the Aegean kingdom and the alien kingdom. The nations of the Aegean were trembling with fear, and all countries entered a state of high alert. Furthermore, the nation led by the elf kingdom began to unite with other non-human kingdoms. Because this is an invincible god, it cannot be defeated by the power of a single race or nation. Only when all the races of the world unite can it be defeated. The most interesting thing is that the strongest nation, the Council of States, directly declared its isolation and stopped interfering in worldly affairs. You have to understand the status of the Council of Nations in this world. They are the referees of this world. Now that the invincible god has appeared, the referees have simply run away. The various non-human states were terrified, but they couldn't run away, and surrendering was unlikely, since the slain theocracy was a genuine champion of human rights. At this time, Demiurge in the Holy Kingdom also received the first intelligence. The script has been changed. Are Lord Momaga and Lord Leffen trying to make it more difficult for us? Could it be a battle between alien races and humans? No, perhaps the two lords saw through our plan and made the humans play the villains, which is why this scene unfolded. So we can't take over these alien kingdoms now. We need to make them suffer the harm from humans before we take them over. First, we must expose the evil of humanity. Ah, what a powerful force it is! Our meticulously planned scheme has been seen through in an instant. Demiurge, looking completely absorbed, crossed his arms. He felt no regrets in his life for being able to serve two such esteemed individuals. It has to be said that Lao Di is truly Lao Di, who in the world can match his ability to fill in the blanks with his imagination. Chapter 58. An invincible god? Interesting. I'm actually being treated as an invincible god. Ha ha ha, could it be that one of the 6 gods who transmigrated from before was my henchman? But which of my many henchmen is it? After all, I'm the originator of the speed critical hit auto attack build. Forget it, who cares which one they are? They're probably too weak to attract the attention of those powerful beings in outer space. We can't let these dead underlings get to us. Elements, you must do good deeds for my master, understand? You must deceive the enemies in outer space, lie low for 100 or 200 years, and then I'll throw millions of elemental giants at Mars to detonate them. Then we'll be safe once we take them all down. In the Adventurers Guild, Momiga had no interest in listening to the adventurers talking about the slain theocracy. Because Le Fan's inner thoughts were truly terrifying. What did he mean by 100 or 200 years? What does it mean for a giant with millions of elements to blow up Mars? Are all others necessarily enemies? Don't you think you're being cruel? What if the other player is friendly? Shouldn't we try to be friendly with them? You're going to bomb their base without even exchanging a word or looking them in the eye. No wonder the people in the game say you're crazy, but thinking about it, they're right. Since the other party has come to the outside of the planet, they have not come in to meet us. I doubt they're a player either. And if they're not a player, they're definitely not a good person. It's best to hold on and survive. I need to step up my game and set a small goal, summon a million demon lords to devour them. The group of adventurers in front of them kept boasting about the legend of the invincible god and the power of the invincible god kingdom. Although I haven't witnessed any miracles, I can just keep boasting about them. Completely unaware that their conversation made the two cowards, who were using the excuse of self-preservation at level 25, even more cowardly, and fake. They are actually insane lunatics, and these words have made them even more insane, truly. So much has happened in the last 2 days, a lot of information is spreading in the Adventurers' Hall. For example, the bloody battle in the capital, the descent of the gods, and the invasion that everyone had just experienced. After sitting in the Adventurers' Hall for an hour, Momiga accepted another adamantite-level quest, to hunt down the forest sage. The chubby hamster in the original story looks quite interesting. I wonder what it would taste like roasted. Wait, why would I even have the idea of grilling it? On the way to the forest, Momiga heard Le Fan's inhuman thoughts again and was speechless. The four had barely walked a short distance when a carriage stopped ahead. You can clearly see an old man and a young man in the carriage. The young man stepped down from the carriage as the group arrived. Your Excellency Aotian, Your Excellency Woody, Your Excellency Zizi, Your Excellency Nabii, greetings. I would like to express my gratitude to you all. A drug-using man blocking the road? Is the original plot unchangeable? Wait, wasn't the plot in the royal capital already changed? Listening to Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momiga wondered what would happen if she didn't interact with this drug-using man. I just wanted to give it a try, no need to thank me, we still have a mission, let's go. Le Fan was stunned for a moment as he watched Momiga, who was about to leave without a care in the world. Momiga is such a cold person? How come I didn't know? Is he playing hard to get, waiting for the other person to take the bait? At this moment, the old woman beside the boy came out carrying a box and said, please wait a moment, please accept this. We have lost all our wealth because of the Yelantir incident, but this is what we have left behind. I hope you can accept it. Looking at the old woman's box, Momiga was also a little curious, but according to Le Fan's thoughts, the person opposite him was just an ordinary pharmaceutical worker. It probably contains that kind of blue potion. I wonder if the other party has any mana potions. Perhaps this grandmother and granddaughter really do have the ability to make mana potions. After gaining access to Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momiga became incredibly confident thanks to various memorable moments and predictions. It made him believe he was very smart, so he could relate to the role. How could someone as intelligent as himself possibly use ordinary people? Momiga then walked up to the old woman and said, "Open it and take a look." The old woman smiled and opened the box, which contained 10 bottles of medicine that were slightly different colors. You can see various shades of blue, deep blue, sky blue, azure, light blue, cyan, and more. The sheer variety of potions naturally surprised Momo. I knew it. Momiga was playing hard to get, and it really worked. Those two, grandmother and granddaughter, are probably doomed now. This is the Momiga I know. Momaga looked at the potions intently. Do these potions restore magic power? Upon hearing Momaga's voice, the old woman quickly replied, a potion to restore magic power? Yes, we have some, but they're not very effective. Holy crap, back to potions? I see. No wonder Momaga in the original story was interested in these two, he was after potions. Sensing Le Fan's surprise, Momaga confidently said again, then can I hire you as my professional alchemists? Help me research a potion to accelerate the recovery of mana. As long as you create a mana restoring potion, I can pay you with a real life potion. Hearing Momaga's words, the old woman was also taken aback. She specifically wanted the magic potion back? It's not impossible, but it requires more experimentation. And why care about magic? Shouldn't we care more about life? No, he actually has a life-saving potion. My god, is the old woman's lifelong dream about to come true? As for magic potions, the mages in this world are all low-level mages, and for them, third-tier magic is their strongest magic. Even heroes can only use fifth-tier magic, while those who can use seventh-tier magic are practically gods. Therefore, the magicians in this world are different from the magicians in the game world. There are no magical machine guns or magical bombardment tactics here. Of course, magic potions have been researched, but they have never been very valuable because there aren't many powerful mages. However, the potion of life is different. This thing has a very wide range of users, anyone that is alive can use it. Really? Lord Aotian, no, Lord Aotian, do you really have a life potion? Why would someone who possesses a life potion care about a magic potion? Hearing the old woman's excited words, Momaga was stunned. Wait, what the heck is this? Are life potions harder to make than magic potions? No, that's not the point. The point is that they can actually develop magic potions. Momaga and Leffen are both game players, so they fell into a misconception. In fact, the method and principle of making mana potions are simpler than making life potions. After all, this is reality, not a game. In a game, you can buy health potions and such as anything else, but you can't buy mana potions. In this world, herbs that restore mana are plentiful, but herbs that can restore life are virtually impossible to find. After all, restoring mana is essentially restoring energy, and many plants contain a lot of energy, which can be restored simply by using them. However, it cannot be utilized to its fullest extent. As for herbs that restore life, I'm sorry, there really are none. Has anyone ever heard of a single medicinal herb that can make a wound on your hand heal automatically? As for the effects of medicinal herbs, they can only be used to treat specific symptoms. However, the potion of life is not a treatment for specific symptoms, it is an all-purpose potion. The fact that this grandmother and grandson can create life-restoring potions already demonstrates their extraordinary talent in this world. Moreover, life potions in this world are incredibly expensive, a single bottle costs at least 1 gold coin. So, given enough time and resources, they can still manufacture things like mana potions. Upon hearing that the two could create mana potions, Momaga and Leffen immediately lost their will to hunt down the forest sage. After showing the grandmother and grandson a bottle of life-saving potion for a while, he prepared to take them back to the large tomb. Both of them were stunned to see Le Fan open the portal with a wave of his hand. At this moment, Renzi was guarding the 9th floor. Upon seeing Le Fan and Momaga return, he immediately bowed and said, Lord Le Fan, Lord Momaga. Of course, Nabe and Zizi also bowed to Renzi. At this moment, the medicine man was stunned by the stunningly beautiful being before him, who radiated a holy glow. He pinched his cheek and asked, Grandmother, is that a god? The old woman said earnestly, that should be true. Looking at the grandmother and granddaughter, Le Fan said calmly, I think it would be better to arrange a mage to assist them. Let Aura and Mare assist them. I had the same idea. Momaga then used his information skill to summon Mare and Aura. As the portal to the space opened, Mare and Aura returned. At this moment, the grandmother and grandson were surprised again. Had these two children used this portal? Momiga looked at the two and smiled, saying, "So, Aura and Mare will be cooperating with you from now on. Where would you like to conduct the research?" The herbalist mustered his courage and said, "I'd like to go to Khan village because it's close to the great forest, where there are more medicinal herbs to find, and I'm also quite familiar with the villagers." Listening to her grandson's words, the old woman knew perfectly well that the girl he liked lived in Khan village. Is the drug guy still thinking about Onli? But Onli is a real gold digger. Oh well, having a family might motivate him even more. Momiga ignored Leffen's thoughts, glanced at Yala and Mare. Both of them were children, they should have more friends and live a happy life. Consider this a holiday for them. Can. Hearing Momiga's words, the medicine man bowed with great joy. Once the two complete the magic potion, Momiga will give them a bottle of real-life potion. The grandmother and grandson will naturally do their best. After all, their dream is within reach, but the prerequisite is to develop the magic potion. As Aura and Mare led the two away, Moga smiled and said, "It seems reality is reality." Le Fan smiled and said, "Indeed, magic potions are impossible to find in games, but this is reality." Kindness, hearing this, asked curiously, "Magic potion?" Le Fan looked at Ren Ci beside him and said, "Ren Ci, do you have a way to speed up the recovery of magic power?" Mercy raised his hand, and the holy sword of judgment appeared. He then said, "I can restore my mana through the judgment skill. As long as I kill an enemy, I can regain my mana." Momiga sighed and said, "Ahem, I forgot you're the world boss, a bug. Let's go back to carry out the mission. Now that this world has mana potions, we can speed up our tactical preparations even more." Le Fan patted Momiga on the shoulder and said. Momiga said calmly, "Indeed, but we can't have too high expectations. A magic potion might only restore 10 points of magic power. If that's the case, then it's meaningless." Le Fan shook his head and said, "No, then I'll just drink magic potions like water. As long as I drink enough, one bottle gives 10 points, and if I drink 1,000 bottles, I can recover 10,000 magic points in no time, right?" Momiga chimed in enthusiastically, "That makes sense. Drinking a few thousand bottles will definitely have an effect." Renzi listened to Leffen and Momiga's words and inwardly complained, "They're talking about thousands of bottles without a word, that's tens of thousands of magic power." Renzi looked at his magic power, which was only 2,500 due to his shrinking, and immediately felt embarrassed. Fortunately, both Nabe and Zizi are self-aware enough not to compare themselves to the Supreme Being. Chapter 59. Now that we know mana potions can be made, we should find more talented people to help us make them. By the way, the Elemental Kingdom rules the slain theocracy, which boasts the world's most talented people. Wouldn't it be even better to have her help recruit talent to create magic potions? Why didn't I think of that before? I guess I've been a couch potato for too long, my brain's gone haywire. Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momiga was also surprised. You're directly asking the Slan theocracy to create magic potions for you. As expected, my brother is a man destined for great things. He can get an entire country to work for him without a word, unlike me who only gets 2 people to work. No, I need to be domineering too. By the way, Demiurge's plan is that once we rule the world, the grandmother and grandson will research the real magic potion. Then we can start full-scale mass production, but it certainly won't be as fast as Leffen's. But since he loves me so much, I think he'll give me the magic potion when he arrives." The two didn't speak a word the whole way, as they ran towards the great forest, one carrying Nabe and the other carrying Zizi. The forest sage was quickly found. He was the hamster from the original story. This guy seems to know this forest very well. Maybe we should give him to the medicine man as a pet and have him help him find medicinal herbs? Momiga, who had originally planned to roast the hamster as a gift to Leffen, stopped what she was doing after hearing his thoughts. When the forest sage saw two figures carrying stunningly beautiful women approaching it, its first reaction was to kneel down and beg for mercy. Putting everything else aside, the sheer power of Le Fan's blood essence alone is enough to instill fear in these beasts that live by instinct. No beast that lives by instinct has the courage to face Le Fan. This hamster is quite cute as a pet. Upon hearing Momaga's words, the forest sage exclaimed excitedly, "Hamster? My lord, are you saying that my species is a hamster?" Momaga looked at the talkative man in front of her. Aura would probably like a pet like this, right? After all, Aura is portrayed as a lively and adorable little pseudo-boy. Although the forest sage was supposed to be left with the medicine man as a pet, the current task still needs to be completed. Under Le Fan's terrifying blood suppression, the forest sage obediently submitted. After all, they're not from the same dimension, so it doesn't even have the possibility of saying no. Riding the forest sage was too lame, so Le Fan carried Nabe and flew through the air. Moreover, Momaga could only carry Zizi, sitting on the forest sage's head, and head towards the city of Yelentil. The forest sage was excited throughout the journey. After all, having lived in the forest all its life, it had seen many humans but had also killed quite a few. But this was the first time it had ever seen a human city, such a magnificent fortified metropolis, which completely shocked it. In addition, being a chatterbox by nature, the forest sage kept chattering non-stop the whole way. Fortunately, the forest sage was sitting on Momaga, so the passers-by were not afraid. She even started chatting with this chatterbox, which Momaga found really annoying, as he kept babbling on and on. So, did Le Fan know this all along, which is why he chose to fly from the start. They soon arrived at the Adventurers Guild. The guild leader came out to meet Momaga and, knowing that the forest sage had been subdued, the task was naturally completed. With the mission completed, Momaga was too lazy to ride the thing back to Karn village, and Le Fan opened a portal to see this. The two delivered the hamster to Aura in Karn village, and after everything was settled, they disappeared again. Back inside the Great Tomb, Le Fan didn't continue holding Nabe. Although Nabe was comfortable to hold, he wouldn't hold her forever. At most, she would hug him when people were watching, so he could feel the envious looks from others and see Nabe blush. Nabe is pretty, but she looks even prettier when she blushes. Moreover, Le Fan said he could never get tired of looking at those black stockings, but there were more important things to do. It was already late afternoon. Le Fan returned to his room and immediately summoned the Elemental Supreme Heaven. The Elemental Supreme Heaven sensed its master's call and summoned the deathly despair that had been guarding it to its side. "Are you ready?" Upon hearing the words of the Supreme Heaven of Elements, Zesshi Zetsume exhaled hot air once more, her expression gradually becoming sickly and delicate as she looked at the impatient Zesshi Zetsume. The Elemental Supreme Heaven was also the host of the tower, and then looked at the portal that appeared in front of him. In an instant, he arrived in front of Le Fan, and Ju Ming was stunned. "Wait a minute, wasn't the invincible god going to eat me? How did you bring me here? And what is this place? Who is this man in front of me? This oppressive aura, is he also a god? Does the invincible god have no interest in me? So he wants to pass me on to another god? But the being before me is definitely stronger than me, so continuing his bloodline seems like a good idea." Ju Ming also acknowledged Le Fan at that moment. Le Fan was also stunned for a moment, looking at the absolute death and death brought by the Elemental Supreme Heaven, and the sickly appearance of the absolute death and death. She was constantly exhaling hot air, looking as if she was about to explode at any moment. "Why did you bring this Yandere girl here?" However, the sight of this little girl transformed into a cannibalistic female demon is indeed quite appetizing. "No, I'm here to summon the Elemental Supremes to discuss getting the potion back, not to cause trouble." The Supreme Elemental God bowed deeply. "Greetings, my lord." Zetsume, who had already planned to choose a secondary target, was stunned. What? Did I hear that right? The master of the invincible god? It was him? Impossible, the invincible god is already the strongest being. Although the person in front of me gives me the feeling that he could instantly kill me, he doesn't have that invincible feeling of an invincible god. Desperate death, is it? Very good, I'll take you. Le Fan said calmly, and Ju Ming was stunned again. May I ask who you are, sir? Element, seeing that Le Fan had taken a liking to Ju Ming, directly told her the truth. My lord's name is Le Fan, and my name is Element Supreme Heaven, one of the 10 Supreme Heavens. Hearing the words of the element, Zetsuki Zetsume was no longer in a good mood. So, you are the true invincible god? But why would you do this? The element mocked. You ants dare to be worthy of seeing the true face of my lord. At this moment, Le Fan hugged Ju Ming tightly. Elements, unite with your kingdom and help me make magic potions again. I've discovered that this world can make magic potions again. Gao Yao Tai. Hearing Le Fan's words, the elemental supreme heaven also asked curiously, my lord, with your endless magic power, why do you need magic potions? It's all right, just in case. This world is more dangerous than we imagine. Remember not to drive too recklessly. Wait 100 or 200 years, until I've amassed millions of elemental giants, then it will be our time to rise up and become the masters. Zesshi felt Le Fan's embrace, but she remained calm and asked curiously, elemental giant. Knowing Zesshi Zetsume's Yandere personality, Le Fan smiled and said, he's someone who can easily beat you. 10 million beings more powerful than me. Upon hearing this, Li was completely stunned, and Le Fan suddenly sensed something was amiss. Looking down, I was speechless. At this moment, Element's face erupted with boundless rage. You ant, how dare you? Le Fan was also embarrassed, he never expected to be the one being teased. But looking at this Yandere Zetsume, Le Fan thought it was pretty good. It's alright, I don't mind. Alright, go ahead. Remember about the magic potion, and don't be too conspicuous. Wait until I've finished stockpiling everything. After finishing his meal, he shook his head, indicating that Yuanso could leave. Yuanso looked at Le Fan with great embarrassment, and in the end, he could only choose to leave. As the elemental force departed, Zesshi was once again in an awkward situation, because in that instant she imagined that massive army of millions, each one more powerful than herself, a terrifying army that terrified her. Unfortunately, she happened to be in Le Fan's arms, making this the most awkward moment in Ju Ming's hundreds of years of experience. She's too ashamed to show her face now. Just a few days ago she thought she was invincible. Now I've actually been scared by someone. Chapter 60. Looking at the Yandere and cute Zetsume who just moments ago, Zetsume suddenly became self-conscious, pitiful, weak, and helpless, with tears even welling up in her eyes. Le Fan immediately got the hang of it. Le Fan raised his face, which had been filled with self-doubt, and said, there's no need to feel inferior. You're not weak. Come, let me show you what it's like to be strong. Upon hearing this, Ju Ming burst into tears. Sometimes, the tragedy of the elderly can happen in just a moment. That makes sense, considering it has been the strongest being for over a century. Suddenly, he encountered an invincible god, knowing that it was an invincible being he could not defeat. So, taking a step back, she chose to possess that invincible bloodline, and for that, she was willing to pay any price to be a devoted admirer. Just when he thought his sycophantic act was about to succeed, he was suddenly thrust into the truth of the world. It turns out that the invincible being I thought I was just a lackey of the truly invincible being before me. I'll take it or leave it, I can accept the possibility of dying. Then I heard my older brother say that he planned to create an army of 10 million people, and that each person in the army would be stronger than him. This sudden drop from the strongest to a mortal, from a mortal to a weakling, and now directly to the weakest ant, who could withstand that? Seeing Zesshi Zetsume crying, Le Fan's heart fluttered again. Oh my god, why is Zesshi Zetsume so adorable? Is this what it feels like to have your heart flutter? Don't cry, I'll show you the power of a strong person. 10th tier magic, Titan's body. 10th tier magic, Dragon body. 10th tier magic, Super physique enhancement. 10th tier magic, Body of the martial god. After a series of 10 spells, Zesshi was completely stunned, because at this moment she could feel an endless surge of power surging through her body. Faced with his current power, even 100 versions of himself from before wouldn't be a match for him. She cried even louder this time, realizing the vast difference in their circumstances. She truly felt like an ant. But the next second she couldn't cry anymore, because Le Fan's heart was racing, and he immediately chose to have her as his girlfriend. Momaga, who was sitting on the throne, suddenly froze. What was that sound? Was it an earthquake? Albedo was also present at this moment. That shouldn't be the case. The Great Tomb of Nazarick doesn't experience earthquakes. Could it be an enemy attack? Is this love? Haha, I finally have a girlfriend today. Hearing the sudden voice from his heart, Momaga was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, my brother is experiencing love? No, experiencing love is one thing, but why create a massive earthquake at a huge tomb? Looking at Albedo's worried face, Momaga thought about Albedo's love for Leffen and realized that she would probably be heartbroken if she saw that scene. So Momaga told a white lie, it's nothing, Le Fan is just doing an experiment, don't worry about it. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye before the earthquake ended. Momaga thought, this is so damn annoying. If you're going to experience love, then experience love. Stop constantly saying things like Zetsuki is so cute. It's so frustrating, but it's also good that Le Fan has found true love, so I don't have to worry about him doing anything untoward to me anymore. Just as Momaga was thinking this, Le Fan suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking at Le Fan, who was wearing a magic robe, Momo asked, what are you doing? Was there an earthquake all this time? Le Fan smiled and said, so this is what powerful love is like. To be honest, you'd be doing a disservice to your power if you didn't experience powerful love. Momaga looked at Le Fan, thought for a moment, and then said, trying to take advantage, never mind, everyone has their own ambitions. Who's your sister-in-law anyway? Get lost. We each got what we wanted. She wanted the strongest bloodline, and I wanted to experience love. Even though she'll be mine forever, I've lost interest. After all, she would never again cry so pitifully, weakly, and helplessly. Upon hearing Le Fan's words, Momaga immediately exclaimed, holy crap, bro, are you out of your mind? Le Fan sighed and shook his head upon hearing this, is our current body considered normal? Momaga said with a hint of envy, that's right, we're not normal people anymore, haha, but it's good, you'll have offspring in the future. Le Fan sighed again and said, no, you're overthinking it. I am the ruler of blood, an eternal being. It's just that absolute death and absolute fate have become my superior servants. Momaga stroked her chin and said, so she's evolving right now. Le Fan nodded and said, yes, she has evolved into a blood messenger and possesses 1/10 of my attributes. I am quite satisfied with this girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Momaga immediately exclaimed, holy crap, 1/3 of the field's attributes? How strong are they? Seeing Momaga's worried expression, Le Fan smiled and said, I don't know, but beating you should be no problem. Hearing Le Fan's words, Momaga complained again, brother, what grudge do you hold against me? After all, she's my girlfriend, not a body pillow, so naturally I have to protect her. But she has a bit of a bad temper, and I'm afraid she'll cause trouble, so it's better to keep her by my side. Le Fan knew that Ju Ming's personality was about unleashing her power and freedom. With her current strength, she could probably fight against heaven and earth and even gods. Who knows if she'll break free of her planet and run to Mars to fight a powerful enemy. So we absolutely can't let this idiot girlfriend get away. Meanwhile, Maid returned to her room and saw a blood-soaked area on the floor and various impact marks on the walls, as if a tremendous battle had taken place there. But she was extremely surprised to see an egg covered in blood in the room, because she had discovered it using magic. This enormous blood egg was constantly evolving, and the magic power inside was terrifyingly powerful. She was certain it was the most terrifying magic power she had ever seen. This magic almost made Maid vomit, and she forced herself to leave the room despite her discomfort. He collapsed weakly to the ground outside the door, his face pale. How terrifying! How can such magic exist? It's already at the highest level of the elements. Meanwhile, in the realm of the gods, the elements directly issued an order to create mana potions. It was just a simple order, yet it inspired people all over the country to participate enthusiastically. With the enthusiastic participation of people across the country, dozens of privately developed mana-restoring potions appeared within half a day. The elements also experimented with these mana-restoring potions and finally found the one that restored the most mana. Originally, it was supposed to be a 10-gram bottle, but Ainz set himself a small goal of producing 1 ton. As for material magic, the elemental supremes can directly cultivate it using wood, earth, and water elements. After learning the techniques, the elements began to be mass-produced, and recruitment continued. All researchers are searching for better combinations in order to develop better magic potions. The developer whose work was adopted has now become one of the priests of the Divine Kingdom. What a privilege this is, priest! He has the right to see the gods. With researchers throughout the Divine Kingdom focused on developing magic potions, progress is expected every day. When they meet again, Element will return with tons of high-quality magic potions. I wonder what Le Fan will think? After resting for 15 minutes, Maid ran straight to Albedo and told her about the room. Albedo was taken aback and quickly returned to her room. Sure enough, looking at the blood egg and the traces of the battle around her, Albedo was no fool like Maid. She was a demon, and a succubus at that. Watching all this, her heart was bleeding. Who on earth stole my beloved Lord Le Fan? Damn it, damn it! Why wasn't it me? She was somewhat frantic at this point, and even wanted to attack the blood egg. But in the end she stopped, because she didn't want to do anything that would make Leffen dislike her. Albedo endured it, but the blood egg slowly cracked open. At that moment, a black and white-haired, black and white-eyed Loli, her entire body surrounded by blood, burst into maniacal laughter with a distorted smile. Ha ha ha! This is power, this is invincible power! Ha ha ha, this is so interesting! I was so weak before, this is true power! The Yandera's face was filled with rage as she looked at her hands. In an instant, countless drops of blood surged out, forming a giant blood scythe. The appearance of the blood scythe brought the entire space to the brink of collapse. At that moment, Zesshi suddenly swung the scythe. The terrifying power of the blood scythe instantly shattered a mysterious barrier within the room. Le Fan was drinking with Momaga at the time and was unaware of what was happening inside the room. If he knew, he would be incredibly embarrassed, since according to his thinking, the ultimate evolution would take 12 hours. Who knows, because this is the real world, and Zetsume is the most terrifyingly talented being in this world, coupled with her Yandera Ooal, she directly completed her evolution 3 hours ahead of schedule. The first thing she did after completing her evolution was to feel her own power, but coincidentally, 3 monsters broke the seal on Le Fan's room. However, because Le Fan's room is restricted, people outside will not know what happens inside, not even Le Fan himself. After all, the room wasn't a summoned object, nor did it have Le Fan's soul attached to it, so what did he know? Continuing to drink, eat meat, and brag with Momaga, this is the life a lazy bum should have. But just when he was being lazy, in his room, in that mysterious space, 3 monsters were floating in the space. Zetsume felt her boundless power. She wanted an opponent, but Albedo and Nabe were nothing but weaklings in her eyes at this moment. She had absolutely no interest in weaklings, but she was quite interested in the 3 monsters in this space. Only the 3 sealed monsters before her could ignite her boundless fighting spirit. Fortunately, Le Fan didn't know what Ju Si Ju Ming was thinking, otherwise he would definitely have complained, "No, just a day ago you were still an ant. Albedo could easily defeat you. What has made you, an insignificant ant, so arrogant?" Le Fan, "Oh, it's me. Never mind then." Chapter 61. Within the specially sealed space of Leffen. At this moment, the 3 bugs are floating in mid-air. On the left is a stunningly beautiful mature demon queen with short red hair, on the right is a cute lowly god queen with golden twin tails, and in the middle is a perfect girl human king with long black hair. At this moment, Zetsume looked at the 3 people who were sealed away, her face showing a Yandere and broken expression, as if she had gone berserk. She breathed out hot air with fervor, raised the blood-red scythe in her hand, and swung it fiercely forward. In an instant, the terrifying crimson energy unleashed by the scythe collided directly with the transparent energy, and instantly a shattering sound rang out. As the seal shattered, the 3 sleeping beauties slowly opened their eyes. The black-haired girl at the head of the group opened her black eyes, which shimmered like the stars in the universe. She simply gave a glance. He felt an endless shock, not from magic, nor from power, but from his soul. This is also one of Le Fan's wicked humor settings. The Human King was created using the most advanced 5 elements mutual restraint and eternal calamity serpent ring among the 20 extraordinary techniques. Note that the plus 20 bonus will disappear once crafted, but the effect will remain on the NPC. Then the level 20 bug will respawn in the game, which is why it's called a bug creating method. It's practically an infinite nested loop. However, only those who break through to level 20 can do this. The method used to create something like Rubedo involves completely fusing the world item into her body. Unless she dies, the world item won't refresh. Therefore, the Human King's power is equivalent to the rules. After all, the Eternal Serpent Ring is the strongest world item, and the 5 elements mutual restraint is the 3rd-ranked world item. The Eternal Serpent Ring was once used by a player to forcibly seal off 9 game worlds for a month using this overpowered item. This prevents all players in the game from leaving the game, which is an absolute bug. But all of this is not the worst part. The worst part is that the Eternal Serpent commandment can copy the effects of items from other worlds. As for the mutual restraint of the 5 elements, it is also a terrifying thing that can directly change the entire world's power system. Just imagine how powerful a king of men with these 2 exceptionally rare creations would be. This is why, even after acquiring so many attributes, Le Fan still claims these 3 things are a bug. Only Le Fan was willing to manufacture such a rare item, most people would keep it. The God King used 20 extraordinary items, the World Will and the Crown of Creation. The good news is that the World Will has been found, but the Crown of Creation has been lost. The Demon King possessed the Elemental Scepter and the Demon God Scepter, but both of these were lost and never recovered. The main problem is that the time was too short. The 3 Bug Guardians were created by Le Fan 8 months ago, and it's already a stroke of good luck that they were able to retrieve the World's Will. However, it inevitably caused Le Fan some heartache for a while. But having read the original novel, Le Fan knew that NPCs would absolutely follow the established rules. The item Exceptional 20 is designed to disappear after a single use, so why not use it to create NPCs? This gives you 3 more absolutely loyal female bodyguards, and you can also use the extraordinary power of 2000 points indefinitely. But after arriving in this world, Le Fan couldn't accept these ridiculously cheesy settings. So they directly announced that these 3 bugs would be sealed, but now Zesshi is actually courting death by challenging these 3 bugs. Fortunately, Ju Ming possesses 10% of Le Fan's attributes, and its resistance attribute has a terrifying value of 900. Unfortunately, less than 1,000 units are not enough to be immune to the effects of the 2 bugged world items from the King of Men. Moreover, this is reality, not a game. There are countless ways to accidentally kill your opponent without affecting them. For example, you could use the Eternal Serpent Ring to wish for a cosmic ray to shoot directly at this location, instead of shooting at death and death. Or perhaps space collapsed, creating a black hole in this location. However, this requires extremely high intelligence to play well, and it is also unknown whether this extraordinary level 20 can summon black holes or cosmic rays. The King of Men is defined by his character, and that's how he is naturally portrayed. So she only glared at Zesshi and didn't make a move. The 2 younger sisters of the King of Love have very different backstories. At this moment, the stunningly beautiful red-haired demon queen, enraged, raised her hand and unleashed a heart grasp. He wanted to kill Zesshi instantly, but Zesshi resistance was terrifyingly strong, and she was completely immune to this instant death magic. Albedo and Nabi were led aside by the adorable blonde twin-tailed girl. Do you 2 know your master? Nabe looked at the cute blonde twin-tailed loli and asked curiously, Master? The blonde twin-tailed loli smiled and said, That's right, it's our master, our creator, the Supreme Lord Le Fan. Albedo and Nabe were completely bewildered by the kind and friendly appearance of the blonde twin-tailed loli. They had no idea how problematic the God King's character was. Simply put, the God King believed himself to be the creator of all creation. She believed that all life in the world, except for her master and her sisters, was created by her. Therefore, she is kind and approachable to all living beings. On the other side, the Demon King and Zesshi had already started fighting, and the Human King raised his hand to stop them. Because Zesshi carries the aura of its master, it must be an entity related to its master. As for the Demon King's character design, it's to annihilate all life except for the master, the Human King's sister, and the shameless God King. That's why she doesn't care what the relationship is between Zetsu and her master. So what if she's her master's wife? She'll still kill her. Basically, she's the kind of person who doesn't recognize anyone except Le Fan, the Human King, and the God King. Unless Le Fan personally comes out to protect her or orders her to do so, she'll kill anyone she sees. Zetsuki felt the space around her was on the verge of collapse. She froze for a moment, looked at the Human King, and knew she couldn't move. Otherwise, the space will shatter, and you won't know where you'll be teleported to. Although the Demon King possesses incredible combat power and is immune to world items, she is merely a mage. Her magical power was restricted, and her combat power dropped to 0, making it impossible for her to fight. If Le Fan were here, he would definitely exclaim in surprise, for the king's IQ is simply too high. Although Le Fan, in his Chuyunibu, delusional, way, wrote on the Human King's character settings panel, the number 1 living being in the world, the most intelligent living being in the world, the strongest living being in the world. Of course, she is also the most ruthless being in the setting, because she is set as chaos, neither kind nor evil. In her view, everything except Le Fan's matter had absolutely nothing to do with her. Even if the planet were destroyed in the next second, and her sisters were all dead, she wouldn't care at all. In her mind, there was only Le Fan, who was the ultimate simp and the ultimate love, many times more perverted than Albedo. The reason they are intervening now is entirely because Zesshi possesses Le Fan's blood. Only she can manipulate such a being, none of her sisters can touch her. At this moment, the Demon King's beautiful, blood-red short hair trembled violently, and her eyes were filled with anger as she looked at the Human King. Big sister, why? Seeing that the Human King did not reply, the Demon King roared again, why can you seal my magic power? The human king continued to ignore him, while the demon king, extremely dissatisfied with losing control of his magic, roared again, "I am immune to the rules, your power of rules shouldn't have any effect on me. Ha ha ha, my foolish little sister, although my elder sister cannot directly affect us, she can use rules to alter the space around us. For example, a peaceful zone could be established around us to restrict our movement. Of course, because of our immune system rules, our older sister absolutely cannot have even the slightest thought of targeting us, otherwise we will all fail. This is our own sister. How can she completely ignore us, as if we don't exist? What incredible power and wisdom this is! Ah, truly worthy of being the first living being in the world, the wisest living being in the world, the strongest living being in the world." The blonde lowly goddess king spoke of terrifying things with a benevolent expression. 0. After all, the three sisters are set up so that they don't like each other, and Le Fan is the only one in their minds. They are genuinely fake best friends, all three are equally ruthless. Even if the other two were to die in front of them, they wouldn't offer any help. Of course, they wouldn't hurt their sisters either. That's just how it is. They neither harm nor protect each other, treating each other like complete strangers. But they are sisters, and they both like the same person. The Demon King represents the greatest evil in the world, the God King represents the greatest good, and the Human King represents chaos. 3 ridiculously overpowered Chuyunibiu, middle school syndrome, bugs. The Demon King, seeing that the Human King hadn't answered his questions at all, flew into a rage. UBD, UBD, not again. Can't you look me in the eye? I'm your sister. Upon hearing this, the Human King turned to look at the Demon King and said something extremely terrifying without any expression, "Until you destroy the world, I do not consider you my sister." Hearing the Human King's words, the God King was displeased. "No, the world will not be destroyed. I will continue to create worlds and make them more prosperous. Once I have created 10 worlds, I will be able to receive the Master's love just like my sister." The Demon King looked at the twin-tailed God King and scoffed, "What kind of world can a warrior like you create? With your strongest attack, do you think you can destroy the world?" The God King said seriously, "I will not use my strongest attack." "Haha, but you're getting stronger every moment. Can you control such terrifying power? Damn it, why do I have to kill to become stronger? I'm not reconciled. Why can you all grow stronger without doing anything? I want to kill, I want to destroy, I want to annihilate everything." As he spoke, the Demon King suddenly went berserk again, wildly swinging his body in an attempt to break the peaceful domain, but no matter what he did, it was all in vain. The peaceful realm is an absolutely overpowered ability, arguably more terrifying than any world item, because it provides top-tier protection in the starting village. In the realm of peace, no power is permitted, and everyone becomes an ordinary person. Anyone who has played online games knows that all the starting areas have the most restrictions. After all, they are starting areas. Thankfully, Le Fan wasn't there, otherwise, seeing the peace domain appear, he'd probably be so shocked he'd exclaim, "Holy crap, is this even possible?" The peaceful realm has been completely overhauled. Chapter 62. The perfect girl, King, standing at 1.7 meters tall, wore a jet black martial arts uniform and approached Zetsu Shizetsu Mei step by step. After hearing what the God King and the Demon King said, Ju Si Ju Ming got a general idea of what was going on. "That's the monster in front of us, and that blonde twin-tailed lowly over there, they're getting stronger every moment." The red-haired, 1.85 meter tall, perfectly proportioned mature woman can only become stronger through killing. Why would such a terrifying being exist in the world? It gets stronger every moment, isn't that just too overpowered? She had thought she was invincible, but she couldn't accept that someone's actions were restricted with just a glance. Zetsume cried out in despair, Why did I, who so rarely possess invincible power, only want a magnificent battle. Why is it that every time someone appears in front of me, it's someone more invincible than me? The human king looked at the roaring Zesshi Zetsume with a blank expression and reached out her small hand to touch Zesshi Zetsume's cute face. How can a mere 100 years of lifespan be invincible? We have all been in a state of dormancy for over 30,000 years, do you know that? Meanwhile, the demon king beside him scoffed, ha ha ha, you dare call yourself invincible? If it weren't for my elder sister using the peace domain to seal me, I would have 1,000 ways to kill you. Hearing the demon king's merciless mockery, Zesshi burst into tears again. Wah, this is so unfair. Do you know what I've been through these past 2 days? I used to think I was the strongest being in the world, until the element appeared, and I thought she was already the strongest. When I was ready to give birth to her child, she led me to see my master, sob. Then my master granted me invincible power. I thought I could fight the elements, that I was invincible, and I craved battle. And then you showed up again, reminding me once more that I'm just an ant. Wah. Seeing Ju Ming suddenly burst into tears, the God King rushed over and hugged her. Don't cry, the child is all right, there's no hurdle that can't be overcome. The King of Men looked at the blonde, twin-tailed loli comforting the black and white magic loli in front of him. The scene was a bit strange. But she withdrew her hand. I need to see my master. You wait here. Upon hearing this, the Demon King roared again, why? But the next second, the entire space was enveloped by the peace domain, and then the barrier was sealed again. The King of Men had already disappeared. At this moment, everyone within the space felt the suppression of the peace domain. Zesshi felt his invincible power vanish in an instant, and he cried even harder. Thankfully, Le Fan wasn't there, otherwise seeing such an adorable Zetsume would probably trigger another love-themed experience. Seriously, you're over 100 years old, can you please stop crying all the time? Although you have the appearance of a loli, you're not a real Yuri. Albedo and Nabe also felt the loss of all their power, and their eyes revealed fear. Why would such a terrifying existence exist? And is her mention of 30,000 years really true? Did these 3 monsters really live for 30,000 years? And that blonde, twin-tailed loli who claims to be a creator goddess? Specializing in creating worlds? That stunningly beautiful, red-haired woman claims to be a destroyer, someone who specializes in destroying and ruining the world? Although it sounds ridiculous, their power, which is beyond their comprehension, seems to be real. And these 3 beings were actually created by Lord Le Fan? My god, just what kind of being is Lord Le Fan? Albedo unconsciously crossed her arms. At this moment, she felt an unprecedented joy. It was as if they were peeling back the layers of Le Fan's background, revealing his true situation. For Albedo, there is nothing happier than knowing the person she loves most. However, the scene of a blonde twin-tailed loli comforting another loli was indeed too incongruous. The God King held Ju Ming in his arms. Don't cry, it's okay. The Demon King, displeased with the God King's performance, said, humph. Why not just kill this weakling? Inside the private room, Le Fan and Moji raised their glasses again when suddenly a figure appeared in front of them. This sudden scene startled Momaga. Because the person in front of him did not have the ring of Ainz Ooal gown, and appeared suddenly without any spatial fluctuations. Who is she? And how can she appear here instantly? Looking at the perfect being before him, Le Fan was completely dumbfounded. When the King of Men saw Le Fan, his calm expression turned fervent, and he rushed over to embrace Le Fan, saying, husband. Le Fan felt the girl's comfort and was speechless. Who released the human king? Where are the Demon King and the God King? Damn it, I'm going to die on the spot. No, I can't let Momaga know about my dark past. How can I let him know that I created 3 ultimate simp bug guardians because of my narcissism? Momiga was initially afraid, but after hearing Le Fan's thoughts, she felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Because he learned about Le Fan's dark past, he never expected that Le Fan had such an unknown side. Le Fan was fully aware of the 3-person setup, and could only awkwardly say, "Wife, what brings you here?" The human king, completely adopting the image of a wife deeply in love, said, "You're so mean. 30,000 years have passed, and you haven't come to see me." Le Fan almost vomited blood upon hearing this. "Momiga, stop looking. Stop looking. God, please save me, I'm going to die." Le Fan quickly said, "Ahem, where are they? Could it be?" The King of Men put his arm around Le Fan's neck and said, "No, I used the peace domain to trap them in space." "Honey, do they still want to continue their game?" Momiga asked in a panic. "Peaceful domain? No, wait, could it be the peaceful domain mechanic from the starting village?" Hearing Momiga's words, the human king gave him a disapproving look and asked, "Husband, who is he? He's in the way." Upon hearing this, Le Fan suddenly hugged the human king tightly, fearing that the human king might kill Momiga in an instant without saying a word. "Ahem, he's my younger brother, your brother-in-law. You can't hurt him, okay?" Feeling Le Fan's strong embrace, Ren Wang blushed and smiled, saying, "Hello, brother-in-law, my name is Ren Wang, and I'm your sister-in-law." "Ahem, this is so embarrassing, but Momiga, I'm doing this for your own good. The king can easily defeat you." Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momijia, who originally wanted to be the eldest brother, chickened out. "Fine, he'll be the younger brother then. But where did Le Fan get involved with such a terrifying woman? That one look from her terrified me. And this woman is called the King of Men. But she's incredibly beautiful, and I actually felt my heart flutter. Damn it, why does such a perfect being exist? Why is she Le Fan's wife? Ah, my heart aches so much." Seeing Le Fan repeatedly winking at her, signaling her to leave, Momiga felt a pang of jealousy, but she could only leave. "Ahem, Le Fan, sister-in-law, I'm leaving now." As Momiga left, Le Fan stroked the human king's long, straight black hair, then picked her up in a princess carry. Let's go see them." The king of humans didn't care about this. As long as she could stay by Le Fan's side, that was her greatest happiness. She didn't care about anything else. Seeing the human king nestled in his arms like a kitten, Le Fan felt a chill run down his spine. Although she was beautiful, she was also terrifying. Why were they able to break the seal? According to my setup, a seal should be able to remain in place for 100 years without external interference. Could it be that that idiot Zetsume has evolved ahead of schedule? No, how could that be? According to the game's mechanics, it should take 12 hours, but it's only been a little over 9 hours so far. But what should I do next? Am I supposed to keep carrying around the human king, the god king, and the demon king forever? Otherwise, what if they cause trouble everywhere? And then there's their awkward way of addressing each other. The human king calls him husband, so he has to call her wife. The demon king calls him big brother, so he has to call her a little sister. The god king calls him master, so he has to call her a little rascal. The demon king is an absolutely stunning mature woman, with a perfect figure at 1.85 meters tall. She doesn't look like a little sister at all. And then there's the little girl with the God King's kind face. Calling her a little rascal isn't quite right. If I took them shopping and called them that, and strangers overheard, would I die on the spot? If all 3 of them really do wake up, then they have to stay by my side. Is my free life going to be over? Damn it, why is this world so dangerous? If it weren't, I'd order the God King to create it, the Demon King to destroy it, and the Human King to supervise, letting the 3 of them go out and play. But this world is so dangerous now, if we threw them outside, they'd be killed in a heartbeat. What if the enemy discovers me then and kills me and Momaga? Momaga, sitting on the throne, listened to a series of inner thoughts and burst into laughter, unable to move. He hadn't expected this. I never expected Le Fan to have such a childish side, ha ha ha. But despite their Chuyunibu, adolescent delusions of grandeur, these three bugged guardians are definitely beings beyond Rubedu's level, probably on par with the elemental supreme heaven. Furthermore, according to Le Fan's inner thoughts, these three guys have extremely bad personalities, they're the kind you can't throw away, you can only keep them around. However, I don't mind at all. Momaga finds it very interesting to watch Le Fan die every day. To protect our lives, brother, you will endure the social death you shouldn't have to bear every day. Chapter 63. Within the self-made space, Le Fan held the human king, feeling the peaceful realm of this space. So there's no way to seal my power after all? I knew the world tree's power system was too weak. Even the most overpowered peace domain couldn't restrain my 9,361 resistance. So how strong would the enemies in outer space be? Their resistance would definitely exceed 10,000, right? Damn it, world items are useless after all. The only thing we can use is hardcore physical attacks. The explosion of millions of elemental giants, the annihilation power born from the mixture of 9 elements, should definitely wipe out these guys. However, since this is a peaceful zone, I'll seal them away again. Hehe, you didn't expect that, did you? I disregard the peaceful zone. Momaga, standing between the thrones, heard Le Fan's inner thoughts and once again complained, 9,361 resistance. Please, have some decency. My resistance is less than 500. But you're really cunning, even sealing away your own wife. At this moment, due to the peace domain, everyone in the space has become immortal. They looked at the God King comforting the one facing certain death, and the Demon King stomping his feet in a fit of rage. Le Fan waved to them playfully, "Little sister, little rascal, come here." Upon hearing Le Fan's call, the Demon King's rage vanished, replaced by a passionate expression of love as he flew over, "Brother Yin." As for the little girl, God King, she abandoned her desperate cries on the ground and ran to Le Fan's side, "Master." The human king was very displeased when she saw the two people who had arrived, but when she thought that she was still in Le Fan's arms, she was not so angry anymore. 10th tier magic, super living seal. In an instant, the perfect person in Le Fan's arms closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. The Demon King and the God King were stunned to see the human king suddenly fall into a deep sleep. The Demon King quickly snapped out of her daze upon seeing this scene, for it reminded her of that moment 30,000 years ago when her older brother sealed her away in the same way. "Big brother, what are you doing? I don't want to sleep anymore. I've missed you for 30,000 years. I can't bear it anymore. I want to be by your side, forever and ever. I'm sorry, my lovely little sister, but don't worry, I will always be by your side." Le Fan tossed the human king into the air, then embraced the Demon King, who was 1.85 meters tall and had a perfect, mature woman's figure. As the magic was activated again, the Demon King fell into a deep sleep once more. At this moment, the God King said with a reluctant expression, "Master, God King, I will be good and let me follow you forever, okay? You little rascal, the time isn't right for us to be together yet. When the time comes, we'll be together forever." Le Fan tossed the Demon King into the air as well, and then embraced the cute blonde twin-tailed loli once more. She slowly closed her eyes, and then the three of them were teleported back to their original positions. Le Fan also took a deep breath. Thankfully, the peace domain exists, otherwise, would I have risked my life to seal these three monsters? However, I also learned their weakness. Although their attack and defense are limitless, their resistance is only set at 1000, which is insufficient to make them immune to the peaceful zone of the beginner village. It's fortunate that the human king didn't know I was going to seal her away, otherwise she would have broken the peace domain ahead of time, and I would have been in trouble. No, perhaps she can't break free of the peace domain? If she's unaffected by the peace domain, then I shouldn't be able to seal her away. Forget it, why worry about it so much? Just in case someone breaks into the space again, let's set up a barrier. Field level magic, super concentrated barrier. In an instant, the three people suspended in midair were completely sealed again, and everything here returned to the moment when it was broken by absolute death and absolute destiny. Of course, besides the newly created peace domain, Le Fan was also very angry and wanted to teach Ju Ming a lesson. If it weren't for the arrogant king of man using the peace domain, he would never have been able to seal these three people. These three are too powerful, the super living seal has no effect on them in their full state. It was only because of the suppression of the peace realm that Le Fan could be easily sealed. But when Le Fan looked at Ju Ming sitting on the ground crying, and saw how weak, helpless, and pitiful she was at that moment, Le Fan was suddenly moved again. Le Fan picked her up and exclaimed, "Why are you crying again? You're so cute." Seeing this, Albedo and Maid followed Leffen back to their room. Le Fan stared at the two of them for a moment, then asked, "Could you two please leave for a moment?" Albedo stood rooted to the spot, shouting, I'd rather die than leave." Maid looked at Lady Albedo, then shook her head and glanced at Lord Leffen, I'll be leaving now." Seeing Maid leave, and Albedo looking like she was ready to die here, Le Fan couldn't be bothered to care anymore. A tremendous earthquake sound came from the great cemetery again. Momaga felt a chill run down his spine. "Here we go again, brother. Can you please stop this nonsense?" Half a day passed, and Le Fan was unaware that a strange thing was happening in his sealed space. That was the perfect girl with black hair, who suddenly disappeared and then reappeared in an open space. Luckily, I made preparations and copied the ability of the World Item Time Scepter, setting myself to return to the state I was in when I used the peace domain 12 hours ago. But why did my husband seal me away? I don't understand. If he hates me, he could just kill me. With his strength, it should be an easy thing for him. So it's definitely not that he dislikes me. Could it be that my presence is making it difficult for him to perform? I don't understand, I'm not sure, but I want to ask my husband's opinion. If he insists on sealing me away, then I have no choice but to seal myself away. I could never do anything that would make my husband hate me. The human king is currently located where she just used the peace domain. As long as she maintains this position, this station can be immune to the suppression of the peace domain. She casually used the transfer function. In an instant, the king of men arrived in the room. Looking at the unconscious crybaby, Ju Ming, she frowned. "Does my husband like this type?" Le Fan looked awkwardly at Albedo, who had been following him closely, and said, "Albedo, it's not that you're bad, it's just that I don't feel anything right now. How about waiting for my feelings to develop?" Albedo, after witnessing Le Fan's punishment of Zetsume for half a day, also felt a longing for it. But she tried to join several times, only to be rejected each time, which greatly discouraged Albedo. With a look of resentment, she asked, "What is this feeling that Lord Le Fan speaks of? I will try my best, even if it means death." Looking at Albedo's expression, Le Fan sighed, "Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Waiting is also a test, you know." Hearing Le Fan's words, Albedo paused for a moment. "Waiting? No, the human king, the demon king, the god king, it seems they've waited for 30,000 years. Is it really possible to wait for the results? But can I refute Lord Le Fan?" Albedo unconsciously shed tears and said, "But, I can't bear to see Lord Leffen with other people. Please, I'm afraid I'll go crazy if I see this again." Le Fan was speechless when he saw Albedo crying. Because my heart was actually racing. Damn it, it's the feeling of falling in love. Is my race cursed, so fond of seeing people cry? Ahem, I'll be more careful next time. I have to go now. As he spoke, Fan patted Albedo's head to encourage her. Damn it, I almost fell for it. That scoundrel Momaga, he'll never be my father-in-law. Momaga, sitting on the throne, smiled as he listened to Leffen's thoughts. Is Fan's flaw that he can't stand seeing women cry? Should I make Albedo cry in front of Leffen? Perhaps this would be a good solution for Albedo and Levan. Just then, Fan had taken a few steps when a perfect figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This is the most perfect girl, and her long, straight black hair is Fan's favorite. But Fan never expected that the human king could break the seal and emerge, and exclaimed in surprise, "Wife!" The human king, his face contorted with grief, cried out in heart-wrenching sobs, "Husband, why did you seal me away? Can you give me a reason?" Seeing the king of men who seemed to have suffered a great injustice, Fan felt embarrassed. But thinking about it, it makes sense. The person you love most sealed you away when you were least expecting anything. Anyone would feel despair and heartbreak at some point. If it weren't for the current setting, Fan probably would be stabbed in the stomach right now. However, the human king is designed as chaos, indifferent to everything and harmless to everything. So, there shouldn't be much of a problem for her to break the seal, right? I'm sorry. I've wronged you. It will never happen again. My dear wife, will you stay by my side forever? As Fan spoke, she opened her arms wide. The king of men was stunned for a moment, then happily rushed over, "Yes, I will be with my husband forever and ever. The king of men's overpowered abilities are indeed a great help to me, but I shouldn't use them for now." Every time she uses her overpowered ability, she operates within the rules of this world, especially if the enemy has completely mastered those rules. Since every use of this method will be detected by the enemy, it's best to avoid using it. Perhaps the human king used some of the power of the rules, and the enemy has already discovered us. Should we prepare to run away? Let's just play it safe for now. Even if we escape, we don't know where to go. Maybe the enemy doesn't care about these few weak fluctuations of power. The king's love is the ultimate love, so even if she saw Fan attack Zesshi, she wouldn't make the same demands as Albedo. In the eyes of the king of men, being by Fan's side forever was the greatest happiness, everything else was superfluous. Of course, she would be happy to accept if Fan was interested. So if Fan doesn't mention it, she basically won't either. The two of them walked hand in hand through the cemetery, just a simple walk. However, Fan's heart was churning with unending emotions, like a raging ocean. While listening to Fan's machine gun-like inner monologues from the throne room, Momaga found it very annoying. But these thoughts are also very useful. For example, they reveal the existence of higher-level enemies, enemies who can use the power of rules. This made Momaga even more frightened. He didn't know what Fan was thinking until he heard it every day. Momaga already considered himself an ant, or even less than an ant, but he did not give up. Because it feels so good to hear this sentiment, I'm clearly the worst of the worst, but my brother is awesome, and I'm living the high life thanks to him. Even though I'm invincible, my brother still asks for my opinion and wants me to make decisions. What's this called? This is called the ant's counterattack. This is like a beggar who gives advice to the world's richest man every day on how to do things, and is even genuinely admired by the world's richest man. They even live a more luxurious life than the average super rich person. What's this called? This is invincible. This is absolutely awesome. Although I have no money and I am dressed in rags, I eat and drink the best and most luxurious food and drink, and the world's richest man is there to protect me the whole time. With the exception of a few specific women, I can have whichever one I want. Is there anything more awesome in the world? Fortunately, Momaga didn't know he was outsmarting thin air. The real world didn't have as many invincible enemies as they imagined. If I knew, I would definitely curse. Holy crap, I was one of the world's top powerhouses, how the hell did I become an ant? How can someone who considers themselves an ant be so happy? Le Fan, that brother, ruined my life. Chapter 64. Le Fan punished Ju Ming twice, and was also busy with the human king's affairs, so he didn't go to the city of Yelentil to play. The slain church renamed itself the Invincible Divine Kingdom and established the Divine Kingdom domain. They also spread the word that cultivation speed would double and lifespan would be extended in this area. However, entering the Kingdom of God requires passing an examination, only those who pass the examination can enter. Furthermore, the religious rules have been amended, and human rights are no longer paramount. From then on, the Kingdom of God no longer interfered in the affairs of the many countries outside. Furthermore, the reviewing country has recently closed itself off and is no longer acting as a world referee. Without a referee, there are naturally no rules. How terrifying is a battlefield without rules? Even humans might commit acts of massacre. Not to mention that there are so many different races in this world. The day after the Invincible Divine Kingdom announced this news, all the human kingdoms panicked, while the various non-human kingdoms that were originally preparing to unite were celebrating. For example, the Elf Kingdom used to be constantly attacked by people from the slain church around their country, and female elves were captured and used as toys every moment. Now that all the people of the slain theocracy have withdrawn, there is no longer any suppression from the slain theocracy or the Judgment Kingdom. The Elf Kingdom took off from the spot and became the strongest kingdom. Similarly, various subhuman nations also rose up one after another, and all human nations, except for empires, became targets of invasion by non-human nations. Without the protection of the slain theocracy, the human kingdoms are no longer so terrifying. The only truly terrifying figure is Fruta, the strongest human mage who can use 6th-tier magic. The entire world order has changed, but the dragons have all chosen to retreat into their shells. Because they all received orders from their ancestors to hide and live in seclusion for a few hundred years before making any moves. Anyway, the orthodox dragon race lives as long as heaven and earth, and they won't die as long as they don't do anything reckless. This time, the enemy was far too powerful, and all the true dragon kings were intimidated. Although all the non-human kingdoms were eager to fight, no one wanted to be the first to act. Because they have no people in God's kingdom, they do not know the true thoughts within God's kingdom. Their primary goal was to pass the test and enter the kingdom of God, but they were worried about going alone. Therefore, they planned to unite with other non-human kingdoms to establish a large army to escort the geniuses of the non-human kingdoms to the divine kingdom for assessment. In the previous united resistance, 40% of the nations chose to refuse, but this time, when they teamed up to go to the invincible divine kingdom, no non-human nation chose to refuse. Because everyone knows that the real struggle is not external, but internal to the kingdom of God. However, the invincible God kingdom was always a country that prioritized human rights. Although the gods were absolute, the invincible God did not concern himself with matters outside the God kingdom. If we were assassinated by the despicable human alliance, we would suffer a huge loss. Although they knew that this journey would be extremely risky, no race could resist the temptation. If one is fortunate enough to become the high priest of the divine kingdom, then one is truly second only to God and above countless others. The whole world is in chaos. The non-human kingdoms have gathered a large army, which has been directly detected by Shenzi of the human kingdoms. Kingdoms surrounding the non-human realm sent aid to each other, and all human kingdoms united like never before. In the past, human conflicts were only due to the protection of the slain theocracy. There was no need to fear invasions by other races, as the slain theocracy would handle the problem of other races. If it weren't for the obstruction of the reviewing nation, the entire world would probably have become a human world. But now the slain church is no longer involved, which would normally prevent the human race from panicking, but the World Tribunal is also no longer involved. This panicked them, and they even complained that in the past, when they attacked foreign countries with the help of the slain theocracy, the Council of Nations would jump in and stop them. Every time success seemed imminent, the critics would jump in, saying how much they used to hate them. But now they so desperately crave the existence of a reviewing nation, at least to protect weaker nations. But now the reviewing country has closed itself off, leaving weak nations without protection. The world has returned to its original rules: big fish eat little fish eat shrimp. If even one nation acts without being punished, then all weak nations will cease to exist. In the real world, the reviewing country is like the United Nations. Although small countries still suffer, no matter what happens, no country will be wiped out, like a certain Asian country. The previous slain theocracy possessed nuclear weapons and absolute nuclear peace, at least from the perspective of humanity. Demiurge has been witnessing the changes in this world firsthand in the Holy Kingdom these past few days. He couldn't help but marvel at the power of the two supreme beings, who had actually turned the world back into its most primitive and savage state for them. Conquering such a world through non-violent means is incredibly difficult. But Demiurge really enjoyed this extremely challenging test. He unconsciously took out a bottle of magic cola, reluctant to open it, and slowly savored it. Feeling a moment of clarity and calm in his mind, Demiurge reflected once again on how the world is constantly changing. From a stalemate to being riddled with holes. The major powers became the targets of defense for all the weaker nations. Meanwhile, the major powers are carefully stockpiling their strength, appearing harmless and lest revealing too much terrifying power provoke a coalition of weaker nations. Such an environment is perfect for establishing a nation, but non-violent conquest means that we cannot use overwhelming force to conquer hilly. Yes, in Demiurge's view, non-violent conquest means defeating and subduing the enemy fair and square by using the same level of power as them. After all, Demiurge is a demon, and he wouldn't think of non-violent conquest like the Virgin Mary, where he could simply make the other party surrender by talking. Besides, this is the real world, such a foolish country shouldn't exist. If it did, it would have been conquered long ago. Why would it be our turn? By this time, Demiurge had already collected all the information about the Holy Kingdom, such as its military strength, power control, civilian forces, history, and culture. Find a breakthrough from all the collected information, then devise a plan to overcome the odds and convince the opponent. If Leffen and Momiga knew what Demiurge was thinking, they would definitely exclaim in surprise, "Wow, Demiurge!" Chapter 65. Momiga, who had just drunk several hundred kilograms of liquor with Le Fan, decided to take a patrol of his post. After observing the excellent condition of his subordinates, he warmly greeted them and then proceeded to the chief steward's office. At this moment, Albedo, heartbroken, was still working diligently. He asked worriedly, "Albedo, is something wrong?" Hearing Momiga's words of comfort, Albedo put down the documents in her hand and asked helplessly, "Lady Momiga, I don't know what to do. I feel like Lady Leffen is drifting further and further away from me." Momiga thought for a moment and smiled, saying, "Women are born with their own advantages, especially a great beauty like you. There was an old saying a long time ago, which was also the way women conquered men: first cry, then make a scene, then threaten to hang themselves." Albedo paused for a moment, crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide? Is that really going to work? I don't know, but just show your true feelings, there's no need to try to maintain a perfect image. You're a woman, so cry when you need to cry, be cute when you need to be cute, don't feel ashamed. Le Fan is already powerful enough. How could any strong woman possibly be stronger than him? Hearing Momiga's words, Albedo paused for a moment. Right, she thought, why have I always tried to present my most perfect self to the 790-meter tall people of Leywan? When I see Lord Le Fan with other people, I feel sad and upset. I saw that Lord Leffen's first body pillow was Maid, and I felt really bad too. Why should I pretend to be magnanimous and understand Lord Leffen? I'll cry when I need to cry, and I'll act cute when I need to act cute, just like that crybaby little girl. Why does Lord Leffen like that pitiful, weak, and helpless little girl who keeps crying? Isn't it because she's genuine? How could I not have thought of that, Albedo? How could you be so stupid? At that moment, Albedo seemed to have been reborn, and she quickly stood up and bowed with great energy. Thank you, Lady Momaga. Momaga smiled at Albedo, who understood immediately, and said, no need to be polite. I also hope you can find happiness. Luckily, Leffen didn't know, otherwise he would definitely have yelled, damn it, Momoji, are you inhuman? Do you expect me to treat you like a father-in-law? At this moment, Leffen was in private room number 1, sitting in the corner with a look of fear on his face, constantly eating delicious food to relieve his fear. The King of Men sat beside Leffen with a smile on his face, drinking fine wine and eating delicacies together, like a pair of celestial beings. As for Maid, she chose to sit beside Zetsuki, keeping her company as she remained fearful. The fear of certain death is deep-seated. The first fear is being punished by Leffen, and that state of losing oneself terrifies her. The second fear is that the human king will seal away his invincible power again. My third fear is that if I go out to show off my supposedly invincible power again, will I get instantly killed once more? I'm afraid of being like an ant again. Leffen didn't care about Ju Ming. It was good to scare her, at least it would prevent her from being so irritable and thinking that she was strong enough to start fights. There are countless people in this world stronger than me, what makes you think you're so much stronger with only 10% of my attributes? Leffen even wanted Maid to become one of his high-ranking dependents. As the ruler of blood, Leffen can have 1 perfect familiar, 5 high-ranking familiars, and 1 ordinary familiar. A perfect companion can possess 20% of the user's attributes, a high-level companion can possess 10% of the user's attributes, and a normal companion can possess 3% of the user's attributes. All attributes add up to exactly 100% of the attributes. This is also one of the Blood Ruler's special skills, but it's practically a useless skill in the game world. But the real world is not like that. Now, with Leffen's current attribute, once a perfect family is established, he will take off from the spot. In fact, Leffen would not use the qualification of a perfect family member. He figured it was better to keep it, just in case that coward Momaga suddenly wanted it from him someday. Leffen continued drinking, deep in thought. Unbeknownst to him, Momaga had overheard his entire thought process. Momaga, who had just calmed Albedo down and was heading to find Leffen, immediately exclaimed, holy crap, a perfect familiar, 20% stat boost. How could I forget that? Nima 9361's resistance to 20% is 1872. I could take off on the spot in a heartbeat. Wait, what am I thinking? Become Leffen's kin? Wouldn't that make us master and servant? If he asks me to change jobs, can I refuse? Holy crap, what a ruthless scheme. Leffen, please, stop loving me. I only see you as a brother. There's no future for us. Albedo, give it your all and conquer him. Momaga was terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, Albedo had already rushed off to find Leffen. In the blink of an eye, Albedo arrived at VIP room number 1. There, she saw Zetsuki, weak, pitiful, helpless, and frightened, constantly eating. And there's Maid, looking at the king and Leffen with longing, they are constantly revealing their truest selves. Albedo disregarded everything else and lunged forward. Leffen was also stunned for a moment, and the King of Men frowned, indicating that he was very angry at this disrespectful aunt. Despite her husband's efforts to reason with her, Wang wisely chose to endure it. Leffen looked at Albedo, who had suddenly thrown herself into his arms, and asked, "What's wrong?" "Lord Le Fan, I love you." I could feel the love in Albedo's eyes and hear her words. Le Fan was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and stroked her hair. "I know." Seeing that Le Fan hadn't pushed her away, Albedo was overjoyed and immediately wrapped her arms around Le Fan's neck without any hesitation. "I'm so happy." Seeing Albedo's increasingly outrageous behavior, the King of Men calmly remarked, "You aunt, don't push your luck." Albedo knew she couldn't defeat the human king, but she wasn't afraid. Instead, she said with a sickly sweet expression, "Human king, I love Lord Leffen. I will no longer hide my love. Even if you kill me, I will not let go." Seeing Albedo gradually revealing her true nature, the King of Men was also taken aback. Wasn't this woman supposed to be the dignified and mature type? Why does she seem to be the same type as that crybaby girl? Le Fan didn't bother with it anymore, picked up a bottle of magic beer and handed it to Albedo. "Come on, let's have a drink, and stop with all that nonsense." After 8 bottles, Albedo fell asleep immediately. Considering Albedo's alcohol tolerance, do you really think I'm a pushover? If Albedo ever comes looking for me again, I'll get her drunk and perfectly escape this predicament. As the person she loves most, if I want to have a drink with her, she definitely won't refuse. It seems we need to keep Albedo and Nabi's high-ranking relatives around, otherwise it will be troublesome if we can't get them to drink. Albedo is the woman who has been supporting me the whole time. By the way, Evilu, La Justia, and Tia are also good choices. But let's avoid unnecessary trouble and deal with the familiars later. Anyway, we've already chosen the candidates, and setting up familiars won't take much time." Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momiga mentally cursed again. "Damn it, bro, does it have to be this scary? A beautiful woman is offering herself up, why don't you just get her drunk?" "Well, there's plenty of time in the future, you can run from the first day of the month, but you can't hide from the 15th. Continuing with today's task, Momiga saw that his magic power was full and returned to the 11th floor. As for the 11th layer, it has now expanded to a size of 300 kilometers in length and width. As for why it was so fast? Because the King of Men activated the rules, he directly expanded this territory. For this, the king was lectured again by Le Fan. Seeing that Le Fan had already amassed over 4,000 elemental giants, while his own demon lords numbered only 500, Momiga decided he needed to step up his efforts. Chapter 66. Inside the Holy Church of the Kingdom of Restage, the kingdom's warrior captain Gazef, the Golden Princess Lana, the princess's guardian Clem, and 7 other righteous and kind-hearted individuals from the kingdom awaited once again. With the appearance of an invincible god, all nations must prepare themselves. A day ago, the kingdom of gods sent someone to contact them, indicating that the kingdom's saintess, Legis, could join the kingdom of gods. However, because Legis had disappeared, the clergy of the divine kingdom, upon hearing this, granted 10 slots for the assessment. The kingdom had to make a choice. The newly registered saintess would not be accepted by the divine kingdom. Therefore, the kingdom selected 10 people to go to the divine kingdom for assessment, hoping that one of them could enter the divine kingdom. Although there are members of the kingdom within God's realm, at the moment God descended, those members of the kingdom had already forgotten the kingdom. Between God and king, no one would choose the latter. The 10 chosen this time were all people who had received favors from the kingdom. As for the warrior captain, Gazef, he went to the kingdom of God to train and restore his combat power, and then he would return home. According to the Divine Kingdom Adventurers Guild, the cultivation speed within the Divine Kingdom is twice that of the outside world. Gazef, who originally needed 3 years to recover his strength, only needed 1.5 years in the kingdom of gods. Princess Nara, being the wisest person in the kingdom, would need to infiltrate the divine realm and become a priestess to go to the divine kingdom. As for Clem's spot, it was Nora who fought for it for him. There are 7 other noble members, all of whom are women, because the kingdom is corrupt and there are hardly any good men among the nobles. There was no way they could pass the test, so they simply selected 7 obedient girls from the 6 noble families. Holy maidens exist in every major country, but not every holy maiden from every country is qualified to join the divine kingdom. Therefore, most major countries have 10 slots, and fortunately, the Holy Kingdom and the Empire's holy maidens are eligible to join. As for non-human kingdoms, there are still a few countries with quotas, such as the Elf Kingdom and some demi-human kingdoms. Because they all have human appearances, they were chosen by the priests through spiritual selection. All these choices were made so that God could see that not only humans but other races had entered the kingdom, and that we had not gone too far. As for other non-human appearances, let's forget about them. They all look different, would they even bother coming in? An elderly man with white hair, dressed in a high priest's robe, handed 10 books to the 10 people and solemnly said, "This is the content of this assessment, because we are a human kingdom. Therefore, you can know the content and topics of the assessment in advance. You need to memorize them and sincerely believe in the invincible God. Don't take any chances. The kingdom of God has special magic to test faith, you should know that." Nora took the book from her hands. It was full of stories about the invincible God, lyrics praising the invincible God, and rituals for believers of the invincible God. Looking at such a thick book, Nora appeared relaxed on the surface but inwardly cursed, "Damn it, how can Clem possibly memorize such a thick book? Does this mean I have to separate from Clem? I am not king. Why did this despicable, invincible God have to descend upon my era? Couldn't he have waited until the next 100 years? I just want to be with Clem, why did it have to be like this?" The 8 girls present were all educated, so the book, though a bit thick, wasn't a big problem. Soldier Captain Gazef felt a chill run down his spine. How could he possibly memorize such a thick book? Besides, I've never really believed in God, I'm more inclined to believe in my country and its people. Will I really be able to pass the test and get in? Never mind, I'll just have to give it my all. The kingdom's situation and humanity's situation are extremely unfavorable right now. In order to become stronger, and in order to better protect the human kingdom. It should be noted that without the suppression of the reviewing nation, the 3 major orc kingdoms in the west might have taken action. That's the strongest orc kingdom, the combined area of its 3 kingdoms is almost the size of the entire central continent. There are also the kingdoms established by the 8 desire kings of the south, the kingdoms of the Eastern Ocean, and now it is known that the kingdom of the central continent and the kingdom of gods are all under closed management. Without the interference of 2 powerful nations, the world would surely descend into chaos, it's just a matter of waiting for a leading country to take the lead. However, because they were too far from the central continent, they couldn't receive the news immediately. Unlike the warrior captain's concerns, Clem was worried about not being able to protect the princess. So he would study and memorize everything he could, just so he could protect the princess. All the major human kingdoms in the world benefited from this, which can be considered a welfare provided by the priests to the human race. In the Orcish territory between the kingdom and the Holy Kingdom, a white-haired ape killed several adventurers and learned from them from the air that the world had changed. It seems the intelligence the Elven Kingdom gave us wasn't false. The era of our rise as earth-digging orcs has arrived. The White Cat Digger Orc is the clan king, the ruler of this race, and his name is Pereiro. Requesting flowers, 0997013225 Philo 11236141. He was a terrifying being who had reached level 38, and a king who commanded 80,000 earth-digging orcs. It should be noted that each of the digging orcs is stronger than a human, and the entire population is a soldier. In a real battle, this army of 80,000 could crush the 150,000 strong army led by the kingdom's warrior chief. After confirming that the disappearance was correct, Pereiro could see that this was an opportunity. As the king of a race, he could not tolerate his race living in such a resource-scarce place for so long. Every king desires to lead his people and his kingdom to greater strength, and this kingdom is no exception. Now it has the opportunity. It was preparing to establish a kingdom, and what was needed to establish a kingdom was a huge city. It then turned its attention to the neighboring dwarf kingdom, because the latter was very weak in combat. 0. Moreover, they have a certain degree of fame in this world. As for attacking humans, it wouldn't be foolish enough to think that with only 80,000 of its own, it could challenge the millions of humans, a difference of 100-fold, and even if it won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. The best way is to find a weak country, conquer its territory, multiply and expand the race, and then start a new goal. In the original story, the Digger Orcs were a race that was slaughtered by Shaltir until only 10,000 remained before they had no choice but to surrender. This shows that they were very warlike and had a very strong sense of pride. Now that the Great Tomb's policies have changed and it no longer possesses this unparalleled slaughter, many things are naturally beyond change. For example, in the original story, the dwarves were saved by Momaga, but now Momaga is just a nobody, watching the Guardians perform. They rarely get involved in problems themselves, so how can they possibly have the idea of saving them? On that day, the digging orcs launched an attack, and Peyroro led 20,000 of his tribesmen who saw the attack to march towards the dwarf kingdom. Such wars of the big fish eating the small fish didn't only happen here, many other places in Middle-earth also saw major battles. However, everyone was quite clever, and it was basically a matter of orcs eating orcs, orcs eating demi-humans, and demi-humans eating orcs. No one dared to attack the human kingdom. The entire Middle-earth was in utter chaos, and Demius knew it was time to act. Under his deliberate bounty and control, the empire began its operation. A large group of undocumented workers gathered, and all plans were about to begin. Momaga and Leffen are going to have a good show to watch, and they might even get a cute plush pillow as a reward. Chapter 67. Have you heard? The Dwarf Kingdom was completely wiped out last night, and the price of rune equipment at the weapon merchant has skyrocketed several times over. I've heard about it. It seems to be earth-digging orcs. Aren't we in danger since we're so close to the Dwarf Kingdom? However, the Dwarf Kingdom has suffered, and I wonder if the nearby Night Elf City will also be affected. Probably not. The Night Elf City is elven territory, the digging orcs wouldn't be so foolish as to invade their country. However, the elders of the Council of Nations must be furious. I remember there was a dwarf in the Council of Nations whose homeland was destroyed and tens of thousands of dwarves were slaughtered. I wonder what he thinks. I don't know, but the council has already closed its borders. What can a mere elder do? Besides, rune equipment is something only adventurers of Orichalcum rank or higher can afford. It's none of our business. By the way, the 10-person team that the kingdom will send to the Invincible God Kingdom for the assessment was confirmed yesterday and has already set off. I heard that warrior Captain Gazef and the kingdom's most beautiful woman, the Golden Princess, also went. That has even less to do with us. What we need to worry about now is the neighboring Elf Kingdom and the Wyvern tribe below the Kaz Plains. If they launch an invasion against us, that will be troublesome, since the Divine Kingdom has already stopped interfering. Indeed, the Divine Kingdom used to suppress the Elf Kingdom and the Dragon tribe, but now that's gone, which is troublesome. However, the Dragon tribe shouldn't bother us, the Dragon Kingdom is right next to them. That's hard to say. After all, the Queen of the Dragon Kingdom, the Black Scale Dragon King Loli, is so cute, and she also has the bloodline of the Dragon King. Although the flying dragon is a sub-dragon, it is still a dragon. The world has become so chaotic, I really don't know where things will go next. I hope it doesn't start a world war. Inside the Adventurers Guild, the adventurers chattered amongst themselves about the events of the past few days. Why has the world suddenly fallen into chaos? And why has the Council of Nations suddenly closed its borders? Could it be that the last time the enemy from outer space came, it wasn't because of the elements, but to take away the peerless powerhouse hidden within the Council of Nations? Or is it a hint that there are beings in this world beyond our imagination, prompting us to change the rules like the 8 Greed Kings, and then they extract the power of those rules? There's too little information. The Adventurers Guild is the most well-informed organization in the world, but it still doesn't have the information I need. Oh well, let's have a drink. They started drinking it down in gulps. Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momiga frowned. What do you mean by not having the information you want? Isn't this intelligence important? With nations closing themselves off and the world in chaos, are extraterrestrial enemies using this world as bait to lure us in? Which fish are you trying to catch? Momiga hasn't been idle these days. He specifically sent Albedo to inquire about all the information Ibaru knew. They also learned that a new batch of players is transported to this world every 100 years, and that the players in the world tree started being transported from 600 years ago. As the first batch of players, the 6 gods did not achieve any remarkable results, probably because they were too weak, but they did their job well by protecting humanity. The second group of players, the 8 Desire Kings who traveled back 500 years, are said to have directly ruled the world and killed a large number of the true Dragon Kings who ruled the world at that time. Later, the 8 Desire Kings fought each other and eventually almost all of them died. There are no records of the third and fourth batches of players, presumably because they were smart players like us who chose to lie low and wait for an opportunity. The fifth batch of players were those who played with the 13 heroes. There is no record of the sixth batch either. Momiga is now the 7th batch of players. Based on this information, there must be quite a few players still active in this world. If they were also accumulating power like we are, constantly summoning elemental giants or demon lords, how many would they have summoned over these hundreds of years? The thought of it is terrifying. Not to mention that when Le Fan inquired about Ju Si Ju Ming's information yesterday, he learned how powerful the true Dragon King was 600 years ago. In reality, the 8 Desire Kings were no match for the true Dragon Kings of that time. Fortunately, they possessed an exceptionally high level of elemental counteraction, which directly weakened the world's power level. Moreover, this directly led to the extermination of 90% of the dragons, and the true Dragon King's strength was also greatly weakened, which is why they were able to conquer the world in the end. But here's the problem: what if the enemy in outer space didn't know all this? And there's another crucial point: the rules the human king spoke of are just rules. Changing the rules doesn't mean changing the energy system. In other words, the energy of this world still exists, and even if the rules are changed, the world will not become weaker. There are only 2 possibilities that could cause the world to weaken: either a powerful being is constantly growing stronger and continuously drawing energy from the world. Secondly, there are powerful individuals who understand how to use the rules and extract the power to change the rules of this world. These words immediately frightened Momiga and Leffen, who decided they needed to be even more cautious. Whether it's the first or the second, they're both terrifying. The first one means that there are some invincible beings lurking in this world, constantly absorbing its power. Le Fan and Momoja can't even imagine how strong they are. Secondly, enemies in outer space are even more dangerous. This planet might be their colony. They'll let them roam freely, and once they've stored enough energy, they'll come and extract it directly. Knowing this, what could the 2 of them do but hide even more? Furthermore, intelligence is still needed, so it's useful to occasionally visit the Adventurers Guild and listen to the adventurers' conversations. You might even hear some useful information. The 2 were unaware that the human king believed the world's power system was so weak entirely because of her existence. Because this ability to grow stronger every moment is actually consuming the world's power system. As for Le Fan, the human king believes he is invincible, so he will not absorb the energy of the 3.8 world. If he were to absorb it, the world would not be enough for him to absorb. Unfortunately, they overlooked one point: this is not a game, this is the real world, and the data system used in games has no effect here. As for why the world is getting weaker, it's not that the world is getting weaker, but rather that the energy in this world is not compatible with the people in it. Because this is the real world, not a game, changing the world's energy system will automatically modify the attributes of all players. But not here. Although people may adapt over time, the evolution and change of life is never a matter of a few hundred years. Biological evolution takes thousands or even tens of thousands of years. It has only been 500 years since the world's rules were changed, and it is unlikely that it will take tens of thousands of years to restore its former glory. Chapter 68. The more Fan and Momaga fantasized, the more they realized their own weakness, and the more insignificant they became. For example, Zizi and Nabi are in a very awkward situation right now. Although Lord Leffen and Lord Momaga would hug them when they were outside. But it won't be like today, where we hold each other while eating, shopping, or even drinking. And these two salted fish actually needed Nabe and Ziza to feed them. What made these two tall, strong men so shameless as to let a little girl and a teenage girl take care of them? Oh, so it's the mentality of a lazy bum. Never mind then. Fan and Momaga simply wanted to enjoy every moment of happiness, nothing more. However, the king of men followed suit and hugged Zetsu Shitsume directly, who was so frightened that she almost cried. But she had no choice but to listen to what the king said, and then tried to imitate Zizanabi's movements, but unfortunately she couldn't learn them. After all, she was once the world's strongest genius, how could she possibly have nothing better to do than learn maid-related skills? While Hsi and Nabe are combatants, their primary role is that of maids, and they know how to care for and serve others. 25. Lord Momaga, Lord Leffen, everything is ready. In 5 hours, the Empire's black market workers will be coming to explore the Great Tomb. Do you need to be there in person? The sudden message reached Fan and Momaga's minds, and the two lazybones simultaneously smiled happily. Since we're already doing this, how can we not watch the show? So the three of them chugged down a pot of wine and then used teleportation magic to leave. The Adventurers Guild was used to it, but they were still surprised by the sudden addition of 2 members. A perfect young girl, an adorable little girl with black and white hair. These two were called King of Men and Death and Deathless Life, respectively. They were both very strange names. However, considering that Aotian already had the invincible name, everyone accepted it. Here's a side note, absolute death and destruction is the secret weapon of the slain theocracy, not many people know about it. Unfortunately, it seems that the King of Men and Zesshi were a pair, and they lost their chance. The King of Men did it on purpose, mainly to avoid being bothered by these random passers-by, and she also discovered that Zetsu Shitsume seemed to be very afraid of her. It seems like it's quite fun to bully her like this. Zesshi was in great pain, being bullied by this great demon king every day, and he dared not disobey, otherwise his power would be sealed again. Is this an invasion by illegal workers? This is something that wasn't in Season 2, and it's beyond my understanding of the plot. But it's okay, I'm pretty safe anyway. I wonder if there are any cute body pillows. Hearing Fan's inner thoughts, Momaga was also embarrassed. A body pillow? No, you already have so many cushions, are you just taking up space without using it? I seem to be lacking in throw pillows, maybe I should get one too? Indeed, once someone decides to become a couch potato, life becomes so easy. No more worries about the endless dangers beyond the universe, no more worries about the monsters lurking in this world. I'll just enjoy myself and watch the show. If I could, I wouldn't even bother summoning a demon lord. However, the grandmother and grandson were really inefficient, they hadn't made any progress after so long. Thankfully, Aura and Mare had a good time in Karn village. Oh well, why should a lazy bum like me care about that? Even if the sky were to fall, Fan would hold it up. If even he couldn't hold it up, all my thinking would be in vain. Momaga had truly become a salted fish at this point, having given up all hope for the future and was just drifting through life. After all, he was just an ant, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't change anything. Thinking about it, it makes sense that there are more and more enemies in the air, and they are getting stronger and stronger, making it hard for him to breathe. Please, these airborne enemies, leave him alone. He's just a child. The two people observed the exterior of the great tomb through the 6th level user observation mirror. At this moment, the sky darkened, and 10 powerful black labor teams appeared outside the great tomb, one of which was an organization called the Four Strategists. Fan stared at the blonde girl. His powerful intuition told him that this girl was actually quite innocent. This is simply unbelievable, considering these are illegal workers, not legitimate adventurers. They were doing shady jobs that couldn't be done openly, yet there were still innocent ones among them. And she's so cute and beautiful, it's unbelievable. Unlike Fan, Momiga was stunned when she saw the pretty girl with purple hair and pigtails, probably because Momiga was made of bones. So she was interested in the pretty girl who looked like she was wrapped in leather, but a few seconds later, Momiga regained her composure. He had lost all interest and sighed, this forced calming down isn't so bad after all. But I want that purple twin tails. After all, being an illegal worker is not a good person to begin with, and such an invasion of the Great Tomb will only lead to death. Taking her in now is a favor Momiga has done for her. When the time came, the 10 teams of unlicensed laborers entered the Great Tomb. Because these are intruders, they can be treated ruthlessly. Everything is handled by Dialogues. Demiurge has read many books and witnessed a great deal about human nature during his time in the Holy Kingdom. So he also wanted to put on a show of humanity for Lord Momiga and Lord Leffen, such as how selling out teammates could yield treasure or even ensure survival. Momiga announced that he would send the 4 strategists over, and Demiurge would absolutely obey Momiga's orders. He himself was too lazy to even get up and watch the performance of the other 9 teams, leaving everything to his subordinates to handle. Once the tasks were completed, they would simply organize the data and hand it over to him. Anyway, these people only have one fate, death, so there's no need for so much trouble. To Demiurge's surprise, Lord Momiga actually wanted to test these 4 ants himself. Demiurge has begun to transform again. Is Lord Momiga about to teach him new knowledge? Looking at the fanatical Demiurge, the King of Men was also curious. This ant seemed a bit abnormal. At this moment, the 4 strategists were teleported to the fighting arena on the 6th floor. The 4 looked at each other, and as Momiga's true form slowly appeared in the fighting arena, all 4 were stunned. Momiga calmly raised his hand and said, "Interesting, 4 ants dare to trespass into my home." Captain Hiklan, one of the 4 strategists, looked at Momiga in his magnificent robes. The fact that he could use teleportation magic to bring himself and the other 4 here without their knowledge proves his strength. It is unwise to be an enemy of such a person, it would be best to reconcile through financial compensation. If there's absolutely no other way, then we'll have to fight. Hekland, after thinking it over, said respectfully, "Your Excellency, I apologize. We were unaware that this ruin had an owner. We thought it was just an ordinary ancient tomb. Would it be possible to let us go by offering compensation?" Chapter 69. Hearing the words of the blonde man leading the group, Momiga couldn't help but laugh. "Ha ha ha, everyone, what would you do if a few cockroaches got into your house and ruined the food you carefully prepared? If you can let them go, I can let you go too." Hearing this, Hikland exclaimed excitedly, "But we are human. No matter how badly we've done things, you can't compare us to cockroaches. Besides, we've only just entered the Great Tomb and haven't done anything wrong." Upon hearing this, Momiga suddenly burst into laughter and said, "A human? But I'm not a human." Hiklan drew his twin swords and said to his companion, "Damn it, it seems peaceful negotiations are impossible, we have no choice but to fight. Why isn't Momiga showing off anymore?" A bunch of ants dared to draw their swords at him. What a weak display! This is the great tomb of Nazarick, and you're supposed to be a mage. You're only a warrior outside the great tomb. Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Mamagia sighed, pretending, what are you pretending for? I'm just an ant. Even so, I, an ant, have my own pride. If you can withstand my magic, I might spare your lives. Momaga did not go on adventures in the Empire like in the original story, and the current timeline is also much faster than in the original story. With Demiurge handling the entire process, money was not an issue at all. Yes, the money for the Great Tomb was all found by Demiurge, it had nothing to do with Momo or Leffen. In Le Fan's words, I am your master, earning money to support you. Do you think it's possible? Because Demiurge was extremely wealthy, he directly summoned 10 teams to participate. Now the other 9 teams have all been eliminated. Hearing Momaga's words, the cute blonde, blue-eyed girl, Archie Littlefield, used her magic detection skill. It turned out that Momaga had no magic power, and she exclaimed, "Impossible! You don't have any magic power at all." Hearing the girl's words, Momaga was stunned. Although the other girl was saying that he was no good, it felt like she was giving him an assist on his path to showing off. Hiklan, who was in the lead, said seriously, although we don't know what methods the other side will use, we must not be complacent and must be prepared for battle. Momaga gave the other party a few seconds to talk, and seeing that the 4 of them didn't laugh at him for not having magic. Moreover, the 4 of them weren't planning to attack, it seems they were waiting for me to make my move. Momaga shook his head. Aside from the 11th and 10th floors, this is the first time I've broken through the magic shield. Thinking of this, Momaga calmly took off the ring from her hand. In an instant, the entire space trembled, and all the air elements seemed to become extremely heavy. Archie, who was using magic to explore, suddenly had his eyes explode. The 4 people who were only about 10 meters away from Momaga were also under tremendous pressure from the magic. They felt an instinctive fear that made them unable to stand, and in an instant, all 4 of them collapsed. The 4 of them were filled with despair. What kind of enemy was this? It could make their bodies lose control simply by using magic. Meanwhile, Demiurge, sitting in the stands, excitedly used his magic exploration skill to instantly surround the endless magic power of the 6th layer. My god, is this Lady Momaga's magic? Is Lord Momaga using his warning to tell us not to use supernatural powers to do things? No, if that's the case, Lord Momaga didn't need to do this. Now, looking at the 4 people crushed by magic, Demiurge imagined it again. I understand. Without absolute strength, if you win against a stronger opponent, they will think it was just luck or bad fortune, and they will definitely be dissatisfied. Therefore, it's necessary to demonstrate one's strongest capabilities, then conquer the enemy through a strategy of defeating the stronger with the weak, without giving them a chance to surrender. I see. If we demonstrate our strength, many countries will surely choose to surrender, but we will not give them the opportunity to surrender. Instead, should we conquer them by using the weak to overcome the strong, subjugating them psychologically and physiologically, thereby completely defeating them? As expected of Lord Momaga, his supreme wisdom has deeply conquered my heart. Damn it, why am I so stupid? Wasn't Lord Momaga giving us hints the whole time? Despite possessing immense power, capable of accomplishing anything with it, he consistently chooses not to use it. Instead, they chose to use their wisdom to repeatedly refresh the worldviews of the Great Tomb's subordinates, making them even more loyal. Demiurge was clever, he had long ago discerned that many beings within the Great Tomb did not hold much subservience to the Supreme Being. Although these beings were meaningless, Lord Momaga did not destroy them. Instead, he used this method to gradually subdue them. What could inspire more submission than such boundless power and wisdom? According to Momaga's idea, we need to demonstrate our invincible power to the world. Then, by defeating the enemy's last line of defense through a strategy of the weak overcoming the strong, we can completely conquer them. It has to be said that Demiurge is very sensible. It's like two people running a 1 kilometer straight race on the same starting line, one driving a supercar and the other riding a scooter. Everyone knows the scooter will lose in a race between the two, but what if the person riding the supercar leaves it aside and declares they want to race the scooter on an 82-inch bicycle? What would someone who rides a scooter think? They'd definitely think, "Are you crazy? I'd lose to someone riding an 82-inch bicycle on a scooter." Then, if the rider loses the race, he will be completely convinced of his defeat, and may even suffer a lot of setbacks, and will no longer have the will to fight back. This is true conquest. Under the overwhelming force and wisdom, almost everyone except fools and madmen will accept it. Fools don't understand the consequences, and madmen want the extinction of their race. Only these two types of people would refuse to submit. It has to be said that Demiurge's imagination was phenomenal. In Daihua, no one can surpass him. Actually, Momiga just wanted to test whether they were qualified to be body pillows. She didn't have any other thoughts. Chapter 70. This candidate body pillow is really bad. Oh well, it's got resurrection magic, it can be revived in the blink of an eye, let Momiga do its thing. Momiga ignored Le Fan's thoughts and approached the four of them step by step. You are too weak. You can't even withstand my magic. I can't think of a reason for you to live. Although she was blind, her body kept resisting, but the terrifying magic rendered her unable to move. She kept crying out, "No! I can't die! My sister is still waiting for me." Momiga didn't speak but came to the four people, who were all lying down and unable to get up. Momiga calmly stepped on Captain Hiklan. "I'm actually a good person." Hiklan felt the pain in his body, but he knew he had no choice. "Yes, sir, you are right. I wonder if you could spare my teammates and let me take all the blame. Can you afford it?" The priest Robatika Goldrun, who was standing nearby, also said, "Then add me to the list." The beautiful twin-tailed elf Imina, standing nearby, also said, "And me, please spare our she. She has two younger sisters waiting for her." Oh! Sacrificing for teammates, what a noble idea! The next second, Momiga exerted force with his feet, and Hiklan died instantly. Then he walked towards Robatiku. The clergyman kept repeating, "By the god of light." It seemed to be a final prayer, and the object of that prayer was the girl. Momiga casually stomped down and Robatika Goldrun died. Boring. At this moment, the purple-haired, twin-tailed elf Imina, with tears in her eyes, cried out in resentment, "No! Please, spare her. She's just a child." This time, Momiga didn't stomp down. Instead, he grabbed Imina by the collar and lifted her up, looking into her tearful eyes filled with endless resentment. This resentment gave Momiga an indescribable feeling. Resentment? I guess I've got a problem too, actually enjoying others' resentment towards me. Upon hearing Momiga's words, Imina was stunned. Her curse had actually pleased him, and she was completely at a loss. Because her man and her teammates all died at the hands of this devil, she hates him. If she had the power, she would definitely kill this devil. But she lacked the power to do so, and could only harbor resentment and curse him. She never imagined that this devil would actually enjoy being hated and cursed. One's own resentment only becomes a source of pleasure for the other party, leaving one party at a loss. Demiurge's mind went completely wild in the fighting arena. Ah, supremely wise Lord Momiga, is this another hint I received? Conquering others inevitably involves killing. Some people, and those who survive, will inevitably feel hatred and resentment towards God's kingdom. They need to know that even if they hate and resent, God's kingdom has no fear. No, it shouldn't be like this. Perhaps we should use a special method to transform their hatred and resentment into love. But how do we do this step? Demiurge was lost in an endless world of his own imagination. The human heart is inherently difficult to control. If Leffen and Momaga knew that Demiurge was trying to control people's minds, they would definitely exclaim, "Good heavens!" Imina closed her eyes, trying her best not to look at Momaga. It was the only thing she could do. But the next second she felt a strong hug and a soft voice, "It's all right as a pillow, but it's not innocent. You can use magic to completely restore it." Hearing Momaga's words and feeling that cold embrace, Imina felt like dying. But considering the opponent's terrifying magical power, he must have resurrection magic, so he probably wouldn't be able to die even if he wanted to. "No, we are of a different race. I'm just a cockroach. You shouldn't be interested in me." Listening to Imina's desperate protests, Momaga looked at the woman who had opened her eyes and was staring at him with resentment, as if she were trying to explain herself. Momaga smiled and said, "As a price, how about this girl lives?" This time, Imina fell silent, but she couldn't go that far for Arshi. The reason she had just asked to die was because she wanted to die with her man, Hiklan. In her eyes, love was more important than life and death, but she couldn't abandon her love for Arshi. Not to mention becoming a toy to kill her man, she would rather die than end up like that. Unfortunately, she couldn't die, which filled her with fear and unease. At this moment, Arshi heard Momaga's words and immediately said, I'm willing to be your toy, CFCB, please let Sister Imina go back, let me settle my sisters, I promise I'll come back to be your toy." Hearing Arshi's words, Momaga ignored them and instead looked into the eyes filled with fear and hatred. Enjoying Imina's hateful curse as he held her, Momaga said, "I'm very satisfied. Are you interested in this Arshi, Leffen?" Le Fan slowly appeared in front of Alshi, raised his hand and cast a level 10 healing spell. "Not bad. If you want to live, you can. Bring your sisters here. You will be responsible for training them to become backup body pillows. You will have no worries about food and drink in the Great Tomb and live out the rest of your life in peace." Arshi felt her eyesight return to normal and even many of the scars from her adventures had disappeared. She looked at Le Fan's stunningly beautiful face with a look of despair. Could you please spare my sisters? Whatever you want, sir, I'll give you." At this moment, Albedo, who was some distance away, couldn't hold back any longer. "Insects, being fortunate enough to become a member of the Great Tomb is a blessing you've cultivated for 10 lifetimes. How dare you refuse? Do you want to die? I'm not giving you a choice, I'm giving you an order. If it weren't for the fact that you can still remain innocent and aren't a bad person, you wouldn't have this opportunity. Either the 3 of you die together, or the 3 of you become my replacement pillows and study in the Great Tomb." Le Fan spoke cruel words without any expression. Arshi looked at the incredibly handsome Le Fan. In her heart, Le Fan was the most beautiful person in the world, but why would such a person say such vile things? Arshi had no choice, all she could say was, "Yes, but if there's anything I can do, please let me do it, we." Albedo pounced forward with a ferocious expression, her entire body exuding a terrifying aura as if she were about to kill Arshi at any moment. But Albedo was pulled into a hug by Leffen. "All right, stop fooling around." Feeling Le Fan's embrace, Albedo still glared at the Arshi proclaimer lying on the ground with a sickly expression. "Insect. Who gave you the courage to even dare to dream of climbing up to Lord Le Fan? Damn ant, if it weren't for Lord Le Fan, I would have killed you 1,000 times over." Hearing Albedo's words and still feeling the aftermath of her recent death, Arshi was terrified. Imina's eyes were filled with fear, hatred, and curses. She even tried to kill herself by biting her tongue, but was resurrected by Momaga the next second. She was utterly desperate, she didn't even know what would become of her in the future. Unfortunately, she was overthinking it. Shaltir wouldn't let that happen. At most, she would just become a body pillow like Shiz. Finally, Leffen sent Nabe and Alshi to the Empire to bring back her 2 younger sisters. Demiurge, watching Le Fan's actions, kept imagining what was going on. Unfortunately, he lacked the wisdom to figure out Lord Le Fan's intentions no matter how hard he tried. They must have imagined it all. Le Fan had no intention whatsoever, it was all based on his own whims. And as Albedo said, it was a blessing she had earned 10 lifetimes to become a member of the Great Tomb of Nazarick. Because here you won't have to worry about food and drink, the working hours are short, and the benefits are simply too good to be true. Moreover, she wouldn't have any dirty thoughts, because Le Fan had no feelings for her. The main reason I collected her is like playing a gacha game. I know 3-star cards aren't very useful, but I don't have any, so I have to collect one, right? Who would leave a 5-star card unused to use a 3-star card? Chapter 71. On the way to the Empire, Maid, wearing the badge of a steel-class adventurer, looked at Archie beside her and said, "A bug should act like a bug and keep quiet." The two had been away from the Great Tomb for half a day. Along the way, Archie was very scared and kept thinking of ways to rescue her 2 sisters. She also thought of a way to escape, to take her sisters and join the invincible Divine Kingdom. The Great Tomb of Nazarick is truly terrifying, the magic of that immortal king is already capable of destroying the world. The only thing in the entire world that can save him is the invincible Divine Kingdom, but here's the problem, Archie is no match for Naz, who is by his side. She is a legendary steel-level adventurer, and through magical exploration, Archie knows that she is an existence that humans can never defeat. But she had no choice, her younger sisters were only 6 years old, and she had to protect them. Archie knew she had to get close to Nabella, only then could she find an opportunity. So she forced a smile again and said, "Lady Nabe, I just want to know how to better serve Lord Leffen." When Nabe heard that Archie wanted to take her job, she immediately retorted, "You aunt, don't push your luck. You have no right to serve Lord Leffen." Having gone from a bedbug to an ant, Archie quickly bowed and apologized, "I'm sorry, Lady Nabe, I know I'm not qualified, but I am now Lord Leffen's toy, and I must be prepared for all of this, even knowing it's impossible." Listening to Archie's words, Nabe nodded, "You're quite self-aware. Here's a piece of advice, don't overthink it, just live your own life." She sensed that Nabe's attitude had improved, and she knew that now she could ask some follow-up questions. "Yes, Lady Nabe, are there any other candidate body pillows from the Great Tomb of Nazarick?" Looking at the precocious Archie, Nabe could easily see through his thoughts, "Yes, you vermin of the Blue Rose Adventurers Guild, and don't even think about running away. The punishment for running away will be beyond your imagination." Archie looked at Nabe, who seemed to see right through her, and could only helplessly change the subject, "I won't run away, Lady Nabe." "What kind of person is that Lady Momaga? What will happen to Sister Yake?" "Let me state it again, it is your good fortune to be able to join the Great Tomb. Countless powerful beings in this world would love to join but are not qualified. As for the affairs of the Supreme Being, you are not qualified to know." Nabe disliked the talkative owl, but it was a task assigned by Lord Leffen, so she had no choice but to accept it. Along the way, Archie tried every means to build rapport and gather intelligence. A 14-year-old bankrupt girl has to work illegally to earn money to support her family, she simply cannot survive without being shrewd. Therefore, Archie is extremely shrewd and could not possibly be naive and innocent. If she were, she would have been devoured without a trace by now, how could she possibly maintain her innocence? The scene shifts to the invincible Divine Kingdom, where teams from various human kingdoms arrive, each member a remarkable figure from the human race. At the entrance to the assessment site, millions of people who were blocked outside made way for a road 100 meters wide. At this moment, the Holy Kingdom's Holy Princess, Holy Maiden, and Holy Knight, 3 beauties, stepped down from their carriages and horses and slowly walked towards the gate. They were very lucky as 3 special individuals who were allowed to enter the shrine. Of course, this was a difficult choice for the Holy Princess, a choice between power and divine authority. In the end, she chose the priesthood, handing over all the power of the country to her brother. At the same time, the Holy Maiden of the Empire also arrived slowly, alighting from her carriage, accompanied by 2 Holy Maiden candidates. They were the most holy women in the Empire, and it was a privilege of the Holy Maiden that she could bring 2 people into the Divine Kingdom unconditionally. Millions of people watched as 6 stunningly beautiful women slowly walked to the massive, 100-meter-tall gate. At this moment, the Dark Holy Scripture, as the main person in charge, looked at the 3 Holy Kingdoms Holy Maiden, Curiat Castidio, Holy Kingdom's Holy Princess, Calja Basaras, and Holy Kingdom's Holy Knight, Remedios Castidio, can directly join the Divine Kingdom and become first-level clergy. Any objections? Saintess Curiat said earnestly, a first-level priest? Lord Dark Scripture, we are both beings who have reached the level of heroes. Please give me flowers. The Dark Holy Scripture shook its head at the Holy Queen. Any power is but an ant before an invincible God. Your direct appointment as clergy was at the request of the high priests, don't be ungrateful. Hearing the words of the Dark Scripture, Curiat still wanted to try, but the Holy Princess Calja smiled and performed a church salute. Thank you for your efforts, High Priest, and thank you for your explanation, Lord Dark Scripture. We have no complaints. May we proceed to the cathedral? Seeing the friendly attitude of the Holy Princess, the Dark Holy Scripture was also satisfied. You can go in by carriage. The Empire's Holy Maiden also arrived. She was exceptionally beautiful and holy, and she entered directly. Seeing the 6 people enter the Divine Kingdom, the millions of people on the periphery became agitated. But they had no choice. The Dark Holy Scripture was guarding this place. It was a terrifying existence at level 75, arguably the strongest existence outside of the Great Tomb and the true Dragon Lord's forces. After all, as the former strongest figure in the slain theocracy on the surface, how could he not have some real skills? After the Saintesses entered, the examiners from various nations also approached the entrance. A grand procession, comprising 16 human nations and 160 examiners. However, at that moment, a huge tremor came from afar, and an army could be seen rapidly approaching from 30 kilometers away. This is an army with a very chaotic mix of races, including elves, demi-humans, and uninvited orcs. The elven general leading the group was somewhat flustered as he looked at the millions of humans standing on either side of the examination gate. After all, there were too many humans, and he had already advised the king before setting off. Participating in the assessment is too risky. After all, it's a human kingdom, but there's no way around it. The king has decreed that we must participate. He had no choice but to come despite his fears, and he had to be fully prepared for a major battle. The king is really willing to go to such lengths, sending his 10 most outstanding offspring. Isn't he afraid of a human sneak attack? If the humans don't cheat, the princes and princesses will surely pass the test. Chapter 72. At the gate of the Divine Kingdom's assessment, the pitch-black holy book looked at the 2 armies in the distance, ignoring them. After witnessing the divine power of the invincible God, any so-called strength or army is nothing but a joke. No living being in this world can interfere with the invincible God. However, the clergy around him seemed a little flustered. He quickly said, "Sir, shall we wait for the other races to take the test together?" "No need, being late is their problem. You guys continue with the assessment. When the human assessment is almost over, they'll have anticipated it. Remember to adhere to the strictest standards and don't do anything underhanded." The Dark Holy Scripture looked at the clergy and spoke. The clergy nodded quickly, and then one by one they went into the 10 temporary tents, each 10 meters in size, that had been set up on either side of the 100-meter wide examination gate. The personnel from each country were then separated, with 16 people lining up in front of each 677 tent, and then entering for the assessment one by one. Unlike the calm on the side of the Divine Kingdom, the millions of humans on both sides of the assessment gate panicked when they saw the arrival of the 2 armies. After all, everyone is here to try their luck and maybe pass the test to become a member of the Divine Kingdom, so many of them are farmers, merchants, and the like. The proportion of adventurers is not high, only about 10%. Now we see a massive army of 400,000 aliens, including 200,000 elves and demi-humans, and another 200,000 orcs and ferocious beasts. Although humans have the advantage in numbers, even with the elite cavalry brought by the 16 kingdoms, the actual fighting force is less than 300,000. The trials of the Divine Kingdom have begun, and many human members, fearing being caught in the crossfire, have chosen to flee. Joining the Kingdom of God is great, but you need to be alive to do it. As the army approached the 10-kilometer zone, the leader of the Elf Demi-Human Alliance, Elf General Lanz, breathed a sigh of relief. From a distance of 30 kilometers, it looked like a vast, dark sea of people, but as he got closer, he realized that most of them were non-combatants. Although the threat is not great, the Divine Kingdom is right in front of us. If we lead an army of 200,000 to the gate of the assessment, we will definitely not be able to get through. Looking at the army of the human race, it was basically 1,000 cavalry. Lanz took a deep breath and looked at the 5 demi-human generals beside him. We will set up camp here, and each country will arrange its own cavalry to escort the examinees in. Looking at the vast, dark sea of people in the distance, aren't you afraid something will happen? Without hesitation, Lanz said, if something really happens, wouldn't that be even better? Since the humans attacked first, we can use that as an excuse to launch an attack. At this moment, the 10 princes and princesses of the Elf Kingdom were also very dissatisfied when they heard the general's tone when he said he wanted to sell them out. But this is the best way, where can you join the Kingdom of God without taking risks? However, the uninvited orc army had no intention of watching humans, demi-humans, and elves enter the divine realm. They declared they wanted to join as well. Seeing the way the elven troops behaved, they followed suit, and one by one, werewolves, tigermen, demon wolves, dragons, and goblins headed towards the assessment gate. 5,000 elite soldiers marched toward the gates of the Divine Kingdom's assessment. Against the combined forces of elves and demi-humans and the beastmen and wild beasts. 2 armies of 5,000 men each approached, causing those around them to retreat in fear. However, neither of these armies dared to act recklessly because the human 10 directions wooden knights were guarding an area 500 meters away from the assessment gate. The human knights had no intention of letting them get close. 16 human generals stood at the front of the column, watching the 2 armies that had approached 50 meters away. Prince Riva of the Elven Kingdom produced a certificate and said, "Humans, make way immediately. We are personnel invited by the slain theocracy for their assessment." This scene stunned the generals of the major human nations. One of the Empire's 4 knights, Thunderlight Bajud Peshimal, spoke up, "The assessment is currently underway. You may enter, but only those with assessment credentials are permitted. Orcs and magical beasts without credentials are not allowed to enter." Princess Salo of the Elf Kingdom clasped her hands together like the most devout believer and said, "I hope you humans will not do anything foolish. The will of the Divine Kingdom is above all else. We are loyal to the invincible God. We are outside the Divine Kingdom, but we are not above the law." Lei Guang looked at the group of wild beasts and said arrogantly, "Of course, those of you with the assessment certificates can go. As for the orcs and wild beasts, you haven't received the assessment. Don't cause trouble, or I won't mind a few more souls falling to your blades." At this moment, a 3-meter-long dragon growled in dissatisfaction, "Lightning, is your empire sure you want to be enemies with our dragon tribe?" Lei Guang looked at the flying dragon and sneered, "Humph, what makes a small flying dragon tribe like you have such big talk? Apart from the 3 great orc kingdoms, our empire doesn't even consider the rest a threat." Filong's eyes blazed as he looked at Lei Guang. If it weren't for that terrifying figure standing at the gates of the Divine Kingdom with a long spear in the distance. At this moment, it probably already pounced and tore this human to pieces. At this moment, a tiger-headed, furry tiger man, dressed in blood-red armor, stepped forward. "I am Fierce Tiger, a tiger man from one of the 3 great beastman kingdoms. Although we haven't received any notification for the assessment, our beastman kingdoms wish to go. Lei Guang looked at the orc with some apprehension. The 3 orc kingdoms were the empire's greatest enemies. His Majesty once said that the empire can only hope to completely defeat the 3 orc kingdoms after unifying the human race, otherwise, it is simply impossible for a single nation to defeat the main orc kingdom. Keep in mind that the combined area of the 3 orc kingdoms is already larger than Middle-earth. The author's settings weren't just random additions, but since there wasn't enough detail, I had to create my own version of the 3 orc kingdoms. Please be gentle with your criticism. Although somewhat wary, remembering the powerful forces behind him, Lei Guang still retorted without flinching, "The past? This is the divine kingdom, the human realm. Does your beast kingdom really think you're invincible enough to disregard the rules of the divine kingdom?" 2.9. Hearing Lei Guang push his entire country to the opposite side of the divine kingdom without a word, Lai Hu frowned. Although he was 2.5 meters tall and had explosive muscles all over his body, it didn't mean he was brainless. They naturally knew that the Beast Kingdom had not received an invitation, so they were not within the scope of the assessment. If they really forced their way through, coupled with the Empire's explanation, who knows what that dark, sacred gatekeeper is thinking? Humph, fine, I won't go. Hearing Li Hu's conceding attitude, the other magical beasts and orcs dared not act recklessly. Even the mighty Beast Kingdom has chickened out, what can they possibly do? But is it really fair for the Divine Kingdom to do this? Didn't the invincible Divine Kingdom issue a doctrine of equality for all beings and treating everyone equally? How could they make an exception at the gates of the Divine Kingdom and not invite the most numerous orcs and magical beasts? Chapter 73. Gerdolf walked out of the tent with a look of despair. He had failed the test this time. Although I had a vague idea of this outcome, alas, I was indeed not in control. The assessment was actually quite simple, it just involved asking about one's dreams and the purpose of being there. Then they asked about their views on the invincible God and their faith in him. There's also a life or death question: if you enter the Divine Kingdom, which do you choose, the Divine Kingdom or your own personal kingdom? And all of this was verified by the Faith Crystal. Meanwhile, Clem, who came out of another tent, also looked miserable, because he had also failed. He chose Nara over consulting the invincible God, and thus failed. Of course, Nara also failed. Although she was very smart, she couldn't escape the influence of the Faith Crystal. Although this assessment by the Divine Kingdom is called Entering the Divine Kingdom, its main purpose is to find clergy. Because of this evaluation system, there was a reshuffling within the clergy, and many clergy members with selfish motives were dismissed. This has led to a severe shortage of clergy within the country. Element was quite satisfied with the reforms within the divine realm. After all, she only needed to be loyal to herself. Since she wasn't loyal to me, why should she become my clergy? Of course, becoming a clergyman comes with special privileges, such as gaining elemental affinity, though it is mostly light elemental affinity. This would allow them to live to be 100 or 200 years old without any problem, and their elemental affinity would increase with each advancement. Reaching the level of a priest grants immortality. For example, the current 6 holy scriptures, the 6 priests, the high priest, and the retired temple personnel are all fanatical elementalists. If the elements demanded their deaths, they would commit suicide without hesitation. Because of these brainless fans, they have all achieved immortality. It has to be said that the world trees system is still invincible. Immortality, resurrection, and anything else can be easily achieved. Only those 2 terrible players, Le Fan and Momo Jie, would think that the world tree system is weak while the systems in other games are strong. Other systems are strong, but they don't have resurrection magic or immortality. For example, in the game Primordial Era, even a golden immortal only has a lifespan of 10,000 years. Only those who reach the quasi-saint level can achieve immortality, but in the world tree system, anyone can achieve immortality if they wish. However, the world tree's destructive power is indeed a bit weak, but it has more and more bugs than the last. So what if their combat power is a little weak? Aren't having bugs enough? The assessment is neither fast nor slow, it usually takes about 10 minutes per person. At this point, most of the people who failed the assessment looked miserable. All 10 men from the kingdom failed, after all, it was the most corrupt country. Given the rigor of this assessment, even clergy within the country failed and were dismissed, let alone them. Fortunately, the 2 from the Holy Kingdom passed the test. After all, the Holy Kingdom is a country with the Church at its core. However, only the 2 of them succeeded. As candidates for the Holy Maiden of the Holy Kingdom, their hearts were very pure. With all the human side having completed their assessments, the elves and demi-humans arrived early, awaiting the priest's instructions. The Dark Scripture did not allow those who failed the test to leave, because it wanted to prove the miracle, the real miracle. The 210 examinees present stared intently at the Dark Scripture, which slowly led them to the 2 who had successfully passed the test. At this moment, he took out 2 rings. Congratulations on your successful joining of the Divine Kingdom and the Divine Cult. This is proof of your status as clergy. Both of them looked at the ring with excitement, and with the permission of the Dark Scripture, they excitedly put the ring on. The Dark Scripture then indicated that the 2 could enter the gates of the Divine Kingdom for assessment, and from then on, they could freely enter and leave the Divine Kingdom. Following the guidance of the Dark Scripture, the 2 slowly walked through the gate. All 208 people present watched as the 2 entered the gate, where the space was constantly radiating absolute light. The surrounding light, visible to the naked eye, continuously enveloped the 2 of them, enhancing their magic power and mental state in every way. At this moment, the 2 women were so moved that they knelt down and began to pray, their eyes filled with tears and gratitude. The examiners were dumbfounded by what they saw. What was going on? At this moment, the Dark Holy Scripture smiled and said, "This assessment is for clergy. The clergy of the Divine Kingdom are divided into 9 levels, and above that are priests. Of course, clergy are rewarded. First-level clergy are rewarded with 100 years of lifespan, second-level clergy are rewarded with a 200-year lifespan, and so on until the priests achieve immortality. However, lifespan is only the foundation. The moment one becomes a clergy member, one will master the power of light and master low-level resurrection magic." Hearing the words of the Dark Holy Scripture, the 208 people present were stunned once again. At this moment, they looked at the clergy standing outside the tent and found that each of them had a ring in their hand. Does that mean they all possess resurrection magic? No, resurrection magic is nothing compared to immortality. This drove most of the human examiners to utter madness. No, why didn't they say so sooner? Why are they saying it now? The elves and demi-humans haven't even been examined yet. This is unfair. The elves and demi-humans smiled as they looked at this somewhat eccentric human. It seems there are advantages to being late. But why would the kingdom of God favor us? If we can't overcome this challenge after being given such crucial information, what's the difference between us and pigs? The Dark Holy Scripture looked at the somewhat deranged person and said, "The Divine Kingdom has always been fair. Humans have believed in the divine religion for 600 years, while elves and demi-humans have never believed in the divine religion. Isn't that fair?" Before the words were even finished, the man exploded and died. The Dark Holy Scripture brandished its spear. Not believing in God is one thing, but to actually try to take advantage of a deity deserves to die. Everyone fell silent upon seeing the pool of blood. What kind of power was this? When did he make his move? Gazef took a deep breath. Was this the strongest power humanity could possess? Is this really a human? Perhaps this is no different from a god with immortality. And how many such deities are there in the divine realm? As expected of a divine kingdom, priests can live forever, and all members of the religion can become gods. The amount of information was so overwhelming that even though all the humans present were unwilling to accept it, no one dared to utter another word of nonsense. The bloodstain had already explained everything, and the current state of the Divine Kingdom was also letting humanity know that the Divine Kingdom had changed. Although it will still favor humans, it will not be hostile to other races, and may even grant other races a so-called fairness. Chapter 74. Elves and demi-humans each have their own beliefs. It would be unfair and impossible to suddenly make them believe in an invincible God. But what if we let them see a miracle? This can be considered a fair mechanism for them, but what about humans? The faith had been established for 600 years, and a total of 160 elites were sought from 16 countries, but only 2 passed the test. This is utterly shameful. The Dark Scripture even questioned why the slain theocracy had been protecting humanity for the past 600 years. However, he quickly stopped thinking about it and realized that all he needed to do now was to be a good boy and complete his task. Then you 50 people will be divided into groups of 5 and line up individually. I look forward to you joining the Kingdom of God, joining the Church of God, and becoming one of us. Looking at the smiling face of the Dark Holy Book, everyone felt a longing. Those who are such failures should go back to where they came from. Hearing the words of the Dark Holy Scripture, Nara bravely stepped forward and asked, "Holy Scripture Master, when is the next assessment? Next time? Let's wait for notification. And for the orcs, magical beasts, and everyone around, you'll all have a chance in the next assessment. All you need to do is wait for the clergy to arrive. If you barge in without an invitation again, you will face the consequences." The words of the Dark Scripture echoed throughout the entire area, reaching even the orc tribe hundreds of meters away. They were also excited at this moment, because the Dark Scripture had not concealed the miracle that had just occurred, but had loudly proclaimed it. They weren't the only ones excited, the surrounding humans were too. However, this opportunity to take the test is extremely difficult to obtain. With such a terrifying guardian at the gates of the Divine Kingdom, it's impossible for anyone to break through. The Dark Holy Scripture watched the human examinees who were unwilling to leave. This time, it was actually a test by the High Priest and the priests. If, unaware of the absolute benefits of becoming a clergyman, 10 humans were to pass the test, then the High Priest and clergy would implement a truly human-first policy. However, if fewer than 10 people pass through, the plan will be cancelled. They will choose to treat everyone equally, and of course, they made this decision after consulting with the elements. Element knew that they were, after all, human, and it was natural for them to want to help their own kind, so she naturally agreed. Unfortunately, this time humanity failed miserably. Out of 160 people, they couldn't even find 10. The efforts of the various priests have been in vain. Since they've been wasted, let's strive for true equality. From now on, humans, elves, demi-humans, orcs, and magical beasts will all be treated equally. Upon hearing the words of the Dark Scripture, the orcs were all incredibly excited, and such important information made them eager to return and report. So they knelt and cried out, "Invincible God, from this day forward you will be our only and eternal faith." After they finished speaking, the entire force departed, intending to relay the information back to their own kingdoms and tribes. The promise of immortality, what an allure! No life form can escape the allure of immortality. This was already the 6th day of the review country's closure. The colossal form of the Platinum Dragon King appeared in the atmosphere. "Father, where are you?" It is widely known that the Platinum Dragon King is the son of the Dragon Emperor, but is he truly a dragon? Needless to say, it is the Space True Dragon, one of the 4 true dragons, also known as the 4 Dragon Emperors of the world. However, by this time the 4 Dragon Emperors had already fled, and the Platinum Dragon King was constantly searching for his father's traces in the atmosphere. But it couldn't find it no matter what it did. The huge changes that have occurred on the planet have left it somewhat at a loss. He originally thought that he was facing the strongest player, Le, but after that battle, he realized the absolute gap between himself and Le. However, he believed that as long as other true dragon kings were gathered, they could defeat such an existence, so he did not feel that the dragons needed to intervene. But just 9 days ago, the elements of the world suddenly underwent a tremendous change, and the real Le Fan descended into this world. She also established an invincible divine kingdom, and although she said she would not care about anything outside, that power surpassed everything in the world. Fearing it, the day after the invincible god announced the establishment of the divine kingdom, it declared the nation closed and began to seek its father's help in the atmosphere. But after 6 days of searching, they still couldn't find any trace of their father. You should know that your father is the legendary Dragon Emperor, one of the 4 great beings who created this world. How could they just disappear without a trace? At this moment, the Platinum Dragon King was filled with despair. He couldn't imagine what would happen if his father were killed by the invincible god. The thought only flashed through its mind for a fleeting moment, yet it was enough to make it break out in a cold sweat. It was already at its wit's end. This planet might not be safe any longer. It looked up at the sky. After the invincible god has learned the history of this planet, he will surely choose to wipe out all the dragons. I can't stay here and wait to die. It reminded me of what my father had told me when I was a child: if I encountered an enemy I couldn't defeat, I could fly towards that planet. At this moment, it looked at that planet, which was Mars in this world, and it took a deep breath. In order to save the dragon race, I have decided that I will leave this planet. The Platinum Dragon King, with a fierce and determined air, flew towards outer space without even calling any of the true Dragon Kings to join him on his escape. If too many people try to escape, they will definitely be discovered, so I need to sneak away. Only by doing this can one succeed. Unfortunately, the Platinum Dragon King would never have imagined that the decaying Coffin Dragon King would run away yesterday, and the 7-colored Dragon King would also run away the day before yesterday. 9 days ago, the moment the invincible god descended, its most respected and invincible father, the Space True Dragon, also fled, along with the other 3 true dragons. Now that it's run away, I estimate that within a month at most, all the true Dragon Kings of the planet will have fled. What Le Fan and Momoga didn't know was that when they later discovered their invasion of the world was successful and they wanted to find the true Dragon King, they found that there wasn't a single true Dragon King in the world. What will the few weak Dragon Kings think? Chapter 75. Unlike the Platinum Dragon King's overnight escape, all intelligent life on the planet now knows the terror of the invincible god and the allure of the invincible divine kingdom. At this moment, all powerful beings yearn to join such a kingdom. Immortality: this is the most attractive thing to life in any era. Unfortunately, the requirements for entering the invincible divine kingdom were far more stringent than they had imagined. Unless they can be truly loyal to the invincible god. Unfortunately, all of this is too difficult, even in the elf kingdom and the demi-human kingdom. After learning that joining the kingdom of God would grant eternal life, only 2 out of 50 people accepted the offer. One is Cat Vasi, a cat girl from the demi-human kingdom, and the other is Princess Sile from the elven kingdom. All the other 48 failed because time was too short, and very few people could achieve absolute faith instantly. As for why these 2 succeeded? That's because one of them is from a demi-human kingdom, which happens to have a legend of an invincible god, and the other is an anomaly from an elven kingdom who has loved gods and the like since childhood. The moment the 2 entered the divine kingdom and became priests, they had no connection whatsoever with their former kingdoms, such as the kingdom of demi-humans or the kingdom of elves. Outside the assessment gate, teams from all sides returned to their respective countries. Meanwhile, the millions of people present also faced serious problems with their basic needs, such as eating, drinking, and relieving themselves, and were expelled by a large number of clergy. Of course, the dark holy scripture is not one to go back on its word. He said that 497 is 5 kilometers away from this plain, and you are allowed to build a city. You can decide the size of the city. Once you have built it, you will also have the quota that each country should have. These millions of people naturally knew that no country would give up its quota to others, so the only way for them to obtain a quota was to build their own city. Or they could establish a country without a monarchy, but the peasants quickly objected. Building a nation in this wilderness starting from scratch is practically hell mode. It would be better to go back to one's own country. With the departure of the workforce, most people have basically scattered. After all, the truly wealthy don't build countries, they use money to buy quotas in small countries. The 16 human nations that came this time aren't all powerful countries, there are quite a few small ones too. With the labor force unwilling to work for free, the wealthy having their own ways of doing things, and adventurers needing to make a living, the meeting naturally ended with millions of people leaving. Although they considered persisting relentlessly, the dark scripture had warned that they needed to leave the area within a day. Because of the pollution these past few days, God's kingdom needs to purify this area. If you haven't left by then be purified along with the stains. Everyone knows what this means, if you don't leave, you'll just disappear along with the garbage, kfei. As for the suggestions given, they can't be implemented anyway. Naturally, everyone went home and the matter was dropped. At the same time, the same applies to the other 5 gates. People from all sides want to take advantage of the situation, but the kingdom of God is not a place you can just enter whenever you want. After so many days of hard work, the elemental team has produced 2,000 tons of mana potion, and with the efforts of the researchers, they have developed an even better mana potion. The clergy within the divine realm also began conducting population checks, expelling all tourists and travelers from the realm. Only those who have stayed in God's kingdom for more than 2 years can remain. Why do we need to stay for 2 years? Because God's kingdom holds large-scale church activities every year. People who can survive a year and are willing to stay for the 2nd year are basically believers in God. Large-scale selection and expulsion of leaders are necessary because the kingdom of God has no need for people who do not believe in an invincible God. Many people cried foul, saying they have now switched their faith to God's kingdom, and that God's kingdom naturally gave them the opportunity. If you pass the test of the faith crystal, you can stay and become a clergyman. This was a special treatment reserved for them, after they were driven from God's kingdom and returned to their own kingdom. Knowing that this qualification for the assessment is being sold for tens of thousands of gold coins each, I wonder what they think? At this moment, Yuan Sol looked at the 5 newly arrived saintesses, all of whom were blonde and blue-eyed. They were supposed to be tested, but the elements knew their master liked humans. So she wanted to take these 5 people, along with several thousand tons of magic potion, back with her. It's been so many days since I last saw my owner. So what was Le Fan doing at this moment? He had nothing better to do, so he chose to follow Maid and Arshi. Watching the 2 of them talk all the way was probably one of his sources of joy. The 2 were unaware of Le Fan's presence, so Nabe reverted to her original personality. Many people came to tease her, but Nabe chased them away with a look of disgust. Nabe then rattled off the names of various insects to insult those who tried to pick her up. Of course, ordinary pick-up artists were simply blasted away, while those who tried to force themselves on her vanished on the spot. Along the way, Arshi watched Nabe do whatever she wanted, and she felt both fear and longing. When will she be able to be like Nabe, able to refuse to see people she doesn't want to see, and able to eliminate those who want to frame her at will? Momiga finally expressed his disdain for Le Fan's lazy and irresponsible behavior. Momiga heard Demiurge say in his mind that Cositus should go and conquer the Lizardman village. Let's go. What's the point of following them? Let's go, there's something new going on at the Great Tomb. Le Fan had naturally heard about Demiurge's news as well, and after following him for half a day, he had seen quite a bit of it. Okay, let's go. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Le Fan's mind, Lord Le Fan, the magic potion has been manufactured, currently totaling 2,000 tons, and there are also 5 human elites selected by your subordinate. Impressive. As expected, a nation's efficiency is impressive, they've produced 2,000 tons of magic potions so quickly. Le Fan perked up immediately, interesting. Let's go to the 11th floor. Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momiga felt a sudden stomachache. No way. I just wanted to be a couch potato, why did you bring back so many potions? Do you want me to go back to being a corporate slave? No. I don't want to be a corporate slave anymore, I want to be a carefree couch potato and be happy every day. Unfortunately, Momiga couldn't ask, what's going on? Le Fan patted Momiga and said, the elements created a magic potion, let's go back and test it. The two then disappeared into the space, and the King of Men, who was also facing certain death, disappeared with them. These past 2 days, he's been with Le Fan. The king doesn't understand Le Fan's behavior, but that doesn't stop her from being very happy. Because her character is designed to be incredibly happy just by being by Le Fan's side, not to mention she also has a fun toy called Ju Ming. At this moment, Jushi desperately missed the Divine Kingdom, she wanted to return to it, and she wanted to escape. She no longer wanted to be invincible, no longer wanted to fight, she only missed the days in the Divine Kingdom. The experiences of this child who is over 100 years old these past few days have truly frightened her, only she knows the suffering she has endured. She was constantly manipulated by the king, and whenever she cried or became afraid, Le Fan would punish her. Then, after punishing the king, he didn't let her go either. She was truly terrified of this life where she had no freedom. If she had known that gaining power would turn her into this, she would have preferred to revert to her former self, an ant among ants, where at least she could be confident and happy every day. Chapter 76. The Great Tomb has 11 levels. As Le Fan raised his hand, a portal appeared, and element 9 colored slowly emerged, carrying 5 women with him. The elements are so powerful. But who can resist bringing me so many body pillows? I only have 16 slots for my familiars, so I have to refuse these few this time. Hearing Le Fan's thoughts, Momiga also complained, you probably forgot that you have a familiar? A perfect familiar can have the ability to randomly assign familiars based on 100% of their strength, but the maximum attribute cannot exceed 50%. A high-ranking member can have 5 members, while a regular member can have 1. If we round it up, you can have 61 dependents. Should I remind him? While Momiga was debating whether to warn him, Zeshi, who was trying to escape the clutches of the human king, instantly realized his only way to escape the moment he saw the 5 people. She asked eagerly, Lord Le Fan, may I take these 5 as my family? Seeing the pitiful, weak, and helpless Zeshi being held in the arms of the king, Le Fan remembered that he could still have his own familiars. Zetsuki is a high-ranking servant, so she can have 5 servants, and each servant possesses 20% of her attributes. Hearing Ju Ming's words, Le Fan looked at the 5 people in front of him who dared not look up but had admiring and longing expressions on their faces, and nodded, okay, is the element side short of people? If they are, let Ju Ming and these 5 people go and help. Element was taken aback. Wait, weren't they their master's toys? Is the owner dissatisfied with the toy? Or does the owner no longer need toys? Whatever it means, it seems I don't need to look for it for now. Follow the master's arrangements. Hearing Le Fan's words, the King of Men did not resist much and released Ju Ming from his arms. Suddenly, the monster lunged forward and bit at the 5 people, instantly engulfing them in a powerful red light. In an instant, all his hair turned silver and his eyes turned wine red. The 5 felt an unprecedented power, especially the magic power within their bodies, which reached a terrifying level of nearly 6,000. That's not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is the all-around enhancement of life, strength, speed, and defense. The strongest paladin, Remedios, felt an unprecedented power within herself. With this terrifying power, she can guarantee that she can crush everything except her master's forces. With this terrifying power combined with speed, she could unleash a sword aura with a single strike. Unlike Remedios, the Holy Knight, Princess Karja was the strongest light mage in the Holy Kingdom, having already mastered the 4th tier faith magic at the age of 15. The more powerful she became, the more terrified she felt of the elemental forces. Such a terrifying being actually calling the man before him his master. The woman who had just released her master gave her an even more deadly feeling. She didn't dare look at her directly a second time. Her eyes seemed capable of devouring everything. My God, is this the real Lord Le Fan and his companions? The human king was also seeing elements for the first time, and she was extremely curious. Strange, you can actually grow, how did you do that? The elementalist looked at the human king with equal curiosity. Could she be the incarnation of the world tree? The elements could clearly sense that the human king seemed to be the embodiment of rules. She was the rules, and the rules were her. This isn't a matter of power. Even if one possessed the power to destroy the world instantly, one couldn't erase the rules. The element simply explained, I am capable of growth. As long as I live, I will become stronger day by day because I will come into contact with more and more elements. Elements are not only found on planets. This universe is full of dark and light elements, the major stars are full of fire elements, and the absolute zero in the void is full of ice elements. All of these are the foundation for me to become stronger. Upon hearing the explanation of the elements, the human king was stunned for a moment. Elemental power? It is quite similar to the demon king, but the demon king cannot become stronger indefinitely by absorbing elements. She can only control elements and become stronger indefinitely by killing. The elementalist asked curiously, the demon king. Holy crap, my subordinates are all praising each other the moment they meet, why am I so excited? But the elemental damage is amazing, it even has a hidden passive skill. No wonder the official said that the moment the 10 supreme heavens appear, all players must unite to fight them. And this endless progression system is just ridiculous, the official team is ripping us off. As expected, even though I created this existence using a bug, there are no bugs created by the official developers. Of the 10 supreme heavens, I, Le Fan, acknowledge you as the strongest. Momiga was so frightened by Le Fan's inner thoughts that she almost cried. Damn, do the 10 supreme heavens really have this kind of power? Isn't this defying the heavens? The universe is so vast, and she keeps absorbing elements, it would be a miracle if she didn't become stronger. No, my magic power is too low. If I had enough magic power. If I summon a supreme being, can I escape the ranks of ants? Damn it, I didn't learn angel summoning. Why? I'm so miserable. It seems I'm destined to be an ant for the rest of my life. I wonder if summoning the 72 demon gods would be effective? If possible, that would be fine too. Anyway, I have enough mana recovery potions right now. Maybe I should use 58,000 mana to summon one to calm my nerves? The women were unaware of Le Fan and Momogia's inner thoughts. At this moment, Ju Ming heard Yuan Su's words and was so frightened that he didn't know what to do. Another being who keeps getting stronger, but thankfully she already considers herself an ant, and as Le Fan's familiar, she is on the same level as the element. 0. But I must call the elements adults. I must strive to return to God's kingdom. I absolutely cannot stay here any longer, for the Lord is too terrifying. Knowing that the elemental beings before him were on par with his sisters, the human king solemnly introduced himself, the demon king is my sister, and I also have a sister called the God King. One is the demon of destruction, and the other is the god of creation. I am the first living being in the world, the human king. Element said somewhat displeasedly, the first living being? What about the master? Seeing Element's anger, the human king acknowledged her and said with a smile, I'm sorry, Element, my husband transcends all living beings and everything else, he's not within this scope. Element nodded in satisfaction upon hearing this. Yes, Sister Human King. Resume, standing to the side, also asked curiously, Sister. The king smiled and said, What's wrong, little cutie? Don't you know that the elementalist is female? Upon hearing this, Resume quickly replied, But, why doesn't Master? Yuansu was also at a loss for words. She actually wanted to serve her master, but unfortunately, her master wouldn't allow it. The 5 people who had just become members of the Zesshi familia thought they were invincible, but when they heard about the increasingly terrifying beings, they were at a loss. It turns out the world is bigger than I thought, and the master's master is the real invincible god, and the invincible god's wife is actually the human king. Although the relationships are not complicated, the power system is too astonishing, and they haven't recovered yet. Chapter 77. Before the 5 women could recover from their surprise, Le Fan's voice rang out from the 11th floor. Take out the magic potion and test its effect. Yes. As Yuansu finished speaking, she raised her hand, and 2,000 tons of potion were contained in 20,000 wine barrel-sized glass bottles. A glass bottle contained a full 200 pounds of magic recovery potion. Momiga was extremely surprised to see such a huge pile of glass barrels stacked up. How could such a massive project have been completed in just a few days? It seems that the power of a nation is indeed greater than the power of an individual. Looking at the enormous amount of magic potions, the human king exclaimed in curiosity, These magic potions, 1 barrel can actually restore 10,000 magic points. Le Fan didn't question the human king's words, since the human king's abilities were too overpowered. The 750 item in the world items also had the ability to identify items. The human king probably used a tool from this world for appraisal, but thinking about it, that bucket weighs 200 pounds. Based on the normal market volume of medicine, 1 pound is estimated to contain more than 10 small bottles of liquid medicine. 200 jin here is equivalent to 2,000 bottles of ordinary magic potion. That means 1 bottle of magic potion only restores 5 points of magic. This is practically useless for ordinary people, but not for Momiga and Leffen. They can drink it like water, and drinking several tons a day is not a problem. 1 pound contains 50 magic power, drinking 5 tons would yield 500,000 magic power. This is truly a miraculous medicine. It seems that an army of tens of millions is no longer a dream. Ju Ming was currently disciplining the 5 women because their worldviews were being refreshed time and time again. First, there was their strength, then the magic potion and then the terrifying beings around this space. Le Fan was very satisfied. He knew that Ju Ming had wanted to run away for a long time. Now that he knew that the element was getting stronger every moment, he felt at ease throwing Ju Ming out. Very good, well done. Element, keep up the good work. Ju Ming and the other 5 of you, from now on, listen to Element and serve her well, understand? Upon hearing Le Fan's order, Ju Ming immediately knelt down on one knee. Yes, Lord Le Fan, I will definitely obey Lord Yuansu's orders from now on. The 5 women behind Zesshi also knelt down. All right, then Yuansu, go back and get some rest. These potions should last us for a while. We'll meet once a month from now on. Oh, and we don't need to take the women anymore. Le Fan walked up to Yuansu and patted her head. Feeling happy about Le Fan's close contact, Yuansu said, Yes, then I'll go back. Le Fan opened the portal, and the elemental beings disappeared with the 6 women. At this moment, the human king looked at Le Fan and Momiga and said, Husband, this game you and your brother-in-law are playing is really interesting. Can I join in? I'll summon an angel, and we'll play 3 kingdoms. Upon hearing this, Le Fan quickly stopped the human king from participating. It wasn't that the human king's participation was bad, but rather that this reckless fellow, what if she summons the supreme being? It's not a game, it's about building up strength. Okay, if you have time, use magic to control the magic potion, let it float in the air, and we can drink it directly. The king of men, upon hearing this, asked curiously, is that so? Is that all right? Should we release them all? Le Fan thought for a moment and then said, by the way, didn't Momogadamiyagis want us to go see a play? Upon hearing this, Momoga quickly said, it's all right. I spoke with him for 4 days and he understood. Let's summon him quickly. Oh, and I need to summon the 72 ultimate demon gods to calm my nerves. 72 demon gods? That's fine, but unfortunately your magic power is too low. Hearing Le Fan's words, Momoga, who was already used to being treated like an ant, was afraid that Le Fan would bring up the matter of a perfect family, so he quickly said, it's all right, a little less is fine. Okay, let's begin. 10th tier magic, demon summoning. In an instant, all of Momoga's magic power was drained. This time, summoning him had used 58,000 units of magic power. As the dark magic circle continued to rotate, a monster slowly appeared, with raven wings, a raven head with 2 ram horns hanging from its forehead, a human body with 8 arms, 8 eyes, a mouth full of sharp fangs, and its entire body covered in scales. The monster's body was a full 100 meters tall. As soon as the monster appeared, it roared fiercely into the space. Fortunately, this space was modified by the human king using the rules. The space is 1,000 meters high and 100 kilometers long and wide, which is more than enough to accommodate this monster. The 40th demon god, Lamo, is a monster who prioritizes money above all else in the world. It's also one of the most popular world items among players, because it's a world item where money reigns supreme. You can acquire the wealth of your enemies by defeating them, and the user will be rewarded with gold in the market. 0997013225 Fila 1124312111. Players who possess world items generally don't lack gold coins. He could even be said to be the player with the most gold coins in the world, since he actually gets gold coins when he kills monsters, unlike others who only get materials and then sell them. Moreover, the raw materials are sold at low prices, only those processed by alchemists, equipment masters, and others are valuable. Momoga smiled as he watched the terrifying being appear as expected, though it was far weaker than the elemental beings. But no matter what, he is still a demon god, andElyuda is still capable of it in his current state. My subordinates are all better than me, it's truly shameful. Momoga skillfully commanded Lamo, from now on, you will be the guardian of the 11th floor, responsible for guarding this area. Upon hearing this, the millstone stopped roaring and silently crouched down. Yes, my lord. The king of men suddenly appeared beside Lamo, looking at Lamo's enormous body. Interesting. I wonder if I can summon such a monster. Le Fan ignored the strange bird in front of him. What demon god are you? Trying to fight me? 2.1 Momoga needs to take his medicine. Momoga found Le Fan's sudden voice strange, but after checking her own magic power, she realized she really needed to take her medicine. The human king waved her hand, and endless streams of potions surged forth. She looked at the strange bird and said, this thing won't get stronger indefinitely, it's a bit weak. Hearing the king's words, Lamo dared not speak out in anger, for it could clearly sense that this seemingly weak human before it. His entire body was surrounded by a power that filled him with fear, a power akin to facing the most powerful primordial being, a power of absolute control. But it's strange, the power of this rule is much weaker and very mixed, as if there is cause and effect within the rule. But no matter how much it's weakened, it's still not something I, ranked 40th among the demon gods, can afford to provoke. Chapter 78. Lamo's guess was correct, the human king did indeed possess the eternal serpent ring, a world artifact from the supreme heaven of creation, and also the 5 elements counteracting system from the supreme heaven of cause and effect. Her sister, the God King, possesses world artifacts from the supreme heaven of creation and the endless supreme heaven. As for the Demon King, this is the Death Scepter, a world item ranked 4th in the Elemental Supreme Heaven. Each time a target is killed, 10% of the target's attributes can be stolen. However, once you possess this world item, you cannot die. Once you die, you will die permanently, which in the game means your account will be deleted. Therefore, no one is willing to use the items in this world, since logging off is considered death, and using them means you can't log off anymore. This thing is for players who want to quit the game and have some fun. After using the item, they can continuously hunt down small and big monsters and become invincible. Unfortunately, the account will be deleted after logging off, and the data cannot be recovered. Even the Ring of Life from the Supreme God of Life cannot revive the user. It's important to know that the Ring of Life can revive data deleted by the Saint-slaying Spear, which is over 20 in power. It's because of this bugged ability that this item is ranked 5th. The first is the Eternal Serpent Ring, the second is the World Will, the third is the 5 elements counteracting each other, the fourth is the Death Scepter, the sixth is the Crown of Creation, and the 15th is the Elemental Scepter. This shows how powerful the Human King, God King, and Demon King are. Many people may think that the Demon King is weak, but Le Fan knows that the Demon King is actually the most OP, because she gains 10% of the target's attributes every time she kills a target. If the Demon King were to reach the 11th floor, where there are so many elemental giants and demon lords, and she were to slaughter them all, she would simply take off on the spot. Unfortunately, Le Fan wouldn't let her do that, because Le Fan was afraid that the Demon King would launch a counterattack and kill him, as well as all beings except the God King and the Human King. He absolutely cannot accept this price. Le Fan was afraid at this moment, so he had to be prepared to summon all the other 10 Supreme Heavens. Because Le Fan discovered that each of the 10 Supreme Heavens was a bug, allowing for endless advancement and power. Perhaps if we summon all 10 Supreme Heavens and survive for a few hundred more years, the enemies of this world should no longer be a threat. The 10 Supreme Heavens are, in order, Creation Supreme Heaven, Endless, Cause and Effect, Time and Space, Life, Creation, Boundless, Guardian, Order, and Elements. They represent 10 items that broke the 20-item barrier: Eternal Serpent Ring, World Will, 5 Elements Counteraction, Time and Space Reincarnation, Ring of Life, Crown of Creation, Endless Source Jade, Shield of Guardians, Sword of Order, and Scepter of Elements. Among them, the Elemental Supreme Heaven is the weakest of the Supreme Heavens, yet this weakest Supreme Heaven still puts immense pressure on Le Fan. If the other person didn't possess their own soul, Le Fan would never have felt comfortable leaving her out there like this. The Supreme Order represents absolute order and absolute power. The Sword of Order can instantly grant one the ability to master all martial arts techniques. This is the same thing as the Elemental Scepter, but it allows one to master all martial arts, which is far more powerful than all elemental magic. Therefore, it ranks ahead of the Elemental Scepter. As for the Guardian Shield, once activated, it is invincible. As long as you do not attack, no attack can affect you, not even the Eternal Serpent Ring. However, the items in this world are too passive. Once used, you can't use any attack methods, otherwise the protection will be cancelled. Moreover, this thing can only protect itself, and that's not all, it disappears as soon as you log off. No spendthrift would be willing to use this world item. But its invincibility is real, no one dislikes the feeling of being invincible. Although this invincibility cannot attack others, others cannot attack it either. That's why the Shield of Guardians is ranked so high. The 7th one, the Jade of No Fate, is even simpler and more direct. Once used, it grants boundless energy, meaning you can truly become a tactical bomber, unleashing skills at will without worrying about mana. Unfortunately, the effect disappears after logging off. The 6th, the Crown of Creation, literally means that it can create anything, but it can only be created once and will then disappear. The 5th Ring of Life can unconditionally revive a target, ignoring any penalty rules, even a limited world boss. However, the revived target will not receive any world items. The fourth time loop allows you to choose to rewind, fast forward, or pause time, but the resulting world is a single-player game without players, and your account will remain in a single-player state forever. One player used this item and quit the game in less than 5 days because the single-player experience was incredibly boring, consisting only of NPCs. The third element, the mutual restraint of the 5 elements, the second world's wool, and the first eternal serpent ring, all of these need to be understood, so I won't go into too much detail. Momaga was panicking because Le Fan said he would summon all 10 supreme gods. But then he thought to himself, he was just an ant, why should he care so much? I need to find a chance to gather all 72 demon gods, but there's a problem that's making Momaga panic again. When Momaga summoned the millstone, he felt something was missing from his body. Summoning a powerful being required the sacrifice of his own soul. Momaga didn't know if she could summon so many, so she stopped thinking about it and started to inhale deeply. The magic potion floating in midair was poured into Huanga's mouth like Johungliashi. He gulped down the magic potion, transforming into a water-swallowing monster, capable of consuming dozens of kilograms per second. This guy wasn't this aggressive when we were drinking together. By the way, didn't the Human King just say she also wanted to summon the Supreme Heaven to calm her nerves? How about we let her try summoning? If she can summon too, then our combat strength will be more secure. Hearing Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momaga retorted again, holy crap, are you out of your mind? Le Fan smiled and said, wife, didn't you want to summon the Supreme Heaven? You can summon it with just 100,000 magic power. The King of Men was also stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then looked at his attribute panel. Name, Ren Wang. Homecoming, Le Fan. Race, Human. Race level, None. Job level, Human King LV100. Life count, 13.67 million, originally 500,000. Magic power, infinite, originally 5,000. Physical, magical, attack power, 96,874, originally 5,000. Physical, magical, defense, 48,437, originally 2,500. Speed, resistance 12,970, originally 104,8300. These are the attributes of the God Kings, and the others, they do indeed become infinitely stronger. However, the official team has a little trick up their sleeve, since NPCs can also use world items. What if a player gives the Death Scepter to an NPC, allowing the NPC to endlessly spawn monsters, and eventually summons the high heavens? This is a hidden Easter egg, how can we let the players know? As for players using the Death Scepter, that's an Easter egg that players discovered at the cost of deleting their accounts, and the official team won't care, but they're using the Easter egg at the expense of NPCs. Unfortunately, the official stance is that this will not be allowed, therefore the Human King cannot summon the Supreme Heaven. Because her original magic power is only 5,000, at most she can summon some relatively powerful monsters, which won't have a significant impact on the game. Keep in mind that the Human King was an NPC created using a bug, and his magic power is only 5,000. NPCs created through other normal means are lucky if they have 1,300 magic power. However, it's not a major problem, it only restricts the setting of many official skills for NPCs. Therefore, only the World Tree skills can harm the God King, Human King, and Demon King, because the World Tree skills directly determine their original attributes. But it doesn't matter. I have millions of HP, so bombard me all you want. You can bombard me 1,000 times and you still can't kill me. I can just one-shot you all with a basic attack. After all, this is reality, and a basic attack is a purely physical attack. Apart from the Peaceful Domain and the Guardian Vault, there is no way to stop the Human Lord's basic attack. Who can withstand a basic attack with nearly 100,000 attack power? Chapter 79. Looking at the attribute panel's limitations, is the starting magic power only 100,000? I only started with 5,000, it seems the highest heaven is not for me. The human king stomped his little feet in anger at this setting, but quickly came to his senses and said, I'm sorry, husband, I only have 5,000 magic power at the start, so I can't summon it. Although I have unlimited magic power now, my use of world tree skills is restricted, and I can't exceed 5,000 magic power. Looking at the king of men's reload, Le Fan frowned, is your magic output being restricted? Upon hearing this, the human king shook his head and raised his hand, instantly replenishing the entire 11th floor with magic power. This terrified La Mo, who trembled in fear because the endless magic power was simply too terrifying. Meanwhile, Momaga, who was drinking the magic potion, exclaimed, Holy crap, this magic power is terrifying. Such a massive amount of magic power, why not just have the Lord of Mana transfer magic power to us directly? I can't figure out what Le Fan is thinking. Holy crap! This magic power, it feels like my wife's magic power is limitless. As long as she doesn't use skills, she can output without any upper limit? Is it a limitation of the world tree that prevents her from using skills with more than 5,000 magic power? I see, I understand now. It's to prevent players from using the Death Scepter after an NPC wields it. It seems the official team has hidden quite a few Easter eggs, I'll need to slowly explore them. Luckily, I've learned a lot of skills. The human king released his magic and said, No, it's just that the use of skills is limited to 5,000, but as long as it's not a skill, there's no limit to the use of magic bombardment. Hearing the king's words and Le Fan's inner thoughts, Momaga complained again, Damn, you already have endless magic power, what more do you need? Condensing magic into a magic bomb would make you invincible. Damn, I'm so envious. But it's a good thing, because with the magic power limited, they can't use those hidden skills. So it seems like my status has been elevated. Shah, elevated what kind of status? What if Le Fan loves me even more? No, I can't make an exception for myself. Le Fan looked at the human king and said calmly, I see. What a pity. Then I plan to summon other supreme beings. Wife, please use your magic to seal this space. The king nodded in agreement, and with a wave of his hand, his magic instantly enveloped the barrier of the 11th floor, making the 11th floor truly isolated from the world. At this moment, Le Fan raised his hand, 10th tier magic angel summoning 280,000 magic power. In just a moment, the entire space surged, and then a massive magic circle enveloped a space spanning millions of kilometers. A gigantic figure, 1,000 meters tall, slowly emerged. At this moment, the enormous figure appeared in its entirety, its surroundings blurred as if its entire body was surrounded by endless rules. Le Fan felt a chill run down his spine, that feeling of something missing from his soul. Holy crap! It consumes 2.8 times the soul power of elements, that's terrifying. I wonder if I can summon all 10 high gods. My head hurts so much, I feel so weak all over, it's awful, damn it, what the hell am I supposed to do? I'm not summoning anymore. If I summon again, I'm afraid my soul will be scattered to the winds. Momaga panicked upon hearing Le Fan's thoughts and seeing his pale face and weak appearance. Holy crap, bro, don't scare me. The enormous figure slowly knelt down, Greetings, my lord. The faint voice made it impossible to tell whether it was pleasant or not, it was a very strange voice. Meanwhile, the 40th demon god, Lamo, who had already huddled to one side, was so frightened that he dared not move or even breathe. Because the being before us is the supreme heaven that suppresses the 72 demon gods, the supreme heaven of creation. Good heavens, what kind of monster is Master's companion? How could it possibly become the master of the supreme heaven? Master, you expended more than half of your soul power to summon me. I feel truly guilty. I can only offer you the essence of this world, wishing you a speedy recovery of your soul. As the Supreme Being, who was kneeling on one knee, raised his hand, a radiance like that of the World Tree appeared, and the World Tree radiance slowly flew to Le Fan's head. Then, the entire space and the entire world seemed to undergo a very subtle change, with the endless origin of the world continuously merging into Le Fan's soul. In an instant, Le Fan's pale face slowly returned to normal. He was stunned for a moment, even though none of his attributes had improved. But at this moment, he felt like the darling of the world, with an unprecedented confidence, as if this planet were his own home, which made him feel extremely comfortable. He regained his senses and looked at the world tree above him, which had gone from dazzling brilliance to utterly dim. He asked, "The origin of the world? Give it to me, what will happen to the world?" "Master, please do not worry. The origin of the world is a renewable energy source. As long as there is life, the origin of the world will be endless." Hearing that Chuang was the supreme heaven, Le Fan panicked even more. Holy crap, could it be that the 4 extraterrestrial enemies from last time came to collect the world's essence from this planet, and this planet is one of their colonies where they collect that essence? Because the world's origin is a renewable resource, the world's origin of this planet was regenerated in these 10 days. Creation only gave me 10 days worth of world's origin, which was enough for me to recover. How powerful would those monsters be, having collected world's origin from various colonies in the universe over millions of years? Damn it, we can't touch the world's essence anymore. What if they come to collect the world's essence again and find the amount is incorrect? That would be a real problem. Let's hold out for now and not summon any more supreme beings. Also, tell Momaga to stop summoning the 72 demon gods. Summoning those things consumes too much soul energy. We must hold on. The power of the Creator is so great that it can absorb the origin of the world, but it has only just been summoned. The gap between it and the enemies in outer space that have absorbed the origin of the world for millions of years is still too great. However, the Creator could easily defeat me. After all, she consumed a large amount of my soul power. She is me, so there's no need to worry about her rebelling against me. Now we need to find a way to survive, maybe survive for a few million years, and then test our enemies in outer space. Should we continue with this elemental army? Let's continue. Although we know we're all colonies, merely pawns providing the other side with the world's essence, if we anger them, we might just blow up a few planets. Hearing Le Fan's heartfelt words, Momaga almost burst into tears. "Brother, please stop. I'm just a nobody. I don't want to get involved in something so dangerous and terrifying. So what if I'm a leak? I was a leak before I transmigrated anyway. I don't mind being a leak in this world, damn it, Zhao, just please don't cause trouble." Momaga is now completely panicked. There actually exists a godlike opponent who has absorbed the world's will for millions of years. Each of those beings is an existence that could easily defeat the Creator of the world. Momaga looked at the Creator again, and to be honest, he panicked. Such a being, surrounded by rules, was truly terrifying. I was also present when we attacked the Creator God Momaga. Hundreds of thousands of players participated in the attack, and it was only at the cost of 80,000 lives that we succeeded. This is the monster of monsters, and the strongest boss in the game, bar none. Moreover, Momaga knew that in this world, the supreme beings could become stronger without end, and he was truly panicked. The supreme heaven, which had just been created, actually summoned the world tree and instilled the world's will into Le Fan. This was beyond Momaga's wildest imagination, and there are countless other existences in outer space that are even more terrifying than this. Thankfully, Zhu Shi and Zhu Ming aren't here, otherwise they'd probably be terrified to tears if they saw the appearance of the Creator. Chapter 80. After recovering, Le Fan looked at the enormous creation world and said, "Creation world, please reduce it to my size. Also, please stop extracting the world's origin from now on." Creator was also startled by these words. Could it be that he had gone to unnecessary lengths? That's right, he's his own master, how could he not know how to extract the world's essence? They must have known that extracting the world's origin would be harmful to this world. After all, the abundance of the world's origin represents the strength of that world. If too much of the primordial power is extracted, this world will revert from the extraordinary era back to the mortal era. The origin of the world was formed by the gradual accumulation of the souls of countless beings who sacrificed themselves. This is the final contribution of the dead to this world. Just now, using the world tree as a bridge, it extracted 60% of the world's essence to help its master restore his soul power. This directly reduced the planet's strength by 60%. Fortunately, the Creator was unaware that this world's world props, due to the causal relationship between the 5 elements, had been completely reshuffled. It directly altered the world's energy system, preventing the world's natives from utilizing 100% of the world's energy, or even 10%. Therefore, the weakening of energy this time was completely imperceptible to the people of this world. The only one who noticed was the elemental supreme heaven, who had just returned to the divine realm and realized that the energy of this world 557 was reduced by 60%. Fortunately, she has nothing to do with the elemental supreme heaven, since she can not only absorb elemental energy to become stronger, but also absorb hardcore elements to become stronger. If the energy level drops, we can simply stop absorbing energy. There are so many hardcore elements anyway, we can absorb them on our own. Moreover, the divine realm does not require such a massive amount of energy, the planet's energy actually only uses 5% of its elements. Even if 60% is lost, 35% is still circulating on the planet, and the natives of this world originally didn't even have 10% to use. Therefore, there is still 25% excess energy, which does not affect the normal operation of this world. The element also sensed the arrival of its elder sister, but it didn't know why its elder sister needed to absorb such a massive amount of energy. She didn't know what to say, as she also had her own tasks to complete. The Creator was pondering all these questions. Did his master have another way to restore the power of the soul? Perhaps it really is true. It seems I was rash and unnecessary. Is my master warning me not to be so reckless in the future? It seems my master really likes this world, so I can't do anything reckless. Knowing he had done wrong, the Creator knelt on one knee and said, I understand, Master. King Ze was astonished to see that such a terrifying creation had actually knelt down on one knee. Because the human king sensed that the Supreme Creator Heaven possessed terrifying rules that were above his own. Although she is not as strong as me at the moment, she can grow endlessly. The most important thing is the rules that supersede mine. The human king was unaware that the eternal serpent ring she used was a world artifact from the supreme heaven of creation. Although she can use the power of the eternal serpent ring, it is never as powerful as the original. Le Fan looked at the kneeling Chuangshi and helped her up. You don't need to kneel anymore, I don't like it. Yes, Master. Le Fan, looking at the millstone beside him, suddenly became interested and said, by the way, Momaga, the lives we summon can't farm each other's, and the human king is my NPC, so we can't farm him either. Why don't we try farming the monsters summoned by the Supreme Heaven and the Demon God? Momaga shook his head and said, it probably won't work. They're in the same guild as us, unless we're willing to leave the guild. Hearing Momaga's words, Le Fan also came to his senses. Right, there was clearly an option to leave the guild. Leave the guild? That's fine too. I'll leave, and we'll go back to farming. Momaga looked at the system page, which only showed the attribute page and the storage page, and shook his head, saying, no, the system has been cancelled, and we can't leave the guild. Le Fan looked at the system and sighed, then let's give it a try. Genesis summoned 2 weaker seraphim. The Creator nodded in agreement, and then 2 magic circles appeared in front of her, followed by 2 seraphim with 8 pairs of wings. This is the most ordinary seraphim, the flame seraphim. Momaga, you give it a try. After finishing speaking, Le Fan also started chugging down magic potions, CFBG. Seeing that his magic power had recovered to over 5,000, Momaga raised his hand and used his most familiar 10th tier magic, Heart Mastery. In an instant, its immense power instantly killed the 2 angels. My magic power increased by 100 points. Wow, that actually works. Momaga took a deep breath. Leffen, it's feasible. Hearing Momaga's words, Le Fan smiled and then looked at Genesis. Try using the Death God's staff to kill a few elemental giants and see. Hearing Le Fan's words, Chuang Shi nodded and raised his hand to unleash a 10th tier martial skill, Martial God Impact. In an instant, the 5 elemental giants were blasted into dust. Feeling her increased power, Genesis said, Master, my attributes have increased. Because of Momaga's words, Le Fan found a way to activate the cheat. You, King of Men, should give it a try too. Upon hearing this, the human king raised his hand and instantly killed several elemental giants. Husband, I don't have any buffs. Why don't you and Genesis summon each other and farm each other? Honey, there's no need for that. We'll keep getting stronger indefinitely. I understand. Honey, are you going to transform this world into the World Tree world? Hearing the king's words, Le Fan asked with a puzzled look, the World Tree world. That's right. Every summoning will integrate the power of the World Tree into this world. Honey, your goal is to summon tens of millions of elemental giants. That amount is probably just enough to transform this world into the World Tree world. Holy crap! There's such a saying? I had no idea. Thankfully, the human king knew, otherwise, if too many summons had been made, altering the rules of this world, wouldn't enemies from outer space have come looking for them? It seems I can't summon it for now. Sorry, Momaga, I can't make you stronger. Also, let Genesis eat all these elemental giants. World Tree, let's just leave it as it is. Let's destroy the Demon Lord and the elemental giants in the creation realm. Hearing Le Fan's words, the human king and the creator were also taken aback. Had they changed their minds so quickly? However, wanting Le Fan to be invincible, the two didn't say much. Then creation began to cleanse. Momaga chimed in, it's better to keep the original world. Let's just relax and enjoy ourselves. We won't need to summon any more, and these magic potions are pretty useless anyway. But we can still keep them and drink them like water. Seeing Momaga's unceremoniously determined to take everything, Le Fan shouted, Hey, don't take it all, leave some for me. It has to be said that because they were afraid of the airborne enemies in this world, the two missed the bug that allowed them to grow stronger without limit. If they weren't afraid of the airborne enemy, why would the two of them have retreated? They probably would have turned this world into the World Tree system. However, fearing the invisible enemy, the two chickened out and had to abandon this perpetual motion machine method of grinding, even though the invincible path was right in front of them. Oh, I forgot they're invincible in this world now, never mind. Chapter 81. After a heated argument, the two finally decided on the magic recovery potion, which cost 55 points. In that short time, Genesis had already cleared out all the demon lords and elemental giants present. With a total of 9,000 elemental giants and over 1,000 demon lords, each providing 20 attack power, that's a total of 200,000 attack power in that instant. This doesn't even mention attributes like speed, defense, or power. The power of the creation realm has now reached an absurd level. If they weren't all bound to Le Fan would be terrified of them. With everything cleared up, we began to consider the next steps. Since summoning to accumulate power is no longer feasible, we need to start looking for the next method. Although the Supreme Heaven has human kings who can grow stronger indefinitely, Momaga and Leffen themselves need to kill a lot to become stronger. Killing is out of the question. They fear that such large-scale killing would be punished by the airborne enemies in outer space. After all, they considered it a colony in outer space. This is also a strange creation myth, as it did not clearly explain the information about the origin of the world, such as that the origin of the world was formed by the sacrifice of living beings. If they knew the other two, they probably wouldn't have been so hesitant. That's their problem. They think they're very smart and like to overthink things. If they were to lower their guard and inquire about the origins of the world, they would probably realize that there were no enemies in outer space. The problem facing Genesis now is quite troublesome, because she is too powerful. Moreover, her entire body was filled with the power of rules, unlike the human king, whose eyes were the only ones filled with the power of rules. This means Le Fan can't take her out to cause a ruckus, but she's so powerful, does she really want to stay in this place? Unable to find a suitable answer after much thought, Le Fan chose to ask directly, Genesis, what do you want to do next? Don't be afraid, just say it. The creator was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, then closed his eyes and sensed everything in this world. He could feel the areas where the elements were located and also knew about the things in those areas. I want to create a new world. Create a new world? Listen to what human language this is. It's as if you're some kind of creator god, creating worlds on a whim. Not letting her go doesn't seem like the right thing to do, but outer space is such a dangerous place. What if she encounters enemies? If she runs back, won't she get caught by the enemy? Never mind, let her go. She's so loyal to me, if she encounters a powerful enemy, she probably won't bring her back. Le Fan thought for a moment and then suggested, okay, but you have to be careful. There are still many unknown things in this world. Yes, I will be careful, Master, please rest assured. As for Le Fan's words, Chuangshi thought he meant to tell himself to be careful not to change the rules of this world, and to keep the rules of this world. The master and servant were simply not on the same wavelength. In addition, both of them were extremely confident and intelligent, and they both mistakenly believed that they understood each other instantly. As Genesis left, Momaga, listening to Le Fan's inner thoughts, couldn't help but complain, how could you just let her go like that? What if they encounter dangerous enemies? Are they trying to use her as a guinea pig? Having absorbed so many elemental giants, the creator's attributes were already terrifyingly powerful. Encountering enemies outside is also a good thing, as it allows us to assess the strength of the enemy in outer space, regardless of success or failure. Furthermore, it can allow Genesis to attract the attention of extraterrestrial enemies, buying us time. Hey bro! Watching the creator depart, the human king calmly asked, Husband, what do we do next? What for? Of course, it's drinking and eating meat, like a salted fish every day. Oh, and there's also the war performance by Demiurge in 4 days. As he spoke, Le Fan picked up Ren Wang and silently gestured for them to join the number 1 private room for drinks. The 3 of them continued to be lazy and unambitious. Beyond the planet, Creator gazed upon the vast expanse of space, searching for a suitable place to establish a planet. Soon, the powerful force of rules found a special planet, and many dragons flew towards that planet. At the very front were 4 enormous dragons, followed by several smaller dragons. That planet it is, but I didn't expect the dragons in this world to like roaming the void. My master said we can't arbitrarily change the rules of this world. Oh well, let these little dragons go. Move. The creator's figure disappeared. The next second she appeared on the vast Mars. This planet had no air, but that didn't matter, the power of creation was strong enough. Requesting flowers, 0. She felt the planet and pondered what kind of world she wanted to build. According to the master's wishes, there is no need to bring in the world tree system for the time being. In that case, let's establish a random system and let the world choose for itself. Once she had made up her mind, Genesis was surrounded by countless magic circles, and instantly, a fierce flame erupted from her center. The enormous sea of fire expanded to a height of 10,000 meters and continued to surge towards all areas of the planet. The intense temperatures caused the planet's ice to instantly turn into massive amounts of steam. Steam kept pouring out. The first step in creation was to establish an atmosphere and cleanse the planet. The next step is to establish the ocean, land, and 2 levels of glaciers, followed by using wood-based magic to create forests and mountains. 0. Once the basic structure of a world is completed, then it's just a matter of waiting for the planet to slowly develop. As for the Creator himself, he will leave this planet and head to the sun to absorb the star's fiery elements. While we're at it, let's study the sun, using the power of rules to transform its rays into a line of sight, and observe a second planet suitable for establishing a world. All of these actions were so incredible that if Le Fan and Mo knew, they would definitely complain, "Holy crap, you're a true creator god." Within the divine kingdom, the elements, by the will of the invincible god, bestowed upon death and destiny the title of divine subjects, thus establishing 2 deities within the invincible divine kingdom. From now on, the orders of absolute death and certain death will also be divine pronouncements, and everyone except the invincible god must obey them. Ju Ming also arranged new identities for her 5 followers, the 5 holy maidens of the invincible divine kingdom, responsible for serving the elements. As for herself, she was fed up with being a pet and wanted freedom, so serving elements was out of the question. Although she couldn't leave the divine kingdom without the elements' command, it didn't matter. The divine kingdom was quite large, and she wanted to enjoy the feeling of freedom. First, I'll go find my old underlings and give him a piece of my mind, letting him know he's nothing but an ant among ants, and then he'll praise my power. Although I am but an ant to my masters, I am invincible to everyone except them. At this moment, Zetsume reverted to her Yandere demeanor, anticipating the sight of her underlings being awestruck by her powerful magic. 0.